To those who bleed orange and black.
It is out of here!
Good morning. This is Murph and Marcus. Brian Murphy and Marcus the Waterboy Boucher. Streaming live at twitch.tv/The Sports Leader. Sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly.
Well, the guy says to those who bleed orange and black, and a little blood last night.
I'm bleeding.
Just a trickle. Swept the A's over the weekend. That was pretty good. And you stumble last night back into the familiar pain of not hitting lefties, but hey, we're not going to let that deter us. We got another game today, a day game tomorrow. Heck, we got the idea of even moving to Daly City until they tell us we're not moving to Daly City.
I'll cut back a little bit.
I've been a big I'll believe it when I see it guy. I've been saying that to Ali and Cleo down in the lobby. So for everybody who was getting nostalgic about us leaving the building, not just yet, being delayed a little bit. Kind of like the Giants delayed scoring runs last night, Marcus.
Yo.
There you were, buddy, out there. Good morning. Happy Tuesday to you, dude.
Yeah, happy Tuesday, my man. It was a intriguing night at the ballpark last night. And I got to be careful of how I phrase this because I walked in this morning, said what's up to Overnight Dave, John Joe Curley, and Young Tony. And Young Tony goes, what a game last night, right? Kind of being a little facetious. And I was like, yeah, it was a really good game. It was a really good pitching matchup. And you know me, I love me a good pitching matchup. And when there's a kid from the 408 on the bump throwing a no-no through, 5-6 innings last night, Chris Bubich was dealing last night, and Robbie Ray matched him with 7 scoreless innings also. So to me, it was an intriguing game, not the results that most Giants fans were looking for.
I'm with you. It was frustrating that they couldn't get a hit. And oh, by the way, that ground ball that Wilmer Flores hit, if you missed it, Giants are getting no hit into the 6th, I believe. And Wilmer Flores hit what appeared to be a routine ground ball to second base. And Massey, the second baseman for the Kansas City Royals, not to be confused with the early 90s alt band Mazzy Star.
Wow.
Hey, a fade into you, Young Tony.
That's a hell of a pull.
Anyway, he slipped, and the ball slithered past him. And it looked like an error. Looked like the kind of thing that a guy biffed the play. And it was ruled an error, and then shortly thereafter it was changed to a hit.
Yeah, I don't like it.
Thus ending Bubich's no-hitter. By the way, Bubich is fun to say.
Bubich.
Fun to say.
Yeah, it is a good name.
Do you like Bubich?
I do. I love Bubich. I used to have a bracelet in high school that said, I love Bubich.
Honestly?
Yeah, well, we had the I love boobies bracelets.
Did you guys
Yeah,
have
supporting breast cancer.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it was big. Like you would go and like buy
What a
it from
nice guy you are. Yes.
What was that skate shop at the mall?
I love
Whatever.
boobies.
Yeah, everybody had the I love boobies. So now I'm going to get a
Remember I
bracelet that
told you
says
guys
I love boobage.
The Texas Instrument calculator you turned upside down. It said boobless. Boobichless. So anyway,
By the way, real quick.
Yeah, go.
That was an error. That's not a hit.
Well, I got news for you, buddy. As the world is an ever learning process. We learn something every day. If we don't learn something every day, we begin to die, right? So it turns out that by the official ruler, and I go to my great buddy Jim Young, the legendary Jim Young, who was a longtime media relations guy for the Oakland A's when I worked there, and then he was a media relations guy for Stanford, and he's an official scorer for the BWAA. He actually cites a ruling in the official scoring that says slipping is not considered an error in Major League Baseball scoring.
In my book, it does.
That's
the thing.
Marcus's error, and
that's the question I have about these scorekeepers. Yes. Can you trust the scorekeepers? Our guy, Mike Holler, who told us we were moving down to Daly City this week, is the official scorekeeper for the San Jose Giants.
But Holler would just tell you he slipped on the move.
Yeah, it's an error, dude. That's a routine play. You got to make that play.
Right, but slipping is not considered an error.
I would call it an error.
I will listen.
Me personally.
You having beef with, I'm just explaining.
Yes, I understand.
I'm just explaining. I'm just telling you what their book says.
And I love to argue this. It's kind of like the NBA. There used to be a famous Twitter account. Not sure if they're still around. The block or charge Twitter account.
Yeah.
I've always thought there should be a Twitter account, hit or error.
Yeah, that's a good one, too.
Where they just break down whether or not you think it's a hit or an error.
Why don't you start that?
Yeah, because it's probably too much work.
Way too much work.
Yeah, there's so many errors across Major League Baseball. There's so many teams, so many games. I just don't have time.
Do you know what kind of loser you'd have to be to just sit in your apartment all day and just hawk video of every game in Major League Baseball?
Dude.
Like, for example, last night, if you started that hit or error Twitter account, and by the way, Could you monetize it? Could you make a little dough out of it?
If I get enough clicks, if I get enough spicy hot takes going.
Would you just monitor all 9 innings of the Reds-Pirates game last night to see? Because there was an error on the Pirates.
Oh, I'd have to go dig it up. Then I'd have to find the video footage. Then I'd have to clip it and post it.
Cubs-Marlins game was errorless, but you'd have to go and say, I don't know, I thought that was an error.
Yeah, it's it. Now I'm dissecting plays that were not called errors.
Mets-Red Sox had an error each. Maybe you thought there were more.
I'm spending hours dissecting that game
Houston
now.
made an error. Tampa Bay did not. I'm going through last night's box scores here. But anyway, the point is that you would not be the first person to have beef with official scores. I remember famously Will Clark once crossing home plate at Candlestick Park, pointed to the press box level and shook his fist angrily and cursed because I think he had reached base on what he thought was a hit, but they flashed on the board, error, E4. So I think Will was hot the entire time he was on first, second, third. And when he crossed home plate, he started dropping F-bombs up at the score.
Calling out the scores keeper.
Dave Kingman once famously sent a rat to a press box in a box.
Oh, damn.
Yeah, true story. Live rat.
That sounds like a felony.
This is, I know, right?
Yeah. Oh, man.
This is back how we did it in the 70s and the 80s, guys.
Damn.
But anyway, so the point is you wouldn't be the first person to have beef with an official score.
Exactly.
Yeah,
I always got beef. I like the beef. I'm always looking for the smoke, and I'm always looking for the errors. I also did not like the fact that it took away a no-hit bid, but the Giants ended up getting a hit later on.
Made much more controversial to call that a hit when you had a no-hitter going.
I agree.
Definitely. And thank goodness. I was always relieved when, who got the hit? Was it Ramos or Huff? Was it Huff? Anyway, yeah, Sam Huff. A guy that you and I talk so much about. Have we spent fewer words on Sam Huff than any Giant in the last 10 years?
I mean, we had that one show after spring training where Bochy compared him to Munster,
That's
right?
a great call. Yeah,
and we
did.
had Munster
We
in the
did have a
Dodgers
brief-
uniform.
We had a Huff riff.
That was the Huff riff of the season.
We had a Huff riff.
This date in Huff history, not the other Huff.
Yeah, and so with these lefties, bro, what are we going to do?
Yeah, what the hell?
Soft tossing lefties. And by the way, Bubic, and again, fun to say, Bubic. Cupertino?
Yeah, Cupertino, Mitty,
Stanford, and a Giants fan growing up.
South Bay Zone.
Currently rocking a 1.47 ERA, one of the best in the big leagues, and 0.36 ERA in May. So we're not the only ones having problems with
Yeah,
him.
he's doing, and he pitched really well last year when the Royals called him up. So another tough matchup for the Giants. But Murph, I really am perplexed when you look at the Giants lineup and just see it stacked with righties, how much they've been struggling against left-handed pitchers the entire season.
Perplex is a good word.
Yes,
it's a very, very good word. I don't understand it either. Elliot Ramos, righty. Wilmer Flores, righty. Matt Chapman, righty. Willie Adames, righty. Casey Schmidt, welcome back. Sorry for David VR. He got DFA'd again. Casey Schmidt, Tyler Fitzgerald, and it's good to have him back, by the way. And in fact, he was part of one of the critical parts of the game. If everybody missed it, 7th inning, Giants got a little rally going. They had runners at second and third and one out. And it was a 0-0 game. And I like the idea of squaring up to bunt, and he tried to bunt once and fouled it off. That was disappointing. That's why we have to credit, and Mike Krukow did a great job crediting this on Saturday night in his postgame and his pregame on Sunday too, was Pat Bailey got a bunt down on Saturday night against Mason Miller on the very first pitch.
Yeah, beautiful. Shout out to Christian Koss getting a bunt down in Sunday's game against the A's also.
Got to get the bunt down.
Got to get it down.
So Ty Fitz tried, didn't, and then his next swing, he swung away and hit a line drive that caught Willie Adames frozen off of third base. Nothing he could do. Double play ends the inning. They go from the chance to really win the game, and instead the inning's over. Very next inning, big bad Vinny Pasquantino. We need to spend a moment on Vinny Pasquantino. Pasquatch, I believe they call him. Where's my Vinny Pasquantino? Where's my shaggy-haired,
here he is right on the
TVC ball, freaking left-handed mashing first baseman? Look at this guy. He's like a caveman. Look at him. And by the way, has a low outside pitch.
Pasquatch.
The strength it took to golf that thing out.
Yeah, and he golfed it off the submariner, Tyler Rogers.
Who, does not, quote-unquote, give up home runs and now has given up a couple.
Who does not get a my man from John Joe Curley.
14 straight scoreless innings for the bullpen gets erased. But, yeah, Pasquantino's exactly the kind of guy the Giants have been missing. He's really, honestly, what you hope Bryce Eldridge is.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you hope Bryce Eldridge develops maybe even better than Vinny Pasquantino. And Vinny's good. He's a young player. Probably one of the Royals' best prospects on the team. I mean, hell, they got Bobby Witt also, who was flying around the the bases early last
He
night.
took advantage of an Elliot Ramos bad angle in the first.
Yeah, that was a weird angle by Elliot.
He's not going to win that Gold Glove he told us about.
What the hell?
Scottsdale.
What the hell, Elliot Ramos?
Remember he said to us, "I want to win a Gold Glove." I'm like, well, people in hell want ice water.
Yeah, this is true.
Yeah,
I'm still thirsty. I'm still parched. I got
so-
cotton mouth.
Yeah, I'm not saying Vinny Pasquantino's a star, but he's a thing. You know what I mean? He's a
Yeah,
thing.
he's only in his, second season?
He's
Just got called up
27.
last year, yeah.
He's hitting third for those guys. He hit 19 bombs last year, 97 ribs, which I liked. I like an RBI. He hit 262 last year, 760 OPS. I mean, he wasn't like awesome. 13 sack flies, led the majors. This year he's not doing. He's hitting 228, but he's got 8 bombs.
And he's got power. And we've seen multiple teams around the league come to Oracle Park and hit home runs, Murph, despite the narrative that nobody can hit home runs at Oracle Park.
Yeah. Totally agree. It's the Diamondbacks came in and swatted a bunch of home runs out.
Yep.
This has happened a bunch in the last few years. Other teams making the park look small, like the Yankees did that weekend. Yes.
They will do that to that ballpark.
So anyway, listen, one loss. They're 4-2. Let's see. So 1-2 against Arizona, 3-0 against the A's. Well, they're 4-3 on the homestand. I just need the next 2. That's what I need. I don't need a split of the next 2. I don't need to lose 2 of the 3 series at home. I need the next 2, and you give the ball to the kid, Hayden Birdsong.
How about Birdie back on the bump today? Yeah. Shout out Jordan Hicks out of the bullpen last night. A little sketchy.
You know what he looked?
Sketchy.
He looked mentally out of sorts.
Yeah,
Looked
didn't look like he was enjoying himself.
No, he definitely looked like his head is still not wrapped around the fact that he got flat out demoted.
Yeah, and I thought maybe we'd see the triple digits bounce back up.
He threw a hundy.
Oh, was he? Because at the ballpark, I was seeing 96, 97, 99 a couple times too.
But it was
not as
wild
103, 104 like he used to.
Location, no, not that.
Yeah.
But he did hit a hundies, I think, twice.
Okay.
I want to say. I'll have to go back and look at the because you can look these things up.
Yes, you can.
But he just didn't look locked in.
Yeah, and I understand, man. Like, this is a guy that wants to be a starter, but I used this example yesterday when we were talking to Mike Caruco. Everybody wants to be a starter. Yeah. Every reliever in Major League Baseball history has always wanted to be a starter. Hell, Mariano Rivera showed up the Yankees camp as a starting pitcher. They converted him to a closer. We talked about Mason Miller yesterday, throwing 104, 105 out of the bullpen. He's a guy that started his big league career as a starter, dealt with a few injuries, so the A's moved him to the bullpen, and now he's one of the best closers in baseball, even though he did walk Wilmer Flores with the bases loaded. So we've seen guys go back and forth. Hopefully Jordan Hicks finds that groove, gets back up to 101, 102 out of the pen, and just increases the overall kind of ability of this bullpen, which has been great throughout the majority of the season.
Who wants to? Nobody wants to grow up being a star. A closer?
A closer? No.
Dad, when I grow up, I want to be a closer. I want to be a big league closer.
From my experience, and maybe I'm wrong here, but every pitcher that I know through high school, through college, everybody wants to be a starter. Everybody wants to start off as a starter. Most guys get moved to the bullpen because they don't have starter stuff.
Yeah, I know. So I'm saying. So nobody grows up wanting to be a closer.
No, I don't think so.
Yeah. All right, guys. Well, listen, that's the deal. They lose the game 3-1. They score. By the way, if you're just kind of counting now, Saturday 5 hits, Sunday 5 hits, Monday 6 hits. So a little quiet. They're turning into that pitching team that if they don't score more than 1 or 2 runs, we got a little bit of a problem.
And this is one of the few times where they did not score a couple runs for Robbie Ray.
Yeah, right.
I believe first time they've lost this season with him on the bump.
I think Verlander walked by and just muttered under his breath, like, welcome to the club.
Yeah, now you know how it feels, Robbie.
All right,
nice pants.
And then they had second and third in the 8th inning and Chappie up, and he fouled out. Yeah, that was disappointing. You would have liked to have seen a little Chappie RBI knock there. Actually, to tell you the truth, when Lee stroked that double down left field line, Ramos was on first. I was thinking they were going to send, but it was not a send situation.
No,
ball got back in. I don't know the ball. I don't know.
I was sitting right down the third base line.
Right.
Looked like the ball was getting back into the infield right when he was rounding third. I think if Matt Williams sent him, he was probably throwing that at home.
Yeah, and you got Chappie coming up. But I was thinking it's a 2-1 ball game. Might as well try.
Especially on a night where hits are rare against
might as well
all these
try.
lefties.
I'd have to go back and look. You know what I need more in coverage? Because then if NBC Sports Bay Area ran the replay of Sam Huff scoring from second. I was like, well, I don't want to see that. Of course he's going to see it. First of all, he's not a great runner.
I don't need to see Munster.
Second of all, we know he's going to score. I need to see where Ramos is when the ball's coming in. So we never got that replay. But Matt Williams kind of knows what he's doing. So
stay tuned for the commercial break because I got a replay for you.
With including Ramos?
Yeah.
Look at you. Look at you.
I'm boots on the ground.
Look at you.
Super reporter.
All right.
This is Giants OT.
Hey, and congrats to Fred Warner, who got signed in what we're calling now the happiest place on earth, Santa Clara, California. My God.
Yeah, watch how Disneyland, Great America's in town.
Do you guys need a contract extension? Just go down to Santa Clara and show up.
That's easy.
Hang out. So props to Fred Warner. The Niners are together and happy. They went through the bloodletting in March, and now they're making everybody happy. So we'll get into that with Fred Warner's extension. And, of course, get you through a Tuesday. Get the guest list from Young Tone on the other side on The Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Good morning. We have a new contest this week. We are giving away 2 single-day tickets and a $100 food voucher for the San Jose Greek Festival starting on May 30th. Stay tuned through the 9 a.m. hour for your chance to win these tickets today and that $100 food voucher. Don't get me wrong. And when you hear the cue to call, the number to dial is 415-896-KNBR. And if you're caller number 10, you will win. This is all brought to you by the San Jose Greek Festival. Opa! It's a little early. Opa! Opa! You can find official rules on KNBR.com.
And now it's time for the Protect Your Assets Business and Technology Report with me, David Hollander.
Now back to Murph and Marcus on the Sports Leader and streaming live on KNBR.com and the KNBR app. Sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly.
2-2 pitch. Swing and a miss. He struck him out. A hard slider breaking down and in right under the hands of Jonathan India. Beautiful pitch. One away. 2-2 pitch. Swing and a miss. He struck him out with a high fastball. He got him to go up out of the zone, his second strikeout. Ray pitches. Swing and a miss. He struck him out, the high fastball at 95 miles an hour. Perez tried to check his swing, could not do it. Ray with the high set. Kicks. Delivers. He struck him out swinging. The ball dropped by Huff. Picks it up. Tags out Garcia. The slider was what got him.
Listen to that. Listen to that. We got young Tony taking my description of the would-be error, would-be hit by Wilmer Flores, slipping past Massey, the second baseman for the Royals. Just because my brain is twisted, I said not to be confused with the early 90s alt indie band Mazzy Star and their one hit, Fade Into You. By the way, saw these guys in Atlanta with Michael Zagaris at a Niners-Falcons trip. We landed on Friday. He goes, hey, you want to go see Mazzy Star and Jesus and Mary Chain? I was like, this guy's cool. I'm going to go with him. It was my first year on the beat.
Oh, yeah. If Z-Man invites you to a concert, you say yes.
And this isn't really like Z-Man's thing. He just likes to go to any music scene. Any music scene.
I respect it.
I'm going to be honest with you guys. This may be viewed as sexist. I just watched my harassment videos, so go ahead, and this could be my last day on the job.
Careful, Murph.
Lead singer of Mazzy Star, she was an attractive lass.
Ah, okay.
So there you go.
All right.
Might have played a role in their hit.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
All right, Murph.
Just like your fame, you're good. You rose to the top because of your good looking.
Yeah, exactly. That's how I got on the microphone. Because Kevin Graham saw my OnlyFans account.
So Mazzy is his name. Or Massey. It was not a hit. It was an error. It was an error. It was not a hit. Anyway, point is that the Giants lost to the Royals 3-1. And if you're going to mention Zagaris, I got to tell you guys, tomorrow night's the night. I'll be down at the Dwight Clark Legacy event, pinch hitting for Matt Mayoko. I'll be with Laura Britt, who's the ultimate pro, right? She's really good. And we're going to host this thing at the Hammer Theater. I would love if the theater was named after Lee Hammer. How great would it be if his just big fat mug was right on the front of the building?
Lee Hammer says no.
Come on in. Give me a call after the show. That was his big thing, leaving in his Lee Hammer handwriting. Call me after the show. We will be down there tomorrow, and the event is DwightClarkAward.com. There's 35 tickets left, and I would recommend just do Niners galore. Demo Lenore is getting the Dwight Clark Award,
the hyena,
and then there's going to be a surprise guest that I'm going to say I know who it is. It's well worth it.
Ooh, Murph's keeping secrets over here.
And then I do the event. We do a panel discussion with Zagaris, Charles Haley, Anthony Adams, Garrison Hurst, and Fred Warner, the brand new money man. And we're going to riff on Z-Man's photos. So I got a big slideshow and laughs, right? Why wouldn't you want to be a part of this? So anyway, everybody go to Dwight Clark Award. It benefits the Golden Heart Fund, which helps players and players' families that are in need. By the way, I told Kirk I would pump this once. They are having a silent auction. Dude, listen to these gifts they have up there. A Warriors luxury suite and broadcast booth visit with Tim and Tom.
Oh, nice.
Dude, Giants dugout club tickets and Kruk and Kipe visit. How about that?
Sick.
A Dwight Clark road trip to Clemson. You go to Clemson for the Duke game. You play golf at Clemson. You go to dinner at their famous steakhouse. You go pregame for the Clemson Duke game. You get a helmet signed by all these Niners like BY, Fred Warner, Charles Haley, and then, dude, Stevie Nicks and Billy Joel tickets and a night at the Santa Clara Marriott.
Stevie Nicks and Billy Joel?
Yes,
no way.
Exactly, dude. 2 sweet tickets. These are all at DwightClarkAward.com. This is the silent auction.
That's awesome.
So, Kirk, there you go. Anyway, I wanted to get that plug out there. So I will be doing that Wednesday night, coming in here Thursday with some stories.
Nice.
So there you go.
Looking forward to them.
Young Tony, good morning to you, brother. A little frustrated with your... Oh, there you go. Look at you. A little frustrated with your Giants, huh?
Yeah. What are we doing?
Dude, they just swept the A's.
Not that great of a game last night, huh, Tony?
I asked Marcus this morning. Hell of a game last night. Am I right? What do you think, Murph? Good game?
What was the time of that game? Was it like under 2?
Oh,
Jeez, it was
dude.
moving fast,
I mean,
wasn't
the
it?
first 7 innings was about an hour and a half. It was flying by. Then it slowed down a little bit. I want to say it was probably around 2:32 would be my guess.
We didn't even talk about Pasquantino robbing Casey Schmidt, 224. And there were 28,432 of you out there. Pasquantino also robbed Casey Schmidt. So I generally like low-scoring games. I do. I like how crisp they are. I like how everything matters, like whether or not Fitz can get a bunt down. People are very upset at me because they said the ball was in the dirt when Fitz squared, and he didn't foul it off. He did foul off the second pitch. Was he swinging away then? Is my brain playing tricks on me? But I would have kept the bunt on then. I just would have. I would have kept it on, and instead he lined into that double play when it was 0-0. So, yeah, I liked the game. I didn't like the result.
Of course
I was
not.
quite impressed by Pasquantino's mash. It was something caveman about it.
Well,
you know what I mean?
It's not every day you see a Sasquatch, Murph. It's the Pasquatch.
It is, and there was a pitch was on the outside half of the plate, and he tugged it into the right center field. What do they call that up there? The gallery or whatever they call that?
Oh, that like Coors Light section.
Whatever they call that.
I've always wanted to sit out there.
And right?
I think you need a special
Well,
ticket, though.
You have a roaming press pass.
This
You can go
is
wherever you
true,
want.
but
why don't you ever do? I need some Marcus
That's
social
like
videos
one
from
of
there.
the few places at the ballpark where I have not drank a beer and watched the game, and it's literally a beer section. But I think you need a special event ticket to get in. I probably could sneak in with my
No,
credential.
you can
but-
go sit there.
Ah.
Yeah. You can go sit there.
I'll try
Buddy of
it.
mine had season tickets out there. Shout
Might
out
try
Coach
it
Dan.
tonight.
Yes, you should. I want to see you. Doesn't it look like a great place to watch a game?
It looks like a great place because I love hanging out just on the right field bricks, regardless if I'm in the
Yeah.
Coors Light section or not. Like it's a beautiful view of the ballpark.
Yeah, what do you think, Young Tone? How are you with the right field brick?
I love it. It's windy up there. You gotta be careful. You go there late at night. I think it's called the Arcade, by the way. too.
Arcade.
Yeah.
Thank you.
yeah.
Thank you. There you go. You want to stay on the Rando Indie Bands Arcade Fire for our next rejoin?
Oh, I know that one.
I think they just played SNL either a week ago or 2 weeks ago or something like that.
All right.
By the way, Steve Kerr got mentioned on SNL, but we can't play the joke.
No, we cannot play those jokes, but we can get some information from Young Tony. You were telling me that Vinny Pasquatch has a few other nicknames that he's recognized by.
Yes, indeed. Italian Breakfast.
Okay.
Whoa, you talking Italians?
Okay.
And then the Italian Nightmare.
Once again.
Whoa, you talking Italians?
When I wrote on, I just tweeted out first for fun. I said, "Where's my Vinny Pasquantino?" Some guy wrote on my Twitter, "Whoa, you talking?"
Whoa, you talking
I
Italians?
said, "You're a good listener,
Where's
sir."
my Italian
You're
breakfast?
a good listener, sir. All right, what do we got today, bud?
All right, so Dwayne Kuiper is going to join us at 7:30. Unfortunately, a third straight loss
what
on
the
a
hell?
Monday.
What the hell,
Okay.
Ramos?
I mean, the Giants are 28-20. You know, they're only a game out in the West, and we're hitting Kipe on 3 straight losses.
It's wild. I know. I feel bad for Kuiper. The big hit's going to be at 7:50. Cooler content 8:30, and then of course Fred Warner got paid last night. Matt Barrows is going to join us at 8:50. Give his take.
I thought you were going to say Fred Warner got paid last night, so Fred Warner's going to join us. No.
I wish that'd be
Next
amazing.
best thing, Matty B.
Matty
Yes,
B's the best. And then Marcus Thompson, another great writer on the beat, 49ers and Warriors insider for us here at KNBR. 9:30, he's going to join us.
All right, let's get into this Fred Warner thing, the happiest place on earth. What are the Niners doing? Next on The Sports Leader.
to Murph and Marcus on the sports leader and streaming live on KNBR.com and the KNBR app. Sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly.
We've got some breaking news out of the NFL where the 49ers have agreed to a 3-year, $63 million extension with linebacker Fred Warner. That's the latest from our NFL insider, Jonathan Jones. His new deal makes him the highest paid off-ball linebacker in the NFL. Warner has been first-team All-Pro in each of his past 3 seasons and has the second most tackles in franchise history. He's also led the Niners in tackles in each of his 7 seasons with the team. Fred Warner is the 3rd big extension for the Niners that they have gotten done this offseason. If you remember, they also got a deal done with Brock Purdy and George Kittle.
Vibes everywhere for the 49ers, making everyone happy. And look at young Tony with his second straight rejoin off of the tees. Arcade Fire. There you go, buddy. They're kind of a strange band. There's like 17 of them. They're from Montreal. It's
17?
That's something like that.
What's going on
By the
here?
way, P1
That's
Chuck
more
with an
than
incredible
NBA roster.
stat that Mazzy Star's lead singer Hope Sandoval lives in Berkeley. I didn't know that. Hey, Hope Sandoval, if you're listening, give us a call. What do you think of the Giants losing to Bubich? And how happy are you with Brock Purdy's new deal?
Yeah, what's up, Hope? Break it down for us.
By the way, speaking of things we're reaching out to listeners, how about 2 single-day tickets to the San Jose Greek Festival? And a $100 food voucher. Get those euros. Stay tuned through the 9 a.m. hour for your chance to win. I think by the end of the week, when I hear Opa, I may have a violent trigger or something like that. Opa. Some guy wrote in on the text line, said he was about some Greek radio. Here it is, 415. I used to work at a college radio station. They had a Greek music show. The host was a guy from Greece, and he would end every mic break with
Opa!
That is correct. Oh, my God.
Well, we are the Opa leader, Murph.
Incredible. There's something gnawing at me about Opa. I'll get to it. Fred Warner. So what did the Niners do? Well, they gave him a slight raise and made him the highest paid linebacker in the NFL, passing Roquan Smith, don't you know, of the Baltimore Ravens, who's a heck of a player. So what they did was 3 years, $63 million, a $56 million guarantee to make him the highest paid linebacker. It was only a slight raise. He was making $19 million a year, and he did have 2 years left on his contract. So there was really no need and or rush to do this. But what they're doing is creating salary cap room because they're kind of moving pieces around with the Brock Purdy contract kicking in, the George Kittle contract kicking in, all this stuff, planning years down the road, really. Stuff that doesn't really truly affect you, the 49er fan, but just know that the 49ers are sort of getting their financial ducks in order, and ducks in a row, and it just kind of makes everybody feel good, too. Oh, they re-signed Kittle. Oh, they re-signed Purdy. Oh, they re-signed Warner. That's why I'm calling it the happiest place on earth.
Yeah, that's why the vibes are great right now down in Santa Clara. Great America is the new Disneyland, the happiest place on earth, because everybody's getting paid, Murph. And even just beyond this past offseason, we've seen the 49ers give out the contract extension to Deommodore Lenoir.
Demo.
A guy that's going to step up as your lockdown corner with Charvarius Ward outside of the building. We can even look at the Nick Bosa contracts, the Brandon Ayuk contracts, and them getting those deals done. And to me, Murph, you're looking at a nucleus of players of 5 or 6 guys that are all under 30 years of age. And really, the focus of this group moving forward, these are the guys that you're building your championship roster around. Yes, it sucks to lose a Dre Greenlaw in free agency, a Talanoa Hufanga, but the 49ers have been working to replace those guys, and they're focusing on their key all-pro players to build this franchise around.
Now, I remember there was a point in May, or March, I should say, when they were bleeding everybody. I think I even jock-blogged about this. I was like, the fact of the matter is the 49ers are farther away from a Super Bowl now than they were when the season ended. I'm wondering now, is it time to reassess that, or should we still remember how much they truly lost, including Deebo Samuel and including those D linemen that are gone now? And I'm wondering, like, is this like sort of vibe that we're, vibes, man, Kittle, Purdy, Warner, vibes. Purdy showed up to camp, you know? Is that masking the fact that they're still farther away from the Super Bowl than they were in last September?
Well, it's an interesting question because last time we asked that question, it was before the NFL draft. And we both agreed that they need to address the trenches in the NFL draft, especially on the defense side of the ball. So what did they do with Robert Saleh back in town? They went 5 straight draft picks on the defensive side of the ball. So, of course, we have to see how those picks play on the actual field before we give them a draft grade or before we start talking about whether or not they're closer to a Super Bowl now than they were a couple months ago. But I think by that logic, if we are saying, look, they brought in a lot of guys in the trenches, so they should be better than they were a month or two ago without those guys. There are still some concerns about the offensive line and the overall talent and depth on this roster moving forward. But I think going into the season, 49ers players and fans should have higher expectations for themselves because of the Robert Saleh reunion and actually knowing who's going to be calling plays between Nick Sorensen and Brandon Staley, but also the fact that they are playing that last place schedule by strength of schedule and strength of record from last season. It's literally the easiest schedule in the NFL, so you should go into the season feeling optimistic.
Can we have like a sounder every time we mention the last place schedule? What should it be? Should be a ding is too easy. Should be like I don't know, a roar. I don't know. We gotta have a sounder.
Damn, Jimmy.
Damn, schedule.
I don't know. Probably not that. But
Yeah,
that's a good
probably
try.
not.
Maybe just a ding.
You know what we can say about the 49ers schedule?
Trash.
Well, yeah, but it's good though.
Yeah, but it's a good kind of trash.
Trash.
I think we're going back to the dings. You got a ding. Do you have
Yeah,
a bell?
give me a good ding.
Because the Niners do have a last place schedule, Tony. Yes, trying. Never mind. We tried.
That's a big schedule, man.
Niners have a last place schedule, Tony. Oh, forget it. Look at there he is. A little late.
What a bit.
It's I know. Just
Gotta be
saying.
something better than the ding, though. We should get like a little more creative. The jingle bells for the Christmas season, something like that.
He should have a sounder because we do mention it pretty much every time we talk about the Niners. Yeah, so Joel Corey was the agent who came on yesterday, and before we even got the Fred Warner news, he was already calling for it right here.
Not at all, because they're really trying to create cap room. He's got a $29 million cap hit this year, and I think 26, 27 next year. The interesting thing is Fred Warner's not underpaid. That market has not moved really since he signed. He was the highest paid guy when he signed. Then Shaq Leonard jumped him. Now it's Roquan Smith at $20 million per year. That market has moved $1 million per year. On average, is the highest paid guy since he signed in 2021. And really, since Bobby Wagner in 2019 at 18, it hasn't moved. So if they were looking at it, the contract's held up, you're not underpaid, they don't have to do anything. I don't know where you go with this, given the market, maybe $22.5 million for a couple more years, extended out a couple more years, but they really don't have to do anything.
Okay, well, this is the Niners, man. This is the new sort of like into the next era. Matt Barrows says the new core. He described the core as Purdy, Kittle, Warner, Bosa, and Lenore. Purdy, Kittle. He didn't put CMC in there.
Yeah, it feels like people
Maybe
are
he just
acting
forgot.
like Christian McCaffrey is like 35 years old. He's still only 28.
Well, Kittle's the oldest one in that group, right?
Yes.
So I mean, you're talking about Purdy's 25.
I always feel bad talking about how old these guys are in their early 30s.
Well, get ready, buddy.
I know, I'm looking in the mirror.
Yeah. Nick Bosa's age is now what? He is now.
He's got to be close to 28, 29?
He's 27.
27.
Okay, so Bosa's 27.
I made him a year older.
Fred Warner is, I believe, 27, right?
28, I believe.
Fred
now.
Warner's 28. Fred Warner's 28. So Bosa's 27. Warner's 28. Purdy's 25. Demo, I think, is young, right?
Yeah, Demo's around 25, 26 also.
I think he might be.
We had him on
he's
our
25.
We had him on our Young Tony top 5 under 25 a year ago.
Yeah, he's 25. So Purdy's 25. Demo's 25. So what would you guess CMC's?
CMC's 28. I know that off the top of my head.
How do you know that?
Because Christian McCaffrey's my favorite running back ever, I think.
Wow.
Yeah.
Look at that.
Going back to the Stanford
Ahead
days.
of Marcus Allen?
Oh, I mean, dude, like I've watched every single snap of his pro career. I can't say the same thing about Marcus Allen.
Ahead of Mark Van Egan?
Ahead of Darren McFadden. Ahead of Justin Vargas.
George
Mike
Kittle.
Allstott?
Yeah, I'm a big Mike Allstott guy. You know that, Tony.
Who was my favorite? Well, Frank Gore's my favorite running back of all time.
that's an
George
easy one.
Kittle's 31. So Purdy 25, Warner 28, Bosa 27, McCaffrey 28, Lenore 25, Kittle 31.
You know, another interesting name not left off that list, Brandon Ayuk, who is now 27 years old. I mean, they paid him like a number 1 wide receiver, and he's the guy that helped the development of Brock Purdy's career. But I'm surprised to see that he was not mentioned in that nucleus of young players.
You are correct, and Ayuk is 27, and I'm wondering, is that because there's still a chance he gets moved at some point? How about that? I don't know about that. And Ricky Pearsall's young, right?
24, Ricky
Yeah.
Pearsall
Look
is.
at you, everybody. Ricky Pearsall's 24, yeah. You got to be young, man. Not like those Warriors. Oh, those Warriors are limping around.
Olden vibes.
Yeah. In fact, you guys ready? What's your interest level in Thunder T-Wolves?
Oh, I'll check it out for sure. I'm looking forward to seeing SGA versus Anthony Edwards. Like, I like that it's going to be another new champion this year in the NBA. I believe they're going 7 straight years now where there's been a different champion. Is that good? I think it's good for parity.
I know, but is parity good?
Yeah, but I also liked it when the Warriors are running off titles and establishing a dynasty.
Generally, history tells you that people like dynasties.
Yeah, because people love to hate them and people love to love them.
Exactly. Tom Brady's Patriots were great for football. Everybody knows them. You know, so I'm saying I would say it's a bad thing for the NBA that you have 7 straight different NBA champs.
Interesting take.
Yeah, I think your general interest level and your man on the street interest level wanes.
But I would say this, it's going to be great for the NBA if the New York Knicks somehow get past Tyrese Halliburton and the Indiana Pacers, and if they win it all, dude, that's going to change the NBA landscape.
Well, if the NBA is truly rigged, then the Knicks would win the NBA championship.
It. Get them the frozen envelope.
I'm going to put this to your test. If you believe the NBA draft was rigged, then the NBA finals should be rigged by the same logic. Like, they want the best show and the best thing. So we'll see. Check those calls.
Dude.
We'll see the calls against the Pacers.
And you'll find this pretty fascinating, too. And shout out to all my wrestling heads out there that like to tune into the squared circle. Triple H, which I'm not sure if you're familiar with the wrestler.
I definitely know the name. He's the one, doesn't he do the double karate
exactly.
chop?
I got 2 words for you. And if you don't like it, blah, blah, blah. But he's now running the show. He's like the president of WWE. And I told you about how earlier this year there was an event. I don't know if it was MSG or out in New York or where it was. But in the middle of Monday Night Raw or Friday Night SmackDown, Tyrese Halliburton and Jalen Brunson were both in the crowd. They had a stare down, and they both hopped the fence and got into the ring and did a face-off.
This is last night?
No, this was earlier this year.
Oh, okay.
Triple H went to Twitter and said, see, I told you. It's been scripted all along.
There it is.
We've got the script. Triple H is now calling out the conspiracy theories.
Oh, man. All right. Well, hopefully it's a good script. That's all I can say. 669 says you can play the Farhan Magic Wand for this schedule.
Oh, we got rid of that.
707 says you can do a crowd roar. But 530 says you can do the stadium going, ooh, ooh, ooh. I go double thumbs down on that. I don't like that. 925 says use the foghorn every time you hear the easiest schedule. 209 says the shame bell from Game of Thrones. And then 623 says Pasquantino reminds me of Michael Morse, which I totally agree. Ooh. That's what I'm looking for. A left-handed Michael Morse. I need that in my life. All right, guys, speaking of the Giants, on the other side, let's get into what happened last night. The fact that they couldn't hit a lefty, what you guys are thinking. It's been a while since we sort of did a little deeper dive on the Giants because we've been so into the Warriors and then the Brock Purdy contract. So Giants, next on The Sports Leader.
Time for traffic on The Sports Leader. for KNBR's Opening Bell Report. Sponsored by Protect Your Assets with David Hollander. Concerned inflation will ruin your dream retirement? Learn more. Listen to David's show every Saturday morning or call 1-866-PROTECT. Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the KNBR app. Murph and Marcus continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. 1-800-GAMBLER.
All right, look at Tony just having some fun with the rejoins here. More fun than the Giants had last night, losing 3-1 to the Kansas City Royals. You guys getting 2014 vibes when you still see them? I know they've played them a few times since then, but I'll tell you this, when I saw Salvi Perez, and again, I know they played him, they play him every year now, right?
Yeah.
Didn't they play him last year? Mm-hmm. It's still, sometimes your brain goes on vacation, you don't really pay attention, and then the Royals show up and you kind of cast back to 2014 for a moment. Salvador Perez, I'm like, look at this guy. And it turns out he was really young in 2014. He's only 35 right now. As Joe Lacob called him, is my question.
Old in vibes.
So he was only 20, if I do the math correctly, 24 years old during that World Series when he fouled out. Interestingly, there were a number of foul pops last night. And I was wondering, I saw even Loader tweeted, he said the Salvi Perez revenge game because he fouled out, of course, to Pablo Sandoval to end the 2014 World Series. But, man, Marcus made the call that he's a Hall of Famer.
Yeah, without
Salvi
even
Perez.
looking at his stats and comparing them to other catchers that are in the Hall of Fame, like, I like to do the eye test. I like to trust the analytics.
Yeah.
If this guy's one of the top 3 catchers of his generation, you put him in the Hall of Fame. And to me, Salvador Perez has been one of the better catchers over the last decade.
Yeah, he can hit 5 times. What is it? God, I just continue to say, I don't know why Jorge Posada's not in, bro.
Yeah.
I don't know. I don't know what to tell you guys.
Don't get me started.
Career 848 OPS, 5 Silver Sluggers, 5 All-Stars, 4-time World Series champ. I mean, the guy played 17 years.
Hip, hip, hooray.
Yeah, I mean, 5 Silver Sluggers. I mean, yeah, no, was he brilliant? No, but some of these guys going in aren't brilliant these days.
Well, especially when you look at offensive
Career
numbers.
273 hitter.
For a
That's pretty
catcher,
good.
too, like when we focus so much on defense, shout out Patrick Bailey and his gold glove and his not-so-golden bat, it's like to hit those kind of numbers as a catcher is extremely impressive.
Yeah, exactly. And so he had 275 career home runs and an 848 OPS. Salvador Perez has 5 gold gloves, which Posada does not have. 9 All-Stars, Posada only had 5. 5 Silver Sluggers, just like Posada had. Salvi was a World Series MVP in 2015. And he's hit 275 career home runs just like Posada. However, his career OPS is 756, 100 points lower than Jorge's.
Wow. I would have thought it would have been a little bit higher. Especially
756 ain't bad.
Yeah, no, it's not
especially for a
bad at all.
catcher.
Yeah, I just thought it would have been higher with the power numbers of a Salvador Perez.
I don't know. I have to tell you about Jorge Posada. I don't know why. I mean, to me, if you're the catcher on a 4-time World Series champ and you have those kind of offensive numbers, you know, Andy Pettitte wasn't shaking you off too much.
No,
you know what I mean?
no.
Anyway, I digress. Giants lose to the Royals last night. 3-1. The Royals not bad. Not a bad little team.
No, they're a scrappy team.
Pasquantino, Bobby Witt. Early in the game, he hit a ball into the alley that Elliot Ramos just took a bad angle on.
Yeah, weird read by Elliot Ramos. But I got to say, man, it's fun watching Bobby Witt fly around the bases.
Right?
He's got burners.
Right?
He flies.
Yeah. Actually, we have Bob Melvin. Is this from the Bowmel? Bob Melvin on his pregame show talked about this kid, Bobby Witt. You want to talk about I mean, listen, I'm getting ahead of myself, but the kind of guy who has Hall of Fame bones, like kind of chops, like if this kid keeps doing what he's doing. In fact, they put up a stat last night. He's only the second shortstop ever to have a batting title, a Silver Slugger, and a Gold Glove. I was like, what? Only the second shortstop ever. The other one was your guy. It was a very loosey-goosey era, A-Rod. But, I mean, Bobby Witt's already checking big boxes.
I mean, that's the thing. The kid has talent, borderline Hall of Fame talent. It's all about longevity for a lot of these guys. But, yeah, I've seen a lot of comps to, like, the career numbers that Mike Trout was putting on early on when he was taking the league by storm. Bobby Witt has similar numbers. This dude's an absolute baller.
Isn't it? And if it wasn't Aaron Judge, he'd be MVP of the American League.
Yeah, you're right. Yeah. He was runner-up last year, I
He's
believe.
kind of got that Phil Mickelson during the Tiger Woods era thing going, you know? There was a time everybody's like, Mickelson's the best player in the world, except for Tiger, who's about 50 miles ahead of him, right? So here's Bob Melvin on Bobby Witt Jr.
You're exactly right. That's the scouting report. There aren't many things he can't do. He hits for power. He's got terrific speed. I was with his dad in Arizona when we won a World Series one year, and I remember him, years coming up. I got this kid's going to be a pretty good player, and sure enough, here he is, one of the premier players in the game. So on a team like this, you're always very aware of where he is in the lineup. He's the guy that you really don't want to beat you. He can do it with his legs. Like I said, he can do it with power. He hits over 300. He does it all and plays great defense, too. So it's one of the best players in all of baseball.
Damn, makes me want to get a ticket, go see the ball game tonight.
Yeah.
Just go see Bobby Witt Jr.
I mean,
play,
he's must-see TV. He's turning into one of those top prospects. Hell, he's already elevated from prospect status, but it's like when Ellie De La Cruz comes to town, you want to go out and watch him play. When Bryce Eldridge eventually comes to town, you're going to go out and want to watch him play. Not putting Bryce in that converse quite yet, but this is kind of the level of prospects that we've been paying attention to, because you keep asking, where's my Bobby Witt? Where's my Pasquatch? Where's my Corbin Carroll? Well, it's Bryce Eldridge right now, and that's all the Giants really got.
By the way, he's 24 years old.
Bryce?
Bobby Witt Jr.
Bobby Witt, yeah. I think, pretty similar to Bryce.
Yeah.
Bryce is younger.
He's only 20,
My
21.
apologies. I'm thinking like Carson Wisenhunt's like 24, 25.
By the way, you mentioned Ellie De La Cruz. Did I read this stat yesterday that he's 2 strikeouts away from passing Tony Gwynn's career strikeout total, dude?
In one season?
No, just his career.
Yeah.
But what is he? He's only 23
It's a different game, Murph. It's a different game.
Whoa, man. In fact, I did a little deep dive on the Giants. So I was like, what's going on with the Giants? I'm like, well, really not too much is going on with the Giants. They're 28-20. They're 1 game out in the West. Like, everything's good, but people grumble after a loss, right? They do. And the number one grumble is offense. Where's the offense? As Bill Walton said famously back in the day, where's the offense, Mike? They just haven't been, other than the Bonds steroid era, when he and Jeff Kent were swatting balls out. Dude, I do those This Date in Giants histories, And when we play those Bonds highlights, I'm just like, what the hell? I mean, yeah, he was on PEDs. I get it. Whatever. Or allegedly. But, dude, I mean, just what? He did things at that park that just humans couldn't do. Any player, whether they were on PEDs or not. And it was just so lucky. And we thought, but ever since then, it's just been dry. Even during the World Series, it was dry.
I remember the narrative growing up when they got the new ballpark down at 3rd and King was that it was a short porch down the right field line.
Yeah.
Because technically it is one of the shortest right fields straight down the pole when you are looking at distance. But the way that Bonds would put him in the cove, people were like, oh, this ballpark is built for lefties. It's so easy to hit home runs. And then Barry Bonds retired, even though he told us, I haven't retired, thank you. And now they can't get a damn lefty to hit one in the
Dude, when
cove.
they did the home run derby in 07, no lefties could hit it out. The winner was Matt Holliday, or the final 2, I think, was Matt Holliday and Vlad Guerrero Sr., and it was 2 righties that going at it, which is another reason why I was surprised Wilmer Flores only became the 2nd righty to hit 3 bombs in a game. Now, 3 bombs in a game's hard, but it's been 25 years. You would have thought 25 times 80, you're going to get a 3-homer game. But anyway, back to the measure at hand. So offense. So I did a little digging into their stats, guys.
A little digging.
And you know what? It's not as bad as you think. Now, there are some alarming things. I thought they were cold in the month of May. They're actually not that cold in the month of May. In the month of May, they're tied for 8th in runs scored. So, and by the way, I'm doing everything. I'm no longer doing NLAL. That's it. That's just me now. I'm making a call right now. Here, as you're listening to KNBR AM and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station. I'm treating it like the NFL and the NBA. Where do you rank? 1 through 30. There's no difference. There's no difference between the leagues now. None.
I mean, that's a fair take.
None.
I mean, they both have DHs.
Yeah, and the rosters are the same. Everything's the same. There's no style of play anymore.
Yeah.
There's no style of play. So anyway, I'm going to always give you. So going to give you their 1 through 30 number, not National League.
I'll take it.
Is that okay?
I want the 1 through 30 numbers.
So 8th, tied for 8th in runs scored in May. I mean, dude, top 10. What more do you want, right?
It's going to be May.
And here we are on May 20th, so a little bit of a decent sample size. Batting average, they're actually 12th in baseball in the month of May. So I was like, all right. But for the season, they're 22nd in batting average. So that's bottom third. Okay. Now, interestingly, in runs scored, for the season. They're 10th. Because they've had a lot of sort of clutch, timely hits. Here's a couple other alarming numbers. Strikeouts, which I think they do too much. They're 23rd in the league with the most strikeouts, meaning 23rd bad. Like number one being you strike out the fewest. So they're 23rd.
So they have the 7th most strikeouts as a team.
It's probably a better way to put it.
Yeah.
Yes. Another more bottom half numbers. OBP, on base percentage.
You down with OBP?
They're 18th. So, bottom half again. Dude, steals. They're 24th in steals.
Not a lot of speed on this team.
No, and so they can't do that. So now you look at a couple of numbers. They're 9th in walks. And like I said, 10th in runs. So in general, you look at offense, and it's not a disaster. They're not like 29, 30, 28, like the Arizona Cardinals used to be in every stat in the NFL, But is that, would you say, first of all, do you have many complaints about a 28-20 start?
No, I mean, it's hard to complain about this record and the start that the Giants have gotten off to because, to me, I'm not super surprised by those numbers because I didn't expect the Giants to come into the season and out-hit teams. Like, just being completely honest with you. I thought that they would win with pitching, defense, and timely hitting.
Yeah.
And we've seen the pitching, whether it's the starting rotation and the bullpen, both have really exceeded expectations, I would say, to start the season. The defense has been an improvement compared to last season. And then it's all been about timely hitting, Murph. We've seen so many comebacks this season. They've had 13 comeback wins this season. They've had 4 games where they were trailing by 2 in the 7th inning or later, and they came back and they've won those games. That, to me, is timely hitting. So, of course, there's going to be times where you don't have timely hitting, like last night. So you're going to lose some of these close ball games, and in a night where Tyler Rogers does give up a home run, where he's not giving up a lot of home runs, that could be the difference of these closely played games.
But last night, they even came back again.
Exactly.
Down 2-0.
They had another chance.
I was like, look at these guys again. 2-0. Wade singles, who's much maligned, right? Wade, and then Lee doubles him over. Or pardon me, I'm confusing innings. But Sam Huff singled, right? And then Wade singled. It was first. Anyway, point is Lee doubled in a run. Ramos because Ramos stops at third. And then they had second and third.
Yeah.
Even in the 9th, Wade singled. So that's what happened. Yeah.
So that's what we've seen all season from this Giants team. So I was at the ball game last night. I didn't leave early because I've seen the dynamics of this team, and I've seen that ability to battle back in games. And that's how the Giants are going to win games this season. I mentioned it, 13 comeback victories.
Is it sustainable?
That's the biggest question. Now, I would say pitching, yes. Defense, yes. Timely hitting, of course, comes down to whether or not you got that clutch gene in you and whether or not you can step up in big situations. And hell, we saw it this past Sunday with Lamont Wade Jr. and Patrick Bailey getting pinch hit knocks. These are guys who have been struggling all season long. But as much as we talk about a Salvador Perez or a Jorge Posada or some of these Hall of Fame catchers, we mentioned Patrick Bailey struggling with the bat. He's come through clutch a couple times this year, has a couple walk-offs, has a couple RBI hits late in games. Like, that's the offense that you're going to get from Patrick Bailey. He's not going to hit you 48 bombs like Salvador Perez did one season. He's going to give you elite Gold Glove defense, and you're going to have to rely on him and other players stepping up late in ball games.
Yeah, I mean, I'd say in general at 28-20, I'm absolutely delighted. I mean, I couldn't be happier, right? Of the Buster Posey era, the roster stability, no more openers. One of my buddies sent a text on Sunday saying, man, this reminds me of 2021. And I said, yeah, but blank 2021, because that was Gabe and Farhan and openers. Bro, how nice is it? You're going to see Birdsong tonight. For sure. Oh, your boy John Brebbia, right?
Yeah, John Brebbia was out there every other day, it felt like. Like, literally, there was back-to-back games where I believe he was an opener starting the game for the Giants. But, like, how relieving is it to talk about the fact that the Giants have options in the rotation? When Jordan Hicks starts to struggle, you can send him to the bullpen, and you got Hayden Birdsong on the bump today. And all that being said, you still have Kyle Harrison in the bullpen ready to go in another rotation spot if needed. Oh, by the way, you got Carson Wisenhunt, who has thrown 4 straight outings of 7+ innings of baseball and has been dealing in Sacramento. That's another option for the starting rotation. Like, we did not have these options a couple years ago, even back in 2021 when they won 107 games. They didn't have this type of depth in the starting rotation.
Right. So I was looking at, they're 28-20. Like I said, look at some of the Ds. They're 16-8 at home. So they got to take advantage of the home cooking, which is why I was a little disappointed they lost 2 out of 3 to Arizona. That's why I need the next 2. I need a little birdie tonight. I need some bats tonight doing their thing. Not that the Royals are bad, but I'll take a little bit on that. And I will take they're 9-8 on the road. So right now they're 28-20. That's 114 games left. If they played 500 ball the rest of the year, and you hope they don't. You'd like to be a couple games over. Nothing dramatic. We're not saying they're the freaking 98 Yankees. Shout out your 98 Yankees.
Shout out Bruce Bochy.
Exactly, right? Yeah. Tough draw. If they played 500 ball the rest of the year, they'd have 85 wins. And I think when we sat at Presidio, that was like, I think I said 86 wins. We'll make it to the last week of the season and not make the playoffs. That was my call at the Presidio. The start got us a little more excited because now what if you play a little better than 500? What if you go 60-54 down the stretch? That's reasonable, right? That's 88 wins. That maybe gets you in.
Yeah, because that's the thing. 88, 89 barely got you in last year, but the year before that, the D-backs made it to the World Series, winning 84 games. And that was the first year with the third wildcard team, so it's going to be about how the rest of the NL plays out in the standings race.
Well, that's been a little frustrating that the Padres have been this good.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. But hey, at least the Dodgers have now lost 4 straight games.
Yeah,
so that's something to cheer about.
Pitching is getting clobbered.
Oh, bro.
By the way, somebody texted in, Young Tone, that shout out your guy, Trinity High School's own Brandon Fat. Got it done. He beat the Dodgers last night.
Oh, nice. Dude, I feel like we need to ask Kipe, too. He said he was going to ask Fott if he knew me. Was this last Tuesday?
Wait, between Dan Lurie asking for you at the Mayor Lurie asking for you at the Bus Stop Festival and...
Yeah, it's all personal reasons, let's be honest. Come on now.
Tony, and you wonder why we got eyes on you at the barbershop.
So anyway, exactly. Where were we? We were talking about the win total and
wild card expectations and whether or not they can be a playoff team.
Here's a question though. 925 asks: are the Giants going to make a move at first base, or are they going to wait for Bryce Eldridge?
It seems like they're playing the waiting game. Now, I said before the season even started, I'd go out and even sign a free agent first baseman like Anthony Rizzo, who's just doing TV right now just to get another left-handed bat into your lineup. He's a free agent, so I think that boat has sailed away. I would like for them to make a move. It's something that I've been discussing before the season even started because of the depth that you have in the rotation, because you have these young arms ready to step up and become starters. I would entertain trading a starting pitcher at the trade deadline to go out and get a bat. Whether it's at first base or anywhere else, the Giants need another bat in this lineup. So I would definitely entertain that thought. As great as Robbie Ray has been pitching, might not be a bad time to sell high on that value and flip that contract.
Look at you, buddy. All right, Robbie Ray. Nice work yesterday, by the way. Now you're traded.
Yeah, sorry. You lost for the first time this season. Get the hell out of here.
Impatient Giants fans coming with negative Matt Chapman tweets. Sorry, guys. I'm just not going to go there. I mean, he's never going to be a batting average guy. It's just not his thing. He's not a batting average guy. What he is an insane glove who generally will drive in runs for you. But that last night with runners at second and third, he popped out. But in general, I mean, do you care about WAR? He leads the team in WAR.
Yeah,
if you care.
Because of how great he is defensively. Yeah, he's a streaky hitter. He's going to get into his streaks. Right now, he's in a bit of a cold one.
Yeah. I think of him as more of a 5-hole guy, really. I do. I've always thought of him as, because, you can kind of boom or bust it in the 5-hole. Yeah.
That goes back to the discussion we had before the season started. Do the Giants have a 3-hole hitter on this team?
I thought it was Elliot Ramos from the jump. And remember, and then I was surprised when they said Jung-Hoo Lee. I haven't hated Jung-Hoo Lee.
No, not at all. But I think you would want more pop, more power from your 3-hitter. But then again, what the hell is a 3-hitter in today's MLB anyways?
They've been looking for a 3-hitter forever.
Exactly.
Well, 3-hitter's Vinny Pasquantino.
That's my point, though. You got to trade for somebody who you can put in the middle of this lineup and give you that power threat of a Pasquatch.
916 says, is Gerard Encarnacion?
Hey, he's right around the corner. He's eligible to be reinstated. I believe 3 or 4 days now.
I'm excited, but to be honest, we're counting on not much of a track record there. I mean, he had a brief little, he hit well in Mexico, had a brief little flare at the end of the season, and had a good spring. Listen, I'm hopeful. I'm not dogging the guy, but I am saying you're not going to be not going to walk out there and be Will Clark.
But I do think this is part of the plan, Posey's plan, to build the bridge to get to Bryce Eldridge.
Yeah.
It's Gerard, it's a little bit of Wilmer, a little bit of Lamont Wade Jr., a little bit of Casey Schmidt. They're just trying to hold down the fort until Bryce Eldridge is ready to go, hopefully sometime this summer. But the guy's still down in Richmond AA right now.
I almost wonder if they're going to leave Eldridge down there the whole year.
I'm saying...
The way Buster said to us, he goes, he's a ways away. He says he needs a lot of reps.
Yeah, but what if they are in a wild card race and you're looking for a little pop and my guy's got 15, 16, 17 bombs in the minor leagues?
Yeah, we'll see. I'll leave the door open. But we'll see. In general, I'm sort of surprised in general at the vein of negativity on the text line. for a 28-20 team, that's kind of brought you a nice little start to the season.
Yeah, but that's kind of the baseball season, right? 162 games, and every time your team loses, you want to bitch and complain about
This is all
something.
very true. Giants got a win last night. We'd be pumped today, buddy. Pumped.
Well, here, I'll give a message to everybody a little grumpy this morning.
KNBR, that's all you guys do all day long. Bitch about the game. Enjoy the game more.
Damn, Jeff Kent. The
Enjoy the
timeless
game
classic.
more.
The timeless classic. All right, Dwayne Kuiper at 7:30 on The Sports Leader.
Time for traffic on The Sports Leader.
All right, El Cerrito Honda, let's go. I know, my man, Sharif, who runs El Cerrito Honda, he's a big Giants fan. Maybe he's upset. I don't know. Sharif says, don't talk about me. It's about my staff. That's the kind of leader he is. At El Cerrito Honda, it's Memorial Day savings all month long. Great selection. The 2025 Honda CR-V Hybrid that I'm driving from El Cerrito Honda is a delight. It really, really is. And you're going to find the selection you want, whether it's the fuel-efficient hybrids or the all-new Prologue EV or the rugged 2026 Trail Sport. It's all there at El Cerrito Honda. Where is El Cerrito Honda? Guess. It's in El Cerrito, California. Right off of 80 on San Pablo Avenue, 1755 San Pablo Avenue. You can go just start looking for the car you want at elcerritohonda.com. Once again, pretty easy, elcerritohonda.com. And when you go, say I was listening to KNBR and my boy Murph said to come here. And they said, well, good, you're here. Because you're at El Cerrito Honda, more than just a car dealership. We're family.
Now back to Murph and Marcus on the Sports Leader and streaming live on KNBR.com and the KNBR app. Sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly.
With the 70th pick of the 2018 NFL Draft, the San Francisco 49ers select Fred Warner, linebacker out of BYU.
Goff back, Goff to the throw, it's intercepted by Fred Warner. 15-10, 5, touchdown. The set back, steps up, here comes Floyd, throw over the middle, intercepted by Fred Warner. Fred gets up and runs back the other way, 30, 20, one block and he's in, 10, 5, pushed out, dives for the end zone, touchdown! San Francisco!
Fred Warner gets the latest contract in the happiest place on earth, Santa Clara, California, where the 49ers are re-upping everybody. Marcus, you get a contract, and young Tony, you get a contract, and John Joe Curley, you get a contract as Fred Warner gets extended. Now, they did this for salary cap reasons, but also good faith, goodwill, and building that core. We'll talk to Matt Barrows about that at 8:50 today. And we went through these. I've gone through 3 chapters of the Niners now. So the season ended, right? January, we're like, man, that sucked.
Chapter 1.
That sucked, right? And then I announced my refreshed, refueled, and revenge tour. And then they hired Robert Saleh. I was like, all right, here we go, right? And then the bloodletting, right? Trading Deebo Samuel, which I don't know. Do Niner fans, a couple months later, how you feeling about trading Deebo Samuel? Everybody okay with that? He's out there congratulating Brock from D.C.
Yeah.
He's going to be a commander.
Still being a good teammate. Gave out a special message on social media for Brock Purdy and for Fred Warner yesterday. So Deebo still repping for his guys, for his Dizzogs Murph. Deebo Samuel, never forgotten.
Well, you know my Dizzog.
But I think most 49er fans were at the point with Deebo Samuel where they were ready to move on.
Yeah.
And even a couple months after this trade to Washington, I think most people would still feel that way. But hey, 808 KNBR is a number if you feel differently.
I agree. I hate to say it because he was such a great Niner in that moment in time for a couple of years. I would hope he's always welcome here, and like things like when we do the Dwight Clark Legacy event like we're doing tomorrow night, like he's the kind of guy who would come back.
Yeah, just make sure make sure Tabor Pepper's not at that event.
Man, I forgot about that little dust.
Yeah, and that was kind of when 49er fans started to turn their back on Deebo a little bit. But also, Deebo just wasn't productive last year. And when we're talking about a season where the 49ers were dead last in the NFL when it came to separation yards, when they had their worst season in yards after the catch under Kyle Shanahan, you have to look at a performance of a guy like Deebo Samuel, and then you throw on top of that his injury history. I think it was time to make the departure and go through the breakup.
Making the case, get this guy out of here.
Well, I think that's the same case that John Lynch, Kyle Shanahan, and the 49ers talked about when they made this trade to ship him out to Washington.
By the way, you mentioned the dust up with Tabor Pepper. Low-key, on the day Brock Purdy's news got leaked, the Niners signed a kicker named Greg Joseph, who's a veteran kicker.
Saw this.
Like, he's made some kicks in the league. Like quite frankly, like right away, I wouldn't mind seeing him out there week 1. You know what I mean?
Week 1, okay.
Well, I don't know.
I'm looking forward to. Well, they've been talking about this camp competition.
To the freaking original sin, which is drafting the guy in the 3rd round in the first place. Which I know I got to get over it. I got to turn the page, but I can't because they created this problem that we're still dealing with. We're still dealing with this problem. It's like a freaking mold in your house or something. It won't go away. So if they had never burned the 3rd round pick on this guy, he would have been way more expendable. You don't need to draft a kicker. This is my rule in life. You don't need to draft a kicker. You can find one.
Well, especially when we start talking about how important it is for the 49ers to hit on these draft classes. And last year was a great draft class, and we're hoping that this year is similar because they need help in the trenches. But let's go back to that Jake Moody draft class where you're spending 3rd rounders on Jake Moody and Cameron Latu, a backup tight end that never saw the field. Probably would have been pretty valuable to maybe invest in your offensive line with those 3rd round picks instead of going kicker and backup tight end.
I think the more they hear people like us and texters and tweeters say that, the more they dig in. Oh, yeah? Blank you.
Yeah, it's a Colton McKivitz 5-year extension.
We're doing it our way.
Yes, McKivitz part of the core.
That's going to be interesting to see this O-line this year because they literally did nothing to help it,
They
right?
lost a couple guys.
Did they pick up a guy in the 6th round, didn't they? Didn't they pick up a guy in the 6th round?
Yeah, and then they signed a couple undrafted free agents, right?
Yeah. So anyway, get back to my sort of different iterations of the Niners this year was the postseason refreshed, refueled revenge, and then they signed Saleh, and then came like we mentioned, the Debo trade. Then they release, I got the list, Javon Hargrave, Malik Collins. At the time they released Juszczyk, we were like, whoa! And Len Floyd and Demetrius. I didn't throw in Demetrius Flanagan fouls. I mean, it was a string of like, whoa, bro, do they even have a team for next year? You know?
And then we saw Dre Greenlaw go to the Broncos.
Oh, that's huge.
Hufanga goes to the Broncos.
Yeah.
Jordan Mason gets traded to the Vikings.
Great call.
Like,
Way to add
these
those,
are
yes.
great depth pieces.
Those are huge moves.
But it's a part of the plan for the 49ers to replace some of these guys. That's why you drafted an Isaac Guerrero. That's why you drafted a Mustafa and a Jair Brown.
I got to be honest about Hufanga. I don't no shade. It was a great interview, and he had a great year. I wasn't totally seeing it with him.
He did not look the same post-injury. I mean, you do have to give him credit for being an all-pro safety in his rookie or his second year, but Mustafa is a guy that's going to play a similar type of safety. I also think Jair Brown is more of an in-the-box type of safety, too. So it's weird they drafted three guys all kind of from the same kind of form, same kind of mold, but that's the mold that John Lynch is looking for.
It's kind of like John Lynch, how he played.
Exactly.
To tell you the truth.
But I would like a ball hawk safety playing free safety.
Marcus wants to hire a new host, preferably a guy who played baseball at a high level in the South Bay, was a skater, and kind of didn't really do that well in school.
Yeah, goes to a lot of UFC fights on Saturdays. That's the kind of partner I'm looking for.
A guy who likes IPAs and maybe a Raider fan.
Yeah, maybe roll up a couple ones as well.
He's looking for that kind of guy.
Exactly. Who are you looking for?
I'm looking for a nerd.
Yeah, I'm looking for a golfer.
Nerd.
Looking for another English major.
I found one in Curly.
Yeah, you got another Irish guy.
That's right. Actually, I am looking for a guy who likes a pint of Guinness.
Yeah,
I'm looking for
you
that.
got two of them behind the glass.
Young Tony, you need to talk about your 11 pints that you ordered at Shanghai Kelly's.
I know, right? Yeah. Shanghai Kelly's, I was there on Saturday. We walked in with like 11 people, and we all ordered Guinness.
I got to just pause right there and just praise that group. Because, I mean, that's 11 solid orders. Not a single person goes, give me a gin and tonic. You know what I mean? Like, no, do you have a White Claw? No, bro, you guys said, give me 11 freaking
Topo Chico.
As you know, Tone, pint of plain.
Pint of plain.
Yeah.
And your guy Sub did an incredible job.
Listen, this guy's 30-plus years. This guy's been one of the most important men in San Francisco. 30-plus. I met Sub in 92. Wow. Bro, it's 2025.
Damn.
He came over on the little, I don't even know if he came over legally, quite frankly. Let's be honest.
Oh, careful.
I know. Watch out. ICE might be coming. And, dude, that guy has been making people happy for 3+ decades. Sub and I took a trip to New Orleans once.
Wow.
Some shenanigans ensued, by the way. Yes.
I can only imagine.
The stories will remain in New Orleans.
Oh, I got to hear them. I got to hear them.
Anyway, the point is 11 pints of Guinness.
Incredible. I took a picture with Sub in the background. I was like, dude, hang this picture in the Louvre.
Yeah,
this is incredible.
Yeah, it was a good pint, wasn't it?
It was incredible, dude. Yeah.
So anyway, Bill and Tracy's checking in about the 49ers. Bill, good morning. How are you?
What's up, Bill?
Hey, good morning, fellas. I'm pretty good, man. Pretty good.
What's up, man? What you got, Niner thought?
Yeah, I think you guys were speaking about Debo Samuels and Fred Warner deal. First of all, let's talk about Debo. I definitely was for it, and I'm good with it right now with the trade. I felt like, we was excited about Debo. He was something different in the league, and something we never had before. And it was working out, handing him the ball and everything. And then I think we got kind of frustrated with Kyle and saying, hey, man, stop running him through the middle because of the injuries started happening. And he started getting those injuries like running backs get. And so we're like, hey, man, back up off of him. Let's get him as a receiver. Let's use him with his receiver skills. And I think we all waited for that and just never developed. And I think a lot of us got frustrated. I can only speak for myself. I got frustrated with it, and he couldn't get separation, couldn't beat those one-on-one matchups, and then I got kind of frustrated.
Hey,
but
Bill,
I wish him the best.
You know what you put me in mind of? Remember when he said, I'm not getting the damn ball, and then the Ram game?
And then he gets the ball, and he drops the pass. And that was like
they could have won that game.
Dude, and also we looked up the numbers, and he touched the ball more than anybody else on the team, named Jordan
I hate
Mason.
to do this to Debo, but I agree with everything you're saying, Bill. I do, about the running
that was
and
like
the
camel
separation.
That was a straw that broke the camel's back.
Yeah, I agree with you, man. So it's no shade. He was a great Niner at the time, but maybe it's just it was time maybe just time for both parties to get a new change of scenery.
Definitely agree.
Yeah.
And with Fred Warner, man, he can get whatever he needs, man. That guy will go out there and play with one eye, one leg. Those type of guys we like here. The faithful love guys like that. That's what we used to. And that guy is the backbone. He's the heart. We all know it. So he deserves everything he gets.
He's been unbelievable. In fact, listen to this stat I got for you, Bill. He's a 4-time first-team All-Pro guy, right? So All-Pro, not Pro Bowl. Pro Bowl's like anybody. They put young Tony in the Pro Bowl, man. So first-team All-Pro is what really matters. Dude, he has made it 4 times. The only Niners who've ever done that. Jerry freaking Rice, okay? Tony, your guy, Leo Nomalini. Your guy, remember he was
Hey, that's my guy, dude. Hell yeah.
Ronald Lott, okay, one of the greatest of all time. And then 2 other guys, Pat Willis, who's in the Hall of Fame, and you know who else did it? Bill and Marcus and young Tony? Navarro Bowman. Wow. And he's the only one in that group that's not in Canton, Ohio. So anyway, the point is Warner's in that group, Bill. So yeah, that's the company he's keeping.
He's definitely getting his jersey hung up for sure.
Yeah, good call, man. All right, Bill, take care, man. Thanks for the call.
Yeah, and Bill points out something that we haven't addressed so far. He's getting this contract extension after playing the majority of the season last year on a fractured ankle.
Yeah.
Like, remember he broke his ankle or fractured his ankle in that game, what was it, week 4 against the New England Patriots, and then continued to play every single game after that. Even in a lost season where the 49ers were the last place team in the NFC West, Fred Warner was suiting up and going out there every game.
Well, he's going to be at the Dwight Clark event tomorrow night. If you guys want, there's 35 tickets left at DwightClarkAward.com, and he's going to be on the panel with Garrison Hurst and Charles Haley, and Demo Lenore is going to be there getting an award, and there's a special surprise 49er too. So it's a good night to talk Niners. So Hammer Theater in San Jose for your South Bay crowd. Talking to you.
The Lee Hammer Theater.
Call me after the show. Call me after the theater. What he used to say all the time, Tony. Can you call me after the show? You're like, dude, what? What do you want? Hey, I just want to go over some things.
Yeah, by the way,
like,
Lee,
bro, dude,
you were in the building.
Yeah.
You didn't have to make a phone call.
He had a certain way of writing, too. He'd leave you a note on your desk. Call me after the show. Wow. You're like, oh, dude, I don't want to call you. I don't want to call you. Anyway, so you go to the Hammer Theater and you walk out and the usher says, yeah, call us after you get on 280. But so, the point is that he will be there tomorrow night, DwightClarkAward.com. And there's an epic online auction you guys should go check out that includes some epic Warriors and Giants and Clemson experiences at DwightClarkAward.com. Dwayne Kuiper talking Giants baseball next on The Sports Leader.
There's no question we've got the best in the booth. That's why we all mimic his call. Time for Murph and Marcus to catch up with Kite on KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM.
All right, the Murph and Marcus show is sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly. All right, Dwayne Kuiper. Gosh darn it. 3 straight Tuesdays we've had you after a loss. I mean, the Giants are 28-20. The odds are we'll have you after a win. But we did have you after several wins earlier in the year. I think your record is still a winning record. Anyway, it's a long way of saying good morning, Kipe. How are you?
Hey, morning, Kipe.
No, everything's good. They're always involved in close games, and sometimes too close. But last night's game they just got started too late. I do think though that these matchups against left-handed pitching, it's starting to become an issue. And I don't have any idea what you can do about it. But what teams are going to start to do is they're going to start to line up before they get into town. They're going to start to line up their left-handers against them. So they need to get that resolved. And like I said, if you ask me how you do that, I have no idea.
So what are give me a theory. What's the theory? Because we just went over all the righties last night. Ramos, Flores, Chapman, Adames, Schmidt, Fitzgerald, Matos, even Huff. What's the theory?
I don't have a theory, Murph. And I think the hitting coaches are stumped as well. I think they're doing everything you can do, to try to figure this thing out. But maybe it just has got to run its course. But all the lefties that they're facing that are having success against them, they're all guys that, they're not hard throwers. Bubek yesterday hit 94, which, now is about an average fastball. But they're not facing lefties that are throwing 97, 98. So, look, you got to tip your cap to these guys, but after a while, you're kind of sick of tipping your cap. So you just have to figure something out. And, maybe getting Encarnacion back will help, and I'm sure that it will. Getting Casey Schmidt back helped last night. So I guess you go from there, but tonight they don't have to worry about it.
Yeah, Kipe, and it comes after a weekend where the Giants were actually able to beat 2 different left-handing pitchers from the A's. J.P. Sears on Fridays. Jeffrey Springs actually had a really good outing on Sunday, and they were able to battle and rally back late with a couple of clutch hits from Wilmer Flores, also Patrick Bailey and Lamont Wade Jr. But let's ask you about Wilmer Flores and his big weekend against the Oakland/Sacramento A's. What do you think of Wilmer's performance, not only on Friday night with the 3 home runs, but also the walk-off walk on Saturday?
Well, the walk-off walk was more impressive than any of the home runs he hit, just because of who he did it against. And look, hitting 3 home runs is pretty doggone impressive, don't get me wrong, but what he did in the at-bat that he had to draw the walk to force in the winning run really was an incredible at-bat. Maybe one of the most impressive bats I've ever seen where you don't put the ball in play. I mean, you foul off, I think, 3 or 4 pitches that were over 103 miles per hour. 2 at least for sure were 104. And then to take a 2-2 slider that you have to start your swing early in order to hit. And he spit on it like he knew it was coming. So great weekend for Wilmer Flores. And if you know him at all, you understand that it means a lot to his teammates to see this guy have success just because he's so good in the clubhouse. I've always said that when he decides to hang him up, this organization needs to tie him up and put him in some type of a position because he's as good a human being as you'll ever want to meet.
He's just unanimously, just people. Susan Slusher tells us a story when she was doing a story on why he's so popular. It was Jock Peterson of all people goes, "'Cause he's flow, man." That's what he said. So that was the answer.
Yeah, you know what? And he marches to his own beat. I'll give you just a little bit of a story on what Wilmer's like. The travel, look, the Giants travel on a chartered airplane, just like all teams do. And once that happened, then the dress codes changed a lot, where you're no longer on airplanes where the public is on. And there used to be strict rules. I mean, Frank Robinson at one point made everybody wear a sport coat. He was raised in the Orioles organization where you wore a sport coat or a suit and a tie wherever you went. Well, nowadays you can wear, you can be very casual. You can wear, not so much, a sweatsuit, but you can, wear a nice casual business pants and a shirt. Not Wilmer. Wilmer's got a coat on every time, and sometimes a coat and tie. And he would be the only one on the plane that looks like that. So he's like, you know what, you guys can do what you want, but I'm going to look like this. And he doesn't shame anybody by saying this is how you do it. It's just how I do it. And it's really fun to see how he acts with not just the English-speaking players, but obviously he's got so much to say and so much to help the young Latin guys, which he does on an everyday basis.
Lock him up. Let's give Flores forever giant. I love it.
Yeah, I agree.
Just a little bit just for fun on last night. One of the debatable points last night was the ground ball that man, Wilmer Flores, hit. That Massey, the second baseman for the Royals, slipped and fell. And it was a no-hitter at the time. It was ruled an error, and then it was ruled a hit. And my trusty pal Jim Young, who's an official scorer, retweeted something from a Major League Baseball official scorekeeping account, said, if a fielder slips, it's not an error. Now, Marcus, an old pitcher.
Yeah, I don't care.
There, go ahead.
I don't care what it says. It's an error.
Okay, there you go.
I mean, what you're doing is you're punishing the pitcher for a slip. I mean, I've seen outfielders slip and then miss a ball, and it's an error. So I get it. You got to have rules. You got to have ways to explain why this is a hit or an error. But I'm looking at that ground ball after it was hit, and that's an error. And I thought, I thought it was ruled correctly at first. And, Michael Duca's got a tough job. He was official scorer, and I get it. But in my mind, after playing that position for as long as I did, I thought it was an error.
Okay. I wanted to take. You got it. So let's change the rule then. Slipping counts as an error.
Well, I didn't even know they had rules for official scores.
Well, you got to have something.
Yeah, how about a baseball brain? You can have that.
All right. We'll move on to the next one. And that is the second and third. And, man, I thought they had a great chance there. And Fitz squared to bunt. I think the ball was in the dirt. I would have loved to have kept him bunting. I'm wondering at that point in time, just help out a dummy because I don't have the baseball brain. Is Fitz? Is it up to Fitz at that point to make a call, or is that Melvin and Matt Williams? And because he then didn't bunt, and then unfortunately lined into a double play where Adames couldn't do anything about it. What do you think? Like, is the bunt on or off? Is that Melvin? Is that Williams? Is that Fitz?
Well, I'm not sure if Fitz did it on his own or not, but he's a really good bunter, and I don't know if you watch the broadcast, we said ahead of time, you know what, he's got a good chance of trying to lay down a bunt here, and then he did.
And I liked it.
But, when you have the contact play on at third, there isn't a whole lot the base runner can do because he's supposed to go on contact. Well, now the ball is hit, you're taking a step or two down the line, it's impossible to get back.
Oh, yeah.
So that really wasn't on Adames.
Not at all.
What you hope is, you get a sacrifice fly or maybe try a bunt again. But the fact that, look, we always preach, let's make some contact because you never know, contact is good.
Yeah, right.
Well, here's a case where contact wasn't good. I really wish you would have swung and missed, to be quite honest with you.
That's true.
But, both guys did their job. It just, it's one of those things. If you remember earlier in the game, Robbie Ray gave up a line drive that Willie Adames went to his right to backhand it, caught it, and that was a double play. So the double plays ended up evening out, and that's why headed into the eighth inning, it was 0-0, or seventh, I'm not sure what it was.
Kipe, last night we saw Jordan Hicks come out of the bullpen for the first time this season, and this comes after the news that it was announced that Hayden Birdsong will be starting tonight's game against the Royals. What are your thoughts on the switch in the starting rotation?
Well, I mean, look, Birdsong's earned the right just because of what he did in spring training. I mean, he and Lennon Roop were neck and neck as to who was going to take that fifth spot. And then Birdsong had great success. I mean, he had one tough outing, but other than that, he was really good, and he learned a lot, being down in that bullpen. So, I mean, he was the logical choice. I mean, the Giants could have very well, slotted Harrison in there, but they do need that extra left-hander in the bullpen. So, good for Birdsong. Hicks has got a chance now to figure some stuff out. And I know he wants to start, but, at some point, if that's just not working, then, you make a move. Give one of these young guys that have earned a shot, give them a shot at some starts. And I'm looking forward to Birdsong's start tonight. According to Mike, and I trust Mike's judgment a lot when it comes to pitching, he thinks Birdsong's going to be very, very good for a very long time.
I remember talking to Brian Price about him last year. He was saying the same thing. He said he was so raw and so young last year that, he's 23. I mean, his future's so bright. Hey, just another one before I let you go. Just seeing the Royals. I know they play them every year now, but you still get cast back to 2014, especially when you see Salvador Perez. Marcus was saying he thinks he's a Hall of Famer, and pretty good argument. I mean, 5 Gold Gloves, 5 Silver Sluggers, World Series MVP.
He's a Hall of Famer. There's no doubt about it.
Salvi Perez. So then,
he's a Hall of Famer in my book just for hitting a pop-up.
There were so many pop-ups last night, too. I was like, somebody said it was Salvi's revenge last night. The Giants kept popping out. But the guy who jumped out at me was the guy who, Bobby Witt. I mean, what are we going to say about this guy? He's electric, right? He's guy freaking, if it wasn't for Aaron Judge, he'd be MVP. But Pasquantino, the name, Vinny Pasquantino, the nickname Pasquatch. And Kipe, that home run he hit off of Rogers, who doesn't give up home runs, off the outer half of the plate, he yanked that thing into the arcade. That was like I was like, somebody says like a left-handed Mike Morse out there.
Well, I mean, if you're 6'4" and you're strong like he is, that's what you're supposed to do. I mean, if you're in the lineup and you're the big dog, and I haven't seen Pasquantino a whole lot. I mean, look, we don't see Kansas City that much, but I mean, this guy's dangerous.
Yeah.
And he is their big dog in that lineup, but you know what? I trust Tyler Rogers in any situation. I really do.
I mean, they had how many? 14 straight scoreless innings until that.
Yeah, and he's only given up, I think, one other home run this year. So anytime he doesn't have a real clean 1-2-3 inning, I mean, I'm a little bit surprised. And usually the hits off of him are little doinks or ground balls that, find a hole, but not this one.
Oh, God.
This one was earned, very much so. And it just happened to come at a really bad time.
Pasquatch is a great nickname. I mean, it might be unfair for me to say this, but that's kind of like what I think Bryce Eldridge would be one day.
Yeah, I mean, Eldridge is going to fill out a little bit more. And although I don't think he's going to look like Pasquantino as far as his build, I mean, Eldridge is always going to be wiry, strong like Dave Kingman. And, and he's starting to swing the bat a little bit too. So he's got some work to do. He's striking out a lot, but, just be patient with this kid and follow him along at Richmond. And, eventually he'll be at AAA. And then, at someday, Giants fans are really going to get a chance to watch this kid at first.
Still a baby. The other one on Pasquantino before I let you go is he actually made one of the more underrated plays of the night. He made a diving stop of a Casey Schmidt shot that could have scored a run, and it made me.
I think it was Matos, and you're right.
Oh, Matos
did save a run.
My bad. Point being though,
and, Matos didn't hit it that hard, but he hit it in a perfect spot.
Yeah.
And it really did allow Pasquantino to get over there and really make a nice play. You're right, it did save a run.
But I was hoping it was Casey Schmidt because I wanted to ask you about his return. And he went 1 for 2 with a walk last night.
He looks great. I mean, even the out he made, hit a ball all the way to the wall in center field. You know what? He's another young guy that we've seen him now for a couple of years, in and out of the lineup. He's terrifically talented at third, but he's not going to play third, not in this organization. So you got to move him around and get his at-bats, and he's going to get them now at first. And also good luck to David Villa. I mean, I feel bad for the kid. He's had all these opportunities, and just at this level, it hasn't worked out for him. So hopefully he'll land somewhere where he's going to get a shot to get a lot of at-bats, even if it's in another country.
Yeah, well, I'm looking forward to Schmidt. I really am. 26 years old, and he's just getting more and more comfortable every at-bat. So, all right, Kai, great sweep of the A's. Tough left-handed Bubich. Kid from Cupertino, too. How's he doing that to his hometown team? Come on. So Hayden.
The kid's a Giants fan, and I hate it when these young guys come in here that were Giants fans, and then they beat the Giants, and they act like they really like it when they do it. And that really bothers me.
I know. So hopefully Mike Lorenzen has no effect on the Giants because he's pitching tonight for the Royals. So, all right.
Well, he's a right-hander, and Birdsong's, he's going to be out there winging it. And then tomorrow it's Webb. So, you get a shot still to take the series.
I am. That's what I'm calling for. The next two, Birdsong and Webb. Have a good one, Dwayne.
You're going tomorrow, right?
Well, we can't because we're doing, what are we doing tomorrow? We have something going on tomorrow.
Field trip?
No, it's, I had every intention of, because of the Dwight Clark Legacy event. I'm doing the Dwight Clark event. I got to go down to San Jose. Well, I get to. It's a big event down there, Kai.
Well, that is a very, very important event because you know how we all feel about Dwight Clark. So
he's the best. Honestly, and I'm glad that they're, we do continue to do this event. It's awesome. In fact, one of the auction items is to come see you guys. I don't even know if you know that. Sometimes Kat doesn't even know.
I think we do know that, and you know what? That's actually a good thing. The other thing I wanted to ask you is, so the Bay Area Hall of Fame dinner.
I know, with the same night as you guys. That's terrible timing. Terrible timing.
Did you keep the thing moving like you usually do?
Kipe, I'm going to give you a guess. What time did I send everybody home?
9:30.
9:30 on the dot.
Ding, ding, ding.
Did you have a spy?
No, but I mean, I've sat through those things where we're 9:30 and we still had 3 more people to induct.
There you go. You just said it.
And the format, at least the format I saw when we were there for Buster going in, it's a good format. I mean, and I hope that's what you used again.
Yeah, we did. Hey, it's your guy Mario getting it done. And Marcus was there, and young Tony was there.
And Kipe, just like in baseball, they had to implement the pitch clock. For this event, they had to implement the riff clock for Murph. We kept it moving.
That's it. I did.
We kept it moving. And by the way, our event, the Sketch Fest, was at the same time. So I'm saying that of the two, whoever had the best attendance was the one that won.
What about laughs? Did you and Mike get more laughs than the sad host of the Bischoff? I think you did.
I mean, if you look at our crowd, I mean, we had 1,400 Giants fans. Are you kidding me?
I know. I had 3, whatever Mario. Well, you got to take it up with Mario. We got to, you outsold Mario maybe. What was really cool was Raleigh Fingers was there to induct Joe Rudy. I never met Raleigh Fingers. It was exciting.
Yeah, Raleigh's a good guy. And also, when I just kind of broke in when Joe Rudy was on his heyday. And I remember when the A's came into town, Frank Robinson had a meeting about how to go over their hitters. And I remember him specifically saying to his pitchers, if you let that guy beat us, then you got a problem with me. Because he was really, for a good period of time, he was just really an RBI machine. I mean, when he got hits, there was usually somebody on base. And he was really, really a terrific player.
Just a good guy, big meat hook hands. We had the highlight of the catch in Cincinnati in Game 2 and then the home run in Game 5 to beat the Dodgers in 74. And he was just a good dude. So it was a great night.
He was a good guy.
And we missed you, and hopefully we'll see you next year out there. So good chat. Kipe, have a great call tonight. Can't wait to hear it. And we'll do it again next week.
All right. See you, gentlemen.
The great Dwayne Kuiper. All right, big hit. New details on Brock Purdy's negotiations. The big hit. Niners, happiest place on earth. Next on the Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Good morning. We have a new contest this week. We are giving away 2 single-day tickets and a $100 food voucher for the San Jose Greek Festival starting on May 30th. We want you to stay tuned through the 9 a.m. hour for your chance to win these tickets and that $100 food voucher. That sounds pretty good. When you hear the cue to call, the number to dial is 415-896-KNBR. And if you're caller number 10, that means you win. It is all brought to you by the San Jose Greek Festival. Opa! And you can find official rules on KNBR.com.
Big Hit.
Sponsored by Benjamin Moore Paints. Experience the Benjamin Moore retail difference at their independently owned authorized retailers today or at benjaminmoore.com.
On KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM. The sports leader. Murph and Marcus is sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly.
We've got some breaking news out of the NFL where the 49ers have agreed to a 3-year, $63 million extension with linebacker Fred Warner. That's the latest from our NFL insider, Jonathan Jones. His new deal makes him the highest paid off-ball linebacker in the NFL. Warner has been first-team All-Pro in each of his past 3 seasons and has the second most tackles in franchise history. He's also led the Niners in tackles in each of his 7 seasons with the team. Fred Warner is the third big extension for the Niners that they have gotten done this offseason. If you remember, they also got a deal done with Brock Purdy and George Kittle.
There it is, the big hit. 49ers, man. The day after Brock Purdy gets his deal, Fred Warner gets his. We react to it all as they sort of create this happiest place on earth vibe of George Kittle extended, Brock Purdy gets his deal, and now Fred Warner becomes the highest paid linebacker in the NFL, completely changing sort of the narrative and the air that we had in March when, gosh, they said goodbye to everybody, including Dre Greenlaw and Javon Hargrave and all those studs that they lost in March. But they're back now with all these guys. Christian McCaffrey's at camp. Brock Purdy's at camp. But it's something to debate as the news settles in nationwide that the Brock Purdy contract got done. In fact, we have new stuff from Adam Schefter to talk about. But first and foremost, good morning, everybody. You're listening to KNBR AM and KNBR FM, San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station. You got me, Brian Murphy, on the YouTube and the Twitch and the Twitter. I guess I'm on the left side. Is that me? Left side?
Strong side.
And Marcus Boucher on the right side.
Hello.
The lighting a little tough on Marcus over there, making him look a little pale.
We got to fix this new lighting at the new studio.
Well, the new studio, which has now been delayed.
Yeah.
By the way, shocker, right? Shocker. As I told Cleo, because we have the overnight guy in the building, one of the best guys you ever want to meet, just rock solid human being. And Cleo was getting sentimental with us on Monday. I said, hey, Cleo, I'll believe it when I see it. Then we got an email yesterday. Yeah, the move has been delayed. I'm like, yeah, shocker.
Yeah, that's the same feeling I have about these studio cameras. Like, yeah, Waterboy, we're working to improve those 4K cameras. I said 4K. I look like Edward from the Twilight series.
More like 0.04K.
Casper the Friendly Ghost.
And then young Tony in the rectangle up there. You can see him at a Danville barbershop if you're taking candids. You can take him there or ordering pints at Shanghai Kelly's.
11 of them.
All right, guys. Adam Schefter went on ESPN Radio this morning, their morning show, Unsportsmanlike, and he revealed that the Brock Purdy negotiations started with a number different than the one they ended at. This is Adam Schefter, who usually gets some of the nitty-gritty here.
You know, listen, I think there's a lot of ways to come to this number, and a lot of ways that they did come to this number. There were multiple meetings between the two sides, and I think Brock Purdy's initial asking price was north of $60 million. And he was not going to get $60 million. He was not going to become the highest paid quarterback in football. It didn't fit into the 49ers salary structure. And I think also there was the idea that, you know, at one point in time, like, oh, well, maybe the 49ers would have listened for Brock Purdy trade offers. There were no trade offers that came in. There were no teams that really expressed interest. And Brock Purdy's perfect for them, and he's perfect for them. Like, they're perfect for him. He's perfect for them. It just works. It's the way it should be.
Okay. Just wondering a little bit on, the fact that does it make you, there's like not a single team called about Brock Purdy?
Well, that's a bit intriguing.
Yeah.
Now, did the 49ers ever make Brock Purdy available?
Yeah, did they let it be known? I don't know.
Put him on the trade block?
But Schefter included that as unusual.
Yeah.
Does that mean the 49ers truly did negotiate against themselves? Because if that was the case, if they told Brock, hey, listen, play this out and then see what you take your chances on the open market, was there no open market for him?
Yeah,
I would have thought there would have been.
If Brock Purdy was on the open market, we saw Sam Darnold and Geno Smith get $40+ million per year. So I still think there would be a market for Brock Purdy and his services for what he's shown in the NFL. It does seem like there's a narrative out there that he's only successful because of the Kyle Shanahan system. We've been talking about this for years now. I've said it a million times on 50,000 watts. He's the best quarterback that Kyle Shanahan has had in that system in San Francisco, and that's why they paid him, because they have a quarterback.
Yeah, I go back to what I was saying yesterday, which is entirely about like Bay Area housing markets. Like, you need a quarterback. And so if you are going to be a hardo who says, hey, man, bad contract, bad deal, wrong guy, my big question is, well, what's your answer? Because you've now invested 2.5 years in this guy who has done a lot for you. Yes, they went 6-11 last year. There was a lot of reasons why, and defense had a lot to do with it. Again, are wins a quarterback stat? Because are you going to give him credit for going to the Super Bowl when their defense was outstanding?
No, people don't give him credit for that. Same people who didn't give Jimmy Garoppolo any credit. I know we're talking about two different quarterbacks here, but it's funny. Like when it fits your argument, yes, wins are a quarterback stat, but when it doesn't, then it's not a quarterback stat.
The eye test on Purdy alone, you see him do things. Like I go back to the Green Bay and Detroit games where they came the NFC playoffs last year, 2 years ago, when he led those comebacks and really used his legs better than he ever has before. And he's still just so young and so growing. And as Schefter said there, he fits them, they fit him. There is a symbiote. And it's like they have their guy. He knows their playbook. He's in their locker room and all that. Does that mean they should pay him $53 million? Well, that's now you're getting to the point of it's what the quarterbacks cost these days. And by that, you mean, well, you could play the other side of that coin and say, well, no, it doesn't. Just let him walk and we'll get another one for cheap. You could constantly play that game, but man, that's a risky game to play.
Yeah.
And also maybe just a total losing game. Who knows who you're going to get?
Yeah,
next?
You're rolling the dice, and then you could be in a search over the next decade looking for a franchise quarterback, and that comes from your family-friendly Raider fan that works at the station. Like, this stuff is not easy to do. Franchise quarterbacks do not grow on trees. So when you have a franchise quarterback, you pay the franchise quarterback. Murph, we've talked about this ad nauseum, but here's the thing. If the 49ers truly were negotiating against themselves, like that narrative is out there, I'd say they did a pretty damn good job negotiating against themselves, getting that number down from $65 million down to $53 million, where now Brock Purdy's in the ballpark of guys like Jared Goff and Tua Tagovailoa for where his contract ranks among the elite quarterbacks in the league.
I saw a hot take from Chris Canty on that show who said that's a lot of money to give a guy who's never won anything. And I was like, well, okay, it's a harsh way to look at it. And then I looked at his salary structure, and literally everybody on the list has never won anything. It was Joe Burrow, never won anything. Josh Allen, never won anything. Lamar Jackson, never won anything. We can go on. Jared Goff, Tua Tagovailoa, Justin Herbert, Trevor Lawrence. All of those guys have not won a Super Bowl.
Dak Prescott is making $60 million per year and has never won a single thing in his life. Now, it does seem a little bit harsh. Obviously, these guys have winning records as quarterbacks, but also, when did we start discounting NFC championships? Brock Purdy won one of those. He's won multiple playoff games, has had comeback victories in playoff games. You got to give some credit for those wins, don't you?
Yes,
it's not just nothing.
Well, 808 KNBR is a phone number. If you guys, when you hear the story that Brock asked. By the way, if Brock's guys asked for 65 and they settled at 53, are Brock's guys bad at their job? Because my God, hey agent, hey, you gonna get me 65? No, I'm gonna get you 53. Oh, okay. And really, it's not 53 because your next year you're staying on your first salary, so it's really 45. Yeah. Which, by the way, as I said in my jock blog, young man, what if I told you could make $45 million a year playing football? Sign on this dotted line right here, young man. Sign on that dotted line. Your dreams can come true. Wow. Thank you, sir. It's like Willy Wonka.
Oh,
the
man.
everlasting gobstopper.
I'll take
or whatever.
$45 million to toss around the pigskin a little bit.
Exactly.
No questions about it. And I guess that's the question for these negotiation tactics. This isn't something crazy that Brock Purdy's team did. Everybody goes into it with a high number when you're negotiating. Talk about selling a car or buying a car. When you list your car to sell it, you're going to list it at a higher asking price so that people can negotiate it down. When you're buying a car, you're going to lowball them and give them a lower offer. It's the art of the deal, as a wise man once said, Murph.
As David Letterman said when he got his big contract at CBS, they said, how much did you get? Because it was gigantic. He said, I got enough for chewing gum. That's what he said. Well, Brock has enough for chewing gum.
That's it.
All right.
A couple packs of Hubba Bubba.
Out to the Golden State Lumber and Showroom text line on the big hit, which is, of course, the Niners. And Fred Warner, which was the original big hit, but we got that sound from Schefter we wanted to play for you guys about how the Niners are just making this core, sort of developing this core of players that Matt Barrows, who will join us at 8:50, identified as 25-year-old Brock Purdy, 28-year-old Fred Warner, 27-year-old Nick Bosa, 25-year-old Demo Lenore, and 31-year-old George Kittle. In that note, and I don't know if Matt was just dashing off a tweet, because sometimes when you tweet, you don't it's not like a document. It's like a holy document. Sometimes I've tweeted things. People are like, what about this? What about that? I'm like, bro, it's a tweet. I'm just having fun. You know what I mean? We thumbed it out. We sent it. We're riffing. Because maybe he just overlooked, but he didn't put Christian McCaffrey in that list. he didn't put Brandon Ayuk in that list.
Yeah, two guys who are now 27 and 28, and two guys who also got paydays. Two guys who got their contract extensions. I know there was so much drama last year with Brandon Ayuk, even after he got paid, the pants on the ground thing, talking about needing the ball more. Then he goes out there and gets hurt. So I know some fans aren't as high on Brandon Ayuk, but let's go back to that season where Brock Purdy finished as a top 5 MVP finalist. A big reason for that was because of Brandon Ayuk and the chemistry we saw downfield from backyard Brock, playground Purdy, finding Brandon Ayuk on those scramble plays downfield. I think that's going to be a huge part of the offense once Brandon Ayuk does return to form, which I think the 49ers are expecting, unless they're looking at this like Matt Barrows and leaving him off that list of the core.
Yeah, well, we'll see. We'll ask him again. It could have just been a quick tweet there. 831 is a good fact. I kind of forgot how enraged I am that the Eagles won the Super Bowl. I need the Niners to come into the season with a vengeance and start kicking everyone asses again now with Michael Williams in there. I can see the defense being back to legit. And he writes, continues on, he says, do people not remember how much of a savior Jimmy G was compared to Nick Mullins and C.J. Beathard? Jimmy was not that good, but he was light years ahead. Do you really want to put this roster in Mac Jones's hands?
Jimmy played good enough for us to win.
Real people here, too.
Yeah, and again, I think it's almost disrespectful to compare Brock Purdy to Mac Jones. We've seen Mac Jones for a few years, and maybe Mac will be better in the Kyle Shanahan system, like most quarterbacks are. But to me, Brock Purdy can do so much more with his legs, with his mobility, with his pocket presence and reading a defense. It's a little disrespectful to say, yeah, Mac Jones could step up and be the starting quarterback.
There were, in fairness, a couple of times he frustrated me last year. There was a particular game, was it the Rams game in L.A. when he couldn't even get the field goal drive off? 30. Like I said, the easiest thing in the world, the safest bet in sports now is you give an NFL quarterback 30 seconds and the ball in his own 30, he's going to get you the game-winning field goal, and they couldn't even get the field goal attempt.
Yeah, it would have helped if Ronnie Bell didn't drop that wide-open pass. Yeah, sorry to bring that up. Yeah.
408 says, how about Dak Prescott? He's never won a playoff game. Neither has Lamar Jackson up until last year. Brock Purdy actually has a better resume than a lot of those quarterbacks. Now, in fairness, you watch Lamar Jackson and Brock Purdy play, the eye test. You want Lamar Jackson, right?
Yeah, but think about what Adam Schefter said in that report about no team calling for a Brock Purdy trade. How about the fact that no team offered Lamar Jackson a contract when he was a free agent, and he went and negotiated his own deal with the Baltimore Ravens? Like, it goes to show you that even NFL insiders and GMs can be wrong about a quarterback.
Yeah, very much so.
We've seen it a billion times. Ask Mel Kiper all about it.
Here's an anti-Purdy one from the 415. He says, you remember Brandon Bell? Yes, we do. Mm-hmm. He says, nice stats, but rarely hit a homer or did something when we needed it. Whoa, I'm going to pause right there. 18th inning, Washington, D.C.?
Pause.
Come on, baby. Anyway, he says, that's Purdy. He said, Copes came at me with some lame playoff argument, but I don't give credit when you were the reason we were losing to the Lions to begin with. All right. So that's just, that's a guy who sees a glass that's half empty.
Yeah, also, I will say in that Lions game, the 49ers defense allowed, 3 rushing touchdowns in the first half, just off the top of my head. I don't think Brock Purdy was lining up at nose tackle.
Yeah, that's correct. 925 says Dak has won a playoff game. I guess he did win one, right?
Yeah, whatever. Dak's still whack.
510 says at this point when they're extending everybody, how about Jawan Jennings, who's such a great Niner, and is in the last year of his deal?
Well, credit to the Niners for giving that contract extension a couple of years ago, getting him at a great value. But yeah, Jawan Jennings is another guy around that 27, 28 years old age, a guy that can be a part of the nucleus moving forward, and a guy who's going to step up early on this season with Brandon Ayuk still being injured.
408 said, wait, are we renewing the belt wars?
Yes,
last night in the Murphy household, I'm going to bed. My kid comes back from his long water polo practice, and I said, man, Vinny Pasquantino hit a bomb into the arcade. I said, where's my Vinny Pasquantino? And my kid goes, it was Brandon Belt, bro. And I said, was it? He goes, yeah. He goes, the guy deserves more love, bro. I was like, okay. And I was like, I'm going to bring that to the air tomorrow. Here we are. Here's 408, Brandon Belt, good giant.
It's 2025, and we're still engaging in the belt wars.
I was an ardent supporter. I really was for a long, long time. And 29 bombs in 2021 was pretty good.
Yeah, he should have never attempted to lay down that bunt. You've hit 29 bombs this year, bro. Don't be laying down bunts.
As Gabe Kapler was caught on camera, remember that? When Gabe was managing the Phillies and Belt squared to bunt, and Gabe Kapler was caught mouthing that you hit third for the effing San Francisco Giants. Why are you effing bunting? Yeah.
Why are you squaring the bunt right now?
That's an uninformed take.
There it is.
That's an uninformed bunt.
All right, guys. We'll continue the big hit on the other side, get into the Fred Warner contract and into this core of Niners. And has this last little flurry of news changed your opinion about the 2025 Niners? Or has the last place schedule, which we're working on a sounder now, we say it so much. Okay. We're going to have to experiment a little bit. Well, that's too long. That's too long.
Yeah.
We just need a quick one. Just a quick. We need to find a sounder like, here, I'm going to date myself tragically here. Tragic, outdated cultural reference here. You Bet Your Life, Groucho Marx? There's a famous.
Oh, I know the name.
If you said a word, there was one special word, and it was a game show, and if they said the word, they dropped a duck down and swung it on a string, and you won like $100.
Oh.
So that's kind of like what we're looking for here.
What's the word?
It changed every show. But this one, it's kind of the same idea. If we say last place schedule.
So it was more of like a visual cue or like a sound?
It was everything. It was a visual cue, sound. The audience went crazy. The person who said it, the contestant, had no idea they had just said the word, but they won like $100, whatever, $50. I don't know, it was 1955. I don't know. So if I said, hey, the Niners have a last place schedule. There it is. What else we got? Any
We're
others?
workshopping it. We're workshopping
Hey,
it.
Marcus, Niners have a last place schedule. Oh! Do we have the ball out?
Oh, I don't have that on my board.
Work on it on the other side.
Somebody
on KNBR
suggested.
104.5 680, the sports leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
We have a new contest this week. We are giving away 2 single-day tickets and a $100 food voucher for the San Jose Greek Festival starting on May 30th. And we want you to stay tuned through the 9 a.m. hour for your chance to win. When you hear the cue to call, the number to dial is 415-896-KNBR. And if you're calling number 10, you will win. This is all brought to you by the San Jose Greek Festival. Opa! You can find official rules on KNBR.com.
He's here for us every day to solve our problems. Our good friend Steve Moskowitz, my tax attorney. And Steve, good morning. You want to talk to people about, what about if they didn't get their ERC check, Steve?
They should call us. More and more people are getting concerned because people have been waiting and waiting and waiting. And now President Trump has promised to cut $2 trillion with a T off the federal budget. Will he take his pen and do away with ERC? Who knows? But why in the world would you want to take that chance? And whatever amount of money you're waiting for in ERC, you're actually entitled to a lot more than that because they pay you interest. And waiting so long, clients are getting a big chunk of interest. There's 3 different ways to hurry them up, and that's what we want to do for you. Right now, while the law is still good, but that's so vital. We put this to the top of our work schedule because time is so of the essence. And the bottom line is, you have anything to do with ERC, if your claim has been denied, the IRS is being sued right now because the allegation is they're denying a lot of claims. They don't even know if you qualify or being audited. That's the big 3 in ERC. You're waiting for the check, claim denied, or being audited. Call us for your free consultation and say, hey, Steve, I want my ERC money.
There he is. That's tax attorney Steve Moskowitz. He's my tax attorney. He should be your tax attorney. Give him a call at 888-TAX-DEAL, 888-TAX-DEAL, or go online to moskowitzllp.com.
And now it's time for the Protect Your Assets Business and Technology Report with me, David Hollander.
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the KNBR app. Murph and Marcus continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. 1-800-GAMBLER.
4 or 5 Super Bowls. 4 or 5 Super Bowls. Man, that's honestly the only thing I'm chasing at this point, right? When I wake up in the morning, it's no longer of like, all right, I'm trying to just be the best in the game, right? I want to be the best of all time. And what does that require? Not only playing at the highest level, but having the championships, right? That's the ultimate team award is a Super Bowl ring. And so what do you have to do? You got to go outside yourself. You got to get uncomfortable now. Where you going, you're getting after your teammates like, hey man, come train with me. Come train in the Bay. Like, let's get after it. Let's get to it. So we're making sure that we're training together and we're doing things the right way to when ultimately the season comes, boom, now we even that more locked in, the chemistry there, the camaraderie. We got to build that up to start getting these rings going.
That's Fred Warner, the newly minted highest paid linebacker in the NFL. He was on a podcast with Chad Ochocinco, and he was talking about 4 or 5 Super Bowls. Heck, I'd settle for 1, quite frankly, but that's, the Fred Warner he is. I broke out this stat earlier today when Bill from Tracy called in, but his 4 first-team All-Pro. First-team All-Pro now. Again, people confuse this sometimes. The Pro Bowl versus All-Pro. Pro Bowl, like I said, young Tony makes the Pro Bowl.
So John Joe Curley was starting at guard in the Pro Bowl last year.
He was named an alternate.
Yeah.
He was named an alternate.
Him and Joe Alt, his doppelganger.
These are the only players for the Niners who've ever made 4 first-team All-Pro. Jerry freaking Rice, Ronnie freaking Lott, okay? Not Joe Montana. Never made 4 first-team All-Pros. Patrick freaking Willis. That's right. Everybody who made it gets a freaking. All those guys in Canton. Oh, wait. Our buddy from Stanford Golf Course, Leo freaking Nomalini.
Leo the Lion.
There you go. You know what?
Round of applause for young Tony.
There you go, kid. There you go.
That's my guy, dude. Come on
And
Becky and Jeff, neighbors.
By the way, Becky hit me on social recently on one of my comments. She's like, hit something about that. She had a thought about the Giants or the Niners, and then she was like, still enjoyed playing golf with you. She's like, even though Tony tripled 18.
Was Becky
she's like,
better on the back nine than young Tony?
She might have been.
Yeah.
That's why they don't call him back nine Tony.
No, exactly.
No. The other guy who made it, Navarro Bowman, who's not in the Hall of Fame. Everybody else is in the Hall of Fame, and we assume Fred Warner might get there one day. So
I would say that, yes, Fred Warner is on that path to the Hall of Fame.
Right. But again, so that's the list he's on. Now, imagine him playing, young Tony, imagine him playing a last place schedule. Imagine him playing a last place. Okay. So a listener wrote in and says, I would counter your argument, Murphy, if he thinks the long foghorn works. We're trying to find, we say last place schedule so frequently. I said we need a new sounder to indicate it. So do you have any nominations over there?
Oh, so a couple people said we can bring back the Greg Cosell laugh.
So man, imagine Fred Warner playing a last place schedule. Okay, all right. Consider it.
Not bad.
You have any more over there, Tony? Tony, can you imagine Brock Purdy with his new contract playing a last place schedule?
It's like being a Niner, man.
I like that, but that's a little distracting. I need something that can quietly sneak in the background like a subliminal message.
Okay, a subliminal thing like Tim Ryan. Did you ever get the one? No, you never found that one. All right.
Well, I can give you the reaction when Tim Ryan saw the last place schedule.
Okay. Again, maybe he's a little angry there, though. A little bummed out because isn't that something bad that happens? Still good. If we can find a ball out. Anything else? Any other nomination right now? Is that
I
where
got
we're
the
at?
ding. I'm talking to Walt about where that good ball out is.
Okay, so I just said that young Tony's looking forward to picking his game that he doesn't have to go all 4 quarters with me when the Niners play a last play schedule. There you go. So right now, what's your leading candidate?
I kind of like the Tim Ryan Foghorn.
Yeah, I think you might be right.
Ridiculous it
Look,
is.
Captain Kush is coming on strong. Let's try that one again. Man, oh man, Kyle Shanahan, rough year last year, but they have a last play schedule.
It's like being a Niner, man.
It's a great drop.
That's my crazy golf captain. So anyway, we'll let the people speak. We'll let the people speak. And if we ever find the ball out, that would be pretty darn fun. 209 says Tim Ryan Foghorn. They're all coming in here with the void. Somebody says 650 says Charvarius Ward groin looks good. Do you remember that?
Oh, no, but I do have a Jimmy Ward.
Pretty good. That one pretty good.
831 says, how about a be positive, bro?
Oh, we can give you a positive for the positive schedule of the 49ers.
Be positive, bro. Somebody 707 going very 90s is saying, can you go with a Mike Myers Wayne's World showing? That's definitely, I did not expect that at all here. 209 says, what about Jerry Jones' gloves sound drop? What's that?
I have no idea, and I'm too afraid to ask.
707 says, Jim Mora rant on playoffs?
Playoffs?
707 says, what about with the time somebody farted?
Oh.
What's that?
We're going Tom Sula?
209 says, how about Dante Whitner's All I See? Or winnable games. 510 says, how about a laugh from Brock Purdy?
We don't have a Brock Purdy, Chuck.
We had who was our laugh recently that we had that was really, really good? Remember? It was Christian Koss.
Christian Koss.
Yeah, that one won't work.
Yeah, that one was good too.
So 650 says, how about a feels great, baby?
I feel like we're past that era.
Okay. All right. Well, that's where we're at, guys. It's not too far. Is that Brock?
No,
that's the Koss
that's
laugh.
Oh, okay.
That's Koss's boss.
209 says from the show Landman, where he says, don't make me get my gloves about the checking for the prostate.
Great knowledge.
Yes, that's deep.
Great knowledge with Jerry Jones on his deathbed.
408 says, how about let's pump that back a little bit?
Oh, you want a Derek Carr for the schedule release?
Pump that back a little bit.
How about 415 Christian Koss? You can run with that.
Okay.
About Tat Duffy? There you go. Another 209er says Greg Cosell laughed. 650 says Singletary, I want winners. No, I might go Foghorn.
Yeah, you can run with that. That's a good one.
That's not bad, actually. Hey, Tony, the Niners have a last place schedule.
Yeah, you can run with that. That's a good one.
All right. And then the other one, we'll wrap it up here. 707 says, how about Upton Stout?
Let's do it, Coach.
So, Tony, maybe just the
it.
first few notes here. Man, oh man, because listen, amidst all the travails and trials of last year and trading Deebo Samuel, at least they have a last place schedule.
Do it. Do it. Let's do it.
Okay.
Let's do it.
Okay. All right, guys.
Yeah, but then we have to play the full song.
By the way, that's an entire segment of radio we just did. I would not call that a blown segment.
No, not
I would
at
call
all.
that a quality segment.
But I did not see this in John Joe Curley's rundown.
No, well,
we're off script.
John Joe Curley's rundown is a, should we just say, a light suggestion.
Yeah, I'd say it's more lightly read than Murph's Jock Blog.
Oh, this is all true, sad to say. You know, I have an 11 a.m. Breakfast meeting today, or brunch or lunch meeting today. I was thinking, could I squeeze out a morning Jock Blog?
Ooh.
Yeah.
You might
That
be
didn't
able to
sound
get it
right,
in.
by the way.
Yeah, squeeze it out,
That didn't
Murph.
sound right at all. All right, cooler of content on the other side on the Sports Leader.
I like them in all shapes and sizes, and this one was thick and juicy.
right, everyone. Chill. This is the cooler
He's bitten a cooler
of content.
Cornucapacious of joyful news.
We might be on to something. Yeah, baby! Murph and Marcus is sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly.
Off, hands off, awkward handoff to Gibbs. And he fumbled the ball. He got hit. He fumbled the ball. The 49ers have the ball. Bang! Eric Armstead recovers the fumble.
There it is, a little preview of the cooler content. He found it. We're trying to find the sounder that should accompany every time we say the Niners have a last place schedule. Because this
He fumbled the ball.
Because every time we say it, I said to Marcus and young Tony, I said, we say it so much. There's got to be a sounder if I say that the Niners have a last place schedule. Yes, the foghorn was, I don't know, I'm torn. We got a lot of good candidates.
This is tough.
I mean, what do you think? Do you have a leading candidate right now?
I like the foghorn because we can kind of play in the background and keep on talking. It feels like if we hit it with Ball Out or Coach Captain Cush, we might have to pull the brakes and stop the whole show to talk about it.
Yeah. Well, anyway, keep it on. Keep them all close. And Tony, you got to be on your toes in case we ever drop the fact that the Niners have a last place schedule. You know? Okay. Well, there it is. And we can continue to talk. Yeah,
a lot of people checking in on the Golden State Lumber and Showroom text line. They really enjoyed the Gabe Kapler tag out.
So really, is that what you imagine?
No, he likes various schedules. He likes road games. He likes home games. He likes night games. He likes day games. Oh, no. I thought he liked them in all shapes and sizes. He likes
I
road.
like them in all shapes and sizes.
Home games, road games, night games, day games,
schedule, Murph.
Monday games, Thursday
This
games,
schedule is
Saturday games,
thick and juicy.
Oh man, oh man!
I love that part of the
By
schedule.
the way, he was not. Yeah, he was definitely sending messages.
Yeah, the back end of that schedule looks fantastic.
Right. So, give me the spatula.
Well, all I'm saying is I'm looking down the stretch.
Oh, woo!
Hey now.
Oh man. Okay, I was going to go somewhere else. I'm not going to. Hey, cooler content sponsored by Marin Health with top physicians, surgeons, and clinicians right here in the North Bay. Marin Health puts you closer to your best health, world-class care, closer than you think. Matt Barrow's at 8:50 to talk about, I don't know, among other things, the last place schedule. Yeah. Among other. Thank you. Okay. I was hoping to expect for maybe, how about a bang? How about a E40 Bang Bang Niner gang?
Bang Bang Niner gang.
That could be one of them.
Or we can go Tomas Hartel.
Bang Bang Niner gang.
Ooh.
Haven't used that one in a
That
while.
might be the winner right there.
Or I can just give you the classic George Kittle.
It's not big. Could be the hurdle again. So what I really think is going to help the Niners this year is their last place schedule.
Bang Bang Niner gang.
It's not bad. Not bad.
Go Sharks.
All right, to get us ready for the NBA playoffs, which start tonight. And
Playoffs?
3 teams that have never won a championship before. Another one that hasn't won one since '73.
It's been a while.
And it's the 1-year anniversary of the Timberwolves making the Western Conference Final when Anthony Edwards, back when he was a young 22, won his Western Conference semifinal. Won his Western Conference semifinal. I got emotional. And Charles Barkley from Inside the NBA on TNT said, man, I got to go to Minnesota. And Ant Edwards gave yet another classic here.
To watch you play. Okay, I have not been to Minnesota in probably 20 years.
Bring gas.
Hey,
Bring gas.
Can you just send me a list of good restaurants? We're going to be there for like 5 days. I want you to send me a list of some good restaurants, okay?
Yeah. I'm gonna find your number through somebody. I'm gonna send them to you.
I appreciate it, my brother. Congratulations. I'll see you Wednesday.
Appreciate it, baby.
Well, if you want his number, it's 55. No.
Can you just isolate the, because that might be a sounder for the Niners' last place.
That might be good for the schedule.
Bring gas.
There it is.
Yeah.
Because Eric Wright did say to bring a.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be hot down in Santa Clara, but still, you should.
Bring gas.
I mean, it's possible.
That's very good.
I like it. I almost forgot about this soundbite from Ant because he gives us such great soundbites all the time. But I remember we were riffing off the rails when we first got this soundbite from Anthony Edwards, and he found out about our new move down to Daly City.
Bring gas.
Yeah.
Just not for another week, Murph.
Which, by the way, may never happen.
Yeah.
Staying on the NBA. All right, you guys want rigged? You want rigged?
Yeah, bring your ass.
Shout out John Riggins. Shout out Riggins from Friday Night Lights. Is it rigged? Shaq, was he doing a podcast?
Shaq Diesel.
Decided to tell people that when he was going pro, David Stern gave him a choice. Is he riffing? Take a listen.
I don't know if you heard this story, but in 1992, I think the draft was in June or something, I meet Mr. Stern in March. And he says to me, hey, no, you are. Can't wait for you to come to the NBA. Then he pulls me to his side. You want to play where it's cold or where it's hot? He asked me that. Yeah, he did. He asked me that, and I was like, hot. And he smiled, and I smiled. And then a couple of days later, they had the draft thing and, the top 3 things. And then Minnesota was number 3. I was like, and then Charlotte was number 2. And then Orlando, Florida was number 1. I was like, I didn't think anything about it. But, you hear a lot of these conspiracy theories, and there's a lot of situations that could make these things sound good and sound true. Like, okay, Dallas gets rid of one of the best players, but we're getting a new one. Ding, 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 ding. So I don't want to use the word conspiracy theory, but it's very interesting how it all played out.
Here we go.
Here we go again.
Shoveling coal into the hearth.
We got a Shaq-spiracy.
Roaring fire of conspiracy at this point in time, dude.
But it's one thing when the fans are talking about it, but now we have Shaq talking about it. We played the clip of LeBron James on the Pat McAfee show, giving his conspiracy theories about when he was drafted by the Cavaliers.
During the lottery drop, Cleveland got the number 1 pick. I just don't think that was.
What a coincidence! Don't you think Wemby with the Spurs?
Oh my God! Let's keep LeBron home. You know what? Patrick Ewing to the Knicks. Derrick Rose to the Bulls. Right? I understand the assignment, guys. I had to make sure that. I had to do my part.
I mean, at this point in time now, I guess if you think it's not rigged, you're an idiot. At this point in time.
It's almost a conspiracy to think that it's not rigged at this point.
Yeah, now I'm like, I don't even know what to say. Yeah. My gosh.
And I told you, my guy Triple H posted the scripts last night. They wrote it all along. WWE had Jalen Brunson versus Tyrese Halliburton earlier this season.
Well, I think of 2 things. One, the movie Quiz Show, you got to see where they rigged the game show. That's a true story. They made a movie about it, and Congress had to get involved and make laws and everything because they just wanted the guy who made better TV. And they had him keep winning on the quiz show, played by a young Ralph Fiennes, not Conclave Ralph Fiennes, who's got some age on his face. And then the other one is in Rocky, when he goes the night before, he goes to the Spectrum and sees his painting, and he has the wrong color shorts, and the promoter sees him. Says, hey, Rock. And he says, you got the wrong color shorts. And the promoter goes, doesn't really matter, does it? You're going to give us a great show. It's all set up for Apollo to take care of him.
It's all part of the plan.
So there it is. Is today's Murph and Marcus show rigged?
It is. This is actually an AI version of Murph and Marcus.
Oh, boy.
The real Murph and Marcus are down in Daly City.
Well, what would the AI version choose for the last place schedule sounder?
Oh, good question.
I just said last place schedule.
Oh, you got to be quicker than that, Tony.
You do have to be quicker than that. Okay, there you go.
Or maybe every time we talk about the last place schedule, we drop in young Tony saying, lot of pressure for the 49ers this year.
In their
lot of pressure.
In their last play schedule. There we go. I think that's the lead horse right now. Draymond Green did the Draymond Green show with Baron Davis. Because you are going to get this podcast.
Oh, you know you are.
You're going to get this podcast.
And he said, everybody who hates Draymond Green, he's so cocky. He said he got beat by Julius Randle. Now, Draymond here would be like, duh. Yeah, obviously. You lost in 5. But the point is, he went out there and admitted it. Take a listen.
Julius is incredible. Another reason why I said this series is like Toronto to me. I think that was my 34th playoff series. I could be off by 1 or 2, give or take each way. The only other playoff series where I felt like I lost my matchup like that was Toronto. I felt like I lost my matchup to Pascal Siakam. Game 1, he crushed me. Game 2, I stifled him. Game 3, he was on. Game 4, I had a better game. But I felt like I lost my matchup in that series. And this series also reminds me of that series because I don't feel like I lost my matchup. I lost my matchup. Like, Julius was incredible. And honestly, some of the shots he was taking was shots that you want him to take, and he made them. Like, at the end of the day, the game oftentimes come down to shot making, and he made the shots. We've been kind of having these little battles since Drew came into the league. Obviously, this is the first one on a playoff level, but I got to give it to him, man. He got the better of me. With all respect, I'm never a guy who's going to hide from the truth. He was a tough cover. One of the tougher covers I've had in the playoff series.
How about that? I mean, I was talking to Cleo this morning in the lobby, and he was like, who you like? Because he's an OKC fan. He's from Oklahoma. And I said, it could just be recency bias, and but I'm fresh off of watching the T-Wolves run my Warriors out of the building. I said, I think I got the T-Wolves in 7, winning Game 7 at OKC. And he goes, "Oh, you like Ant Edwards?" I go, "Yeah, but I like Julius Randle maybe more." I mean, that guy's been incredible.
I mean, let's be honest. Julius Randle was the best player in that series.
Yeah, he really was.
Like, day in and day out. He was unstoppable.
I drove in this morning listening to my national shows trying to steal stuff, and they were doing a whole preview of SGA versus Ant. SGA, and I get it. They didn't mention Randall once the entire time. Wow. He's just out there. What do you need? You need 30 and 10 dimes? I'll give it to you.
Yeah, and he'll pull up and hit a three-pointer, space the floor a little bit, too. Julius Randle's an underrated
reminds
player.
me of the 80s when it was like Magic and Kareem, but James Worthy was really the guy all along. Big game James.
Well, it is funny because, of course, in the NBA, it's a superstar league, so we talk about the superstars all the time. But how about the possibility of this playing out where it could be Julius Randle against Karl Anthony Towns in the NBA Finals? Like, after the trade that happened this offseason, blockbuster trade, that's what I'm hoping for. That's the matchup I want to see.
Don't forget the Pope's guy, DDV. Yeah, it's all Villanova, too.
And it's the Nova Knicks. Yeah.
Would the Pope show up? By the way, the Pope sports thing's out of control. I sent it to the thread, but you guys didn't roll it in. When the Pope Mobile was rolling through Rome and some guy yelled, "I'm a White Sox fan." Some guy yelled that to him from the crowd. And then you saw the vice president was there giving him a Bears jersey. And then did you see it? The new Comiskey, I still call it that, cellular field, whatever they call that thing now. They have like a tile mosaic of the Pope from the section where he sat.
Wow.
Did you see that?
No, I did not see that.
Yeah, they already put up like a painting of the section where he sat in the 05 series.
Now, I did see a group of White Sox fans, the ones that are still left supporting the team, in a whole entire Pope outfit. Like, there was like 4 or 5 different Popes in a fan section sitting together like the milkmen.
Dude, the Pope has a Chicago accent. He's like, yeah. It's a nasally thing,
Yeah, it's still weird to me that a guy that's the Pope in Rome grew up on Chicago deep dish pizza.
It's incredible. And no ketchup on the Pope this year. A couple more. Did we have this where Tyrese Halliburton? So did you see the footage? Your Knicks fans, your bing bongers.
Bing bong.
Yeah, they're a little kooky.
Yeah, they are. They're insane.
A little kooky.
They're absolutely wild.
Maybe sometimes they cross the line.
Oh, absolutely. They are the habitual line steppers of NBA fans.
So there was a guy in a Pacers jersey, even though the game was between the Knicks and the Celtics.
Oh, he's kind of asking for it.
He was wearing a Pacers jersey. Turns out his name is Hans Perez, and he's a firefighter.
Hans.
Which explains, I know, right? Hans Perez. What a name, right? German, Mexican name.
Wow.
So he's walking out of the garden, and of course, a crowd just sets on him because he's wearing a Pacers jersey. Now, to this guy's credit, he never wavers. He just keeps striding, and they chuck a giant bag of garbage on him. 2 bags. So Tyrese Halliburton went on Pat McAfee and said, this guy is now his dude here.
Pat told me he found you yesterday, called me. I said, I got to get on the show and talk to him myself. I want to personally bring you and a +1 out here to come to Game 4 here in Indiana. I'll bring you guys out here, put you guys up, get you guys seats to the game. The Pacers, everybody in our organization wants to make sure you're taken care of. All the team's excited to meet you. It's all we've been talking about. Everybody's seen the video. So, man, we want to bring you out here. And, man, I'm really excited about that. So
you in, Hans? I believe that's on Tuesday. You're able to make the trip. I know scheduling, obviously, as a firefighter or something.
I gotta talk to the guys. I mean, I'm pretty sure we could work something out where I to come see that.
Hey, make sure that's first class.
Yeah, that's awesome. Sorry, sir?
Make sure that flight's first class, Hans. You know, this guy's max deal. Yeah.
I don't mind, Coach. That's okay. I'm not. But hey, thank you. I just want to say thank you, Tyrese, man. You are awesome. The team is awesome. I appreciate that. And, man, let's go Pacers, man. Let's go Pacers.
We'll see you on Tuesday, Hans. We'll see you on Tuesday, right?
Hopefully, yes. God willing, let's go. Let's go. Hopefully I can make it.
That's awesome. First of all, that guy is pure New York. That's one of the great, authentic New York accents ever. So I don't know how he got on the Pacers growing up in New York. Something got him. Maybe Reggie Miller or somebody. But he was the really awesome. He has that classic real. He's a firefighter in New York. And he repped the Pacers at the guard. They threw 2 bags of garbage at him. And he didn't waver. He did turn around briefly, and then he kept walking. And then McAfee tweeted, said, I like the cut of this guy's jib, and then Halliburton. It's a great story.
Yeah, I think it's awesome that Tyrese Halliburton is taking care of him. Again, I enjoy seeing how lunatic they are out in New York right now about their Knicks. But you should never be throwing trash at people or throwing punches or starting fights over sports fandom. You can enjoy it. You can have a party. You can have a celebration. But let's keep it cordial.
Look at Marcus.
I know, what a surprise.
The voice of reason.
That's a surprising take from me.
The voice of reason. And, of course, for the old heads out there, David Letterman. It's my second Letterman drop of the day. Because remember I said he had his contract, he had enough for chewing gum. That's what Brock Purdy has. Well, in the 80s, he did a funny thing where he was looking for the new catchphrase to sweep America's summer. And he had a bunch of kind of like us looking for the sounder on the last place schedule. He had a bunch of random people come out and say things. And he had these two nerds come out and say this. This is from like 86, 87. And this is for Hans Perez walking out of the Garden.
They pelted us with rocks and garbage.
Made no sense. Made no sense. Letterman's like, all right, our next nomination. And these two guys just stood there with
They pelted us with rocks and garbage.
You had to be a hardo PhD Letterman to kind of tuck that one around and keep it with you. But there it came back because they pelted him with rocks and garbage.
What did we use that for? Like a pop culture showdown or something?
No, I think somebody else got pelted.
Yeah.
Sometimes, you know what? If you hang around sports long enough, you see somebody get pelted. and then you have a chance to break out Letterman.
They pelted us with rocks and garbage.
Now, for you, Tony, having none clue about this, what's your reaction when you see this?
I think it's funny. I mean, I know who David Letterman is. He's an icon.
They were doing a trying. He was trying out. He goes, America needs a catchphrase this summer. I can't even remember the other nominations. That's the one that stuck with me. All right. Well, there you go. Good cooler content. Okay. Here's the deal. Matt Barrows talking about the core of the Niners and what they're doing. Next on the Sports Leader.
They pelted us with rocks and garbage.
Time for traffic on the Sports Leader. Amici's, East Coast Pizzeria, just in time for graduation season because you're going to have a graduation party and you're going to have people over and you're going to want Amici's Pizza. Maybe even the deep dish, Detroit-style pizza. Not Chicago, not for the Pope. Detroit-style. These are rectangular with beautiful, crispy, cheesy edges. And then, of course, the big, thin East Coast-style pizzas. And then the big trays of pasta and the big tray of wings. And it's all good for your graduation party. Go to the catering menu at Amici's and dial it up. It's a more economical way to feed a large crowd. It's perfect for the graduation vibe of a June, a summertime situation. They can deliver it promptly, courteously, and professionally as they always do, or you can swing by and pick it up. Start it all at Amici's.com. Check out that catering menu when you want to enjoy a perfect graduation party this season. I got 2 words for you, baby. Amici's delivers.
I just want some pizza.
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the KNBR app. Murph and Marcus continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. 1-800-GAMBLER.
All right, here we go. Matt Barrow's talking 49er football on the UMA guest line. Matt, our only question is, did you get a contract extension from the 49ers in the last 48 hours? Good morning, Matt.
Hey, morning, Matt.
I did not, although I felt like my performance in 24 justified one, really. I mean, it was me, Kittle, and Warner, basically.
Hey, based on that novel, buddy, you deserve one. Muddy the water.
I can assure you that I'm not seeing 8 figures, 7 figures, or even 2 figures from Muddy the Water yet.
Yeah, well, it's going to hit. It's going to be a big feature film or Netflix series or something like that. So
that's what we're hoping.
Yeah, well, no, it's there. I'm telling you. So anyway, dude, you wrote an interesting tweet that I wanted to ask you about. You called it the core. You said core, Purdy, Warner, Bosa, Lenore, Kittle. That was interesting. You left out Christian McCaffrey, Brandon Ayuk. Just wondering, was that just sort of a quick tweet you dashed off, and if you could go back, you would add those guys, or were you making a statement?
No, I definitely wasn't making a statement, although I did think about that. But I felt like we're talking about the players that the 49ers see on this team for the foreseeable future. So is that 2 years, 3 years? And, you know, I didn't put McCaffrey on there because you just don't know how long they see him being part of the team. There was the injury issue last year. And as far as Ayuk, there's the big contract dispute, which I think is still kind of fresh in the 49ers' minds. The fact that they were, willing to trade him this previous offseason or this current offseason. And, he's coming off an ACL. So I don't think that he's a lock for the future as far as being the core. I probably should have included McCaffrey in that. But like I said, running back, certainly in this league overall, 49ers feel like they can find good ones all the time. So I just don't know if there would be more injury hiccups that, that relationship might not be as long-lasting as some of these other ones.
Well, Matt, the first name you did include in your core 49er players is Brock Purdy. So what was your biggest takeaway from his contract extension that he signed this weekend?
Yeah, I mean, we all knew it was coming. But the biggest takeaway is probably that, the contract just seems right for who he is. It's not the target. It's right there in the meaty part of the top 10, and in a couple of years it'll be just out of the top 10, and then the teens, et cetera. I think just for the life of the contract, it's going to be perfect for who Brock Purdy is. So I mean, I feel like it's the right number, and I know that people on both sides are screaming and crying. I think that is going to happen no matter what, no matter the quarterback, unless you're Patrick Mahomes or Joe Burrow. So that's one takeaway. And the other is that, this really sort of marries him to Kyle Shanahan moving forward. I mean, Kyle Shanahan has been searching for his guy. We all thought it was going to be Kirk Cousins initially, but he's found somebody who, frankly, is better than Cousins. And so this is the union, and this is the relationship. They go hand in hand. So, you might think that if one guy were to go, the other would go as well. So that they're sort of tied together at this point.
Matt Barrows of The Athletic is the voice you hear. So in general, sort of following up on what Marcus asked you, it's just it got done. And we were going to be planning on asking you this all summer. And it got done on May 16th. And so this whole narrative of they're just making it drama-free and no bummer summer. I mean, what can you add to sort of the timing of this and the fact that Boy Scout Brock, no drama Obama, played out the way maybe the narrative expected?
No bummer summer. I love that. I think I'm going to steal that at some point this year. Yeah, I mean, I think it points to what happened last year and how messy that was and how it affected the regular season. They just wanted to avoid any whiff of that. But there's also a practical matter, is that they're going through a bit of a reset right now. And Kyle Shanahan made it very clear back at the owners' meeting about a month ago that he wanted high attendance at these spring practices. He wanted lots of competition. He's getting that. And, Brock Purdy wanted to be part of that momentum, that spring energy that Shanahan wanted to bring in. You expect George Kittle to be part of that. You expect Fred Warner to be part of that. They're the two kind of big voices in the locker room. I think Brock Purdy wants to be included in that group. He's not the big voice, big personality that the other two are, but he has that sense of responsibility. And I think he wants to earn this contract too. One thing that I think will be a really big topic this spring and summer is Purdy and Pearsall. Obviously Pearsall started to come on at the end of last year. I think he's got a chance to make a real splash early on this year. They might not have Brandon Ayuk because he's recovering from the ACL. They might not have Demarcus Robinson because there's a suspension possibility. So Pearsall's importance is really underscored for the 25 season, and especially for the beginning of the season. And so the work that Brock Purdy and Ricky Pearsall, I think they've already done some. They're both Arizona guys. They may have met there and done some work. But what they'll do this spring and then in training camp, I think will have a big bearing, certainly on the early part of the season.
Matt, there's a narrative out there that the 49ers were negotiating against themselves when it comes to the Brock Purdy contract. And in my opinion, if that's the case, they did a pretty good job negotiating down to $53 million per year, because Adam Schefter had a report this morning that Brock Purdy and his camp initially asked for $63 million per year, but he also reported that there were no trade offers for Brock Purdy this offseason. So what's your response to that narrative and the report that no other teams were interested in Brock Purdy at this point?
Yeah, I mean, that kind of goes to what I just said about the Purdy-Shanahan union. They're seen as a duo. Brock Purdy or Brock Purdy's max is probably what he can get with Kyle Shanahan calling the plays. They're perfect for each other. But yeah, I'd heard the 60 number initially too, and I think that. It ended up exactly where we thought it would. I mean, it's so funny. Last year at this time, they were having trouble with Brandon Ayuk, and everybody kept saying, just look at the Amon-Ra St. Brown contract that had already been done. That's what the 49ers should shoot for. It should look similar to that. That seemed like a good number. Well, in the end, it looked very similar to Amon-Ra St. Brown's. And then this year, everybody was saying, Jared Goff is a good comp for Brock Purdy. His contract should probably look a lot like Goff's, and it ended up looking like Goff. So my point is that they both ended up where you would think that they should be. I think they're in their proper spots.
Do you think that, that he had the Niners, did you ever think that they were going to let him play out? I mean, that was the extreme one, was just play out your final year. Was that ever on the table?
I mean, I think that the 49ers probably used that as leverage. Every time we talked to John Lynch from the end of the season until very recently, he would kind of slide in there that, he is signed for the upcoming season. Mm-hmm. So if he's saying that publicly, I'm sure that point was made in the discussions. I just think that, and I have yet to talk to the agent about it, but to what you guys just said, Brock Purdy is Boy Scout Brock. I mean, he's duty bound, and I think that he just didn't want any of the drama. He wanted to be there, and he was probably the one sort of saying, let's just get it done. I mean, what's the difference really between getting $53 million a year and $54.5 million a year? I mean, they're both absurd numbers that he probably never dreamed of making. I'm sure the longevity of his career, if he's in the right place with the right coach, will kind of make up for any kind of nickel and dime things that he could have gotten out of this contract right now.
Matt, moving on to Fred Warner, what are your thoughts on the timing and the decision to give Fred that extension right now?
Yeah, I mean, it just underscores everything from 2024. I thought that that was sort of the theme of these contracts, is that 2024, as awful as it was on the product on the field, it did reveal sort of, triple underscored who the team leaders were, who were the people that the 49ers could rely on. And one of them was George Kittle, who basically led the offense in every receiving category and still one of the best blocking tight ends in the league. And then the other was Fred Warner, who you recall came out of the chute like he was going to be Defensive Player of the Year. And then in that fourth game, broke a bone in his ankle and then played the rest of the season on that injury, and was one of the few guys that started all 17 games. I mean, everybody knew that Warner was an Iron Man, that he was a leader heading into the season, but just the way he conducted himself during a lost season, I just think underscored that, okay, if we're going to set a roadmap for what this team is going to look like for the next few years, Fred Warner absolutely has to be a part of it. And that's what they did.
Yeah, for sure. You're listening to KNBR AM and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station. I'm just going to throw more stuff out in the final few minutes we have you here, just for fun. And I brought this up to you, I think, a couple months ago. Was Mac Jones being in the building? Did that help the Niners bring it down $1 million or so?
I mean, you could argue that having Mac Jones in the building was more of a statement than having Brandon Allen in the building as the number two, which was the case the previous 2 years. So, yeah, I think so. I mean, I don't think that – I mean, if you're asking me the same question about the year remaining on Purdy's contract, I doubt that they brought up Mac Jones during the negotiation per se. But, he's on the team, and he's somebody that Kyle Shanahan really, really liked in 2021. So, that was there. And I'm sure it helped the 49ers to some degree, but I don't think it helped them as much as the year that was still left on Purdy's contract.
Yeah.
Matt, you mentioned it earlier. The last couple of summers, we've talked about the drama and the controversy about holdouts and Brandon Ayuk and Nick Bosa and whether or not Brock Purdy will get paid. So what are we supposed to talk about this summer? The kicking competition between Greg Joseph and Jake Moody? Give me the spiciest story of the summer for you, Matt.
Okay, that's number one. That's the spiciest because everybody has an opinion of the kicker competition. And my colleague Vic Tafer is going to have a story about Moody coming up that I'm sure will be well read. I mean, it's all kicker all the time now. The other big event this summer is the 49ers have rotated their practice fields. The practice fields used to be shorter than 100 yards, and they only have one end zone. And they flipped them around. So instead of going north and south, which most practice fields do, certainly ones that are outside, these go east and west, and they're going to have 100 yards and two end zones each. It's just going to be a different look, and it's going to be a different look for us, the people who are watching from the side. I just hope that we have the same sort of areas where we can watch the practices. It's sort of become sort of the last vestige of day-to-day reporting. Training camp is. You can kind of wander around anywhere and get really good looks at these practices. And I hope that doesn't change with the new configuration.
Oh, so Matt, you're saying they've switched up the feng shui after a 6-11 season?
There you go. It's a total. It's going to be a totally different atmosphere. I'm a little bit interested in. There's a reason why you go north and south, It's so that the sun isn't in, either the defense's or the offense's eyes as it's rising or setting. I would think that, midday practices, that's not going to be a big deal, but it's going to be a different look, that's for sure.
I got to tell you, that was the most inside media answer you're ever going to get. You think those guys on the street care about your freaking north-south vantage point, Matt?
That was a message to Corey Rush in the 49ers department. Hey, John Lynch, don't take away my accent.
Dude, hey,
do not take away my
what
accent.
if those 30 for 30s, what if I told you there was once a magical world where 27-year-old Brian Murphy was able to watch every second of every practice for an entire season?
I know. I mean, that's a double-edged sword, though, because you'd love to have that access, but that's a lot of work.
Yeah.
Remember the two-a-days? We would cover every second of two-a-day training camps. So there would be like a long morning session.
Yeah.
Then you come in and have lunch, and then there would be a long afternoon session. You had to write stories after that.
And we were in freaking Rockland and Stockton with a little sweat dripping off our noses.
Absolutely. Yeah.
Right. So
when I was a boy,
more media bitching and whining. Yeah, more bitching and moaning, man. All right, Maddie. Well, it's always fun, man. And so OTAs next week. Is that it?
OTAs next week, and then I think there'll be one open practice, basically one open practice a week until that June minicamp, and that's when they go on their break.
Any chance Brock Purdy shows up as a changed man? A different car, different clothes, different attitude. As Cyndi Lauper told us, money changes everything. You do know that.
Yes. I'm wondering whether he comes out with the wrong color pants in one practice and is forced to change them on the field right in front of everybody.
Oh, man. Well, Brock, he did it. Number 262. Somebody said it was 265, and what if they had done a little cute 262 for the million package?
Oh, yeah, there you go. I like that.
All right, Matt, it's always a good chat, north, south, east, west, whatever direction. You're our guy.
All right, I will see you guys out there. I hope we can stand next to one another at some point.
We will. We'll watch every second of every day and say, man, I wish we were inside and not watching this.
There you go.
All right, Matt. Be good, buddy. Thanks for the time.
All right, anytime, guys. Talk to you soon.
Yeah, Matt Barrows of The Athletic. It's funny, I didn't even get a chance to ask him about this story. He wrote a story about Michael Williams' high school wrestling background.
Wrestling.
You makes him your favorite,
I
right?
like that little low center
Don't you like
gravity.
your D lineman
I
wrestlers?
love my defensive linemen to have a background in wrestling.
Yeah,
I think every defensive lineman in the offseason should take up wrestling. Offensive linemen, too.
In his story, he gave up basketball, but he didn't give up wrestling in high school.
No, you should
And
never.
they said one of the coaches convinced him, and they said Ray Lewis was a state high school wrestling champ.
Wow.
That's what this story says.
I did not know that.
And there was somebody else, too. Roddy White.
I got to bone up on my wrestling knowledge.
First-round draft picks. They were state champions in wrestling. Yes, there you go. All right, Marcus Thompson from The Athletic. Warriors. Next on the Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
We are giving away 2 single-day tickets to go see the San Jose Greek Festival starting on May 30th. We're also giving away, Marcus, a $100 food voucher. Opa! Stay tuned through the 9 a.m. hour for your chance to win 2 single-day tickets and 1 $100 food voucher. When you hear the cue to call, the number to dial is 415-896-KNBR. And if you're caller number 10, you win. This is all brought to you by the San Jose Greek Festival. Again, Opa! Never too early to do that. You can find official rules on KNBR.com.
And now it's time for the Protect Your Assets Business and Technology Report with me, David Hollander.
Now back to Murph and Marcus on the sports leader and streaming live on KNBR.com and the KNBR app. Sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly.
What I love about young Tony is he'll listen. I said, as Cyndi Lauper told us, money changes everything. Not one of her biggest hits, but nice dig, buddy. Little third level 80s hit from Cyndi Lauper. Will Brock Purdy be changed by the money? Because Marcus, money changes everything.
Oh, are you telling me Brock Purdy's going to show up like Ric Flair, Rolex wearing?
Cyndi Lauper, you should like her. She had a pro wrestling tie-in with Captain Lou Albano.
Did, yeah. She was big on promoting the WWE. 90s, I believe, yeah.
And she got a little earthy.
She got to the ring a couple times.
Marcus Thompson of The Athletic. We can talk to Marcus about anything. Of course, the Warriors is our primary focus, but he'll have thoughts on the Niners, too. Maybe even the A's coming back into San Francisco this past weekend. But first and foremost, on the UMA guest line, Marcus, good morning, dude. How are you, man?
Hey, what's up, Marcus?
I'm trying to figure out what kind of chain Brock is coming in.
Right?
When he cashes his check.
That's what I'm saying.
Some ice, Brock. Step it up, Brock. I need
saying.
some platinum and diamonds, Brock. Let's
Hey,
go.
here's a
Cuban links.
Digression question. In all your years covering pro sports, you don't have to name names, or you could, but have you seen money change an athlete for the worse?
For the worst? Oh, yeah, no question.
Yeah.
No question at all. I mean, we don't here's the thing. Actually, I'm going to amend that answer. Baron Davis once said to me, and I feel like it's one of those truisms that you get from athletes that kind of blow your mind, because you're like, man, how does the athlete know this? But he said, money doesn't change you. It lets you be who you really are. So I don't know that it changed these people. Maybe it liberated them to be exactly who they were all along.
And in that version, like a lesser team player and or like the stereotype would be that they stop striving to be the best team player they can be.
Yeah, or you could be like, say for instance, like Anthony Edwards is out here like paying off child support so you don't have to raise no kids. Like, did the money change him, or was he always like, I'm cool on raising kids? Like, how does that work, right? So
there's the example right there.
Yeah, we'll see what Brock Purdy ends up doing with his new cash that he's getting from the San Francisco 49ers. But Marcus, what is your breakdown with the contract extension for Brock Purdy? Was it the right price?
Yeah, I do think it was. I probably would have gone a different direction if I was the 49ers, but they believe in Brock, and Brock has proven himself to be a quality NFL quarterback. So that price it's a good price, right? It's right. It's not ridiculous. I think that's the most important part, that they didn't break the bank for him. I think it's going to change how we view Brock more than anything. Like, Brock was great when he was making $900,000. Now you start looking at it, and he's going to be attached to 53, even if that's not the number. it's going to be 53. So every time he throws a pick, every time he doesn't make the game-winning drives, $53 million. I don't know, is it worth it? So to me, I think it's a good number. It's what you should pay a legit quarterback, and I think Brock is a legit quarterback. So we'll just see how we all respond to it.
Did you say at the start, if I was the Niners, I would have gone in a different direction?
I would have drafted a rookie. I believe in rookie quarterback deals. I want to wait on a rookie deal. I don't. Listen, they have figured it out kind of well, though. Like, they're getting guys to move money around. They sign up extensions. Hey, maybe it works. It hasn't really cost them too much by way of paying their quarterback. I mean, we'll see. But if they have a need that is glaring, can they fill it if the quarterback's making 50? So, to me, my philosophy, unless you are one of them dudes, I'm probably going on a rookie deal contract.
Yeah, and we saw the kind of effects before this contract was even handed out to Brock Purdy. The fat that they had to trim from the roster, moving on from guys like Dre Greenlaw, Deebo Samuel, Talanoa Hufanga, but also they've replaced some of those players through the draft over the last couple of years. So, Marcus, how are you feeling about the Niners now that they've kind of gone through the checklist? They brought back Robert Saleh. They've paid Brock Purdy. They've now paid Fred Warner. They paid George Kittle this offseason. What are your feelings now compared to all the drama that we dealt with over the past couple of summers?
I do feel like they're settled, right? They know who they're going to be. There's a little bit of, I guess, uncertainty about. I mean, they're banking on guys who is either look like they're fading or should be about fading, and that is a little risky proposition there. So if the players hold up in the way that we've seen them play over the last few years, then they're fine. But if we start seeing off, like for instance Deebo, like it was pretty damaging for Deebo to not be an A1 type of receiver last year. Like it really hurts when you're banking on a certain level of production and it doesn't happen. So to me, they're really putting a lot of stock in guys like the George Kittles, like the Fred Warners, like the Nick Bosas. They just have to produce at that level. If they do, they should be pretty good. And now you need Brock to win you a title. But if it goes, it'll go fast, and there's a lot of money tied into this team.
Good stuff. We can talk about the Niners more this summer. Let's get to the Warriors, man. So here's my big question. I'm looking at the Final Four. SGA is 26. Anthony Edwards is 23. Tyrese Halliburton's 25. And Jalen Brunson's 28. So what are the Warriors doing running it back with two 35-year-olds and a 37-year-old?
Because they don't have one of them 23-year-olds or 25-year-olds.
Yeah. So I guess
those are hard to get your hands on.
Follow-up is it sustainable, or does it even have a chance to run this thing back next year with that much age?
Here's the question. Here's a question for you that I think will answer it. Which one of them you taking over Steph Curry next year? Not in 5 years.
None.
Next year.
None. Well,
there's your answer.
Maybe Ant. I don't know. But anyway, the point is then, okay, that's a good answer.
Yeah.
That's their
answer. Right now, Steph is as good as any of them. Yeah. And in a playoff setting, you'd probably feel better about Steph in that situation.
Which then leads to a question that we would ask you, because we haven't talked to you since they got eliminated, is had Steph stayed healthy, was it your gut that they could have closed out the T-Wolves?
Oh, yeah, I think they would have won that series, okay. No question. I think that's what they were missing was a closer. I mean, Game 3 was it, right? They should have won Game 3. They win Game 3, the whole series shifts. But most importantly, like Jaden McDaniels would have had to spend all his time on Steph, and because he didn't, he was on Jimmy Butler, and that really hurt Jimmy Butler. He's just not a guy who's going to be like, all right, Jaden McDaniels, I'm taking you. I'm about to punish you. That's just not who he was. He's a matchup hunter. Steph would have eliminated that. So he changes the whole scope of things if he's on the court. I do think they beat Minnesota. And I thought it was crazy to think the Warriors would win a title this year. I don't know. I don't know. Looking at how this thing is shaking up, they might have left number 5 on the table.
Yeah, Steph going down really changes everything, and it includes changing the rotation up, because without Steph Curry, the Warriors did have a 22-year-old on the court, and his name is Jonathan Kuminga. Now, we also saw him sitting courtside with Joe Lacob at the Valkyries opener on Friday night, and it seems like that's going to be the number one topic this summer, Marcus. What do you think is going to happen with Jonathan Kuminga's future with the Warriors?
I mean, this is a tough call because in the most ideal setting for Jonathan Kuminga, somebody would pay him $30 million, and the Warriors would be like, oh, that's too rich for my blood, something Murph has never said, right?
Yes.
And they just and he just goes. But there's nobody with cap space out there except for Brooklyn. And I haven't heard anything about Brooklyn like willing to just throw all that money at Kuminga. As a matter of fact, you hear about Brooklyn trying to get into this Giannis sweepstakes, so they're probably going to save their money just, to see if they can go get Giannis, which means in order for Kuminga to get the money he wants, it's got to be a sign and trade. And at that point, now it's like Mike Dunleavy's got to approve it. I'm not saying like he'll be back. I'm just saying it's not off the table, because in the end, if this price is amenable, if this is a decent price, and the Warriors end up willing to offer him more than what's out there on the market, they might have to have a come-to-Jesus moment to figure out how to make this work, because we know Joe Lacob wants him, right? We know that's there, so it's going to be tough. I do think they end up doing a sign and trade to move him, but it's a little bit tricky because there isn't this crazy offer out there for him, which means he might be at a pretty good price. And now you got to tell Joe, it's different to tell Joe, we getting rid of Kuminga, they're offered him $200 million. If you say, hey, he only got $100 on the table, we can do this, that's tough for Joe to walk away from, I think.
And then it gets to Kerr. Was he too stubborn about not playing Kuminga after you watched Kuminga for 3 games? Granted, Steph wasn't out there. But what did the Kuminga performance make you think Kerr was too stubborn?
I don't know that he was too stubborn. Like live, I do think both sides are at fault because this has been 4 years and they haven't figured this out yet. And the idea that somehow Steve Kerr, who is one of the great playoff strategists in NBA history, couldn't figure out a way to milk this talent, I just ain't buying it. That means he's just like, hey, man, if you don't rebound, you're not playing for me. And it's just about, like, philosophical differences, right? Instead of just saying, I feel you ain't rebounded, but let's get out here and let's get this money, right? And let's go get these buckets. So I do think, and, Jonathan Kuminga, it's pretty simple. Just go rebound. Like, if he rebounded, it would change everything. It will cover up a lot of mistakes. You see Pajitsky can't get off the court. He can go 0 for 30, but, man, he got 7 rebounds, and somehow it feels worthy, right? So rebounding is the number one thing he can do, and he's being stubborn by not, like, going to rebound. So I do feel like both sides have a hand in it. It's been 4 years. They should have been able to figure this out. And if he comes back, especially considering Steph and Jimmy Butler don't have many years left, they all need to figure out how to make this work in a way that's viable for all parties. It can't just be like, if you don't do this, you don't play. You just can't be benching a guy and playing Guy Santos. That's not going to work anymore.
As the great Pat Riley said, no rebounds, no rings is what he said.
Yep.
And then one more for me on basketball, and that's Giannis. You got Brian Windhorst out here on ESPN saying, yes, the Warriors can make a package for Giannis. Your reaction?
Yes, they can.
Okay.
They can. They can make a package. And the best part of that package is Steph Curry. No, actually, the best part of the package is Steph Curry being 37, about to be 38, and whoever comes in and rides out his last few years gets the keys to the kingdom when he goes.
Yeah.
Like, that's a pretty impressive thing to be able to say. The Warriors franchise, you'll be the face of the Warriors franchise when Steph leaves. That's a pretty big sell. Now, other teams got better packages. Like, if Oklahoma City wanted Giannis, they have him tomorrow, right? But the Warriors do have a package, and they have an appeal. It's just not completely up to Giannis. So you got to appease the Bucks in this situation, partly at least, unless they say, hey, Giannis, we love you. We'll send you wherever you want to go. That's another thing. But I do think the Warriors have an interesting package, and you know Joe gonna figure out a way to do something. So they will be in the mix if Giannis is available. Actually,
would that package include everybody not named Steph Curry, or what do you think it would look like?
I mean, that's the other thing is how do you keep a viable team without bring Giannis and still have Giannis and Steph and the ability to win. So that'll be the tricky part. I think it'll be a lot of draft picks, all of the young talent, and, maybe some pieces back. The real question I have is Draymond in that deal? That's the thing I'd be curious about. Because with Draymond, you probably got an incredible defensive front, but also with Draymond, you got the same spacing issue because Giannis is probably shoots worse than Draymond. So that would be the interesting one, I think. I don't know how you can do it without Draymond, but I would think Steph is saying, "Come play with me and Draymond, we win a title." Like that's the difficult part.
Yeah, it'll be an interesting summer for the Dubs as Marcus Thompson is recording the call because good. I want to get this on take. I want to get this on file, Marcus. We've talked 49ers. We've talked Warriors. Last question would be about the A's, whatever the hell city they're playing in now. Do you think it was a petty move by the Giants to play Celebration by Cool and the gang after sweeping the A's in their first series back in the Bay?
Like in the most beautiful petty kind of way.
Oh.
Like, yeah, it was great petty. It's exactly how it should be.
Okay.
It's exactly what the Athletics deserve. So no question.
You don't think like the Giants playing a role in them leaving and then trolling them?
Yeah, the Giants have a massive role. I don't think that limits anything from the John Fisher responsibility. I'm not sparing John Fisher shade because the Giants had a hand. Like they still could have stayed. So troll them jokers on the way out. I'm with it. Taunt them. Mock them before it's all. I'm with it. Oakland Ballers start tonight, baby. Let's go.
Yeah, okay. And the Roots are out there doing their thing too. So all right. Always a pleasure, Marcus. And we let you go. And we'll catch you up next time.
Yeah, thanks, Marcus.
All right, have a good one, homies.
There he is, Marcus Thompson. Always a good one. Wide-ranging. Giannis. He's coming?
It's possible.
Oh, my gosh.
Everybody not named Steph Curry is available.
We can react to everything Marcus had to say on the other side. And we haven't talked about the Giants in a while, too. On KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
Now back to Murph and Marcus on the sports leader and streaming live on KNBR.com and the KNBR app. Sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly.
Opa!
If you know, you know. If you want a year, if you know, you know, and you can get a euro. How's that?
Ooh.
Dun, dun,
Murph
dun,
dropping
dun,
bars.
We got to get Michael Zagaris involved in this. By the way, tomorrow night, Dwight Clark event. I'll be there Wednesday at the Hammer Theater. Hosting with Laura Britt. We're going to do a Z-Man panel with Spice Adams, Charles Haley, Garrison Hurst, and Fred Warner yucking it up, telling stories. Plus, Demo Lenore is going to be there getting an award. And then there's a special guest, too.
I like it.
And DwightClarkAward.com. Plus, the silent auction's underway, where you go 49ers package with a broadcast booth, Kruk and Kite visit. It's pretty cool. Good stuff. Oh, no, Warriors visit. I'm sorry. Warriors visit to see Tim and Tom. Pretty cool.
I like it.
DwightClarkAward.com.
Murph coming down to the 408. He will be at the Hammer Theater tomorrow. And on May 30th, I'll be down in San Jose for the one and only San Jose Greek Festival. That's right. An unforgettable cultural experience at the San Jose Greek Festival, celebrating 80 incredible years at St. Nicholas Greek Orthodox Church. Get ready for a weekend filled with delicious Greek cuisine, vibrant music, and joyful dancing.
Joyful.
And only here on the Murph and Marcus Show are we giving away a $100 food voucher.
Euros.
You can use this voucher for maybe a euro, maybe a little calamari, some lamb chops, and even pair it up with some Greek wine or Greek beer. Excuse me.
Greek beer.
Sounds like I've had a couple beers already, and I'll be having a couple. So come join me, because I'm personally inviting you to hang out with me and P1 Paul from Pleasanton down in San Jose. Right now, we will take one winner. Caller number 10 at 415-896-KNBR, and you will win 2 tickets and that $100 food voucher for the San Jose Greek Festival from May 30th to June 1st. Prize furnished by the San Jose Greek Festival with a retail value of over $110. Opa!
Man, there's a long read on the San Jose Greek Festival.
A lot of details. Keep clapping,
They're
Murph.
getting their money's worth, that's for sure.
Clapping pretty quick.
Man, oh man, tell Paul from Pleasanton to trim that read down.
Yeah,
right?
I got to trim it down like the Abundant Life diet.
Hey, or like those prize picks reads they gave you.
Yeah,
Jesus,
those are
they got
about
7
pages
yeah.
long. Yeah, it's like a whole novel.
By the way, I watched the harassment videos Cumulus had us read. I don't think you can say Greek festival. I think that's a microaggression.
Oh, I can't say that?
No. You can't identify anybody by anything.
Whoa, we talking Greeks?
Whoa, you talking Italians?
That's a microaggression.
What about the Greek gods?
Hey, it's
I'm
all
wearing
sponsored.
Nikes. That's the Greek goddess of sports.
And how about the fact that that Billy Bean and Paul DePodesta nicknamed Kevin Euclid the Greek god of walks, and he's not Greek, so that was a double microaggression because they were incorrect.
Wow.
By the way, it's all sponsored by Marin Health. With top physicians, surgeons, and clinicians right here in the North Bay, Marin Health puts you closer to your best health. World-class care, closer than you think. All right, so Marcus said the Warriors could get Giannis.
Opa!
Right, geez.
Giannis might be down in San Jose for
Maybe
the Greek
Opa
Festival.
should be the when we say the Niners have a last place schedule.
Opa!
I like that. Okay, all right. I got you.
You just blew it. I just said the Niners had a last place schedule.
Opa!
I was looking for a different
We'll
one.
do it live. We'll do it live.
There it is, 209ers. Look down at the text line. The Niners have a fourth place schedule.
Opa!
Oh, boy. Man, 10 o'clock can't come fast enough.
We are the Opa leader.
Oh, my gosh. Giannis.
Opa!
He is Greek. He is Greek.
This is true.
What do you think? Would they trade
everybody?
Well,
Not name Steph Curry.
Then you don't have a team.
Yeah, whatever. 2 against 12. Bring it on.
You're being like, I get it, but you'd trade Jimmy, Draymond, Kuminga, and Pods.
Yeah, I would.
And then who?
I would do it.
And honestly,
Yeah, and
you
then,
can't.
And then
because then you'd have nothing.
And then just fill out the team with veteran minimums.
Yeah, that's it. That wouldn't work.
I don't know. I got Giannis and Steph.
I don't know
Who's
if that would
stopping
work.
that pick and roll?
Would you trade 4 draft picks, Kuminga and Pods? Of course you
Sure.
would. No
Why the hell
brainer.
not? Yeah.
4 first rounders, Kuminga and Pods for Giannis, right?
Oh, yeah.
No problem.
Like I said, I'm giving up anything not named
How about
Steph Curry.
Okay.
I'll give up the rights to the giant lady on the Embarcadero.
So, well, you can't trade everybody. You can't trade everybody.
Not
so
the-
realistic.
not
what's
the giant lady?
What's the realistic package?
I think it would be Jimmy Butler, Jonathan Kuminga, Brandon Pods, and a couple draft picks.
Okay, Jimmy Butler, Jonathan Mingo, Brandon Pause, and a couple. Okay, yeah, it's doable.
And I think that's what you would have to do.
Would the Bucks do that?
No, I don't know. I think that's the key here. I think they're going to get a king's ransom unless they go full Dallas Mavericks and only reach out to the LA Lakers and give us another conspiracy of Luka playing together with Giannis out in LA once LeBron leaves this summer. But I do think that other teams are going to be able to offer more than the Warriors. But Murph, there's no topic beneath us. So if we're throwing mock trades against the wall, I'll throw out anybody and everybody not named Steph Curry to get me Giannis here in the
But it can't be everybody because you have to have a team.
This is true.
Yes. So.
That's why I got quit in post. That's why I got all my G-Leaguers. Give me Giannis, Steph Curry, and the Santa Cruz Warriors, and I'm saying they have a shot.
Giannis, Steph Curry, and 3 Santa Cruz Warriors.
Yeah, you can name them. Give me Pat Spencer, Quentin Post, and Guy Santos. So that's my starting 5.
So if I'm another team, I double Steph, I double Giannis, and I let the other 3 guys take a chance.
Pat Spencer's about to go off on you.
All right, there you
got that big Guy energy.
Okay, so that was one topic we talked about with Marcus Thompson. The other one is of course the Brock Purdy contract, which we all agreed on. But he said he would have gone with a rookie quarterback.
Yeah, I don't know about that.
Yeah, I disagree with that one too.
Yeah.
I'm with you. You got to have a guy. And it's so funny that people. I disagreed with one thing Marcus said. With all due respect, I love Marcus, but when he said every time Brock throws an interception, I'm going to say that's $53 million. I don't think that'll be the case because I think $53 million will get lost in the shuffle.
I don't know, man. There's a lot of Twitter trolls out there. I think a lot of people are going to be focused on this contract.
Speaking of Twitter trolls, didn't you say you found one from Seattle that we wanted to talk about?
Yeah, there was this guy who works for the Seahawks Wire that was taking victory laps yesterday about the Brock Purdy contract. He was like, yeah, this is exactly what the 12th man wanted to hear. And I said, hear what, buddy? Brock Purdy, including the playoffs, is 5-1 against you Sea Chickens.
Yeah, I mean,
and like these guys are talking about, yeah, this is what we wanted. The 49ers overpaid for Brock Purdy. They're paying for a quarterback that has beaten you in 5 of 6 matchups.
Yeah.
What are you looking forward to?
Exactly.
Maybe this guy's got a kink. I don't know. He likes to get slapped around a little bit.
Yeah, exactly. That is wild. So typical Seattle.
Yeah.
He literally beat Seattle in the playoffs.
Yeah.
He literally did.
What are we talking about? What are we talking about?
He's got a kink.
Oh, thank you, sir. May I have another?
He wants to get slapped
Give
around.
me more of that Brock Purdy.
So
they don't call him BCB for nothing.
Seahawk fans. What's Sammy Darnold getting?
Sammy, I think he got a contract in the $40 million per year. Don't quote me on that.
I'll have to look at that. So I mean, that's what the comp would be to Brock Purdy. But that's a guy who got bounced around and hasn't won a playoff game, right?
Yeah, and that's a guy who the 49ers had in camp. And if they liked Sam Darnold more than Brock Purdy, then they would probably be going with Sam Darnold, but they're not. So it's hard for me to sit here and go with the take that I saw on Twitter that Brock Purdy is the worst quarterback in his own division. 2 of the quarterbacks in that same division were on the same team, and Brock Purdy was a starting quarterback.
Sammy's only getting 33. 33. So a bargain. But again, that's because he came off the scrap heap, right? Yeah. And that's what the market pays you, what the market's going to pay you there too. So anyway, just kind of wrapping up the stuff Marcus had to say. Hey, quick word on the Giants before we get out and hand over to young Tony tonight. I'm going to need the next 2. That's why I just need them. It's been a 4-3 homestand. I need to be 6-3 to homestand. So it's as simple as that. You lost last night when Bubic, the lefty, got you. Fun to say Bubic, by the way. And now you got a righty, Lorenzen, who's throwing a no-hitter. He's pretty good. But you got Hayden Birdsong going tonight, and you got Logan Webb going tomorrow. So give me the next 2.
That's it. We're telling Hayden Birdsong to bring your ass down to Oracle Park. Bring it back into the starting rotation. All right. Looking forward to Birdie tonight.
Sort of a scattered segment, a bunch of little things we just checked off there, buddy. I know, this is Opa thing. This Greek thing can't end fast enough.
Oh, we got to wait until Friday, my friend. Strap in.
I know. It's going to be a 3, and it's a long read, too. Yeah, and somebody wrote in and said they don't understand the whole thing with celebration. What do you not understand? The A's Celebrate song. The A's have been playing that since 1981. After wins, the Giants played it after they swept the A's.
There are some people who don't know the context of that, Murph, so thank you for explaining to everybody out there. It does seem like common Bay Area knowledge, but if you don't know, this was the celebration song at the Coliseum after the A's won games.
Yeah, I was going to say, wouldn't you consider that basic Bay Area sports knowledge?
I would, but Murph, there's no such thing as a stupid question, so we appreciate your text.
Wow, that's a good one there. All right, guys, we'll hand it over to young Tony. What did he learn today? Papa and Silver, Giants, Royals tonight, Birdsong back in business tonight. 6:45 on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
Time for traffic on the Sports Leader.
All right, Bigelow Tea time. That's right, Bigelow Tea. Every season is Bigelow Tea season here at KNBR and in the Bay Area. That's why Bigelow Tea is the number one tea in the Bay Area. So one of the first things we do every day here is reach a mug and fill it with English breakfast or Earl Grey or whatever you love. It's Bigelow, all the different flavor options. Perfect for someone like us who makes a living behind a microphone. Keeps me going, keeps you going, keeps us going at KNBR. Look no further than our cup here, Bigelow Tea, right here in the studio. So grab a mug full of your favorite Bigelow tea and tea proudly.
I'm just sipping on chamomile.
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the KNBR app. Murph and Marcus continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in 1-800-GAMBLER.
A couple more things from last night. First of all, we got Jack Loader, our digital kid, out in the bullpen, just won't stop talking about the error versus hit.
I say he's an idiot.
On Massey. Shout out Massey Star, our 615 rejoin. That, official scorekeepers have a rule that slipping is not an error. I'm sorry. So you can have a problem with the rule.
Yeah.
But the other one that's going on right now is the the Royals manager, Quatraro, is that his last name? Matt Quatraro, it's hard to say, kind of, came out and argued. I thought he was arguing that Robbie Ray balked when they caught that runner stealing, but the MLB Network guys are saying that they thought Willie Adames was up to no good obstructing the base. I didn't think he was obstructing the base.
Well, I love the fact that they put the title, was Willie Adames up to no good?
I mean, if you're up to no good, then you're trying to win. I don't know. I didn't think he had blocked the bag. Am I dumb?
No, I mean...
Well, I am dumb.
Yeah, aren't we all?
Yeah.
Also, this gives me a good time to rant about the fact that I hate that you can't block bases in baseball anymore. You should be able to drop a knee down and protect the plate.
Yeah.
Why the hell not?
Well, you going back to Buster and Scott Cousins now?
Yeah, I am.
Yeah.
As much as I love Buster, I wish they never changed the rule. But I'm also talking at second base, too. Like, you should be able to slide and break up a double play.
Yeah.
Shout out Chase Utley for that.
Well, there's talk to Kipe. Talk to Kipe's knees. He got banged around a lot.
Yeah, I understand, but Kipe would probably tell you that it's also part of the game. Right?
Have you seen... it'd be interesting to ask him that.
Yeah.
Have you guys seen some of the old school ones?
Oh, yeah.
Bro.
Oh, dude, I watched some of those highlights of, like, Yankees-Royals, ALCS matchups, dude, just, like, straight running people over.
I don't even know how guys didn't literally break snap femurs.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? You got grown men, 6'2", 210, steaming into your freaking fibia.
Yeah, but then at least they updated the rules to where you could break up a double play, but you had to slide within touching the bag.
Yeah.
Like, to me, that was a fair rule. Instead of just going in there like a bulldozer trying to take the guy out second 5-10 feet away from the bag. If you could touch the bag, you can break it up.
They used to be able to do. It was insane, man. So anyway, all right, time for Young Tone. Here we go.
Murph and Marcus want to know, what did young Tony learn today?
Well, so the joke is he's very, very young and innocent.
Hey, I know that now. Okay.
Yes, sir. Yes, ma'am. It's sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly. Young Tony, you were talking about Will Clark. Yeah, you're talking about 1988 with Ozzie Smith. And
Yeah, when Ozzie tried to sucker punch him.
But that happened on the regular.
Yeah, it was great.
On the regular, buddy.
It was awesome.
I mean, it really was a much more violent game like that, and they have legislated it out, and it did start with Buster Posey and, heck, man, Ray Fosse and Pete Rose, two guys who are no longer with us.
Yeah.
In an all-star game. Changed Ray Fosse's career.
That's Charlie Hustle for you.
Yeah, but man, it was a little much. But, Bruce Bochy also got destroyed go look up a Bruce Bochy yard sale at home plate. He got destroyed. Then there's Nate Shearholtz, quote, just trying to score a run for my country.
That's it.
Blowing up the Chinese catcher.
Great American.
What do we got, buddy? Today, what was it that captured your ear?
Yeah, so Vinny Pasquantino had the two-run dinger last night, and we were looking up, some of his nicknames. He's called the Pasquatch. Another one of his fun nicknames, Italian Breakfast.
No, it's not.
Yeah. Also Italian Nightmare.
Dude, those sounds like horses at a Kentucky Derby. Italian breakfast.
I'll tell you guys something about baseball. Is this Baseball Reference?
It is indeed, yes.
Baseball Reference has weird nicknames that aren't true. For example, if you go to Mike Krukow, it says he's called the Polish Prince. I don't think literally anybody in the history of the world has called him the Polish Prince. I think the person who does Baseball Reference nicknames just kind of gets on there and just starts riffing. Yeah, here it is, the Polish Prince. Like, what? So Mike comes on tomorrow. Why don't you call him the Polish Prince?
Yeah, no, I won't do that. And I believe there's actually a story with Tom Tolbert in his Basketball Reference page where he has Fabian listed as a nickname. And I believe the story goes that he had a buddy that told a reporter that they called him Fabian, which was never true. And all of a sudden, it's now listed on his Basketball Reference as one of his nicknames.
Okay.
Not Mr. T, not the Razor, not any of those nicknames. But Fabian is listed as a nickname.
I just looked up just random people. It says Tony Gwynn, Captain Video. I'm not sure that was his nickname.
Captain Video?
Yeah.
Sounds like a Planet Hollywood or like a Blockbuster.
It does, for sure, renting a movie. I'm just going around to see randomly. Do they have anything for Barry Bonds? They have no nicknames for Barry Bonds. 25, no nicknames. He was so surly, nobody even gave him a beloved nickname.
Never earned that nickname.
So anyway, so that's what you learned, is that Pasquantino's nickname was the Italian Breakfast.
Where's my Vinny Pasquantino?
Where is my Vinny Pasquantino? Who is it? Is it Brandon Belt?
I'm looking for
is
a
it,
Pasquatch
Bryce
sighting.
Eldridge?
Is it Gerard in the Carnacion?
Yeah, I'm particularly speaking of a lefty. Like when Brandon Belt came up, and there were huge wars. I remember got into it big time with Hank from Long Beach, who now runs Sons of Johnny Lee. And he was like, "You suck, you suck, you suck." I was like, "Bro, I'm looking for a homegrown, power-hitting, left-handed first baseman." Can you let me just dream for a day, you know?
I'm looking for a homegrown left-handed power hitting anything, Murph.
Well, this is true.
It's been a while since Bonds.
How's Barry Bonds looking?
Yeah.
So Bryce Eldridge is that guy. He is. And
different shape and size. He's a lot taller than Vinny is. Probably a little bit more wiry, not as burly in the chest, but I get the point you're making.
And in general, what did you think of seeing Bobby Witt last night, too?
I mean, Bobby Witt is a pleasure to watch. Like, even just see him rip it out of the box. After Elliot Ramos kind of had that misread to start the game, I was sitting there thinking, what the hell? What the Elliot Ramos? But Bobby Witt was flying around the bases.
Yeah, I mean, he took I understand. You're trying to do what the Elliot. I got you.
Oh, you know what I'm talking about? Young Tony. What did OG Murph?
With the Heliante, with the Helion, with the Heli Berry, with the Heli Burton, with the Heli Bron James, with the Heli Cyrus.
Give me the artist.
What the Heli Ramos?
Rob 49, of course, is the artist's name.
When was this?
Song's called What the Heli. It's been taking over TikTok. It's the trend that's out there.
New.
Oh, yeah, it's a new trend. And so it's all about what the hell, what the Heli Berry, what the Heli Cyrus.
So what the Elliot Ramos?
What the Elliot Ramos?
With the Helion, with the Heli Berry, with the Heli Burton, with the Heli Bron James, with the Heli Cyrus.
What the Elliot Ramos?
Yeah, what the Heli Ramos?
408 asks on the Golden State Lumber and Sherwin text line, what age does young Tony have to reach to no longer be considered young? It's a great question. I was thinking about it. Does 27 now age him out?
Yeah, 25. He can rent a car. You're not that young anymore.
And 415 says, Captain Video for Gwen. I thought that was Bill Belichick.
Hey, yo.
Making a reference there. We didn't. Two stories we haven't really touched on was Caitlin Clark, Angel Reese, that the entire nation had opinions on. That's getting a little too charged up. And this Bill Belichick, there's a rumor now on the internet that Jordan Hudson's saying they're engaged to be married.
Yeah, no.
Yeah, creep.
Yeah, no.
Creepy.
Yeah,
Did you see? I didn't notice on that one where she was on her belly and he had his legs raised on the beach. That one,
the yoga on the beach.
She called it Pilates.
Oh,
no,
Pilates? She did not.
Yeah, she did.
Pilates.
I love doing Pilates.
I'm out on this story.
It's me too. I'm with you, buddy. All right, we forged through a Tuesday with one more OPA for the road, buddy. No, you guys OPA'd out?
OPA. What's the Niners schedule?
Kirk and the Niners have a last place schedule.
OPA.
Oh my God! I'm gonna go with the fog. Give me the foghorn. Niners have a last place schedule, buddy. Come on. There you go. Congrats to Kirk in San Francisco, who won the Greek tickets, and he'll see you guys down there getting euros. Oh boy! Wow! When it's time for a change, think Speedy Oil Change and Auto Service. Engine light on. We can fix that. You're listening to KNBR AM and KNBR FM San Francisco, the Sports Leader, a Cumulus Media station.
It's like being a Niner, man.
He fumbled the ball! 49er football! Bang! Bang!
Yeah, you can run with that. That's a good one.
Bring gas.
That's the end of the game.
4 hours, 3 faces, 2 Gregs, and 1 place to be.
Excellent.
Greg Papa.
San Francisco!
And Greg Selber.
Let me tell you something. There is no such thing as being calm. I am fired up to be here.
This is Papa and Silver.
Ray with the high set, kicks, delivers. He struck him out swinging. The ball dropped by Huff, picks it up, tags out Garcia. The slider was what got him.
1-1 to Tyler. Infield still in. The pitch is hit to short, and it's caught by Witt, and it's going to be a double play. Adames was coming down the line to try to get a secondary lead. He scrambled to get back. Witt flipped to third with Garcia covering, and the Giants won't challenge. It's a double play.
The 1-0 pitch. There's a high drive in a deep right center field. Out into Triples Alley. Still going. It's gone! Pasquantino did get all of it. And it is 2-0 Kansas City. Swing, line drive, base hit down the right field line. Hustling over to cut it off. In the corner is Renfroe. 1 run scores, going to third and stopping there is Ramos on a double by Jung-Hoo Lee. And it's 2-1 Kansas City. Here comes. Lined into center field. That is in there. Base hit. And that'll get a run home. Now the throw goes into second. They got the runner hung up. Running him down is Adames, and he tags him out, running him toward third. 3-1 Kansas City leading. Last of the night, the Giants down to their final strike. Wade, the runner at second. And the pitch. Swing and a miss. He went after the real high fastball up out of the zone. and the game is over.
There it is. 3-1 Royals take game one over the Giants, snapping their winning streak. Robbie Ray was dealing last night, but it was not enough. Robbie Ray, of course, has gotten a lot of run support and help in the starts that he has made, but after 9-0 for the team in games in which Robbie Ray started, personal record of 6-0, he does not get the loss, but the team does, as Vinny Pasquantino, the 2-run shot there, was really all that the Royals needed to get that one going. So we got a lot to get into today. Continue talking Niners, Fred Warner's deal. We're going to have some Cam Inman come by the show later. And the Western Conference Finals start today, but without the Golden State Warriors. Mark Spears, the Hall of Famer, will be joining us at 12:30. Rex Hudler is going to join us at 11:30, and Susan Slusser at 10:50. So we work backwards there on the guest list as I welcome you all in on a Tuesday. Pop and Silver hanging out with you. 415-808-5627, the number to call or text in. And as tough as that was to watch offensively, it is not a bad sight at all to see Greg Papa in a Giants puffer vest.
Well, there's a reason for it. Let me warn you about Rex Hudler, the Rex dog, the one dog. The guy leads the league in nicknames from Fresno, California. He is certifiably insane. He got a kayak and went out into the cove before the game to shag fly balls and actually flub one. We'll get him on, but we'll talk about the greatness of Bobby Witt Jr., maybe the best athlete playing in Major League Baseball. I mean, he's the fastest player. He's got the power of some of the big guys like Shohei and Aaron Judge, and hardly see this guy. He comes around every once in a while, and now that the A's are no longer in Oakland, we're not going to see him very much. So anyway, the puffer vest is out. Don't show it to Marcus, please, on the stream, because I did steal it from him, although young Tony did encourage me to take it. And I need it, because I need a prop every day. So last night's game, and it was Chris Babic, the Croatian sensation. And we told Wilmer Flores, the guy is nasty. He's got a funky little delivery. That fastball at 92-93 is one of the best pitches in baseball. The guy from Cupertino and Archbishop Mitty and Stanford, one of the best pitchers in baseball right now. So how do you interpret what he did last night? I mean, we had to have a scoring decision from Michael Duca overturned to get the Giants a base hit. And that was in the seventh inning. Michael Duca, thank you for Wilmer Flores. And they got a run later, but they brought in the lefty behind him. And Robbie Ray did throw well. We'll get into what Jordan Hicks did when Susan Slusser joins us, and Hayden Birdsong will start tonight. And now we know Justin Verlander has a pec injury. But we have a serious problem with this baseball team, Greg. I mean, you look at the overall record. Not a problem.
No.
Dodgers have... I watched the Dodger game last night. Every time I looked up, the Diamondbacks were leaving Earth. What is going on with their pitching? And they're ravaged by injuries. Kershaw didn't look good when he came back on Saturday. But the Giants are 27-20. You look at any of their splits, they are fine. Even, when they score first, Sean Estes loves that stat, 16-6. When the opponent score first, 11-14. It's a dramatic difference, but not like the difference between when the Giants face a right-handed starting pitcher. They are 24-9. 24-9. When they face a left-handed starting pitcher, and I think you know this, but sit down for it. If you're driving, pull over to the side of the road. 3-11. 3-11. And didn't they just win 2 over the weekend against the Oakland A's? And they pulled out the puffer chest on Saturday, but you could throw out and puff your chest out on Friday night. The quality of their at-bats against J.P. Sears on Friday night, culminating with Wilmer, our guest yesterday, getting that tremendous 10-pitch, fastball right down the middle of the plate. But so I thought at that point they're capable of hitting left-handed pitching. Why don't they drive the ball? They had a great game against J.P. Sears, and then Sunday rolls around, and Jeffrey Springs absolutely shoves. I mean, he had a Bubbage-type game. He gave up a leadoff home run first pitch of the game to Elliot Ramos. The Giants did not have a base runner the rest of the game against him. Well, he gave up one that he left, but he never pitched out of the stretch. So lefties are tormenting this baseball team. 3-11? Are you kidding me? When you saw the roster coming into the year, I thought the opposite. I thought against righties they may be just middling, but they're going to feast on left-handed pitching. So what are the reasons why? Take a look at the numbers. Giants hitting versus left-handed pitching. Willie Adames is hitting $150. His on-base percentage is about 200. Patrick Bailey is hitting 161 against left-handed pitching with an on-base percentage of 206 and no slug at all, 258 and the ops of 464. Last night, he didn't even play. Sam Huff did. Matt Chapman is hitting against left-handed pitching, but he's not driving the ball. He only has a couple of doubles and one home run against left-handed pitching. You rushed Tyler Fitzgerald off the IL and got him back in for the two A's lefties and the third one in the first four of the homestand last night. Tyler Fitzgerald does hit lefties very well. Our guy, Wilmer Flores, and I was going to ask him, why can't you guys hit left-handed pitching? And then I looked at his numbers and I thought, well, you're a big reason why. Wilmer's hitting right on right, but he's not hitting right on left, which is interesting. He did get that squibber that Massey fell on and they got the base hit. Jung-Hoo Lee is hitting against left-handed pitching, left on left. Luis Matos, we thought he'd be on the roster to face as a right-handed hitter, left-handed pitching. He is not hitting left-handers. They're hitting, 225 overall against left-handers, or even worse after last night, Greg. So the bottom line, I don't know how they change it. Obviously, Encarnacion's going to be back on May the 26th, hopefully, if he does not have a setback. But this is the area that is killing the baseball team. Otherwise, the starting pitching has been hot and cold, but certainly good enough. The bullpen is one of the best in all of baseball. You can't give it up to Tyler Rogers or be hard on him. He's been so difficult to deal with.
Yeah, what was it, 14 scoreless outings prior to last night? It's going to happen.
And Pasquantini's a beast. And, you would think a left-hander would have success against Rogers, but he does well against lefties. Anyway, the bottom line, they're getting enough timely hitting. The runners in scoring position's been solved from last year. But how do you just wrap your brain around? The baseball team is 27-10. They are 24-9 against right-handed starting pitching, and they are 3-11 against left-handed starting pitching. And 2 of those wins came against the A's on Friday and Sunday. Otherwise, you have precisely 1 solo win against left-handed pitching. And as Kipe was saying, and we all know, for a while they didn't see a lot of left-handed pitching, and then they saw a lot of left-handed pitching right around when they got to Philadelphia. Now, all of a sudden, and they have an open date. I don't even know the Royals will ask Rex Hudler who they're going to pitch on Wednesday. They put their best lefty on the IL over the weekend. But they're going to start lining up, not just left-handed starters, but left-handed relievers. The Giants' season has been overall a success, but you cannot let it go south because you cannot hit southpaws.
It's a completely fair point. And I know early in the season, and we had the Warriors still going on, and we were fresh in the Niners offseason. We were like, okay, they can't hit lefties. It's not great. It's also April. It's also early May. We haven't reached Memorial Day yet. It is now at the point, though, as you're saying, where teams are going to start strategizing against it because this is enough of a sample size where the Giants are really struggling against lefties to a degree that really doesn't make any sense. With how they were hitting and the plate approach in spring training, how many times are we saying, well, I'm not going to overreact to the particular numbers, but the plate approach is great, and this is a team that's built to just thrive against left-handed pitching. It's been the complete opposite. Now, you look at the issues they had last year, right? Runners in scoring position, well, heading into last night, they're hitting 283 with runners in scoring position. That's third best in the majors. 492 slugging, second best in the majors. A lot of the other issues last year, couldn't make the proper out. Now, their defense hasn't always been perfect, but they were the last team in the majors to make an error, and by and large have been really solid defensively for the most part. Matt Chapman doing his thing with the Gold Glove at third base. He's had a few ups and downs, but by and large, that's going to be your team leader in WAR because of what he does on the defensive end. Patrick Bailey, what he can do on the defensive end at the catcher. The hitting lefties thing is certainly a conundrum that we're looking at here on May 20th, where it's starting to become a problem. And the Royals, like the Giants, are a team that has had a lot of low-scoring games. They're a team that's going to win with pitching. Chris Bubich last night was fantastic, and there's a lot to get into here. So let's go ahead, take our first time out of the day. 415-808-5627. Golden State Lumber and Showroom text line. Our first text of the day, 510. The Giants suck against lefties. Yeah, you're darn right, and that is our story of the day.
That could have saved us 10 minutes. That's basically the bottom line. And it's I don't want to you got to single out two players in particular. Jung-Hoo Lee is hitting left on left.
Yes.
He got into a little bit of a funk. He had a big hit. When he hit that ball down the line last night, we thought, here we go. Put on the rally cap. They're going to come back and win the game. It comes down to the guys that have signed the two richest contracts in Giants history and have a 7-year deal and a 6-year deal. It's the left side of the infield. Willie Adames has been dropped in the order, and now he's not moved back up to second in the order against left-handers. They moved up Wilmer Flores. So really very few people, as we just detailed, are hitting left-handed pitching, but Willie Adames and Matt Chapman have got to figure it out, or it's not going to get solved.
No question. So if you want to call us and talk to the Gregs, it's 415-808-KNBR. Lots to get into here. Rex Hudler joining us at 11:30. Susan Slusser at 10:50. Lots of baseball here for the first part of the show on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
From the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Despite Robbie Ray going 7 shutout innings last night, the Giants lost their first game in which Ray made the start. Vinny Pasquantino 2-run homer was all the Royals needed to get this win. They win it 3-1 over the Giants. And your Orange and Black will look for revenge tonight with Hayden Birdsong making his first start of the 2025 season. First pitch at 6:45. Hey, good to talk to you all on a Monday, but more importantly, a Tuesday, but good to talk to our friend Steve Moskowitz. Steve Moskowitz going to get my mind straight and your finances straight. Founder and tax attorney at Moskowitz LLP, always giving the people the best tips out there. And today, Steve, let's talk about the ERC.
ERC, Employee Retention Credit. A lot of people have been waiting and waiting and waiting some more for their checks. And what's going on? And they're concerned because President Trump has promised to do away with $2 trillion with a T of federal spending. So, and we see a lot of IRS people being fired and programs being cut. Will President Trump do away with the ERC? Who knows? You don't want to take that chance. There's 3 different ways for us to hurry them up. That's what we want to do. We want to contact the other side. We want to get you your money plus interest. When you're waiting a long time, you're going to get a lot of interest. But you have to call us first. We have a free consultation. We'll explain everything to you. And then the only thing you have to do is say, hey, Steve, I've been waiting too long. I want my ERC money.
Appreciate it as always. Steve Moskowitz, founder and tax attorney, Moskowitz LLP. And if you want your ERC money, you can give him a call now at 1-888-TAX-DEAL, 1-888-TAX-DEAL, or go to MoskowitzLLP.com.
Silver. This is KNBR, the sports leader.
Papa and Silver, good to be with you on a Tuesday. Had a lot of celebrating to do yesterday with the weekend that the Giants had and the sweep over the A's, but today is also a day to be real about the offensive struggles. Robbie Ray was stellar last night, but for the first time, the Giants lose a game in which Ray got the start. And by the way, he went 7 shutout innings. So baseball can be weird in that way. When last game, he gave up 3 runs in the first inning, and then Christian Koss hit the grand slam, and they were all good to go. Either way, 415-808-5627, the number. And we've already had the phone lines lighten up a little bit, so let's get it going with Tim in Tiburon to give us a little talk on the pitching and the hitting. Tim, you're on with the Gregs. What's happening? Good to be with you.
Good to be with you guys. How are you?
Oh, we're doing well. Excited to hear the thoughts of the calls and keep this discussion rolling, because last night, it was not a lot of action until about the 7th or so.
Yeah, no, I mean, the bats are dead. I mean, it's just against the pitching. Good pitching beats good hitting. We all know that, right? But it's like, come on, at least do something well. At least put the ball in play. I mean, I'm looking at, look at our left side. And I kind of, I laugh about it, but for years and years and years, people complained about Brandon Crawford can't hit. Oh, he can't hit. He can't do this. He can't do that. He can't, all these things. And we signed this big contract. And we got Adames early. I thought it was kind of an early deal we signed with him and, kind of set the market. But, I certainly miss Brandon Crawford's bat at some point here. I mean, it's, the power, it's not there for Adames. Chapman seems to have the pop fly issue, the infield pop fly and popping out behind the catcher. I mean, a lot of those things are, really, really kind of there's just no value there, right? There's no moving runners. There's nothing. It just doesn't happen. And it drives me crazy. So between the two of them, yeah, the defense is great. I not quite as good as Crawford, but I just kind of laugh about listening to everyone complain about for so many years about Crawford. And now here we got Adames, who's supposed to be the golden child, and it just doesn't seem to be the way it plays out.
Well, I mean, Tim, to your point, how wild is it, too, that you thought with Crawford being gone and Adames coming in, you might be complaining about the glove a little bit. I didn't think we'd be sitting here on May 20th complaining about the batting part of it.
Yeah, no, it's just brutal. I mean, between him and, let's be honest, Verlander, it's tough watching that pitching. I mean, he does pretty well. But, to not have a win? No wins? Come on. what are we talking about here? I mean, the goal is to win games and to not have wins. And I know that guy. He wants to get to 300 wins, right? I mean, we all know what he showed, what he's still pitching for. It's pretty obvious, right? It's kind of, that piece of it. And between him and, the rest of them, I mean, just think about if we didn't have Wilmer Flores. Everyone was so mad about him and the injuries. Just imagine if he wasn't on the team this year. The record would be much more reflective of reality with him off the team. It would be really ugly right now. But he's really the reason him and having Jung-Hoo come back and play like he can is the only reason we're even playing well. I mean, without those two guys, it would be much, much worse than we're doing right now.
Hey, Tim, really appreciate the call. And, yeah, Papa, I mean, so much to unpack here.
Real quick shout out. I want to shout out to Redwood High School varsity baseball playing today against Benicia at 5 o'clock. Go Redwood.
Go Redwood. And, hopefully they can get the bats going, and maybe we'll call them up real quick here. But by the way, interesting point on Chapman and the pop-ups. I don't know how many pop-ups the team had last night, but it felt like
7,
10.
I think.
7? Oh, my goodness.
I think it was 7. We'll talk to Susan Slusser about it. They were underneath a lot of baseballs. And the bottom line with Adames and Chapman and a lot of these hitters, I mean, you could say that about even Shohei Ohtani. Watching him last night, and they're down 7. You cannot pitch Shohei Ohtani middle away. He's like a right-handed pull hitter. He's got to hit a bomb. You got to come up and in to Shohei Ohtani. Every hitter, I mean, just about. We'll ask Rex Sudler what Bobby Witt's weakness is. Maybe middle away a little bit with him, but every hitter has a hot zone, a cold zone, and there are areas to get Chapman the high fastball out. There's no doubt he has closed that a little bit this year. Willie Adames has such an exaggerated uppercut swing. He's just going to strike out a lot, and he's going to hit the ball straight up in the air and pop the ball up a lot. They're streaky hitters right now. Adames is coming out of it. Chapman's been struggling. Adames is that leg lift, and Mike Krukow did a great job. You could even see it in spring training. He's got an exaggerated front leg lift to get power, and if he does not get the foot down in time, then he's not going to hit the baseball. So he's not lifting the leg as high. His defense is just interesting. It's an adventure every time he throws the ball. Does he ever hit the first baseman in the pocket? It's always in the dirt, and you have to adjust. And he'll make an exciting play, a dive, line drive play, and then the simple play. But he's been fine. I mean, they're not going to do anything with him. He is going to play. I mean, they gave him a huge contract. They're going to ride that out right now. As far as Verlander, I think we're all fixating on the wins too much because he has 262 of them, and he's maybe the last 300-game winner in the history of baseball. Wins are hard to come by for a starting pitcher in baseball today. It's just the game is decided in the 7th, 8th, and 9th. It's not decided in the first 6. What I look at is losses. If you lose a game as a starting pitcher, you gave it up early, and your team never came back.
Yeah.
That's on you, pretty much. I mean, you could lose a 2-1 game. I'm not going to make Matt Cain, what was his one-loss record? But he did lose 3 of the 10. There were a couple he could have won. He's pitched fine. But obviously, and I wonder, this pec injury, and we'll talk to Susan Slusser about it, I wonder if he's been having it for a while and kind of pitching around it a little bit, but it was so obvious on Sunday that something was wrong. I wonder what side of his chest it's bothering him on, because everything, as a right-handed pitcher, he was missing glove side away to the right-handed hitter. I mean, over and over. It's almost like he was trying to put it there.
Right.
I'm like, is he trying to get them to fish out there? And not, JV, it's 3-1, brother. You better come in the plate. And then he'd throw an over-the-top breaking ball and spin one in there, but it was so obvious. And then the velocity was way down. So they can say, let's just calm it down for a couple of days. Well, let's see if it calms down for a couple of days. He's well past his 40th birthday. Maybe you need to put him on the IL anyway. You've got a surplus. The strength of this team is your bullpen and the surplus of starting pitching, not only in the major leagues. Carson Whisenhunt is ready. That guy's the International League Pitcher of the Week. His velocity is up. His changeup plays. He's a left-handed arm. So we'll talk to Susan about it. If they do put Verlander on the IL, and I think that is a strong consideration, we will find out the next couple of days. They have the off day. He will go Saturday on the first leg of the road trip. But if they do, then you get into a conversation. Do you move Kyle Harrison from the bullpen to the starting rotation? Do you leave Harry in the bullpen as a second lefty? If, in fact, you put Verlander on the IL, you got a roster spot now. Carson Wisenhunt is not even on the 48-man roster.
Nope.
They don't even have 40 on the 40-man roster. They have 38. So would you bring Wisenhunt up to start and leave, Kyle Harrison, Prince Harry in the bullpen? How would that impact Kyle if you do that? A lot of things you have to juggle right now, but there's no doubt Buster Posey has changed the culture of the way they play an entirely different game. To have the Giants bunted, as much as they have bunted the first, 7, 8 weeks of the season, and we have seen them bunt the last 7, 8 years, they are playing small ball. They're all bunting. Yaz is bunting. Tyler Fitzgerald. Remember
Bailey,
last year?
Yeah.
To bunt or not to bunt? Those are the two guys that couldn't get a bunt down. Yaz wasn't asked to get a bunt down. Fitzgerald was, screwed it up. You lost 2 games against Atlanta. They are bunting madmen. You love it. Play situational baseball, your strength. And they have defended really well. Their defense is good. Ramos can't get a jump in the outfield. You're going to have to live with some of it. Adames is a wild ride, but he's fine. Koss is really good at second or short. Casey's good at first. You'll figure it out. The defense has been really good by and large. They've had a couple of moments where they kick the ball around. The left-handed pitching is a problem. But Buster has changed the way they play. It's not who is playing, it's the way they are playing is entirely different. And that's hard to just ask people to all of a sudden change a thought process. In football, you couldn't do it. On either side of the ball, you just couldn't do it. Baseball's a little bit different. It's back to what they know. But the bottom line is Buster's 2 main free agent acquisitions this offseason, Willy Adames. If you had to give a letter grade on Willie, and I would wait until Memorial Day, but we are past the quarter pole because the season starts so damn early now. I mean, what would you give Adames? A C- and be a good grader? D+? I don't know. You grade him. Verlander, he hasn't won a game yet. He's lost only 3 of the 10. It's not a huge contract at 1 year, $15 million.
Yeah.
If Farhan Zaidi had brought those players in and they had been playing like this, and the culture had not changed, the philosophy of how we play baseball was the same, they wouldn't have this record, obviously. Maybe they'd be better.
I was going to say, the most important number is 28 right now, and they are 28-20, but I do think it's fair here to sit here today, have the conversation of the fact that they have been a good team. They are 28-20. They're in a really tight and competitive NL West, and we sit here thinking they're a game back of the Dodgers. I did not think that was going to be the reality at this point in the season. That said, they have had flaws. The left-handed lack of hitting against left-handed pitchers has become a problem. And on top of that, they are a very top-heavy lineup. Oh, and also the couple of free agent signings they brought in, they've kind of had to wait to get going. So this is not a giant stink segment. This is not a panic segment, but this is it's time to have the honest and fair conversations about what the flaws of this team are and some of the directions you could possibly go. Is you got a real good chance to be competitive all the way through the end of the regular season in your division, which is ridiculous, by the way. I got to look up the most cumulative wins in a division ever, and maybe the Giants and the NL West won't get there because of the Rockies bringing them down so much, but it is remarkable, the top 4 teams of these divisions. And, hey, the Dodgers lost last night. Good news. Guess what? Diamondbacks inched a little bit closer, so it's going to be nonstop. 415-808-5627, Bruce in Palo Alto. We will get to you coming out of the other side. If you want to join the conversation, just give Walter a call, 808-KNBR. It's Pop and Silver, only here on the Sports Leader.
KNBR, the Sports Leader.
Check the mic and make sure it sound right, boys. it sound right, boys. Sound right, boys. It sound right, boy.
Papa and Silver now continues live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
1-1 to Tyler. Infield still in. The pitch is hit to short, and it's caught by Witt, and it's going to be a double play. Adames was coming down the line to try to get a secondary lead. He scrambled to get back. Witt flipped to third with Garcia covering, and the Giants won't challenge. It's a double play.
A handful of missed opportunities down the stretch of this one. The Giants could not find a way to get hits, get on base. They had the error by Flores, then changed to a hit regardless. It was somebody reaching the base path, and then the Tyler Fitzgerald line out into the double play when Adames just caught leading a little bit too far. And that was one of the stories of last night. We got Susan Slusser joining us in about 15 minutes, so back to the phone lines we go. 415-808-5627 here on Papa and Silver. Bruce in Palo Alto has patiently been waiting. Bruce, I appreciate you hanging on the line with us. You are on with the Gregs. How's it going? We got Bruce. Bruce in Palo Alto.
Bruce Almighty.
Hey, how are you?
What's up, Bruce? What's
Bruce?
going on?
What's on your mind, brother?
Listen, man. Two things. I got to say real quickly, I love Michael Duca, the official scorer, but that was a hometown call. I mean, making that change, I would have expected that, but it messes up the pitcher. The pitcher knows he's got a no-hitter or a perfect game, but more importantly, the fans. Everybody loves the drama, even if it's the opposing pitcher, of seeing a no-hitter. And so I just want to get that off my chest. But I want to talk about maybe how to fix this as far as hitting. The one guy that is the model for this team, and the one guy, you can't rely on one guy to carry your team for much, if not all of the season, that's Wilmer Flores. Everybody loves him. Dwayne was talking about that earlier this morning with Brian Murphy, and he's the most patient hitter going. Plus, he's got a short stroke. I would imagine that the team can learn from that. And the one thing that I noticed, the only other thing I want to bring up is Willie Adames. I love the guy. I'm glad they made the signing, but let's be realistic. I'm looking at his stats for the 3 previous years. Strikeouts, going to 2022, 166, 165, and last year 173. His highest batting average in the 3 years was 251. That was last season with those great 32 home runs in the bandbox in Milwaukee. 217, 238 the 2 years before that. So this is who he is, but he's not a patient hitter. He's a terrific guy. He's meant a lot to the team, but only Wilmer and Elliot Ramos are carrying this team right now. And what Adames is faltering with is that pitch low and outside, and they keep feeding him that pitch, and he keeps swinging at it. It reminds me of Matt Williams when he first came up. Same thing happened, but he was a changed man. He learned how to lay off that pitch. Steve Garvey, same thing. He laid off the pitch. Willie, lay off the low and outside pitch. That's all I got to say.
I appreciate the call, Bruce. Willie Adames swinging outside of the strike zone. We knew it was going to be somewhat of a thing. Hasn't really balanced out with the hitting results to make you be like, it's just kind of part of the game. We're not talking Draymond Green where he does some brilliant thing and then he gets a technical foul and you're like, it's part of the whole experience. Willie Adames, we got to see a little bit more results before we're going to ignore the swinging low and outside, missing the zone.
Well, we knew that coming in. I mean, you look at it when they signed him, and you said there was a 217 batting average mixed in there and some hellacious strikeout years, but he has struck back. He will. He's got 5 home runs, He's 48 games into the year, 212 plate appearances. He's off to a slow start, but he can still, rectify the year. I'm not going to say he's Jorge Soler yet. He's nowhere near there. But you would like to see a little more power. He also had 33 doubles last year and 32 homers. So he does chase the slider away. How many right-handed hitters in baseball do? I mean, that is the plague of Aaron Judge. He will not lay. Now, he's starting to not chase as much. I mean, Hunter Pence was difficult to watch for a long time until he went to Arlington and actually, went to work with Kapler here. They had a machine that's, fed him the pitching machine on the slide ball away, and he was able to lay off of it. But I think Bobby Witt's got a little bit of a hole in his swing. That's hard. Right-handed, That's where you get these guys out. For Shohei Ohtani, you don't want to feed him low and away as a left-handed hitter, or middle away. You want to come up and in. So everybody's got a hole. With Adames, most of the strikeouts are on. He's got an uppercut to his swing. He swings up, and the bat's not in the zone. I mean, Wilmer doesn't strike out a lot because his bat is flat through the zone. It's in the hitting zone. He had one bad strikeout last night where he got blown away. I do wonder, Greg, if they're just overplaying Wilmer. I know he's not playing first base much. It's DHing, but he's playing damn near every day, and he looks great right now. Now, let's not wear him out early in the year, and Encarnacion's going to be a big part of it. And, hopefully Encarnacion will be back within a week's time. We thought the date was May 23rd. Susan Slusser will join us in a couple of minutes here, updated us that it's when the Giants go to Detroit. So they got 3 over the weekend in Washington, and then Detroit. You look at the schedule.
Yeah, so Encarnacion will resume swinging a bat today and could return toward the end of the week. So there you go.
Well, the earliest he could come back is May 26th off the IL. He was placed on the 60-day IL. Yeah, he took some swings. He did well the first couple of games at AAA Sacramento. They shut him down. It was a broken wrist on the left side. He had some soreness, so I think he's going to go back down there and resume activity. But when they come back off this road trip, and it's Washington, Detroit's a good team, and then Miami, then you've got San Diego, then you've got Atlanta, and then it is Colorado, but it's at Coors Field. Then you've got the Dodgers, the first time you see the Dodgers. Then you've got Cleveland. Then you've got Boston. So between now and Father's Day, the schedule begins to get very challenging. When you look at the division, and yes, the overall record, 28-20, is strong. The Dodgers have monumental problems with their starting rotation. They have so many injuries, and how much money do they have stashed on the IL? It is just amazing. But I think that the thing is, you'd like to, as middling as they have played after their great start, both they and San Diego were 8-0, 7-0?
Yeah.
You'd like, now that they're coming back down a little bit, the Dodgers have not been good for a long time. They're 29-19. So what were they, 8-0 to start the year?
Yeah, they're 8-9 this month. They've lost 4 in a row now, and their pitching is getting decimated on the IL.
They're a 500 team right now. So, I mean, will those arms begin to get healthy when the Giants go to Dodger Stadium for the first time, June 13th, 14th, and 15th? But, Kopech, Glasnow, Blake Snell, Kirby Yates, the great reliever, Blake Trinan, the great reliever, Roki Sasaki, all on the IL. Evan Phillips, you're talking about their 3 best short relievers. Yates, Trinan, Phillips are all on the IL. Sasaki, Snell, Glasnow. I mean, had that money up. So at some point, they're going to begin to play better. So, you're right in the mix. Now, the one thing is also when you come off this road trip, San Diego and then Atlanta. Atlanta had the opposite start of the Dodgers and Padres. They didn't win a game. What were they, 0-7?
0-7.
Now they are over 500 at 24-23. So exactly our little gathering before the season began at the Presidio Golf Club, and we laid it out. And it's pretty much exactly the way it is right now. Who are the best teams? It's kind of sad that there's not more teams rising up. I thought the Reds would be a little better, but the Phillies, Dodgers, Cubs are your division leaders. The Mets are right behind Philadelphia. San Diego's right behind the Dodgers. The Giants are right behind the Padres and Dodgers. But right now, your Sweet Six would be in the playoffs. Phillies, Dodgers, Cubs, wild card, Mets, Padres, Giants. Then what do you make of the Cardinals? They were white hot for a couple of weeks. They're 1 game back of the Giants. Arizona's played the worst of the formidable 4 in the National League West, but they have the best offense by far.
Yeah, I was going to say, and they're not that far out of it either, so.
They're 2 games out. Their bullpen is a disaster. They lead the league in blown saves.
Yes.
They haven't pitched well at all, but here comes Atlanta now at 24-20. It's a long season. We're not even to Memorial Day. There are benchmarks of a baseball season: Memorial Day, 4th of July, Labor Day, where you start to assess where you are. We haven't even hit the first furlong. And then Cincinnati's right there, Milwaukee. So, the year has been great. Could it have been better in some respects? Possibly. But the Dodgers, I think the main takeaway from the season so far, big surprises are the Giants can't hit left-handed pitching. Why? We'll ask Susan Slusser, how do you solve that? And that the L.A. Dodgers, when you saw that, there were honestly teams thinking that people were thinking the Dodgers were going to win 120 games this year when they added all the talent on top of the talent they already had. Right now, they're still 10 games over 500. They're, going to win in the high 90s. But they are obtainable. They are beatable in the National League West. By the Giants, we'll see when you get into a long haul here. But it's a great race in the National League West. You make a great point about, the 1-loss record in the division. The Dodgers are 10 over. San Diego is 9 over. The Giants are 8 over, and Arizona's 4 over, and a lot of them are feasting on Colorado. Poor Bud Black lost his job. It's very similar, and we'll talk to Rex Hudler later about the American League Central. The Royals are 27-22. They are 5 games over, yet they are 4.5 games back of the Tigers. The Tigers are good. Giants are going to see the Tigers next week.
I was going to say, schedule ain't getting easy for the Giants. And I think it was our buddy Mike Val called in, said 33-22 in the first 55, all specific. So I'm going to monitor that because his prediction might actually hit. It's getting close.
Yeah, I mean, right now at 28-20, we'll see. So where does that take you? 55 games takes you through where? This next, they've played 48 so far, so the next road trip, would it be?
Yeah.
Not even that much. They got 2 more with the Royals, then this road trip is 3 in Washington, 3 in Detroit, and 3 in Miami. But that trip, when they come, with the homestand, when they come home, when the calendar turns to June, and if around here forever it was called a June swoon. For whatever reason, the Giants did not play well in June. Maybe the fog rolled in, Carl rolled in, and we used to call it when they were hot, a June boon. Is it going to be a swoon or a boon? But look at the month of June. You got Padres, you've got Braves, you've got Dodgers, you've got Guardians, you've got Red Sox. You do have some White Sox mixed in there as well and some Rockies, but now you're going to start to play the big boys of baseball in the month of June.
No question, and you got to find out where you stack up against them. They had the 2 games lost against the Padres, which wasn't the best, but then they also took 2 out of 3 against the Chicago Cubs team that's been playing some damn good baseball as well. So Giants are good. The question is, how do they solve these issues and how do they continue to stay competitive in a very, very competitive NL playoff race, which is obviously a ways away, but can't afford a whole lot of slip-ups. Susan Slusser joining us on the other side. Scarecrow, I see you on the phone lines, 808 KNBR. If you want to either hang on the line or give us a call back around 11:15, please feel free to do so after Susan. We'd love to hear from all of you. Papa, Silver, Susan next on the Sports Leader.
to Greg Papa and Greg Silver on KNBR, the sports leader.
Pop and Silver hanging out with you on our Tuesday. I'll let you all know that we are brought to you by Redwood Credit Union. Whether you're dreaming of a new home, planning your children's future, or growing your business, Redwood Credit Union is a financial partner that feels like home. Learn more at redwoodcu.org, federally insured by NCUA. We do it every single Tuesday. It is time to bring in our good friend of the San Francisco Chronicle. Has covered the A's a long time. If you see Greg Papa on the stream repping the Oakland Coliseum, she also does some pretty incredible work on the Giants, and always a good read when I get ready on Monday nights, especially. Susan, lots of winning to talk about, but also last night, the offensive struggles, not the best. Regardless, it's always good to have you come and boost the mood on our show. What's happening? Good to be with you.
Good to talk to you guys. How are you guys doing?
Yeah, we're doing pretty well. I mean, that was quite a weekend. Wilmer Flores in particular between Friday and Saturday, and then we had him on the show yesterday. So he's obviously off to a roaring start right now. But the offense as a whole really seeming to struggle against left-handed pitchers, which is going against all logic of what you thought this team might be in the spring. So last year and in this offseason, it's been so much talk about the situational hitting with runners in scoring position. They've seemed to solve those issues pretty well, but now they can't hit against the lefties. So, one, any theories as to why that is? And two, what kind of work does Pat Burrell have on his hands to try to solve this issue?
I think the first thing that the Giants would say is they've seen an awful lot of really good left-handed starters. Last night, a case in point, Chris Bubich is just having a ridiculously great season, which is, local guy, fantastic. The Giants didn't love it, but it's been a lot of that. It's also been 14 games, which I think a lot of people would say kind of still statistically not that significant, but still 3-11, that is not what you want to see. You win half those games, you're in first place right now. They would have been, had they won that game and they had their shots, they would have been tied today atop the NL West.
Yeah, and they've, the bottom line is their top guys from the right side are just not hitting left-handed pitching. Tyler Fitzgerald, they brought him back off the IL, and they brought Casey Schmidt back, but they need Willie Adames and Matt Chapman to drive the ball against left-handed pitching. So those two guys are back on the roster. Gerard Encarnacion Suze began to go through his rehab at Sacramento, was swinging the bat well. Then he had some soreness. They shut him down. They brought him to the Bay Area. I think he's back in Sacramento or somewhere nearby to resume his rehab assignment. You updated us last week that the date for his eligibility to return is not the 23rd this Friday in Washington, but the 26th when they go to Detroit. What are you hearing on that, and do the Giants feel like they'll get Encarnacion back on the 26th?
I think they're optimistic they'll get him back. I don't think that there are any guarantees. It is enough time. I don't think he's going to need more than a handful of games, just to see some pitching, really. This is not like a pitcher who, needs to work his way up to get stretched out, all that kind of stuff. He's good to go if he's seeing the ball. I think it was just a little bit of soreness. They wanted to be careful, especially given that it was a longer time than I think that they realized that they were dealing with. And he checked out. He's going to swing the bat today, I think, under the watchful eyes of Giants trainers, and then probably resume his rehab assignment in the next day or two. So, he could get 4 or 5 games in and then rejoin them on the road next week.
So last night with Vinny Pasquantino hitting that home run, of course, it begged the question of, a big, tall, powerful, left-handed first baseman. That sounds kind of nice for what the Giants could use right now. So Buster Posey's approach, it's well documented that he is level-headed, he is patient, he's not going to be overly impulsive. But I do have to say, and this is going to lead me to my question to you, Susan, if you told me on May 20th the Giants would be a game back of the Dodgers, I'd be like, seriously? Like, what went wrong with the Dodgers? What's going so right with the Giants? Would the tight NL West standings maybe force some aggression at the trade deadline, or even the possibility of bringing up a Bryce Eldridge at some point?
Well, Bryce is going to have to earn it. That is one thing that we've really seen with this front office. They are not just going to bring somebody up because of their needs. Somebody has to, guys are getting rewarded, which is terrific. It's a really good carrot. But also, you don't want to bring up a top prospect who's not quite ready. People looked at him going up at Sacramento at the end of last season as going, oh, he's very close. he went to Sacramento because Richmond's season was over. They gave him the option. Do you want to get some more at-bats at the next level? Doesn't necessarily mean you're starting there last year. They were very clear about that. He went up, did well, but they thought for a lot of reasons, including, a few little injury kind of things, to have him start in Richmond. I suspect he's probably getting close to getting moved up to Sacramento here soon, and that could be quick from there. But I think they really like the idea of Gerard Encarnacion at first, maybe a little bit in the outfield, maybe a little bit at DH. Wilmer's been so great. He is wherever he is, he's going to have the priority. But I think Gerard, if he's swinging the bat well, he could play any of those spots too, and that solves a problem for now. You got to expect at some point Adames and Chapman. Now, Chapman's hitting for some power, but not a lot otherwise. But I think both of them, with their track records, they're both kind of slow starters. I think they'll both come around here a little bit. Where they really need them to shine is what Wilmer's doing, right? And even Patrick Bailey, for all of Patrick Bailey's struggles at the plate, he's been pretty consistent with runners on base and sneaking in a big late hit here and there. That's what they need, from the guys in the middle of the order.
Man, a big bunt. That bunt he dropped down against Mason Miller on Saturday was epic. So, assuming Encarnacion is ready, and the 26th is Memorial Day, so it'd be good to get him in there. But whatever the date is, as far as a roster move, I mean, Casey Schmidt's learning to play first. They could send him back down. But just you would have a three-headed monster there. Hopefully it is a monster. They need it at first base. Encarnacion played strictly outfield in DH last year, and even at AAA. He didn't play first, so they're going to mix him in at first. We'll see how good he is there. But how do you see playing time with Lamont, with Wilmer, with Encarnacion when he comes back in a week, Suze? Wilmer's not playing a lot at first base, but sometimes I do wonder, as good as he's been, if they are overusing him a little bit early in the year. Even a DH day off, might use him as a pinch hitter off the bench. But with those three guys co-opting first base, Wilmer, Lamont, Encarnacion, how do you see playing time?
Well, they have mentioned Gerard in the outfield a little bit, too. I think that if he's swinging the bat, Encarnacion gets probably the bulk of time at first. Lamont's been sneaking in the pinch hit singles lately and double. Triple, goodness. But he has not been, obviously, he's gotten off to a terrible, terrible start. That can't be overlooked. I think Gerard gets a shot at first, and I think Wilmer, they're very happy with Wilmer at DH. We had thought going into the season that would be flipped. That would be a straight platoon at first with Wilmer coming off the bench and then playing first against left-handers. I think now Wilmer's for exactly the reasons you're mentioning. It will keep a little bit of the wear and tear off the legs. So, and he, oh boy, did last year demonstrate how important Wilmer's legs are with his swing.
Talking to Susan Slusser here as I tell you that you're listening to KNBR and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station, hour number 2 here on Papa and Silver. All right, I'm going to ask you to play a little GM here. If the Giants were to ultimately make a trade in the middle of the season, they have a surplus of arms to put in a potential deal. Who would you imagine would be off the table if they pursue trades? And I know it depends on the type of player they would go after, but for example, I'm thinking Logan Webb's not going anywhere. They seem to really value Hayden Birdsong, who's going to get his start tonight. As of right now, the Camilo Doval gamble and Buster Posey being adamant about not trading him in the offseason has really paid off to this point. So just kind of your thoughts on all the surplus of arms they have right now, and who you think they could ultimately be willing to part ways with if it's able to yield them what they need in the short term.
You know what? They have such a wealth of young pitching. I'm not sure anybody's off the table, depending on their turn. We don't have any sort of read yet on what this front office is going to be like when they make a trade. None. I suspect they will be a little conservative when it comes to their very top prospects. I don't think Bryce Eldridge is going anywhere. Teams certainly asked about him in the offseason. But I don't think I think he's probably the one guy who's off the table. You're right with what, but you know what? Most general managers say, like, hey, in the right scenario, I would trade anyone. So it depends on who you're getting. I think from what we have seen of Buster and Zach Manassian that they might be a little more conservative because they value cohesion. they value a roster that has been together, has been in the trenches. They're the clubhouse chemistry kind of things. I think the guys who are big for clubhouse chemistry aren't going anywhere. But they have a wealth of young pitching. They have a wealth of relievers. If you really want to go out and get, say, a first baseman, which I'm not sure that's necessary with Encarnacion coming back and Eldridge potentially here at some point, I think you could do that. Backup catcher maybe, although honestly Sam Huff has not been, he's worked really well with Robbie Ray. He's got a little pop. That is a tough position to get a good two-way player at anyway. I think what they really need is their regulars who should be contributing more to contribute more. And I think that will happen. These things tend to even out a little bit. It does start to feel like we've been saying it for a long time about Adames in particular, though.
In the offseason, the name that was hot there for about a week or so was Kyle Tucker. And he wound up going to the Cubbies from the Astros. And I think the Giants did make an offer. I was told they did make an offer. It was nowhere near the offer the Astros made. So to back up Greg's question, do we know the names that the Giants were willing to give up to get Kyle Tucker?
No, I don't know. The front office isn't going to, why would you publicize an offer?
Well, it does leak out in other sources. Agents tell you guys a lot of things.
Yeah.
Too.
Yeah, no, I mean, I don't even think I got to the level of agents. Like if the Cubs shot him down right away, that's not happening. But I do think that they're going to be conservative, and that's an indication. Like they obviously weren't going to pony up. They had a few. They talked to Seattle a few times about pitchers. I know Jerry DiPoto absolutely loves Bryce Eldridge. He says he didn't ask for him, but that's the guy he's always wanted. But that didn't transpire either. I think it's good. For now, at least, I think they're going to take a little more conservative approach. And I think if they do make a deal, it will be from a position of strength, and I'm not sure it's going to be anything blockbuster.
Susan, what do you see as the best short to medium term use for Casey Schmidt right now? He obviously just came back off the IL. He was inserted into the lineup. He gives the Giants an element of power that they desperately need right now. We've seen him play first base, which definitely is not his natural infield position, but kind of the one that is the easiest to fill on a lot of these holes right now. So you think Casey Schmidt, when he plays, he's going to primarily be first base? Could he be a DH if they give Wilmer some time off and ultimately Encarnacion filling in? Just how's he going to fit into this puzzle now that he's kind of inserted back into the Giants day-to-day or just regular series rotation?
Well, I suspect he's probably the guy that goes out when Encarnacion comes back on Monday or whenever next week. But, yeah, I mean, Casey Schmidt's glove is good enough. He's athletic enough to play anywhere. It will be an interesting decision between him and Koss. Koss is an elite fielder. He's a better fielder. And Casey Schmidt is, no joke defensively. He's a good, we all know his best position is third. He's not going to play there anytime soon for the Giants. But, he can hit a little. Koss brings the element of speed, and he is probably their best bunter. He laid down this beautiful bunt the other night that was very key, setting up that late win over Oakland. What are we calling them?
Oaklamento.
The A's. Come on.
As you guys know, the Chronicle is calling them Sacramento, despite the A's protests about that.
The Athletics.
Hey, that's where they're playing. It's a little bit tough. I think Koss probably gives them a little bit more flexibility than having, three right-handed hitting first basemen, essentially. So it's probably Schmidt that goes back down early next week at some point. But he's so useful. Anytime there's a need, he will be the guy that comes back up 100%. He'll probably spend more time here this year than he will in Sacramento.
Seems like for the last month, every time we have you on, each week we talk about making a change in the starting rotation. For a while it was Landon Roop, and then it became pretty obvious it'd be Jordan Hicks, and now Hayden Birdsong is in the starting rotation. Just give me your thoughts on what to expect from him tonight. And secondly, this pec injury for Justin Verlander threw him off. I mean, he was not the same guy. His velocity was way down. He kept missing up and away to right-handers. If it does not calm down, are we looking at the possible IL stint for Verlander? So Birdsong tonight, and then are we going to see JV over the weekend?
Again, this is with this front office. We haven't quite seen how they do some of these things. One interesting thing I think everybody has noticed, they actually have 2 open spots right now on the 40-man. One goes to Gerard when he comes back off the 60-day. The other one, they could make a move if they needed to in the starting rotation. That might be why they've been, just kind of happy to hang one out. They didn't need to DFA VR. They could have waited until whenever they need to make a move. I think they did that a little bit for him. I think he's planning to walk if he clears waivers. Which he's a guy that needs to digress, a guy who needs a fresh start anyway. I think he could do well somewhere else. But with Verlander, this is very much just a day-to-day thing. Pec injuries aren't super common with pitchers being significant. There usually are just sort of little tweaks, and that's the way he said it was minor. He said it was something that the training staff was sure was not going to become a real problem, that he could pitch without further injury. That's usually just kind of a little like, oh, something in there is a little, funny. It's just like a little, almost like a little twitchy kind of thing. The Giants have such a great training staff. I think that he will be good to go. Everybody's very optimistic. But if not, that you could always use Kyle Harrison out of the bullpen. You could piggyback guys if you didn't want to make a move, or they could put Wisenhunt on the 40-man and bring him up. It might be a little quicker than they were anticipating, but if there's a need, the problem is it would just be basically for one start and then go back down. I'm not sure that they want to do that. And now they seem very comfortable bringing up their best young starters and plopping them in the bullpen. So maybe a piggyback situation. Lots of options, good to have, probably not necessary.
And then Birdsong tonight, Suze. What do we expect from Birdsong?
Yeah, he threw 65 pitches his last time out on Wednesday in relief of Hicks. He could probably get up to 80 if needed. He can be pretty economical. Gosh, he was just so good that first 4 or 5 weeks of the season. The first time he gets touched is extremely amped up playing in the park where he went to games as a kid and with all his friends and family there. Kind of give him an asterisk for that one. He's really been very good. Just elite stuff and cool, calm, and as confident as any young pitcher will ever find. Just exudes confidence. So I'm going to be interested to see this. He was excited about it. Nobody likes to see a teammate kind of have to change rules when they don't want to. That's a little bit of a bummer. But this is Hayden Birdsong's time to shine, and yet another example of, if you do well, we are going to give you opportunities when one is available.
Susan, always great to have you on. There's always so much information to digest. So for the very selfish reasons of our show, we appreciate it and just love the good conversation in general. Hayden Birdsong, going to be really fun to watch tonight. And yeah, your piece about him and meeting up with his friends in Chicago was one of my favorites to read of the year. So keep doing your thing. We'll read you in the Chronicle, and we'll talk to you next week.
Thanks, guys. I appreciate it.
Thank you, Madam President.
She is Susan Slusser of the San Francisco Chronicle. And I also got to tell you that our time with Susan is brought to you by River Islands. Come home to River Islands in Lathrop and discover the San Joaquin River lifestyle with its lakes, parks, and schools. Start your tour today at riverislands.com. And since Susan is twice as nice, she is also sponsored by Weichert Realtors, where home is everything. To get started, call your local Weichert office today, because at Weichert, we guide you home. Rex Hudler coming up at 11:30. Then a little bit later in the show, get into some basketball and Niners talk with all that's been going down. We got it all for you. If you want to sneak in some phone calls before Rex Hudler, it's 415-808-5627. Papa and Silver, only here on the Sports Leader.
from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
For the first time since 1996, this will be an NBA Western Conference Finals in which neither team is from California nor Texas. Thunder, Timberwolves, Game 1 tonight. We're going to catch up with Mark Spears, who's going to be out in Oklahoma City, recap the end of the Warriors season. How close were the Warriors to getting to this point? Possibly further if Steph Curry didn't get injured. We'll talk to the Hall of Famer and ask all the hard-hitting questions. Hey everybody, Greg Silver here, getting gaslit by Walter's Buttons. Did you know that many of the attorney ads you've seen or heard aren't based here in the Bay Area, some not even based in the state of California? Well, Chris Dolan and the Dolan Law Firm are based right here in the Bay Area. They have been for over 25 years. This is award-winning personal injury and employment attorneys who are fighting for you right here locally where you live. So if you've been discriminated against at work, sexually harassed, wrongfully terminated, or had your rights violated, your rights matter, and you can go to dolanlawfirm.com to learn more about your rights. Over the past year, Chris and his team also saw a sharp increase in no-fault injury accidents. And remember, with all the chaos, people, devices, vehicles all around us, let's be careful and work together in making the Bay Area a safer place. Feel confident that you're in good hands with award-winning California Lawyer of the Year, because the Dolan Law Firm has secured more than $1 billion in verdicts and settlements on behalf of their clients. The best part of it all, you pay nothing up front, no hourly rates, no upfront fees, and they don't get paid until you get paid. They live here, they work here, they win here. DolanLawFirm.com.
Papa and Silver now continues live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Pop and Silver hanging out with you. Good to catch up with Susan Slusser. Rex Hudler going to be joining us coming up in a bit. Talk a little Kansas City Royals. They win it 3-1 over the Giants. Last night, the battle of the pitching. Robbie Ray went 7 strong. Chris Bubich was tough for the Giants to hit. And when they finally did get credited with the hit, well, a lot of people were saying it's an error. Regardless, the Giants were able to get 1 home off of a Jung-Hoo Lee double. And that was it. We saw Jordan Hicks come out of the bullpen for the first time. He gave up a run, but was hitting triple digits in his first bullpen appearance of the year. Did want to play this from Robbie Ray because it wasn't all terrible for your orange and black last night. And Ray has had quite the start to the year. He remains at 6-0. Last night, of course, the first time the Giants even lost a game in which he started. Robbie Ray, last year, we saw some ups, we saw some downs. Papa mentioned the 2 bunt or not to bunt series in Atlanta. That was Robbie Ray's worst appearance of the year, where he didn't even get out of the first inning, even with a 1-hitter and all of that in the walks. He has cut down on the walks. He goes for 7 strikeouts last night, and he's saying he's feeling quite good physically.
Honestly, I felt really good with everything. That's probably the best, maybe the sharpest that I feel like my stuff has been all year. I felt really confident with every pitch and every count, so just looking to build off of that one.
I think he also went on to say it was the best he's felt since 2021 when he did win a certain Cy Young Award.
He is in Toronto in the American League. He is outstanding. His mechanics are so locked in. Ryan Walker got out of whack. He's going so far to the third base side with a torso turn going down the hill. And I think Robbie Ray last year was rushing. He's just got, the chubby checker, twist and shout, and the way he turns his body and comes downhill. But Tight Pants has been tight with his delivery this year. Everything is just in rhythm. He is pitching exceedingly well. What a find he's been. And they gave up, Mitch Haniger to get him and move that contract, couple of bad contracts, and they took a lot of money on. That was Farhan Zaidi, seeing that. Part of it was to move Haniger, which just didn't work out here. He fractured his forearm. But for Robbie Ray, they had to take on a lot of salary.
Yeah, they did.
A lot of salary, $25 million a year. It's not just the UCL that he tore. He also had a flexor tendon. So he had 2 different surgeries he had to come back from. So he didn't come back till middle of the year. His first start at Dodger Stadium was terrific, and he had some bad ones. The one against the Braves was after the 2 losses, the to bunt or not to bunt games, and he couldn't get out of the first inning. But he had good outings. This year he's been a whole different guy. They are going to Tiger Stadium. Pardon me, not Tiger Stadium. What is it, Comerica Park? Michigan and Trumbull. I want Ernie Harwell on you there. Old habits are hard to break. Still Comerica. I believe it's Comerica Park in Detroit. We'll see if we see Tarek Skubal. And even if, Robbie Ray pitched last night, so he probably won't pitch on that series. He'll pitch over the weekend in Washington. So anyway, and Skubal was saying, don't throw the changeup against me. So his just command, it's the back foot slider, the high fastball. He pitched really well last night to hold that lineup down most of the game. Pasquantina, Pasquatch got Tyler Rogers late in the game. What a big, strong guy that is. Salvador Perez, Sally Perez, we know from in the 2014 World Series in the last decade or so. He has authored a Hall of Fame career. That guy, he had a 48 home run season as a catcher, the most in the history of baseball. Though that's Rex Hudler about the Royals. He's going to be a Hall of Fame player. He's not catching as much for the Royals now at this age. He's playing more first base and more DHing. But the Royals don't come around this way very often, and now we've gone to a balanced schedule in baseball where you're playing every team at least once a year, once at their place in the American League. And I remember when the Giants went to Kauffman Stadium last year, they swept the Royals. It was right after they went to Baltimore, won the first 2 games of the series, got walked off. Sanzantella hit a bomb to beat them in a walk-off. So they got 2 out of 3 in Baltimore, and those 2 teams played each other in the playoffs last year. And then they went to Kansas City, and that's when the Giants started to peak, and you'd think, wow, they could have played like this earlier in the year. They could have been a force. They went in there and swept Bobby Witt and the KC Royals. We wanted to have Rex Hudler on because he's nuts. I've known the guy for years, working Angels games with Steve Physiak, the Wonder Dog, energetic player as a player, had a good career. As a guy who played a variety of positions, great broadcaster. The Angels had him for years. He actually had the unfortunate situation, and I'll tell the story before he comes on. In the Kansas City airport, you don't go through one massive terminal in the Kansas City airport. You have a security gate, security check. You don't go through a big TSA at the front, then go to the gates. Each individual gate is a TSA pre-screening. So this is the day we didn't have, medicinal vapes back then. Rex walks through in his luggage with a glass bowl, and he gets popped by the authorities, and it didn't go over well. He wound up losing his job there, and so we thought of him for years. Like, what kind of bonehead does that? I mean, was it Bubic last night? Hudler's Bubic, the Croatian. What are you doing? Should know better than that. Anyway. But he's used to flying commercial, or used to flying, on a charter where they're not going to go through your luggage or anything. Anyway, now he's actually working in Kansas City. He worked with Steve Physiak in Kansas City for years. We love Fizz, and Fizz is retired, and now he's with mainly Ryan Lefevre. Anyway, he's a lot of fun. But we'll get into a lot of topics with him. But Bobby Witt Jr., we don't see this guy very often. I remember very well the original Bobby Witt, when he came to pitch for the Oakland A's, and Dave Duncan was the master of solving mechanical issues. I mean, look at Dave Stewart, look at Dennis Eckersley. Got one Hall of Fame story, and Stu makes the point he should be in the Hall of Fame, there's no doubt. But Bobby Witt, when they got him from Texas, he was so wild. He had what I thought at the time was the first double-double in the history of Major League pitching. He had a 10 strikeout game, and in the same game, he had 10 walks. It was like, what? Who does that? Who gets to 10? Well, Tony La Russa's going to let you go, and then we'll go to the bullpen later.
Actually, kind of sounds like Robbie Ray the first part of this season. He could have done it.
First part, but not quite that wild where you're going to go double-double. But to watch Bobby Witt, who was a good overall athlete, I remember him covering first base, produce his son, Bobby Witt Jr., who was just 25 years of age, and the years that he has put up in Major League Baseball when he came up as a rookie in 2022 with 20 homers, 30 the next year. Last year, he had 32 home runs, 211 hits. He had 45 doubles, 11 triples. Add up the extra base hits. He stole 31 bases, and he won the American League Batting Championship with a batting average of .332. Any year, that wins you your league's most valuable player. Not last year with Aaron Judge, but what a force he is. And that's just what he does offensively. Dave Fleming was saying last night he is the fastest player in all of baseball. When you just line up sprint speed, the fastest player is Bobby Witt's kid, Bobby Witt Jr. Dave was comparing him to Christian McCaffrey, that he is that kind of a fast twitch athlete. Look at the play he made at shortstop last night off the line drive at Tyler Fitzgerald and Willie Adames, and they were in tight, but he caught the ball, and in one motion, it was like he was an option quarterback running a speed down the line option. He just flipped it to third base immediately. His instincts, everything. Again, interleague play. We love this. Has Bobby Witt ever played in San Francisco before? I think he must have when he was a younger player, but every time. That's why with the A's gone, we used to see all the players in baseball would come to the Bay Area once a year. Now you got to go to SAC, and it's not as easy. That's why it was so great to be here. You loved it. Even before, 97 and interleague play, they all came here. So you want to go watch the Giants play, obviously, City Connect night. But tonight or tomorrow, you want to go watch Bobby Witt's son, Bobby Witt Jr. Who exactly is this guy? How good is he?
I mean, that's one of the reasons I'm going out there tonight, and probably will be going out there for the day game after our show tomorrow. Want to watch Bobby Witt Jr. and, of course, the City Connects to see how much I like them. Last year, he had a 9.4 WAR, and, of course, Judge was the only player higher than him. This year so far, Aaron Judge leading the league with a 3.7, then tied for second, Fernando Tatis Jr., and your guy, Pete Crow Armstrong, who went nuts on Friday, by the way, for 3, Alex Bregman in 4th at 2.9, and then a 3-way tie for 5th, 2.7. You got Bobby Witt Jr., Shohei Ohtani, and Chris Boobich, the guy that just killed the Giants last night. Man,
what a boob. And when you look at that, obviously defense is important. So, I mean, most people would say, and it changes year to year, but last year and the last couple of years, the three best players, offensive players in baseball, are Aaron Judge, Shohei Ohtani, and Bobby Witt Jr. When you look at Bobby Witt Jr. plays shortstop. He plays the most premium of positions. Shohei Ohtani doesn't play any position. He may soon because the Dodgers have no arms. So we are hearing he's going to pitch at some point this year and begin his two-way status. And Aaron Judge played a lot of center. They moved him to right field this year, but he's not the defensive player. He's good, but he's not Bobby Witt Jr. So honestly, when you look at the overall package and speed, what he does offensively, and the fact he plays shortstop, he may be just the most complete player in baseball.
707, going back to the 10 Ks, 10 walks game. Did he throw 1,000 pitches in that game?
Look that one up. It was unbelievable.
That's insane.
The first double-double. I think I got a double-double on the way home. He had 10 strikeouts and 10 walks in that game.
We will get you that answer on the other side, but more importantly, catch up with Rex Hudler. Going to be great to talk Giants-Royals Game 2 with him. We'll see Michael Lorenzen going against Hayden Birdsong, and he'll join us on the other side. Papa Silver, Rex Hudler of the Sports Leader.
Hey, are you maxed out on credit cards, struggling with high interest debt? You could pay it all off in days with Loan Pronto's Rapid Equity Line. Hey, it's Greg Papa. Get cash out now without touching your low-rate first mortgage. No appraisals, no waiting, no BS. The Rapid Equity Loan Program at Loan Pronto is amazing. One Loan Pronto client just got $300,000 approved in under 24 hours. They paid off debt, renovated their kitchen, and cut their monthly expenses by $1,800. Wow, that is a huge turnaround. Loan Pronto, they give you instant approvals, low rates, no hard credit pull up front. Listen, your home equity is yours, so use it. You can get cash out of it to consolidate your debt down to one easy low monthly payment. Call Loan Pronto now for a free instant appraisal for your home and see how much cash you can get today. Loan Pronto is A+ rated by the BBB, Better Business Bureau, and have nearly 2,500 five-star Google reviews. Their service is off the charts. So call now to start the conversation. 415-808-5721. LoanPronto.com. 415-808-5721. Get debt relief now at LoanPronto.com.
Papa and Silver now continues live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Shane, in baseball, you're only as good as your pitching is.
Okay.
Pitching is the main currency in the grand game. You got starting pitching, and you got a pin to win, you got a chance. Now, we were all, remember the 14 and 15, those wonderful years that we went to the promised land both years back to back. It can happen again because we had a pin to win. We had the back into three, the HDH. Remember that, folks? Herrera, Davis, and Holland. Okay, we have another form of it. I haven't come up with a name for these three guys yet because they're yet to be proven here, but this won't take very long. We have a strong back end, we have 5 great starters, and we have some depth in the minor leagues. So when you pitch, you win.
When you pitch, you win. And I wish that Rex Hudler clip from opening day of this year getting interviewed did not age so well last night. Chris Bubich going all sorts of different ways with the Giants' struggling offense. And Rex Hudler is going to be joining us in just a bit when we make this connection here. So when you pitch, you win. He referenced the World Series team. We obviously know 2014 very, very well. The Royals went and won it the following year. So now they're coming here playing. I think Bobby Witt, by the way, played in 2022 here at Oracle. But that's all a side story because we have now made the connection on the UMA guest line with Kansas City Royals color analyst Rex Hudler. Rex, thanks so much for coming on. Greg Papa, Greg Silver out here in San Francisco talking about last night, getting ready for the next two. But I'm really thrilled to have you on. And how's it going?
Greg and Greg, thank you so much for having me, man. I love it. Are you kidding? It's so fun to be back here in San Francisco. I can almost call it home, but not quite. Fresno's where I grew up. It's a lot of fun coming up here during the years, especially when I was 9 years old. My first trip on an airplane was for the pitch, hit, and throw competition with Phillips 66. Remember that contest they used to have? Yeah. So I won. I got to come to San Francisco, and I believe it was in 70 when McCovey and all those players were there, Chris Spire, Dick Dietz, and that artificial turf field that they had at Candlestick. And then little did I know, if I just kept dreaming and kept my nose clean and listened to my parents, I would be a big leaguer someday and get to play in there and leave some skin on that field, man. I can't help it. There, Oakland, 21 years of playing professional baseball. What a life. You guys are great for letting me share it.
Wonder Dog. So great to hear your voice, my friend. Greg Pop, I miss you so much. And all the years with Fizz and Anaheim and then going to the Royals. And I watched your broadcast last night, I got to tell you. And you were paying homage to the Bay Area. But you went out pregame in a kayak and tried to get a baseball pregame, and you were a great player. How did you not scoop that up? McCovey Cove Dave would have taught you better. Tell me about this trip out in McCovey's Cove with the kayak yesterday.
Greg, it's great to hear your voice too, man. Long time no, we used to hang out there at Oakland Alameda County Coliseum, but every day in baseball is always a memory. Whether you're a fan or whether you're part of it, playing, broadcaster, whatever, that's because it's the grand game. Now, watching the McCovey Cove canoes and everything out there for years, my pregame partner and I'm getting to do pregame and the game today. And yesterday, we went out there. We went over to the shed. We rented a two-man kayak, and we went out there. And I'd never paddled before in one of those, but I was at the rear. My partner Joe Goldberg was in the front, and I was the rudder man. You got to turn it. The back guy turns it. So we had to go. We probably paddled, 100, 200 yards till we got to the cove, and it was great. And now it's around batting practice time. And I'm telling my partner, we're all mic'd up, for the TV. And I'm saying, man, somebody's got to hit one in BP over here. And I had heard that no one had ever hit one during batting practice before. So my producer, we staged it. He had a baseball. And so I'm pretending, you can do that on TV. So he throws the ball into the water next to us. And I yelled, Goldberg, heads up, it's coming in, incoming. And then it splashed. And then, now I'm going, what do we do? We don't have a net like most of those experienced kayakers out there. So I just used my paddle and tried to do the best I could to get the ball into the paddle. there were some people watching, and I was tricking them, saying, "Oh, we got a ball," and I held it up like I was a fan. Just experienced having fun and trying to trick the people. And the one thing that was the most impressive outside of the sea lions on the back of these big, beautiful yachts was the television. They have a big screen out there for those people in the kayaks. Those folks can actually watch the game while they're in their kayak waiting for a
Cove Dave is
splashdown.
big time, Rex.
Oh, and so that's the first time I've ever got to experience it. It was thrilling. I'm glad they caught it on camera. Someday, years later, when I'm an old man, I'll look back and laugh and have fun. Because, Greg, the one thing in baseball that I learned the most in a tough game like that is laughter cures all. You have to have a way to laugh. You have to find a way to break out from the negativity of baseball and how much negative there is in the game. And I learned that a long time ago when I was just a young buck from Fresno out of Bullard High School. I learned that, and I've been able to carry it on into the broadcasting world, having fun at the game. I should be arrested for having so much fun over the years. From team to team, every team that fired me, I always thanked them for letting me have a uniform. That's all I wanted to do, and just kept looking ahead, moving forward, and talking about the grand game.
I mean, this is the energy we need here. We're talking to the great Rex Hudler, 14-year Major League Baseball vet from 1984 to 1988, also a native of Fresno, California, went to Bullard High School. So we played a clip coming in, and I don't know if we had made the phone connection just yet, but it was from you opening day being so pumped about the season and said you're as good as your pitching is. Well, last night it was the perfect combination of Chris Bubic having one hell of a season and the Giants, for whatever reason, not being able to hit against left-handers. So tell us about what we can look ahead to tonight with Michael Lorenzen taking the mound. Hayden Birdsong going to get his first start of the year for the San Francisco Giants. And look, Lorenzen obviously got a lot of great stuff, but he is a righty, so maybe the Giants will find some answers. I don't know.
Hey, look, it don't matter what arm you throw out of. If you're tricking them, if you're spinning it, you're locating it, man, good pitching outdoes good hitting any day of the week. And that's exactly what the Giants saw. I love Bob Melvin. He's fantastic. And I'm in there in his being in the media scrum before the game, listening, and he says, guys, our hands are completely full. I mean, we're in big trouble tonight if this guy's on his game. And he called it. He called it, 2 hours before the game, hour before the game. Just when you got guys that are focused, Bubic from Stanford, his grandma was in the stands, his family, man, and he just shoved. He went out there, had a no-hitter through 6, hit his spots. He walked a few guys. But, when you can't blame the Giants for that. That's outstanding. Robbie Ray was good, too. I mean, we have a hard time hitting. But going back to your original statement, if you got pitching, you got a chance. We got 5 guys every day that have a chance to win games. Now, our offense, we sputter. We don't have a whole lot of offense. But we've been winning games with 3 runs. If we score 4 runs and we get to the 6th inning with the lead, it's over. We got Harvey, Urseg, and Estevez. 3 good arms, all 95-plus that have had a lot of success this year already. So we're going to win our share of games, but we certainly could use some help offensively. And tonight, Lorenzen, he just reached his 10-year mark as a pitcher in Major League Baseball, and he's so good this year, man. He's learned that he can still continue to learn pitch shapes. Nowadays, with all of the analytics that go on, the cameras that they can watch, they can change the pitch grips. He's become a real confident pitcher. He'll be good. His changeup is excellent. He's got the 4-seam fastball. He's rushing it up there about 95, 94. And he's very competitive and cool as a cucumber. Watching his games, he has no expression on his face. That's the best thing a pitcher can do for himself, is not show the hitter any emotion. And, man, he don't crack anything. He goes out there, first of all, he looks like he's chiseled. He looks like he could be a position player. Of course, we know he hit earlier in his career in Cincinnati. But, man, he's so fun to watch perform. He's getting better as a veteran. That's because we're surrounded by really good pitching gurus on this team. Brian Sweeney, Zach Bove, a couple of these guys. You know how the modern day pitchers, they're getting better on the hitters because they're learning more about spin rate. They're learning more about the rising velocity that the guys who are at the top of the zone can't hit So it's really fun. Lorenzen, if he's on his game, it'll be another low score. And whenever you have a guy that's making his major league debut, or it's not his debut, but his first start of the year, he's nervous. So you get him early, and we'll get game 2.
Hayden Birdsong, so you're talking about, he looked really good last year. But there were some outings, Rex, where he had butterflies, but he has been unflappably solid. So one of the matchups we're going to look at tonight, and he's going to hit number 2 in your lineup, is the great Bobby Witt Jr. against Hayden Birdsong. You've been around this game forever and ever. As a player, as a broadcaster, you've watched some of the elite athletes in baseball. You have the privilege of watching Bobby Witt's son play every single day shortstop for the Royals, Rex. How good of a player is he?
A complete joy. And let me tell you, I credit Royals management for snagging him when the Orioles took Rutschman first overall, and they left Junior for us. What do? They go ahead and sign him to a lifetime deal, 15 years. Good for the fans in Kansas City, good for Junior. Everybody's happy. He's tremendous. Having a chance to turn 2 with Ozzie Smith. Bucky Dent, a couple of big-name shortstops over the years, but Ozzie being the greatest with his 13 gold gloves, however many he's got. Certainly, Junior has some more time to put in before he can catch the Wizard, but he has extreme skills. I love the way he plays. I love his speed, his baseball IQ. So really, he's a 5-tool guy. That's basic in baseball. Up here at this level, you're seeing a handful of 5-tool guys. He has a 6-tool because he was raised by a mom and dad who taught him manners. He's from Texas. He grew up with older sisters, so they kept him in his place. But the best thing I like about Bobby Witt Jr. being around him every day is his humility. He's so humble. Major League Baseball's got to be doing cartwheels. That Aaron Judge, Shohei Ohtani, Bobby Witt Jr., these guys are all classy people who care about others. Man, you don't always get that in your superstars in the game, but we certainly got one of them, and he can flat out rake. He steals, he runs, and he can defend. He's got range, he's got an arm, he's got everything it takes to be a superstar in this game, except the great thing about it, he doesn't know it.
Talking to Rex Hudler here. Great to have his energy. Great to have his knowledge with us. So I got this note last night from our Giants postgame show where Vinny Pasquantino, 21 of his 46 career home runs are go-ahead home runs. So he is very opportunistic. Don't know if you knew that stat or not, but just kind of wanted to get your reaction to it. If it surprised you, the type of player that Vinny Pasquantino is, and just kind of the clutch gene that he seems to have at this stage in his career.
Well, he hit in the minors 2-3 years ago. He was hitting, and the people were all calling, hey, get Pasquantino up here, get him up here. Well, he came up, and has been a difference maker ever since. But the thing that's impressed me most about Vinny, not is his nice stroke from the left side. It's the fact that he's worked on becoming a solid first baseman. And he's a big guy. A lot of big guys aren't athletic. They don't move very well. But Vinny has worked. And I go to the ballpark every day early a little bit so I can watch these guys infield, watch their practice, watch their work habits. And Pasquantino has made a big difference. He still has not erred this year at first base. He's made some great plays over there, not to mention the home run he hit last night, the things he does offensively. Well, I'm proud. If you have a good first baseman and you got a gold glove infield like we have, man, that only helps it. So Pasquatch has upped his value to the top level of his skillful play, and he's an opposite field hitter that doesn't like to strike out, and he likes to walk more. He's one of those guys, but he got up to a slow start this year. He did the same last year, but he finished strong until he got injured. But he knocks in runs. He's a guy, a perfect fit to hit in front of the captain, Salvador Perez.
So you like to get out there early, and yesterday, game 1 of the series, you get out there to get the kayak. How much did you pay for the rental, by the way? And you can deduct that on your taxes, I think. Send that to the Royals for a road trip expense.
Oh, yeah.
And what are you going to do today? What are you going to do today? How about on the Coke bottle, Rex? On the Coke bottle, Guzzler. Go down the Coke bottle.
Hey, look, we might, but you know what? We're looking for things. My wife always tells me, because she knows I never say no to anything. She goes, Hud, come on, man. You don't need to do all this stuff. I said, man, it's for the people. Because, you know, Greg, everything we do is for the people, the paying customer. And so I think that they filmed enough stuff that they'll have enough for tonight to show, and then of course the day game, getaway day tomorrow, they'll have some more stuff. So the producer's got some work to do to cut some stuff, but I couldn't help it. But all I could think about was the Journey song, you know, and the lights go down, and I'm in the back, Greg, and I'm singing this to my partner. And he's just cracking up. But here I am in a kayak in the bay, so excited. I didn't know what else to do but sing and be happy.
So, Greg, how much that cost to rent, by the way? I want to get in one of those kayaks.
$87.
$87 for a kayak? Wow.
That's right. And, you know, so the owner, the guy who rented it to us, we're out there in the cove. We're right there. We're waiting for our foul ball, our home run splashdown. And here he showed up. He wanted to see what we were up to because he knew he knows I'm a little bit goofy. I don't want to say goofy. How about just a little bit off-centered? And I like to have fun. So he showed up, and he's up there filming it. You know, I don't know what he's going to do with it, but look, it was fun. There were some people that were walking by there, and I'm hamming it up saying, look, I got a foul ball. And it tricked all of them. They thought I actually got a real foul ball, and my producer threw it in the water.
So classic.
Rex, really appreciate you coming by. I just want to ask one more question before we let you go, because you played 1993 in Japan, and it's more of a global question, but obviously the season started in Japan, the stardom that's coming out of there. So what was your experience like back then, and just kind of comparing it to what it's been today to the point where it's such an overseas game now in baseball?
Oh, Craig, you don't have enough time for me to share that experience. What a blessing. God opened up a door, said, Hud, you toiled 10 years in the minor leagues. You finally got here. You started listening to me. You let me in the driver's seat. Now I'm going to take you to some places. I heard you tell your wife when you married her that after 10 years in the minors, with her help and God's help, you could get 10 years in the majors. And I believed it. And fortunately, she did too. And she said, I'll marry you. And man, I never went back to the minors 10 straight years. But 5 years in the majors, I needed to get better. I was just a utility guy, not getting a lot of at-bats. And so the door opened up. I go over there, learn so much about hitting because they have a lot of off-speed guys that throw fork balls, split fingers, all that stuff. So I got better. I hit 300. We won the Japan World Series, a great 9 months that I'll never forget. And so now I come back home. Dusty Baker hires me with the Giants. And unfortunately, with a week to go, my dream of being a Giant diminished when Dusty said, Hud, we're going with a younger player. And all I could think of was, thank you for letting me wear your uniform. I got to meet Willie Mays. I got to meet Orlando Cepeda, Vida Blue, people that I followed in Fresno for years. Thank you for letting me be here, Bake. I'll see you down the road. And the Angels picked me up the next day, and I had my 3 best seasons ever in the majors. And I learned so much in Japan. I learned to play under control because I was wild. I was a football player in a baseball player's body. So it took me a while to learn how to calm down. And going over there, all their players are taught self-control. I loved the game. There was a handful of guys that could have been major leaguers, even back in '93. But the floodgate didn't open until years later. But I'm so thankful that we have a mix of these young players that come here, Korea or Japan, or even the influx of great Latin players makes our game better, and especially your center fielder, he's one of my new favorite players.
And you chatted them up, Jung-Hoo Lee, before the game last night, huh, Rex?
I did. It was so cool. I'm not afraid to say hi and stop a big leaguer. If he, try to stay out of his way, shook my hand firmly. He looked me in the eye. I thought he was Japanese. I didn't realize he was Korean. So I started breaking out a little Japanese to him, and he smiled. He said, my dad, I told him I played for the Swallows, and he said, my grandpa played for the Hanshin Tigers. And he smiled, and he had to go take batting practice. But I love the kid. He was fresh. He was respectful, and he went out to play ball, and that's exactly what he does.
Rex, thanks so much for coming by with Greg and Greg today. This was awesome. Text line loves you as well. Says, get this guy on regular. So if we get a little World Series rematch or something, we're having you on every single day.
Oh, I love it. Hey, look, remember, Angels in 02. Sorry, Barry, we took your ring. We took your ring that year.
Damn.
I know it. I saw him yesterday in the cage, and I didn't have to remind him. But quick story. So we come back. The Angels come back the next year after we beat him in the. Barry had his couch. You know, he had his little chair that he would sit in. He was asleep when I went in there. And you know, I played against Barry in his Pittsburgh days, and I was with the Cardinals and the Expos, and we battled, we fought, we brawled, and so I go over and I punch him in the shoulder. Wake up! I got something to show you. And I took my Angel ring off, and he took it from me, and he looked at it, and he put it on his hand, and he held it up and looked at it, and then he gave it back to me and said, "Hud, get out of here."
Only you, brother. Only you would wake up Barry Bonds in the Barca Lounge to show his World Series ring you stole from him the year before.
I know, but I was just a broadcaster. So I've been fortunate enough to broadcast for 2 World Series teams in my broadcasting career, and each time they handed me the ring, Greg, I turned around and I took it with my back turned to the owner because I worked so hard as a player to get one. Never could. Now I feel like I've kind of cheated, kind of backdoored it.
Nah, no way. You're still a champion to us, even if it's a broadcaster. And by the way, you're a pretty damn good broadcaster, too. So been watching some of your clips, getting ready for this interview, and always love the energy and the passion you bring because, I mean, that's more than half the battle to me.
Oh, praise God. He gives me a job I love. And you guys let me share it with the people here in San Francisco. I love you, too. Thank you.
Welcome back home, brother. Love you. You be good, Rex.
Oh, man, that was awesome. Rex Hudler, everybody, television analyst for the Kansas City Royals, also a 14-year Major League Baseball vet, and a guy full of stories. So I got to make a point to see him in person at some point and gather all that info. Let's do a little reset on the other side, wrap up this baseball discussion before we have Mark Spears on. Then we're going to have Cam Inman get into a little basketball and Niners talk there in the second part of the show. It is Pop and Silver only here on the Sports Leader.
Papa and Silver now continues live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Papa and Silver, happy Tuesday, everybody. You're listening to KNBR and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station. Great interview with Rex Hudler. We just had text line cracking me up as well. So we had multiple different people say, this is like the reincarnation of Bill Walton, but baseball. I literally said that to Walter about 30 seconds into the interview. I'm like, this guy's awesome. He's like Bill Walton energy. We also looked up the Bobby Witt game on September the 1st, 1990.
Yes.
7 innings, got his 14th win of the year, and threw 137 pitches. Don't see that anymore.
He came in the infamous Jose Canseco deal, and he was involved in that one. And it was one of Dave Duncan's greatest works, obviously, to be able to rectify him. He was so wild in his earlier career, and when he got to the A's, he was incredibly wild. But that game, the Rangers wound up winning that game. It was against his former team by a score of 3-2. But it was something. We got deeper into the game, and Tony let him go 7 innings in that game. It got to the point where is he going to go for a double-double? I mean, in basketball, Magic Johnson had already given us the triple-double and Oscar Robertson, but the term double-double in baseball, I just never have heard that before. But for Bobby Witt in that game, he had the 10 walks, he had 10 strikeouts in the game, he threw 137 pitches, 74 were strikes, and he went 7 innings and gave up only 2 runs. And Kenny Rogers actually came into the game to save it. Now, Bobby Witt did this, keep in mind, not for the Oakland A's. He was pitching for the Texas Rangers at this point in his career.
Yep.
And when he came up, I mean, he was a great athlete who threw really hard. Kurt Young pitched for the A's that day, but Bobby pitched against the A's. So when the A's made the trade, and it was August 31st of 1992, I remember it like it was yesterday, Jose Canseco just signed the big deal, was the highest paid player in all of baseball, was having a little bit of a clash with Tony La Russa, and in particular Sandy Alderson. And it was August 31st of 1992, and we had 2 trade deadlines in baseball then. You had the July 31st one for the 9 waivers, and then the final was August 31st. You couldn't sneak anybody through. And Canseco gets pulled from the on-deck circle, and they put up Lance Blankenship to pinch hit. And I remember saying on the air, well, Jose gets migraine headaches a lot. Maybe he, but it was the day of the deadline, and I was doing the game with Reggie Jackson, and then going to break, I said, they didn't just trade Jose, did they? And then we went to break, and all hell broke loose. The game became an afterthought. Mike Messina pitched, the great Stanford righty for the Orioles, and he pitched one of the great games ever. We hardly even watched the game. There was a press conference in the middle of the game, and Reggie went down there and got into it with Sandy Alderson. It was all crazy. So this was Bobby Witt was the headliner that came the other way. It was Jeff Russell. It was Ruben Sierra, the guy that Tony would later call the village idiot, and a lot of money. But they wanted to move Jose Canseco. But we just traded for the guy that had the double-double against the A's a couple of years ago when he had the 10-walk, 10-strikeout game. But the brilliance of Dave Duncan and being able to get him in the strike zone. But has that ever been done in baseball? We got to do even more research. At the time, I had never heard of it. To have a 10-strikeout, 10-walk game. Nolan Ryan was really wild when he was young.
Yeah, the Golden State Lumber and Showroom text line, got to give credit to, I think it was a 650. There we go. Yeah, 650. Here's a great Nolan Ryan stat line, and I ended up looking this one up. He went 19 strikeouts and 10 walks in 13 innings on June the 14th, 1974.
With the Angels.
Yeah, against the Red Sox.
He had 19 punchies and 10 walks?
19 punchies, 10 walks, and Carl Yastrzemski ended up hitting a home run. Pitches, I'm still looking for that one because I got all those stats, but for whatever reason, the pitches isn't showing up in the same way that the other baseball reference page did.
I mean, baseball's just done now. I mean, we don't have that many 10 strikeout games. Guys don't go deep enough in the game. And when was the last time a guy was allowed to stay in the game to walk 10? I mean, it just doesn't happen. So to have the same pitcher be able to get the double-double. But Bobby Witt, so when you watch Bobby Witt Jr. play against the Giants tonight and Wednesday afternoon, tomorrow afternoon, his father was a hell of a player. And he really, tremendous fastball, had great stuff. But he went from being a double-double guy to a guy that the A's could turn to, and he was the headliner, really. Jeff Russell, the closer, was big, and Ruben Sierra, but Bobby Witt was the young star they wanted to get in that trade. He was one of the headliners for Canseco.
Yeah, so now you look ahead to tonight. You got a couple of young players with a lot of eyes on. Of course, Bobby Witt Jr. for Kansas City, but also Hayden Birdsong getting his first start of the year. He has been tremendous out of the bullpen, and he had some great starts last year, kind of as this out-of-nowhere story. Eastern Illinois. A lot of great athletes come from Eastern Illinois, by the way. You got Sean Payton, or athletes or coaches, I should say. Sean Payton, Mike Shanahan, Jimmy Garoppolo, Tony Romo. Now you add Hayden Birdsong to the mix, so going to be fun to watch him get his first start. We saw Jordan Hicks come out of the bullpen for the first time last night. It didn't fare quite as well. I mean, hit triple digits a few times, but gave up the one run to make it a 3-1. Ultimately, that didn't make too much of a difference with the Giants not being able to get anything going there in the ninth. But Giants offense going against a righty in Michael Lorenzen and looking to obviously do a little bit more than they did through the first 6 innings last night.
No, and Lorenzen, and Rex had it. I mean, he's built like an athlete. Big and strong, turns the body. He's been around baseball for a long, long time. And as he gets deeper into his career, he gets better and better. So even though you're facing a righty and the Giants have done much better against righties, Michael Lorenzen's a good pitcher. As far as Jordan Hicks last night, he was just wild. Just all over the place. Started out 2-0, 3-0, gives up a hit after the 2-0. Just could not get in the strike zone. And you asked the question yesterday to George Contos. He's going to have to acclimate to going back to the bullpen, which is sudden. And then he was having problems in the first inning when he was starting. There was one stretch, his first 6 starts, he gave up 10 of his 22 earned runs in the first inning. And then he solved it against Colorado on a Saturday afternoon in early May. And he wound up going deep into that game. He went 5 scoreless and then gave it up in the 6th. But the next outing, he gave it up right again. So it's the one thing, when you do make that transformation, he was struggling in the first inning as a starter. Why was that happening? And then how does he, tone it down when he goes to the bullpen? It's a whole different, realm. You know what time, it's a 6:45 first pitch as a starter. You can go by the clock, and literally in the bullpen, there's no clock. There's no clock in baseball. So it's difficult that way. So I think he will settle in. But yesterday was a 2-1 game. I mean, if he keeps it at 2-1, you have a chance to come back and win. But you saw and heard from Rex, their short relievers in Kansas City are overpowering. I don't know if it's as good as the HDH time when they came in and just, and they gave the Giants all they can handle in 2014 and went to a 7th game. And then they beat Wilmer Flores and those great pitchers, Jacob deGrom and others in the New York Mets to win the World Series the next year. So they've kind of built their team around the back end of the bullpen for a decade strong, so you don't want to fall behind these guys. But that was a big outing for Jordan Hicks to try to keep that score at 2-1. So, but he's going to have to acclimate quickly, figure out how do I do it in the bullpen. He was there most of his career. He went there at the end of last year, but he's got to get over the first inning. If you have a bad first inning out of the bullpen, you may not get out of the first inning, right, and you're not getting a second inning.
No, and I mean, that's why Randy Rodriguez, I know he gave up runs and hits that weren't necessarily his earned runs, but that's why I was calling him the unsung hero to start that season when they were so hot, because you got to come in these ultimate traffic jams, and the margin for error is basically none, so it can't be the same acclimation period. And to George Contos' point, I get that when you're preparing to start one day versus coming in the bullpen, it's entirely different routine and rhythm-wise, but Jordan Hicks has got to find a way to figure it out and not kind of take a second to adjust and acclimate, because if you get behind in counts early, runners get on base, all of a sudden it's a close game and you're in the bullpen versus when you're doing that as a starter, can't really afford the same level of leeway there. So great little discussion on the Giants there for the first half of the show. We can get back into it toward the end, but also let's do a little bit of a pivot over to basketball, because every other Tuesday we talk to Mark Spears. He's going to be joining us at 12:30. Game 1 of the Western Conference Finals is tonight. For the first time since 1996, it will be without a team from California or Texas Oklahoma City Thunder hosting the Minnesota Timberwolves. So we'll get into that. Tell you about the All-NBA rookie teams on the other side. Pop and Silver on the Sports Leader.
From the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
The no-drama offseason continues for the 49ers. Fred Warner has agreed to a 3-year, $63 million contract extension to help restructure some of the salary cap for the 49ers in the next couple of seasons. The 4-time first-team All-Pro is here to stay in the Bay and help lead a new-look defense in the 2025 season, with the work starting early this time in the offseason.
Hey, it's Greg Papa here. You know, when it comes to pizza, there's one place that I always will recommend among any others, above any others, and it's Tony's Pizza Napolitana in the North Beach. Tony Gemignani and his team have been ranked #1 in the world, and once you taste it, you will see why. You will taste why. From Neapolitan to New York, Detroit, Sicilian, and Grandma-style pizzas, every slice is crafted with the finest ingredients and baked to perfection. But Tony's is more than just pizza. Their fresh pastas are out of this world, and I encourage you to try their spicy bucatini, one of my all-time favorites. And while you're in the North Beach, don't miss Capo's for deep dish pizza lovers and Toscano Brothers Bakery for their luscious breads. Plus, Tony has Slice House locations throughout the Bay Area, including at Chase Center and at Levi Stadium.
And now it's time for the Protect Your Assets Business and Technology Report with me, David Hollander.
KNBR, the sports leader.
Papa and Silver, good to be with you. Mark Spears going to be joining us coming up in about 15 minutes. Then we'll have Cam Inman after that. So a little back-to-back for you. Been a lot of Giants here on the first half of the show. Chance to get into some off-season dubs and off-season 49ers. Off-season 49ers actually going pretty well to this point after the big old dumping. And for the Warriors, it's still the reckoning period of Steph Curry's left hamstring and the fallout of all of that. The NBA 2024-2025 all-rookie teams have been announced. Now, to nobody's surprise, there was nobody from Golden State on the all-NBA first team.
Quentin Post didn't make it?
But Quentin Post did get 4 votes for all-NBA second team, which went to Matas Buzelis, a dunk contest legend from the All-Star Weekend in the Bay, Bub Carrington, Donovan Clingan, Kalel Ware, and Yves Misi. So there you go. First team was Stephon Castle, your Rookie of the Year. Zachary Risache, the number 1 pick to the Atlanta Hawks. Jalen Wells, who had that scary fall in the broken wrist for Memphis. Zach Edey, another Grizzly. And Alex Sarr of the Washington Wizards.
And the Warriors last year had 2. They had Pods make the first team. They had Trace Jackson Davis make the second. And, you know, varying degrees of success for each this year, more so for Podziemski, and played really well. And then Trace Jackson Davis, when the Warriors decided to go big and move Draymond to 4, actually moving him to 4 to guard a 5, and Rudy Gobert in the series with Minnesota, and put Trace Jackson Davis on the 4. Julius Randle, he was back and surfacing. So big off seasons for all those guys. So now we're on to the conference finals, and this would be the Warriors round, and it starts tonight in Oklahoma City. Anthony Edwards against SGA and all the players, Minnesota obviously, and Oklahoma City. How do we feel, Bay Area, about it? Are we going to watch it? I'll watch it. It's the NBA. We love the playoffs. We're down to the Final Four and 2 in each conference. But Oklahoma City is impressive, and they come at you in waves, and that building is daunting. Minnesota has been there before. They've never been to the finals. But they were in the Western Conference Finals last year after they beat Denver and losing to Dallas, so that gave them a little experience. So it used to always be you would root for the team that knocked you out of the playoffs to go ahead and win the whole thing and prove that maybe we're the second best team in the NBA. And they would have beaten them if Steph had been completely healthy and all that. So who are you pulling for in this series? Who do you want to win? And who do you think will win between the Minnesota Timberwolves and the Oklahoma City Thunder?
So from the get-go, my pick has been Oklahoma City to come out of the West. With the 68 wins, I thought last year was more so the year of they're not quite ready. It's going to be tough. The West is a gauntlet. So for that purpose, I'm probably going to stick with my pick. That said, I'm very intrigued, and I think that the Timberwolves, at least here in the Bay Area, might have been a little bit underestimated by the fact that they played horribly in Game 1, the rest versus rust. The rust hit them hard. They could not shoot the ball. On top of that, Steph Curry went down. Then Game 3 was a very winnable one. I think the Timberwolves got a little bit overlooked, and people were saying the Warriors would have won it in 5. Look, maybe they would have. I think knowing the 2025 Warriors, they probably would not have if they were to win the series. We're talking 6 games, maybe 7 games. Julius Randle and Anthony Edwards, but in particular Julius Randle, just gave the Warriors defense full on hell. I understand that the Thunder have got Isaiah Hartenstein, they've got Chet Holmgren, they got Alex Caruso, who just defended Jokic in a big in the Game 7 of the finals. So the Thunder have the depth to get it done. I probably will pick them, but I wouldn't sleep on Minnesota in the postseason that, in particular, those two and Edwards and Randle have had.
Well, they got two bigs, obviously, and Chet Holmgren is wildly skilled. That guy, has he ever been in a weight room? He's got to get bigger and stronger. And so this matchup, and Hartenstein's their tough guy, but how they got to deal with Gobert and Randle? Is Holmgren going to be able to guard Randle? He'll go right through his chest. He went through Draymond Green. So Minnesota, when they got Randle back in February, as we well know, they began to catch fire. So I want Minnesota to win this series, and I'm going to predict them to win the series. We will check in with Mark Spears, the Hall of Famer from Manscaped, and he's actually in Oklahoma City. So we'll get his thoughts on this series. And, he was there for, Denver losing and the fallout of what's going on with the Nuggets. Then meanwhile, it's interesting, they had to play Game 7 in Oklahoma City on Sunday, but the Western Conference Final starts earlier. It starts tonight. This is all predetermined by Network TV. And then over in the East, we've had this matchup so many times, 8 times. The Indiana Pacers against the New York Knickerbockers, and so many, Larry Johnson with a big shot in 99. The ultimate one was Reggie Miller and Spike Lee. 9 points in 8 seconds or 8 points in 9 seconds, whatever it was. It was stunning. And so there's a little bit of history there. The Knicks are acting like they've already won since they beat the Celtics and Tatum got hurt and they took them out resoundingly on Friday night. I think the Indiana Pacers are a scary matchup for the New York Knicks.
I think the Pacers might win this.
They may win it all, the entire thing. They have won some ABA championships for my guy. Boom, baby! Bobby Leonard was an ABA championship coach with Mel Daniels and Roger Brown and all the group there. They have made an NBA Finals when Mully was there with Rick Smits. They ran against the Lakers when Larry was coaching. Of these 4 teams, and they probably have the longest odds, I think the Pacers may wind up winning it all.
I definitely would pick the Pacers. I think I probably would. I probably would pick the Pacers and the Thunder. I think the West could really go either way. Knicks have had a great season, too. Don't get me wrong. Jalen Brunson, by the way, not only has he become one hell of a player, he's also just a full-on dog when it comes to crunch time in the fourth quarter. Clutch player of the year, well-deserved. So I'm not discounting what Brunson and those Knicks can do down the stretch of these big games. But Indiana, part of the reason they're here is because they've also been pretty damn clutch, and they had that incredible comeback in Game 2 against Cleveland, capped off by the Halliburton game winner. How about the revisionist history of that offseason trade, too, with Karl Anthony Towns, Julius Randle, 2 of the last 4 teams, those 2 are still standing here.
Well, maybe they meet in the finals, and it's a Minnesota Timberwolves. But if it's the other way, Oklahoma City against the Indiana Pacers, Adam Silver would he was shut down. Where are those as far as the smallest markets? And I did Pacer games for 2 years out of college. It's grown. We used to call it Naptown back when I was there. Naptown has woken up and come alive and gotten bigger, but it's not one of the bigger cities in the NBA. And Oklahoma City isn't a city; it's an outpost. When you said no team from Texas is in Oklahoma City, Oklahoma is part of Texas. It's just a dust bowl away. It's essentially the same. How many times can you go to Bricktown and go to Mickey Mantle's place? It gets a little old. So are these Milwaukee small? I'm trying to think. What are the 2 small? If it is
I think Oklahoma City for sure.
Indiana?
I think OKC for sure. Indiana, I don't know, the Caitlin Clark effect. Maybe that's just grown everything at this point.
So everybody's going there to procreate now all of a sudden? I mean, there's not that many people that live in my former town, so I don't know. That would not go over well for Mark Spears' parent company, the Disney company, who will have the NBA Finals on ABC. That would be, what would they most like? They would most like the New York Knicks, obviously.
And probably Minnesota for the sake of Anthony Edwards' marketable future face of the league. That's my thought.
It's harsh for ESPN and ABC and Disney because they have the Western Finals. Poor Mike Breen.
I know, right?
Mike Breen gets sent out to Oklahoma City when he could be in his home arena. He is also the voice of the New York Knicks on TV, in addition to being the voice of the NBA on ABC, but they rotate back and forth. So one thing is interesting. The Western Conference Finals ratings, we'll see how they are, and the NBA Finals ratings, if it is the Indiana Pacers, boom, baby, against Oklahoma City, that could be an all-time low.
So we got Mark Spears coming up. Then we got Cam Inman. Lots to get into. Do a little Silver Linings playlist. We can take your calls. We got sounds for you all ahead. And let's talk to the Hall of Famer. And by the way, it's not just one Hall of Famer in the segment coming up next. It's two. That's right. He better congratulate you and say, good to talk to you, Famer. You're welcome, Famer.
We're not going to compare WAER student radio to Springfield, Mass. Keep it real. Come on.
Hey, I'm just trying to show love all around. We'll talk to Mark Spears on the other side. And before I even get to that, I do have to tell you that we are brought to you by Redwood Credit Union. Whether you're dreaming of a new home, planning your children's future, or growing your business, Redwood Credit Union is a financial partner that feels like home. Learn more at redwoodcu.org, federally insured by NCUA. Couple of Hall of Famers in silver on the other side on the Sports Leader.
Boom, baby!
and Greg, Papa and Silver. This is KNBR, the sports leader.
Good to be with you, Papa and Silver. Happy Tuesday, everybody. Had some great conversations thus far, but it is time to bring in our good friend, as we do every other Tuesday, Mark Spears, sponsored by Mancini Sleep World. Get the rest easy promise only at Mancini Sleep World. Visit sleepworld.com. The Hall of Famer himself out in Oklahoma City was actually out at Chase Center on Friday as well for a little Valkyries opener where I was down there seeing Julie Vanloo light up the crowd. So, Mark, as I say hello and welcome and we talk all things basketball, I got to ask you, what was your kind of overall reaction of it? Because when those 3 threes happened from Vanloo, I was like, oh, Chase Center is like full on legit loud right now.
Well, first of all, going off of your ad, I'm in sleep mode out here in Oklahoma City. Golly.
Nowhere to hang,
magician or something, man. Something to entertain me.
Bricktown. Go to Bricktown.
Dude, I'm right in the middle of Bricktown. They call it Sleep Town. That's what they need to call it.
Durant still have his place there? Does KD still sold his place?
No, interestingly, I actually ate lunch at the B today. As soon as he chose Golden State, they closed that place. Nobody wanted to eat there anymore. But going back to Friday was amazing. 10,000 season ticket holders, 18,000 people. And, I'm going to give the ladies credit. Ladies cheer so much louder than dudes cheer. We try to be so cool. It was louder there than it would be for a Warriors game. And so I was extremely impressed. It was a great environment, fun environment. I don't think the team's going to be that good. Perhaps on purpose, with maybe Juju coming out next year.
AZ Fudd too, yeah.
Yeah, but you know how it goes. The team gets a pass for a year because everybody wants to check it out and see what it's like. And the Warriors the Valkyries are doing an amazing job of making it entertaining. Like it's a party for sure. But yeah, I think it's going to be a lean season. Ain't no draft lottery to worry about. So I think, Valkyries will get the first or second pick next year and go after Sabrina. And next year will be their real year.
So when their season and franchise debut begins anew, the Warriors season ended a couple of days earlier. And a lot of the Warriors were there, a lot of the principals, the owner and Steph Curry and such. So just your thoughts on the way the Warriors season ended, Mark, and you are in Oklahoma City. The feeling here that if Steph doesn't, pop that hammy in game one, the Warriors would be in Sleep Town with you and getting ready to play game one of the Western Finals. Is that legit?
Yeah.
Where do you think the franchise is right now?
I don't know that I completely agree with that because, are you guaranteed that Steph would be Steph, right? Are you sure that he would move how he normally moved? I saw Aaron Gordon out a stage 2 version of what Steph had, and he could barely run up and down the court. And then keep in mind, and I think this hasn't been talked about enough, Jimmy Butler was not the same once he fell. So that to me was also an injury that typically probably would have had him sitting for a week or two. And so I think a combination of the unknown of what Steph would have really been like in a game 6 physically versus the fact that Jimmy was not in tip-top health, I still feel like the result more than likely would have been the same because Oklahoma City was healthy. That's a big deal in these playoffs, as you see. And Julius Randle was amazing. He was a great number 2 to Anthony Edwards, number 1. I mean, health is so much, and if your 2 best players are hurt, I just don't think that they could have Superman the whole thing.
Great to have Mark Spears with us on the UMA guest line. We talked to Tim Kawakami yesterday about Warriors addressing different offseason needs, and I want to get your take on the whole size or no size because Kawakami rightfully brought up the point that the Warriors over the past season and a half have played their best basketball when Draymond is at the 5 position. That being said, Steve Kerr and Mike Dunleavy were very forthright about the fact that it's not sustainable for him to do that over the course of 82-game season and then 20-ish game playoff if you want to go and try to make a run of the championship. So, how can they address the big man need? And would it almost have to be somebody who's sort of a stretch five, like a Brook Lopez type, someone that can hit the three ball, because you already have Jimmy Butler, you already have Draymond Green out there, and this is a team that's sort of void of shooting, even with Steph Curry.
You know who I saw, and I don't prescribe to the Brook Lopez thing, because he's an older player. Doc had to really be careful about how many minutes he played. To me, I think the Warriors' fix is a little easier than you think, because from a financial standpoint, they're not in a position to go get a super big name. The guy I saw, just plug him in, is Luke Cornett from the Celtics. The way he was blocking shots, he blocked 7 shots the other day, caught alley-oops. To me, what the Warriors have missed is Andrew Bogut. A rim protector, a guy that can make a little 2-foot shot, a hook shot, or but somebody that can run the floor and catch alley-oops and dunk. The Warriors don't necessarily need a big-time three-point shooter. I mean, Post was all right. Didn't hit nothing in the postseason. Couldn't block a fly. I think they just need somebody to be like I mentioned, kind of a Luke Cornett kind of presence. Somebody that's athletic, who could block shots that you pay attention to. Clint Capella is another guy that's a free agent. One guy I know would be very interested in coming to Golden State, who could shoot threes, but he also could block shots and is athletic, affordable. I'm talking about guys that I think are affordable. Larry Nance Jr., who's actually started hitting some threes and shown that he could do that as well. Day'Ron Sharpe is another guy, center. So my point is that I do think there's some people available that the Warriors can get that are affordable. Zach Collins is available. Just guys. I mean, obviously you'd love to have somebody like Vucevic, but there's a money issue there, right? So to me, it's the Warriors searching for guys who are rim protectors, shot blockers, rebounders. If they could also shoot a three, hey, that's an added bonus. But to me, they need a rim protector, a Bogut type more than anything.
And a screen setter. Steven Adams, would he fall into the category of affordable or unaffordable?
I think the Rockets are going to do a lot to keep him.
Yeah, that's what I heard.
They know his value. He certainly isn't. So he's more of a brute, but the Warriors made him look like a rim protector. Right. By the way he played, I don't really envision him that way, but yeah, I think Steven Adams would be great. I'm kind of curious of a guy like, I don't think he's that great, but just maybe just adding some size, like Tom Bryant. Keep an eye on him with the Pacers. He's going to be a free agent. Jackson Hayes from the Lakers is a free agent. These are guys, like I said, Marvin Bagley, not necessarily guys you're going to go buy their jersey, but just people that can, block some shots, catch alley-oop. Jericho Sims from Milwaukee. There are some guys out there that I think realistically are affordable for the Warriors. And if I'm them, I thought Luke Cornett kind of really fit in to what the Warriors are trying to do. And he's really good at setting screens as well, turning to the basket, catching a oop. Somebody of that ilk, I think, certainly could be a value for the Warriors. It doesn't have to be some high-end guy.
Talking to Mark Spears here on the UMA guest line. I want to get into your question that you asked Aaron Gordon after the game in Game 7. And Aaron Gordon obviously had the hamstring strain, and then everyone in the Bay Area was like, why did he get to play and Steph Curry didn't? Different bodies, different situations, all of that. But just his thoughts on putting more space in between games in the postseason. We kind of got into this a little bit yesterday. Obviously, TV ratings kind of rule the universe in a lot of this. But if you look at the handful of injuries between Aaron Gordon, who had a sensational playoffs, Jason Tatum, who not only got hurt for this season, but it's going to impact his next season, Steph Curry sort of just deflated in an instant the Warriors championship hopes, which could still be very much on the table right now. I mean, what did you kind of take away from Aaron Gordon's comments, hearing it from a player like that who has had this kind of postseason and been around the league for a bit now?
Well, I mean, Aaron Gordon's mental fortitude, especially with what happened with his brother, his late brother, is absolutely incredible and commendable. I do not think it's any slight on Steph that he played and Steph didn't. Two different positions. He doesn't have to run around as much as Steph does, which is, again, why I was like wondering what Steph would have been like in Game 6 anyway. We can't just assume that he'd be 100% healthy. I'm sure, I know Aaron was in a lot of pain trying to play in that game. But, he has a point, but it's like, okay, what do you do? Do you make the All-Star game, All-Star week shorter? I think what happened is, like, the in-season tournament added, time to the season too. I don't really mind the season being pushed back 5 days if it's going to help these guys get more time off. To me, I think right now the first round is just way too long, and I think I'd be very interested in what you think about it, because I thought it was fine, but obviously some upsets could come. But, maybe they need to go back to a 5-game first-round series.
There used to be 3. Back in the day, they were 2 or 3.
I think that's definitely too short. But, maybe do something where you have the playing guys play the teams that are like 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, like those 4 teams play. And the winner gets to go to the second round and play the teams that are in the top 4, which could be a benefit for the teams in the top 4 and give them some rest. Because I do think it's extremely difficult from here on out. And, I've known this for a while, watching teams like play every other day. It's tough, man, especially on this level. I mean, that's why I do think that Minnesota definitely comes in with an advantage, because they've been resting for a few days, where Oklahoma City basically had 1 day off, and now they're in the next series. So I think Oklahoma City probably will do well and win tonight, because their engine is rev. But at some point, even when you average 24 years of age, man, it catches up to you, having to play every other day. I do think that after the first 2 games, there should be a travel day that they get off, right? Like, I do agree with Aaron Gordon that the basketball would be better with more rest. But they just have crammed in so much basketball in a 2-month span that I just think it's really, really hard for the teams to get the time that they like off. Like, you really don't get after the first round, you really don't see any time off for a team until they get to the finals.
All right, wake up in Sleep Town, Brick Town, Brick City, whatever it's called there in Oklahoma City.
They got any good vinyl stores out here, man. That's what I need.
Ooh, you gotta search that there. You gotta search that there. I was in and out whenever I went to the Dust Bowl. That is Oklahoma City.
What would you be doing here?
The 73-9 Warriors played them in the Western Conference Finals.
Right.
Remember that?
That's right.
Chesapeake Energy Arena, Loud City. I think you were there. I think we were commuting.
That's not even the name of it anymore.
Yeah, all right. So,
it's the day.
I know. So, with this series, who do you like tonight, or in the entire series and the entire? Who's going to win tonight?
Well,
and who's going to the NBA Finals from the West?
I feel like, I don't know that I've ever said this, that all 4 of these teams are capable of being there. Like, that they're all, both sides can really be a push. I do think Minnesota is at an advantage from an experience standpoint. Like, they went to the Western Conference Finals last year. You got guys like a Mike Conley who knows that this might be his last chance to make it to the finals. So I'm sure he, from a leadership standpoint, is on a different level. I think having come to the Western Conference Finals and fallen short a year ago, like I talked to, some of the Timberwolves players today, they know like how valuable I think each game is, like much more than I think, like I talked to Jaden McDaniels, and he's like, we know how important every game is, and trying to get to 4. I don't know that Oklahoma City truly understands that yet, that each game is such a big deal in terms of getting to the finals. So I think Minnesota has the right mindset. Let's see if Oklahoma City does it. I've wondered when their average age of 24 years is going to come back and hit them. And if I'm not mistaken, other than Caruso, I don't think any of their players have played this deep or made it to the finals. So this is new territory for the Thunder. So I like Minnesota by a nose. In terms of the other series, I picked the Knicks because I do think that they're getting a lift from playing at their crazy home. I think both series are going to go 7 games. It'll be long, drawn-out series. But I think if the NBA had their choice, they'd want New York to make it, and the other 2 teams, either one would be fine.
Did you just call Madison Square Garden?
New York to,
did you just call the Garden Knicks' crazy home? Is that how you refer to the Mecca, the world's most famous arena? What's wrong with you?
Have you seen outside?
Well, you're in Oklahoma City. You referred to New York, Madison Square Garden, as their crazy home.
No, I said the Knicks. That's their crazy home.
Yeah, right. It's the okay. It's Madison Square Garden. Come on, brother.
Yeah, and it's rocking in there. Is his point? I mean, Knicks.
It's crazy home. It's the Garden.
No, I know, but I'm talking about even outside. It's different.
Yeah,
like they were throwing bottles at Brian Windhorst the other day. They were throwing garbage at a guy wearing a Halliburton jersey. Like, it's not safe out there right now. Like,
they do that in Manhattan?
About it.
I haven't heard about that in New York.
Now Halliburton's going to fly that fan into the game.
Nothing to see here. Walk along. Nothing to see here. It's New York.
It's one thing to have with Jurassic Park in Toronto and, have what the Warriors have in front of their arena. And I think Dallas is doing something cool, but New York is turning into Gotham outside their arena.
We'll see if Tyrese Halliburton takes him down.
Celebrating after winning the second round like they won the world championship. So
where do they have it? At Times Square?
No, they could watch the game outside their arena now.
Right outside the Garden, right at 7th and 33rd. Wow.
So no,
I thought they were down by Times Square.
Videos, man. It's a little.
Yeah, I've seen it.
It's a little like you're in a Batman movie there or something like that now. But no, they have a crazy environment though that I think that they're going to get a boost from. But like I said, any of these 4 teams, it's not a cop out. It's just, to me, the parity is just that good. They end up getting to the finals and winning it.
All right, well, we'll be watching for sure tonight. It starts Eastern Conference Finals tomorrow. Mark, go ahead. Take a little nap. Maybe you'll end up in Madison Square Garden in that crazy home at some point in the finals. But I hope they don't give you the Brian Windhorst treatment. That's all I'm saying.
I ain't going to New York unless they make the finals, bro. I ain't messing with that. This is a story for another day, but they got beef with me over there right now over something I said on the NBA Today in June.
Oh, what'd you say to piss off the New Yorkers? What'd you say?
I said that like they had just gotten Paul George. Cat wasn't in New York yet, so keep all this in mind. And they asked me, and this was everybody's healthy at the time, who had the better roster.
Philly.
And I said the Sixers. They had the MVP and Embiid, Paul George, who was healthy, and Maxey. And I said that they had the 3 best players. And Malik was like, well, you like Maxey better than Brunson? And I said, yeah. So since then, they've been replaying, like, I didn't know these dudes was going to get hurt. They kept playing this video over and over and over again with no context. And also as if I said that like Cat was on the team already. And like, these dudes is crazy, man. Like, if I go out there, I probably better have some security too, because they, social media has made that thing worse than it needs to be.
Mark, you're the best. Just remind them all you are a Hall of Famer, so they can all deal with it.
And they don't care.
They don't give a damn about that in New York.
They might give a damn if Indiana takes the series, which I think they could. So I don't know. Anyway,
Man has no problems with me, man. Steak and shake. Here we go.
Thanks, Mark. We appreciate
St.
you.
Elmo's fire. Thank you, Famer. Thank you, man.
Thank you, brother.
He is Mark Spears. On the other side, a little pivot into the Niners. Fred Warner signed an extension yesterday. We got the news at the end of our show. Haven't even opened the 49ers book yet, but we'll do that with Cam Inman next on the Sports Leader.
From the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Well, despite Robbie Ray going 7 shutout innings last night, the Giants lost their first game in which Ray made the start. Vinny Pasquantino 2-run homer was all the Royals needed to get this win. They win it 3-1 over the Giants. And your Orange and Black will look for revenge tonight with Hayden Birdsong making his first start of the 2025 season. First pitch at 6:45.
Papa and Silver now continues live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
What's happening, everybody? Papa and Silver. You're listening to KNBR and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station. About an hour to go here on a Tuesday. Great to catch up with Mark Spears. Now we got to get into a little bit of 49er talk. That's right. So we're bringing in our good friend of the San Jose Mercury News, Cam Inman. And even though there's just too many dang Cal Poly people in this building at KNBR, I do still like me some Cam Inman, a proud Mustang, who joins us on the UMA guest line. Cam, always good to have you. What's happening?
That you're making me Cal Poly proud, and I'm going to be rolling bocce balls for the Cal Poly team in Steve Mariucci's annual bocce tournament in just over about a week. So go Mustangs!
Okay, hey, right on. That's honestly not too bad. I mean, look, I was throwing frisbees at UCSB as, I guess our quote-unquote rival, but really it was just all about throwing tortillas. Actually, quick aside, so I did Beta Breakers this weekend, and the tortilla throwing was going crazy when we were all crowded up before they let us through and actually let us start running the race. And I was thinking, just like the good old days of Harder Stadium or Alex G. Spanos Stadium, soccer games, Cal Poly, UCSB, chucking tortillas. Doesn't get better.
You weren't one of the naked runners, were you?
No, I was not. Although I did tell Papa yesterday that if I had $1 million for every naked runner I saw, I'd be probably not quite, but I would be approaching Brock Purdy's contract territory.
Oh, there you go. Yeah, he got paid, didn't he? Brock could do whatever he wants in that city now. He could go streaking through the quad. It's all good.
No, he's not going to change one bit. So you and I, from the beginning of the off season, I don't know if I stole it from you or you stole it from me, and I got the 262 hat on. We came in almost on the number. We were saying $262 million for Brock. Would it be over 4 years, 5 years, 6 years? I think that was the haggle. They met in the middle on a 5-year deal and gave him a no-trade clause on top of it. 1 week from today, and Memorial Day Tuesday after the holiday, they're going to be on the field, and Brock's going to be there with helmets on, and it's go time. So just your thoughts on Brock's extension, and maybe more importantly of anything, the fact that he got a full no-trade clause, Cam.
Well, I don't think the no-trade clause is a big deal because, the way it works in pro sports is if they don't want you or you don't want them, there's a way out of it. And it's his way of saying yes where he would go. But I don't think it's something that it would ever come to that. I mean, Trey Lance got traded after 2 years because he couldn't beat out Sam Darnold for a number 2 role. That's not going to be going down with Brock. I mean, this is your franchise quarterback for years to come. And I think we spent so much time worrying about what the number was going to be. And that number is going to fluctuate over the life of this contract. I mean, it may come in at 262, Greg. It may come in at $100 million. It may come in at $500 million by the time he's done playing. I think what most matters is Brock Purdy is their guy committed for at least 3 years. And to me, the numbers that I really looked at were, okay, what's the guarantees? And if he's guaranteed over $165 million the first 3 years of a deal, well, that locks him in for at least 3 years. And it doesn't overextend the Niners in case Brock gets injured, because obviously he's had some unfortunate injuries in his short career. So I looked at it as a very fair win-win deal that doesn't mortgage the Niners' future, and it doesn't really show that Brock was a really greedy guy. I mean, he came in preaching that I don't want any drama. I want the deal done as soon as I can, and we're a week away from OTAs, and it's done. So I think everybody can kind of breathe and get on with just the business at hand of playing football rather than playing negotiation tactics like they've been doing in past seasons.
Talking to Cam Inman here. Always great to have him. And, yeah, it's been a no-drama offseason to this point. Purdy extended. Fred Warner yesterday, of course. And I was reading your mailbag column where you said toughest non-division game on the schedule. You put a little circle around October 12th, Tampa Bay. We ran through the schedule yesterday on our show. I predicted that one as a loss as well. Just in general, though, with the schedule release coming out, how important is it, just kind of for the sake of, locker room stability, noise? I know these are all pros at the end of the day, but just to get off to a good start, considering the money that Brock Purdy got, the extensions of Kittle and Warner, Robert Saleh coming back, 2 division games in the first 3 in total. I mean, I'm thinking if you can get a nice start here in a division that is on paper the easiest strength of schedule, could really set a good tone for your season. Whereas if you start a little bit shaky, it could be another case of, okay, here we go again.
Yeah, now, Greg, I think the way the season starts, obviously we look at the schedule and say there's no real intimidating teams on it outside of the Rams. You got to look at the division too. But when you're starting in Seattle and arguably the best outdoor atmosphere in football, there's going to be so much excitement and energy around that game. And they're going to have Sam Darnold at quarterback, and the Niners are going to have a highly paid Brock Purdy now. But the Niners are going to have a new defense that's going to have to answer the call right away. And you've got to do it on the road, not only in Seattle, then you go to New Orleans. And those are two of the most electric atmospheres in football. And I think we're going to find out right away whether this team is in past years when they've gotten off to great starts, it's really paved the way for playoff runs. There's years where they've rallied back from like a 5-4 start or something like that. But I want to see them get out of the gate and just go on a tear. And it's going to be really hard to do because they're going to be playing so many of I think 6 of 9 on the road. And that can be tough. And it's asking a lot out of a team that's going to be going through some growing pains for a little bit. So Robert Saul is going to have to rally that defense up. I think Brock's got a really good cast around him on offense still. It's, we talk about how it's a great offseason. Well, 2 months ago it wasn't the case. Everybody was ripping them to death, saying they're not spending any money. They're letting everybody go, and they let the guys go that I think that they were planning on letting go. I don't think it's a heartbreaker. Sure, there were some sentimental ties with Dre Greenlaw, maybe Charvarius Ward, and Hufanga and Banks, but this team needed kind of reshift, and they have, and they've taken care of the guys that they deem their leaders, and this team really needs leadership right now to pull them out of last season's funk, because last year was such a dark year, overshadowing everything from the minute they lost the Super Bowl to off-field drama to the losses on the field, even the wins when Debo was trying to choke out the kicker. It was such a down year, and right now with these contract extensions with Brock, with Fred Warner, with George Kittle, I think there's a renewed sense of, okay, things are back on track. Everybody take a breath, and here we go.
And I do want to get your thoughts on George is now the highest paid tight end in pro football, and he's the number one tight end in the history of the franchise. Our friend Brent Jones is going to go into the Hall of Fame, the first tight end to go in the Hall of Fame. So we'll rank the tight ends. Fred Warner's on a career path. Where do you put him after Patrick Willis and Dave Wilcox, a couple of Hall of Famers? But that first game right away in Seattle against Sam Darnold, and they got him to a $99 million contract, and the Niners got Brock for $265, and they were teammates. So fascinating. But I think Brock won them over that first road start ever when he had to play with the 2 fractured ribs, and they didn't know he could play. So literally you wrote the book, the franchise, 49ers, a curated history of the faithful, like I had liked my meal before to be curated. So beautiful there, Cam. My prosciutto, always curated. Honestly, I think you know more about the history of the 49ers than anybody because you wrote the book on it and then you've got into it. So, Brock is now the highest paid player in the history of the franchise. But he had to follow with a gap in between 2 of the best ever. So Joe Montana, Steve Young, and I would put John Brody up there as well. But just let's take it after Joe and Steve. And we get into the underrated Jeff Garcia. Alex Smith took him a while to get going. Colin Kaepernick, the robo quarterback. I got Jimmy Garoppolo, who for a short time was the highest paid quarterback in pro football and the highest paid player until Derek Carr passed him, and then Brock. So how would you rank post Joe and Steve Niner quarterbacks?
All right. Well, first of all, thank you for the compliments, but I do not think I'm the most knowledgeable 49er historian. There's a lot of guys in the Bay that have done it, and guys that have moved along.
Mark Purdy wrote a good book.
But thank you.
Guys. Yeah.
I mean, you got the Ira Millers, Matt Mayoko, so many guys. We got the great Art Spander. Everybody knows the Niners better than me. But for your entertainment purposes, and I do not like playing the best of game, like who's the best, but of these guys after Joe and Steve, Greg, there's been about 20 starting quarterbacks for the 49ers, right? And Purdy's probably got one of the smallest sample sizes among those top 5 guys, but I would probably put Brock up at the top because of what he's accomplished against expectations, against injury issues, and his future, I don't want to say future earnings, but his future success that we're anticipating. And I know we're not supposed to necessarily, handicap it that way, but I would put Brock at the top. And then from there, it's kind of what's your favorite? What are you looking at? Because Jeff Garcia is the one that made the most Pro Bowls. He made 3 Pro Bowls. He won a big playoff game against the Giants, but that was his only playoff win. And when you look at playoff wins, that's really how we judge the Niners and their quarterbacks. And gosh, everybody else has 4 playoff wins. Brock has 4 playoff wins. Garoppolo has 4. Kaepernick's got 4. Alex Smith only had 1, but it was a beautiful one against the Saints to snap the Niners out of their playoff funk. But those are your top 5 guys after the Steve Young retired. And then you get into the Rolodex. Do you want me to rip through names just for like history's sake so people can laugh and just remember? Because out of this group, I would say like maybe remember Sean Hill had some good times, but then there was you had Steve Stenstrom, Tim Rattay, Ken Dorsey, the pride of Miramati High School, Cody Pickett, Trent Dilfer, Chris Wenke had a cup of coffee, J.T. O'Sullivan, Troy Smith, the great Blaine Gabbert, the not-so-great Brian Hoyer. You had C.J. Beathard, and then you had Nick Mullins mania for a little bit.
Yeah.
They went through so many of those guys, and I think when you hear those names, it can put in perspective that, yeah, you really do need a franchise quarterback. So the fact that they found one in Brock Purdy and have locked him up for multiple years now, you just got to hope Brock pans out. And because, they locked Jimmy Garoppolo up for 5 years, and he didn't pan out. They locked Trey. Oh, yeah, we forgot to throw Trey Lance's name in there, right? Trey Lance they had in there with the number 3 overall pick, and obviously he didn't pan out. So there's still a lot to prove, and for this contract to be a win-win, Brock's got to win.
Talking to Cam Inman here, a few more minutes. Actually, that discussion right there sort of leads me to this. So when I was reading your mailbag column, I actually noted my favorite part of it, which was, can we fire Shanahan after this season, please? And you just said no. He and Purdy are only 3 seasons into a union that the 49ers are fully banking on for future years. So the question I want to ask you is, how much pressure is Shanahan under this year? Not in the sense of necessarily coaching for his job, but maybe more so in the ability to bounce back, ability to, in part with Brock Purdy, prove that the contract was worth it, prove that this can be a long-term marriage for years to come.
I don't think he's under as much pressure as if Brock was still playing out his regular season his rookie contract. If Brock was on a lame duck year, then you'd be like, what's going to happen with this franchise in a year, right? Right now, the quarterback's locked in for multiple years, so his success is tied to Shanahan, so I don't see Shanahan being on the hot seat whatsoever. The pressure, I really have something with this storyline about pressure. When you're the quarterback or the coach of the 49ers, the pressure is to deliver a Lombardi trophy. No matter what condition the roster's in, that's been ingrained in this franchise thanks to Joe and Steve and Bill Walsh and Ronnie Lott and Jerry Rice and on and on. We can also, Tina Turner won 4 rings as a linebacker. Don't forget him in that great linebacker talk. But the pressure is always going to be there in pro sports. The Niners are looked at as a franchise that's had so much success, yet there's a 30-year drought without winning a Lombardi trophy. And can they do it this year on their home field? That's going to be a stretch because of all the roster recalibration they've done. Will it happen in a year? Who knows? But that's kind of the beauty of it is you have to really just focus in on 1 week at a time. And that this season's schedule is pretty inviting to get everything going again.
You mentioned the underrated Keena Turner, and what a joy he is to be around. So classy every day.
Yeah.
4-time Super Bowl champion. Brent Jones, our friend from the Bay Area and Santa Clara, all the way to the Niners Hall of Fame. 3-time Super Bowl champion. So the Niners signed a couple of huge contracts recently. Obviously, Brock in the middle of extending George Kittle, and now he's the highest paid tight end in pro football again. And then Fred Warner yesterday got the extension. They'll make it official in the coming days, and he's going to be the highest paid linebacker. So just as far as the rankings for those 2 positions, where do you put George? Statistically, it's way out there, but there's been a long history. Dr. John Frank, going back to Russ Francis, Ted Pollock. Just where do you rank? Is George number 1? And then it's Fred Warner's number 2 for now, behind Patrick Willis. Rank the tight ends and linebackers, Cam.
All right. Well, first of all, let's start with tight ends. And I got to disclose that I might be biased because George Kittle did write a foreword for my book. But that aside, he also caught, 538 receptions for 7,380 yards. the guy ranks third in 49ers history in yards and receptions. I mean, that there explains why he's the number one tight end, not to mention all his blocking exploits and leadership capabilities. But, I love the fact that the Niners are recognizing Brent Jones, because I think he's the number 2 tight end in Niner history. And they don't have any other tight ends in that 49ers Hall of Fame, which I don't think the general public knows enough about, and they should have open more often than just on game days. Vernon Davis, I think, has to be their number 3 tight end. He has the 4th most receiving touchdowns in Niner history. And last night, my wife turned on the movie Baywatch, and in the opening scenes, there was this guy playing basketball. And I go, that's Vernon Davis. And that he has so many credits now in his movie career. It's pretty funny. And so he's one of the all-time, just guys that wants to be, he's in the spotlight. I can't avoid him. And then, but one of the, if you want to get down the list of other, great Niner tight ends, one of the characters was Russ Francis. Ted Qualick made it to 3 Pro Bowls before he left for the Raiders. Earl Cooper was at the start of the Niners dynasty. You had Dr. John Frank. You had our good late dear friend Greg Clark. Eric Johnson was Bill Walsh's final draft pick, and he led the team in receptions, I think, one year. And then another name I threw out there is Garrett Selleck, because when George Kittle was coming into the league, Garrett Selleck was the Niners tight end. And George attributes a lot of his professionalism to what Garrett taught him. So a shout out to him, too.
And linebackers.
Well, okay, this when we get to the greatness stuff, I never saw Dave Wilcox play, right? I had a great discussion.
Really good play.
Yeah,
excellent play.
When your nickname's the Intimidator and you're in the Hall of Fame, that probably means you're the number 1 linebacker in team history. And credit over to Justin Wilcox, Cal's football coach, who needs to come. The Niners need to bring him down and show him Wilcox family. It's like him or Willis. Dave Wilcox or Patrick Willis or 1-1A. I would say Fred Warner would be the next in line in that group, with the chance to keep going higher. I mean, somebody said that he's a first ballot Hall of Famer. He's not there yet. It took Patrick Willis 5 years to get in the Hall of Fame. If Fred won a Super Bowl, then he probably would be. Just that's how it's looked upon. But he's trajecting that way. Matt Hazeltine played 14 years for the Niners, in the 50s and 60s. They got an award named after him. And then you got Keena, you got Bowman, you got North. You can just rip through linebackers' last names, and it's like a Brazilian soccer player, because you know who you're talking about.
Navarro Bowman.
Bowman. You got Hacksaw. You got Dan Buns and Greenlaw making big time plays on goal lines, right? Ricky Ellison, Frank Nunley. Don't forget about Gary Plummer. Lee Woodall was part of some great
F the
teams.
Cowboys.
Yeah. And then when I broke in with the Niners on the Niner beat in 2000. They had this linebacker tandem of Jeff Ulbrich and Derek Smith, and those guys are a hoot to be around. And so they've had so many great linebackers in their history that sometimes we overlook it, because there's so many offensive exploits with this team and franchise. And then you go on the defensive side, and you usually just goes right to Ronnie Lott, as you should. But they have a ton of linebackers. And Fred Warner, he came in, Greg. He was a 6'3" linebacker. And remember, we were talking to D'Amico Ryans of, isn't he a little tall and kind of rangy to be playing linebacker? And it turned out Fred's the prototype now, because of his ability in coverage and what he can do just as a middle linebacker and just the hype man of this team. And I think it's really smart for the Niners to lock him. And he's going into year 8. And Patrick Willis only made it to year 8 before his feet forced him to retire. So hopefully Fred's got many, many more years ahead of him.
Yeah, no question. And it's a 3-year, $63 million extension, 4-time All-Pro Fred here to stay. So, Cam, thanks so much for coming by. We'll definitely do it again. Going to be a lot of 49ers offseason talk. Not sure how drama-filled it's going to be this time around, but maybe that's a good thing.
It's always a good thing. And next week we're going to break down the top 13 punters in 49er history, and then we can go on to something else the next week.
Andy Lee,
undeniably is number 1. Are you kidding me? Steve Spurrier would be high on the list as well, without a doubt. So
very good.
We got Mooches, and I used to go out there to Campo de Boxing in the East Bay and be a part of that. With Coach Madden is gone, who's on the other side of Mooch?
Well, Mooch runs it. I mean, it started with Mooch, about over 26 years ago, and then he joined forces with Madden, and they held it at Campo de Bocces in Livermore, on the border of Livermore and Pleasanton, for many years, until John passed away, and then it moved back to Los Gatos, and it raises a lot of money for a lot of great charities. And I've played on it the last couple of years for the Cal Poly athletic team. I'm kind of like the mascot, but I will occasionally roll a ball and get some success. So it's a good cause. It's a great deal, too.
Yeah, we'll have a great time with it, and appreciate you coming by. Papa and Silver, as always.
Thank you, Greg.
Thank you, Cam.
He is Cam Inman, San Jose Mercury News, also the author of The Franchise, the book that Papa was holding up on the stream. Coming up, let's do a little bit of Silver Linings playlist, play some sounds for you, get ready to wrap it up and hand it to Dirty Work, who's going to take you all the way up to Giants pregame. Hayden Birdsong's first start of the 2025 season, only here on the Sports Leader.
From the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
No drama offseason continues for the 49ers. Fred Warner has agreed to a 3-year, $63 million contract extension to help restructure some of the salary cap for the 49ers in the next couple of seasons. The 4-time first-team All-Pro is here to stay in the Bay and help lead a new-look defense in the 2025 season, with the work starting early this time in the offseason. Hey everyone, Greg Silver here. Did you know that many of the attorney ads you've seen or heard aren't based in the Bay Area? Some aren't even based in the state of California. Well, Chris Dolan and the Dolan Law Firm have been based right here for more than 25 years in the Bay Area. This is award-winning personal injury and employment attorneys fighting for you where you live. So if you've been discriminated against at work, wrongfully terminated, or sexually harassed, your rights matter, and you can go to DolanLawFirm.com to learn more about your rights. Now, unfortunately, over the past year, Chris and his team also saw a sharp increase in no-fault injury accidents. And remember, with all the chaos going around us, vehicles, pedestrians, children, please be careful and let's work together in making the Bay Area as safe a place as it can be. Feel confident that you're in good hands with award-winning California Lawyer of the Year. The Dolan Law Firm has secured more than $1 billion. That's right, billion with a B, in verdicts and settlements on behalf of their clients. You pay nothing up front, no hourly rates, no upfront fees, and the best part of it all, they don't get paid until you get paid. They live here, they work here, they win here. DolanLawFirm.com.
And now it's time for the Protect Your Assets Business and Technology Report with me, David Hollander.
Check the mic and make sure it sound right, boys.
Now back to Greg Papa and Greg Silver on KNBR, the sports leader. Silver Linings Playlist, the tunes and lyrics that define the stories of the day.
Drop the mic, Silver.
Well, it actually worked out, all things considered, yesterday that I didn't go with the Brock Purdy contract extension theme because there was another one at the end of the show. Fred Warner. Now make it Fred Warner, Brock Purdy, and George Kittle. So, yes, this offseason for San Francisco has been a lot of salary shedding, saying goodbye to a lot of different faces. But Jed York, in the end, also puts together some contracts that our guys have signed. So, old dirty bastard, we'll say it the best. Hey, da-da, baby, I got your money. Brock Purdy, George Kittle, Fred Warner, and some others. Got to keep it simple. I can't believe we're doing this in May, first of all. I mean, training camp's months away, and we're talking about contract extensions. What's going on here?
Old dirty bastard? I do like that a lot. Yeah, it's been an interesting offseason. I mean, March is when they marched a lot of guys out of 49-49. That week of March 10th all the way through the end of the week, and March 14th, the new league year starting, and March 12th, it was hard. Honestly, I was depressed. At the end of that first day, if you remember, on March 10th, it was like, damn, are they all going to have to? And you knew they were leaving. There were certain guys. You knew Aaron Banks was going to leave. You knew Charvarius Ward was going to leave. You knew Talanoa Hufanga was going to leave. But Dre Greenlaw, seriously, big play Dre? Did he have to go? And then, obviously, Kyle Juszczyk, but he wound up coming back. So those early days of free agency in the new league year were hard. And then you got in the draft. You know, we came back from Indianapolis, and all these D linemen are running and jumping, and O linemen and defensive players. They got five defensive players overall, and stacked on with three D linemen, and got our guy Upton Stout. Let's do it. And you saw the energy, and then they rewarded the faithful. What David Lombardi has dubbed it. You had the line spring fling, and they sold off a piece of the team, 6%. It's not yet done. The spring owners meetings are going on in Minneapolis right now, and we'll see if that transaction's approved and whether or not they're going to sell off 4% more. But it's a big business, and then you were able to reward the guys that have meant so much to this franchise in George and Fred, and obviously getting the quarterback done just to stabilize everything. But you know what? And a number of teams are on the field this week because they have new coaches.
Yep.
But we'll be on the field next week. The Jets, Patriots, Saints, Jaguars, Cowboys, and Bears are already on the field today. They can begin the helmet phase of organized team activity, the football phase. The Niners start Tuesday. And we talked a lot about this during the season. Wednesday is installation day. They prepare for the new opponent Monday and Tuesday. Wednesday they come in and they have a plan how to win. When they come in after Memorial Day weekend, and have a good weekend, everybody be safe, it is a mindset around here. It can no longer be, damn, we lost the Super Bowl in overtime. Damn, our quarterback got hurt on the 8th offensive snap in the NFC Championship game. Damn, we blew a 10-point lead going to the fourth quarter of the NFC Championship game. Our free safety drops a pick. We can't convert a 2nd and 1.
Right.
We can't convert a 3rd and 2. Damn. We were 7 minutes and 13 seconds away from winning the Super Bowl, and then they go 2-3 chip jet wasp on us, and the whole thing explodes. It can't be that. It can't be what we didn't accomplish, what should have been ours now, and I think that's what they're going to get back to. You see the attendance and the organized team activities. We hear about them. I haven't been around them yet. I'll be out there next week when they're on the field, actually, and see the rookies. But now it's time. Now it's time to have this great coaching staff, to have Kyle Shanahan and his offensive guys, Robert Saleh, former head coach, coming back as the DC again, showing them how the way we used to do this when we went to Super Bowls. Brant Boyer and his energy and edge that he's bringing to special teams, and just Brock's seriousness, and George and Nick and Christian, and having Christian healthy, showing up at Giants games and Warriors games. So it's been an up and down and all around off season, but very different than last season. You think about last season, that first day of full, on the field organized team activities, there was like 8 or 9, 10 guys that didn't show up for it, and most of them were all pros. It's a different mindset now. This team is starting from, and I'm sure Kyle's going to give him the speech, we lost 11 games last year. We won 1 division game. We got to get back to blocking, tackling, being Niners again, winning at the line of scrimmage. We got to run the ball. You got to run the ball in the low red zone the way we used to, and we got to stop the damn run. We can't allow teams to gash us. So, yeah, the offseason's been up and down and all around. In a word, it's been necessary. It's been a reset mentally, physically, spiritually, emotionally. But you know what? They'll blow off. Go to Bottle Rock over the weekend. Do whatever the hell you want to do.
Yeah, go check out Green Day.
It's going time on Tuesday, and you check back in. It is time to get back to the mentality that this team had going into the 19 season when they didn't win in 17 and 18. So they got paid. They're rich guys now. It's a different mindset, but you gave the money to the guys you believe in. And you gave them, in George's case and in Fred's case, you always talk about, can you give that guy a second contract? Is when they go from their rookie contracts, even if they're the number 1 pick, to a second contract, they are getting generational wealth. When they get a third contract, they get it 2 times, and even more so. And they gave those guys a second extension, a third contract. So it's go time. The offseason has been eventful, in a word, necessary. But when they come back after Memorial Day weekend, it is time to be Niners again.
So today we take it back to 1999 for the playlist for Old Dirty Bastard, Got Your Money. That's what happened if you're Brock Purdy. That's what happened if you're Fred Warner. And previously, before those two, George Kittle. We're not doing Tupac's Checkout Time because I think you said it well. The end of the off seasons, or really the end of the seasons of the last few years, have been deflating. It's been heartbreaking. The farther along you get, the harder the fall and the farther it happens. And also the less of an offseason you had. This season, it just all was not there from the beginning. You lose 11 games. You're done in January. You're mathematically eliminated before the new year even happens. You lost 11 games. Time to reset. You paid the guys you want to be here for a long time. Drafted a whole bunch of defensive players. You brought a familiar face in Robert Saleh back in the building. And when Tuesday goes, well, it's not really thinking of it like the offseason anymore. Coming up, let's play some sounds from the weekend. Want to hear something from George Kontos yesterday when he was on with us, as well as something from the Draymond Green podcast. And keep talking a little bit of 49ers before we get ready to hand it off to Dirty Work. It's Pop and Silver on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
KNBR, the Sports Leader. Papa and Silver now continues live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Papa and Silver hanging out with you another 25 minutes or so, then we'll get ready to hand it off to Dirty Work here on a Tuesday. I want to play a few different sounds, and today, kind of a good day to dip into all different categories. We did a lot of Giants the first half of the show. Got to talk to Susan Slusser and Rex Hudler, a.k.a. the Bill Walton of baseball, and I mean that as a full compliment with the energy, the vibes, the enthusiasm. Then we caught up with Mark Spears and Cam Inman, got a little bit into Warriors offseason, as well as 49ers in their contracts. And let's pick up right where we left it off with the 49ers. You know what my favorite topic is? Contract revisionist history. No, I am joking about that. But Adam Schefter did have some sound from SiriusXM Radio on the Purdy negotiations and what Brock Purdy's camp originally was asking for.
You know, listen, I think there's a lot of ways to come to this number and a lot of ways that they did come to this number. There were multiple meetings between the two sides. And I think Brock Purdy's initial asking price was north of $60 million. And he was not going to get $60 million. He was not going to become the highest paid quarterback in football. It didn't fit into the 49ers salary structure. And I think also there was the idea that, you know, at one point in time, like, oh, well, maybe the 49ers would have listened for Brock Purdy trade offers. There were no trade offers that came in. There were no teams that really expressed interest. And Brock Purdy's perfect for them, and he's perfect for them. Like, they're perfect for him. He's perfect for them. It just works. It's the way it should be.
Okay, so it's not necessarily the $60 million figure and upward that I'm focusing on and why I wanted to play this cut. It's more the bottom line of like, okay, if that's what they asked for at first, I don't know what the 49ers opening offer was. Maybe it was somewhere in the 40s. The bottom line is they came to a number, and it was a compromise that got done fairly quickly and efficiently. It's a different tale than a lot of the 49er negotiations of some of the past years. There was no social media clippings that we had to read into and burn segments on the radio for. There was nothing that's going to be drawn out into training camp. And all in all, nothing that should disrupt the start of the season. When we had Cam Inman on, part of the reason I wanted to ask him about the schedule in that first chunk of the season, Papa, is the 2 division games, but also getting off to a good start is important, not just for any football team, but especially a team that's looking to have a bounce back year like the 49ers, get back into the postseason, hope to ultimately make a run at this Lombardi.
Well, the first 2 were on the road. As you noted, 2 of the first 3 within the NFC West. 3 of the first 5 are within the NFC West, when you include the Rams. So before my birthday rolls around October the 10th, we're going to have a lot to say about how this is going to go down. As far as the Brock negotiations, I mean, there's nothing there. They had many conversations. So you have to understand, the agents work for the players. And Kyle Strongen has got some other guys, but Brock is the big one. He just signed him to the biggest contract in the history of the 49er franchise, one of the biggest in the history of the NFL. But he takes the directive from Brock and Jenna. They decide what they do. Brock is not going to behave like Deebo Samuel, like Brandon Ayuk, like Trent Williams or George, and I'm not demeaning the way those guys handled things. It's just Brock is Brock. Brock is different. And I don't know how many of those guys could play quarterback for the Niners. Now, Brock couldn't play tight end like George, but he's big brain Brock. He steers this. When the offseason started, I had my reservations that they would sign him at all. I've said it on this station. I've said it publicly in many forums. I said it in speaking engagements that I thought it was quite possible that they would make him play if he chose to. Now, he could sit out, and then the ramifications of that, but playing under his original rookie deal, and because of making Pro Bowls and other incentives, he got up over $5 million, so what, 5.2, close to 5.3. Because I think initially Kyle Strongen was sending in data comparing him to Dak Prescott. That they were not going to pay him $60 million a year. So if they're going 60, we go 40. And then there's a middle ground there that was reached, and that's what's there. And then there was a no-trade clause. And believe me, you can say that's not an issue, Cam Inman. His contract pays him a lot of money in 3 years. But if you want it, you can just cut him off the team after that. But you just don't like cutting players. It'd be easy to trade a player if, in fact, for whatever reason, you wanted to trade him. And, I mean, just look at how the Jimmy Garoppolo situation went and where that went. So they reached a middle ground. But I think a lot of it was Brock was the driving force. The 49ers were as well, to meet him in the middle. But the reason we don't have a lot of drama this time, the George Kittle and Fred Warner deals were extensions. That these are great players that you want to get on the 10-year wall. Yeah. And by extending them, you spread out their money and you lower their cap hit for this year. They've done it many, many times. For Trent Williams, Eric Armstead did it many, many times. They just did it at this particular point in time, and then it coincided with Brock. The reason this deal got done, the Niners were motivated to get it done with a number they can deal with, they could accept, and it's Brock Purdy. Brock Purdy, Memorial Day Tuesday, when the holiday rolls around, you think he wants to be driving around on Great America Parkway in his Toyota Prius with no football team to go quarterback? And then if he does go in, the media is going to be all over him. So once he realized... Yeah,
if he put the Prius hazard lights on or something, it would fit in with every other Prius in the Bay Area.
Yeah, he's still got one. Sequoia, they're all there. They're all Brock. So he's not going to change that way, but he wants to be a football player. So the point is that this deal got done because the Niners wanted to get done, obviously, but Brock Purdy wanted to get it done. There was a meeting in the middle. I think the no-trade clause is significant. We'll see where that goes in time. But that's where it started. The interesting thing is that there were no trade offers to trade for Brock.
Yeah.
Well, the reason you would entertain those, and when would they be? When the new league year started in March, more time probably around the draft. When you're looking at drafting all these young guys, where would Brock Purdy have gone in the draft this year? But if they're having a problem, if the agent is asking for Dak Prescott money and more from them, if I trade for him, I got to give up players to get him, and then I got to give him that contract? So how many teams are willing to do that? So you have to listen to it's not like nobody wants Brock Purdy to be on their team. It's just this has reached high-level business for Brock, and the reason it got done, Niners wanted to get it done. They have expert negotiators, obviously, but this got done because Brock Purdy wanted to get it done.
There we have it. Brock Purdy, 5 years, $53 million AAV for a total of $265 and a guarantee of $181. All right, let's play this from the Draymond Green podcast. And look, the Warriors offseason's here, but thank goodness for Draymond Green because he's going to be an audio machine and always have something to give us. I don't know if you saw this clip. It was essentially about how badly Julius Randle made the Warriors defense struggle, and in particular
Draymond in particular.
And how he lost this matchup. Now, he said it was the second time he felt like he lost his matchup in a series. Do you want to guess what the other one was?
Oh, wow. In a series the Warriors lost? I'd have to think about it. Siakam in Toronto going
Correct.
Back then?
It was Siakam in Toronto, although he said that one he felt like he lost the matchup. This one, he knows he lost the matchup. Here's what he had to say.
We all know he lost the matchup.
Julius is incredible. Another reason why I said this series is like Toronto to me, I think that was my 34th playoff series. I could be off by 1 or 2, give or take each way. The only other playoff series where I felt like I lost my matchup like that was Toronto. I felt like I lost my matchup to Pascal Siakam. Game 1, he crushed me. Game 2, I stifled him. Game 3, he was on. Game 4, I had a better game. But I felt like I lost my matchup in that series. And this series also reminds me of that series because I don't feel like I lost my matchup. I lost my matchup. Like, Julius was incredible. And honestly, some of the shots he was taking was shots that you want him to take, and he made them. Like, at the end of the day, the game oftentimes come down to shot making, and he made the shots. We've been kind of having these little battles since Drew came into the league. Obviously, this is the first one on a playoff level, but I got to give it to him, man. He got the better of me. With all respect, I'm never a guy who's going to hide from the truth. He was a tough cover. One of the tougher covers I've had in the playoff series.
I mean, you got to give Draymond credit in the sense for how much he talks and how much he likes to stand on business. He fully owned up to the fact that Julius Randle was the best player in that series. And on top of that, it's true what he said about some of the shots that Julius Randle was making are shots you can live with him taking, and some late in the shot clock as well. Julius Randle just completely tore that series apart. And, yeah, Draymond Green almost always would win his defensive matchups in series. He's correct in the fact that Julius Randle, there was no question on this one.
That guy, if he chooses to be, and if he can deal with it, he'll be a great head coach in the NBA. Because he calls himself out. That is real. He is Saganasty. We said it throughout the series. It was the biggest surprise to me. I remember a younger Julius Randle, and in his prime, Draymond Green, just Draymond dominated him. It was he's not doing anything. And for it to turn the other way, where he was getting dominated, and Julius got in his bag. He was making some face-up jumpers and going back, but he also went into his chest, went right at his body. So this is the deal when you look at the Warriors proceeding forward. Can Draymond be that defensive stopper that you need him to be in every single series he goes up against? Just look at some of the guys you're dealing with here. And, Minnesota's got him, and they've got Gobert, and they've got Naz Reid. They cause problems. Oklahoma City, I think, Draymond can deal with Holmgren until Holmgren gets into a weight room. And Hartenstein. These are all guys that can shoot the ball from outside. The one guy, he did guard Şengün really well, Greg. But there's going to be a point where that's going to be a hard cover for him. Şengün is going to figure it out. Şengün's going to look at that tape all offseason. He got him on the nail, free throw line, middle, and just sized him up, got into his body, tried to get deeper. He didn't have the physical strength of Randle to push him down to the restricted circle or bottom of the circle. Şengün gets bigger, stronger. He's so skilled. He's more skilled than Randle. So as you proceed forward, is Draymond Green, if he couldn't do it this year, can he do it next year? Was it a one-off? Will there be more that just pile up? What do you do with the Joker? How do you guard that guy? So that's the problem with an older roster. They begin to lose their special skills. Can Draymond Green be a defensive stopper against these young bigs? And they're coming from all angles, sizes, shapes, and they're way out here at the three-point line. They're facing you up. Can he guard these guys?
Yeah, and I mean, a lot of these guys are only getting better, with Şengün being a great example of someone that got their first playoff experience under their belt. Victor Wembanyama is going to be healthy again next year. The Western Conference is not getting any easier on paper, and you got Oklahoma City and Minnesota facing off in Game 1 tonight, 5:30 tip-off. If anyone still has any basketball left in their hearts after the Warriors went down. Last cut, let's go with George Kontos when he was on with us yesterday. K's with Kontos. We asked him about Jordan Hicks heading to the bullpen and some of his past pitching performances. Want to revisit that as we get to not only revisit Jordan Hicks and what he can do moving forward coming out of the pen, but of course, Hayden Birdsong going to be the one taking his place in that starting rotation tonight. So here was Kontos on with us yesterday.
There's nothing that tells me in short bursts that he's not going to have that added velocity again, because you're going to come in, the adrenaline will be pumping a little bit more. There's going to be no really settling into an outing. It is coming in, blowing gas, and getting however many guys you're asked to get out, and that'll be the day. So I would imagine that he will be right back up to those triple. I mean, we've seen him throw 104, 105 as well in those early days in his career when he was closing for the Cardinals. So the velocity is there, and he's healthy, and we've seen how dominant he can be, and he's just going to be another really good piece in that late inning mix for the bullpen.
So we saw it last night, and George is right in the sense that the velocity was there. He covered 100 miles per hour 3 times on a pitch. But then there's also the element of you can't kind of wait to get into a comfort zone. It can't take 1, 2, 3 batters before you start figuring it out. The speed's there. The hard throwing's there. The command has got to be much better.
Mike Kruko's got the great line. You got to go from a brain-dead heaver to a pitcher. And I'm not calling Jordan Hicks a brain-dead heaver. He's not. He proved he can start and dominate for half a season. He did last year. Then he wore down, and he seemed to pitch in a lot of warm day games. As a short reliever, he was as dominant as anybody. And you mentioned he got triple digits last night. Right now, it's the command. Jordan Hicks last night threw 16 pitches. He threw. He wasn't in the strike zone nearly as much as he was. 16 pitches, 7 strikes.
Yeah.
So it's just not enough. Right away, he went 2-0, gives up a base hit up the middle, a 3-ball count. He walked a batter. He gave up a hit. He gave up a run. And that's, if he's going to come in with that mentality that George is talking about, It's going back to his closer days with St. Louis and short relief days in Toronto, where he came in and different mindset. You're not going out there for 6 innings. You're going out there for 6 pitches. You're going to blow them away and let them put the ball in play. And if you have to punch out the side, do it in 9 or 10 pitches. Just attack. That's what the whole thing this year has been about, attack. So he'll figure it out. He's had a hard time with the first innings this year as a starter. So it's not like a huge surprise that he had a hard time with the first inning last night, his first time as a reliever. So he'll be fine. He'll have to acclimate, but he's got to get his command back. Camilo Duvall was all out of whack for a long time, and now he's great, and likewise for Ryan Walker. But the story tonight's going to be Hayden Birdsong, because we've been calling for this for a little while. I mean, I think they did it at the right time. Landon Roop has proven to be able to be on attack mode, and he pitched so well against the A's on Saturday. But Hayden Birdsong is a starter. We'll see what they do with Kyle Harrison. If they do IL Justin Verlander, it'd either be Kyle or Carson Wisenhunt that would take the start in Washington. We'll worry about that later in the week. But just hope Hayden Birdsong just, breathes easy. He got a little excitable last year when he did pitch. Remember that one start in Atlanta right around the 4th of July. But he figures it out, and he has stage presence. He has poise on the mound. There'll be times that he comes out of his arm slot. It's not going to be a couple innings, 3. He's going to have to go through the lineup 2 or 3 times. That's a different thing. How do you get Bobby Witt Jr. out at all? How do you get him out 3 times in a game? Because he's batting number 2 in the order. But, you could make the point, and they got a lot of guys with great stuff on the staff. Among the starters, Hayden Birdsong may, in fact, have the best stuff.
I'll be out there tonight to check it out. It's going to be great. And then we'll have a short show tomorrow to get you ready for the day game, number 3 against the Royals. We'll wrap up the show on the other side and get it to dirty work. It's Pop and Silver on the Sports Later.
From the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Well, despite Robbie Ray going 7 shutout innings last night, the Giants lost their first game in which Ray made the start. Vinny Pasquantino 2-run homer was all the Royals needed to get this win. They win it 3-1 over the Giants. And your orange and black will look for revenge tonight with Hayden Birdsong making his first start of the 2025 season. First pitch at 6:45.
Declare your retirement independence today with a call to O'Donnell Financial Group. Having the proper investment strategy in place may allow you the freedom to do what you want and when you want, potentially for the rest of your life. You've worked hard, you've saved hard, and the folks at O'Donnell Financial Group are here to help you avoid common mistakes in retirement. Having the right investment strategy for the future could make all the difference. Reduce what you owe to the government and keep hundreds of thousands more in your pocket, especially for those who have saved a lot. So don't wait. Declare your retirement independence and call O'Donnell Financial Group today, 866-496-2300, and learn what it means to truly achieve retirement independence. Again, 866-496-2300. Learn more online at o'donnellfinancialgroup.com. That's 866-496-2300 or odfigroup.com to learn more. O'Donnell Financial Group. Let us help you retire confidently.
This is Papa and Silver on KNBR, the sports leader.
All right, that's about going to do it today. Big thank you to our guests, Susan Slusser, Rex Hudler, Mark Spears, Cam Inman. You can go back and check out those interviews on the KNBR app, KNBR.com, wherever you get your podcast. Tonight, 6:45, Hayden Birdsong, Michael Lorenzen. I'm going to be out there. It's going to be fantastic, and maybe we'll talk about a big story in a Hayden Birdsong tomorrow when we reconvene at 10. Maybe we'll talk about the Giants offense waking up. Either way, we'll be here for you, and it's going to be a short show.
It's on you, the machine. Pat the bat. Get your bat rack going and come out swinging. Sad news. We lost one of the greats, Norm from Cheers.
Oh.
Cheers, the forerunner really to Seinfeld. Norm the legend, George Wendt, passed away today. So let's hoist one for the great George Wendt, Norm.
Oh, absolutely. Well, yeah, that's kind of a tough note to end the show on for sure. And obviously, thoughts and prayers go out to his family for that. But good stuff today. Great talk on the Giants, a little bit of Warriors and NBA talk, and, of course, the 49ers and everything that they are putting together in this offseason. It's time to hand it off to Dirty Work, Copes, D-Pop, Tim Webb. We'll take you all the way up to Giants pregame. Pop, good to be with you. I'll see you tomorrow at 10. Thank you to Walter, as always, and you're listening to KNBR and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station.
Okay, the fun's over.
They've done the dirty work of the radio business.
Anybody messes this thing up for me tonight is through.
Engineering, board operating, and producing.
Not only are you fired, your life is over.
And now they have the microphone. What could go wrong?
Nobody messes up. You understand me? Don't mess up.
Adam Copeland.
You wanted some sort of like hard-hitting Bob Lee journalism. You came to the wrong place.
Derek Papa.
Oh, boy. Okay. It's getting hot. Is it getting hot, sir? That's even worse. How are we feeling? It's getting hot. Oh, boy.
And Tim Webb.
Mankini, yes or no?
59.
We go with this, Tim.
It's a dirty job, but someone's got to do it.
Ridiculous. Completely ridiculous.
Welcome to Dirty Work. KNBR 104.5 and 680. The sports leader.
It's Dirty Work on a Tuesday afternoon. Adam Copeland, D-Pop, Tim Webb. As soon as D-Pop gets his ass in the chair and Walt gets his ass out of it,
Got a Tuesday show for you. You know what Tuesdays are? Our favorite day of dirty work.
Indeed, Copes.
So after this, it's all downhill the rest of the week.
Pretty much.
We peak on Tuesday here on Dirty Work, and then we just sort of ride it out. We actually have a short show on Friday. I wouldn't say a short show today. We'll be with you till 5:45 when Giants pregame starts. Giants taking on the Royals, and thank God I don't have to see Bubich again. Jesus Christ, that guy.
That guy was good.
No hit for the first 19 batters.
It's a good look at Bubich.
Talk more about that one. The kid out of Archbishop Mitty, and then went to Stanford. I grew up a Giants fan, by the way. Was dominant last night against the Giants. Robbie Ray, maybe his best outing of the year, one of them. He had another pickoff. Anyway, the Giants fall short 3-1. You run to one of the best lefties in baseball, one of the best lefties in the American League.
Seems to be a trend right now, though.
He legitimately is. Now, they haven't hit lefties well, which you pair that with, again, facing probably an all-star pitcher in Bubich for the Royals. I mean, the Giants didn't hit him at all for the first 19 batters, but he's been dominant against the league. He's got a .36 ERA now in the month of May. He's been 3 starts this month. That's the best in all of baseball. So
not bad.
He's been dominant. Yeah, we'll talk more about.
He was robbed, though. I would say of that. Well, I mean, in the moment,
talking about how the no-hitter ended.
Yes.
Well, it sucks the way it ended because the inning was over, and then they come back, and the official score then ruled it after ruling it
but
an error ruled it a hit.
That's so weak. It's like
on Jeopardy,
dude. You literally just stole the words out of my mouth.
Yeah.
Like when somebody on Jeopardy gets a word wrong or phrases it incorrectly, and then a couple of segments later they're like, "Ooh, sorry, we looked at the film. We'll have to take that away from you."
I watched an episode yesterday where that had happened. Where they gave a guy, he got a daily double wrong.
Yeah.
And he'd given it like a different name. I forget exactly what the question was. Not that I knew the answer to it anyway. Something like 14th century French art. I don't know.
That's my expertise.
Yeah, art from the 2nd century. Anyway, it's like a video. Some dude's in a cave. You know what I mean? He's like,
it's usually like
this cave drawing.
Yeah, but sometimes it's ridiculous. Like a celebrity doing it's like, and here's Haley Cuoco with this this art. Hi, I was on The Big Bang Theory.
Yeah.
This art.
Here's Mindy Kaling in Paris talking. She's standing in the Louvre right now.
Here's Fred Armisen.
Dude, exactly. And they're just like narrating something for one category.
Exactly.
No, but so yeah, they come back and then it's funny because they said he'd gotten it incorrect and it was a daily double and it was like a 5,000 wager.
Right.
So he loses 5, but then they come back from break and they're like, our judges have actually said that was a correct answer, so we're giving it to him.
Okay, well that's good.
It added 10K to his because he lost the 5 and he gains the 5 for the daily double. But that's I'm with you. That's how it felt.
Yeah.
But for a pitcher, you're like, nice. I got a no hitter going after whatever 21 batters or something.
Yeah,
comes back into the dugout. And then, like, before the next inning starts, it's like, by the way, that's been changed to a it's been changed to a
I
hit.
mean, I
not
was
that it changes. It shouldn't change your mentality, but
no,
it probably does. I say it shouldn't. I don't know how it couldn't. If you're thinking when you're that deep into the game, you start thinking about it. I would imagine.
Absolutely,
it comes to the forefront.
But the way the rule is, like I heard Kipe on with the morning guys.
I think it's the right call. By the way, I think changing.
You do think it's the right call?
I think it was an error. I think it was a
hit.
I think it was a hit.
Now, why do you say that?
Well, first of all, it's all up to the official score. I saw somebody yesterday tweeting about this going like, I don't even know what an error is anymore. And I'm like, an error is always a judgment call.
When you see it, you see it.
Yes, it's obscenity. You don't know it until you see it.
Exactly.
But also, it's up to the official score to determine, is that a routine play that should be made? Right? Like, Wilmer Flores is a slow runner. I don't know if that's ever taken into account. He's the one who hits that ball. Ball's moving pretty quick. The runner the fielder is moving, and he kind of trips and overruns it. Like,
who was it, Massey?
The second baseman. I'm not sure he's not who the second baseman was.
I think so.
I didn't have a problem. That's why when it happened, I went, oh, is that an error or is that a hit? They ruled it an error, and even when they ruled it an error, I thought, ooh, I don't even know if I think that's an error totally. So I'm okay with it being ruled a hit because I think you want to give credit to the hitter for doing what he did.
Yeah.
And you can never, here's the thing as an official score, you can't assume a spectacular play. Right? So if he had made that play, he was playing him up the middle a little bit. Yeah. He's got to go pretty far to his left. I'm not saying it would have been spectacular, but if instead of overrunning it, he dives for it and doesn't get it and the ball kicks away, that's a hit because he dove. Generally, if a guy dives on like an infield play like that, unless it's one they think he didn't have to dive or it should have been made, but because he's playing him so far away, he had to move so far to his left. Like it wasn't hit right to him.
Right.
And it bounced over his glove. That's an error. So I was okay because the fielder would have had to do something that I'm not sure you expect every second baseman to do.
Yeah, that's fair.
And so I'm okay with ruling an error. It wasn't like nothing about the play was egregious. Nothing about the scoring is egregious. In my mind, I didn't feel great that it was an error when they ruled it an error. I think was my point.
I don't think they had concrete evidence to overturn it in my terminology.
It's not, but that's the thing about baseball that's so funny.
I know.
there's no concrete evidence. It's like Tom said this one time. I think it was Tom said this. We talked about this with basketball, where officiating in the NBA is so difficult or basketball in general, because it's supposed to be absolutely it's a foul or it's not a foul. It's like it's like safer out. Safer out is the definitive evidence play.
That's a foul!
When it comes to an official score ruling, baseball is really the only sport where you're like, you have to come up with, well, how do you score that? Football, there's no question about that guy threw it, that guy caught it, that guy made the tackle, right? We know the amount of yardage. In baseball, how you score it is like it's a judgment call for the for whoever the official score is. And a lot of times players, I found this out after just being around baseball or getting into sports media, a lot of times players' agents will file appeals or petitions for certain plays that change games. And a lot of times the appeal doesn't get overturned, because if you're a hitter and you want to petition after a game or protest after a game or appeal a score ruling and say, hey, that should have been a hit, not an error. Now, if it's an error, it affects my batting average negatively. Well, if you change it to a hit, now it affects the pitcher's whip negatively. So you're affecting another player, and so a lot of times those things don't get overruled, but neither here nor there. I did think it was an interesting point in the game. I think I think the most intriguing part of the game to me was when Robbie Ray picked off that pinch runner.
Yeah.
They're bringing a pinch runner in like the 7th. Robbie Ray picks him off, tied for Major League lead now with 4 pickoffs on the season. But to have him get picked off, and then Matt Quatraro, the manager for Kansas City,
he got thrown out.
He got ejected after that because he kept saying Robbie Ray balked. It wasn't about the save for the out. It was about the balk. Now the balk, dude, that's one where, I don't know if anybody knows what a balk is. Like that's a judgment call too. Not supposed to be, but the point is that in basketball, even plays that are supposed to be. So wait, yes or no?
He was arguing that Robbie balked on that?
He was arguing that he balked. Yeah, that's
I don't know about that.
Yeah, I don't know.
He started his motion directly towards the plate.
Yeah.
There's
how many times have you seen a balk?
Yeah.
I mean, 100, and I still wouldn't be able to pretend to tell you what it is.
Well, a balk is a balk.
I know what a balk is when it's a righty. I have no idea what a balk is when it's. I mean, I know, but it's. I played baseball with a guy in high school, Gary Cristo. Best pickup move I've ever seen. He did it any time a guy got on base, because he had a straight up. He was left-handed. He had like a straight up knee, so he could look at home plate, come straight up, and then just step towards that way. Like he didn't have a lean one way or the other. And every team we ever played argued that it was a balk. He never got called for it because it wasn't. But I don't think anybody has it. It's tough to tell from different angles what a balk is. I don't know. I just go with the umpires on that one. Not something I'm coached to do or trained to do. But what Tom was saying about NBA officiating is like even the calls that are supposed to be absolutely objective calls are still kind of subjective in how you call them. Goaltend is the ball on its way down or not? But it's just up to you to determine was the ball on its way down or not.
It's never going to be perfect. It's not going to be perfect, but I guess by the letter of the law, Murph was talking about this morning with Kipe, where if you're the infielder and you trip, it does count as a hit.
Yeah, usually, and he clearly does trip.
Yeah, but Kipe's response is, I don't give a damn about that. You look at the play and you realize that is clearly an error. I don't know if it's clearly an error. I would have left it an error, but to change it later on, I think is kind of weak.
He changed it like within 10 minutes. Sometimes it takes a lot longer.
Yeah.
I was at Sean Manaea's no-hitter a few years ago in Oakland against the Red Sox, and there's a play in that game. I want to go back and find this play. It was a little like flare into center field. Marcus Semien's playing shortstop for the A's. I want to say Hanley Ramirez hit it for the Red Sox.
Sounds right.
It's like a little flare into center field. Marcus Semien runs back into shallow center field, and he's going like almost like Willie Mays style, like over his basket, like his back's to the infield, and he's going to try to basket catch it.
Yeah.
And it's going to fall in front of whoever the center fielder is. And he like kind of goes into like a slide, I think, and it hits his glove and bounces off. And that was in like the 4th inning, I want to say. It was ruled an error on Semien. And I remember thinking in the moment, before anybody's thinking no-hitter, because you're like in the 4th, I remember thinking, damn, that's a tough error. He's got his back to the infield. He's trying to make an over-the-shoulder play. Unless there's a part of it I don't remember correctly, but ruled an error.
That sounds right. I vaguely remember that.
I remember thinking like, damn, that's a weird error on Semien. That's a tough play. Anyway,
thank God they did.
That's the rule, that if a guy trips, I guess it's just ruled a hit rather than an error.
It's what it is.
But here's the thing is I don't know if that's always in every circumstance. I feel like there's times where guys trip, and they'll still call it an error. I think it just sort of depends.
It's just kind of a judgment call. But, I mean, regardless, Robbie Ray, he doesn't get a loss last night, but the Giants lose for the first time with him pitching, and the Giants still have their struggles against lefties, which I'm not overly concerned about when they have such strong pitching, but obviously there's enough evidence to support that they have an issue right now. But in the grand scheme of things, 28-20, and the Dodgers have their own issues right now with pitching, I would say it's not that big of an issue, but something that they need to keep in mind going forward.
Dodgers got ripped yesterday. They have
major issues right now.
Yeah, they can't. for all the glitz and glam and talk this offseason about the Dodgers and everything they added, they still banked on a lot of guys who are injury-prone for their careers. Tyler Glasnow's an injury-prone dude. Roki Sasaki, unproven and expensive. He's on the IL now, but there was talk about sending him to the minors. I said this yesterday. You've got Kershaw, who just came back. He didn't have a great debut this weekend when he came back off the IL after having surgery over the offseason. Blake Snell, who knows if they'll see him again. Ohtani still hasn't pitched. He threw a bullpen I saw the other day, an up-down bullpen they called it, where he threw like 50 pitches over throwing some, sitting down, throwing some more.
Yeah, what is it, like 15 pitchers are injured right now?
I don't know. They got to who cares? But
well, as we were talking about earlier when the season began, it's like I made the argument that it's better to be a Giants fan than a Dodger fan because there is nothing except for winning the entire thing that you can do as a Dodger fan right now. And the fact that they're kind of floundering, they're panicking down there. You know they are. You know they're going, uh-oh, what do? We don't have any pitching and everything. Whereas if you're a Giants fan right now, even just coming off that loss, you're looking at it like, we got a lot of stuff going for us right now. They're one game out.
Of course, I'll also say it's very early right now. And, of course, a lot of these pitchers can come back. But not looking good right now for the Dodgers.
No, they're definitely. I mean, pitching was the issue that they've had was pitching was their problem each of the last couple of years. They ran out of starting pitching. They were able to survive it last year and obviously won a World Series.
Yeah, in the playoff,
Yankees. But their whole thing in the last few years was not having enough pitching. And whether or not this stuff comes back or these guys come back, who knows? And Sasaki's got to figure it out when he comes back off the IL. I don't think he's going to be gone for that long. I think they're just trying to figure out what's going on with him and why he's not been executing. But, Giants pitching is, the bullpen, I know they blew it in a game where the offense wasn't going.
I mean, yeah, they didn't really blow it.
It's tough to say you blow it when the offense isn't really putting anything up.
It's easy to point the finger at Tyler Rogers yesterday.
Yeah, it ended a streak of 14 consecutive scoreless innings for the bullpen. The Giants entered play yesterday, the best bullpen in baseball, best ERA, best whip of any unit in baseball.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So, if you're going to rank, and we'll talk about this later, the strengths of the team, that's got to be the unit of the team you're most confident in right now, which is a unique thing in baseball. Usually everybody hates and is stressed out about their bullpen because it's not closing games when they need to. Dirty work on a Tuesday afternoon. Carlos Ramirez going to join us today?
Yes.
4:50?
Yep.
Is that it?
That's it.
That's it. Carlos Ramirez at 4:50 today. Giants-Royals pregame coming up at 5:45 with your award-winning Diamond Notes. Plus, it's a Tuesday, which means the NBA grab bag is here. It's been obtained.
It won't be denied.
It will not be denied on a Tuesday. Never again. NBA grab bag is today, and one of America's favorite bits and I don't know. I ran out of steam there.
Yeah, go on.
One of America's favorites, Tim's Tuesday Takes and Trivia.
Is it? Wow.
Returns at 4:15.
Okay.
The greatest show in America, I assume.
Hey, let's be real. With what's going on right now, like we'll talk Giants baseball, but not a lot going on right now. The Tuesdays will stay the same. There will always be a grab bag, and there will always be a Tim's Tuesday Takes and Trivia.
I thought you meant like what's going on in this country right now, man. They need their takes.
Well, that too.
Yeah,
tariffs going on. Tariff Tuesday.
Tim's Tuesday Tariff Takes and Trivia. Tim will give you his takes on Tim gives you a sports.
Tim, you better incorporate
Tim
the tariffs.
Here for tariffs.
Tim gives you a sports take, a slice of life take, a take on some tariff that's affected his life recently, and then a trivia question, which can be heard on
it's May Radio, baby,
which can be heard at the bitter end tonight as part of Tim's. Do
you guys hate tariffs?
Tim's Tuesday Tariff Takes and Trivia. That's all coming your way at 4:15. The NBA grab bag at 3:15. When we come on back, the Giants' problems. Are they better or worse than the Dodgers? Which problems would you rather have right now? We'll talk about it next. It's Dirty Work. It's the greatest show in America. It's our favorite day of the week. It's Tuesday on The Sports Leader.
Giants continue to struggle against lefties, falling to Chris Bubich and the Royals 3-1 despite 7 scoreless innings from Rob Ray. Tonight, Krug, Man Crush, Hayden Birdsong takes the hill against Michael Lorenzen, who's a righty, thank God. Pre-game 5:45 right here on KNBR, the Bubich leader.
And now it's time for the Protect Your Assets Business and Technology Report with me, David Hollander.
dirty work. Adam Copeland and Derek Papa on KNBR 104.5 and 680 AM. The sports leader.
Dirty work on a Tuesday afternoon. Adam.
Boop. So,
Adam Copeland, D-Pop. Well, I got you this time, huh?
It got me.
Hear this like every day on the rotator.
I know. So for whatever reason, this time I wanted to dance and sing.
All right.
Anyway, so I go on.
Giants fall to the Royals last night, 3-1.
It's that kind of day.
Is it?
Yeah.
It's just not a ton going on, huh?
Yeah, I know. Well, Giants lose last night, and they obviously have their issues with left-handed pitching.
Dude, they're 3-11 against lefties. I saw a quote from
Is it 3-11 or 4-11?
It's 3-11 now against lefties.
Oh, that stat last night on NBC then was incorrect.
I didn't see it.
Yeah,
I'm not sure.
I was watching the postgame.
I'm pretty sure it's 3-11.
Okay.
In 14 games. Because they're the second. The funniest thing is they're not the worst team in baseball against lefties.
Who is it?
The worst team in baseball.
Oh,
the Rockies.
That's not surprising.
They're 1-11 against lefties.
But is it? I mean, yeah. How are they against right-handers too?
Yeah. Well, they're what are they? I think they were 8-38 or something going into play yesterday.
Oh, they improved. They're 8 wins now.
They're at 8 wins. Which
when they fired Bud Black, it was 7 wins.
Well, don't forget they gave Bud Black the vote of confidence. The GM did.
Oh yeah.
Next day they lost 21-0 to the Padres.
God, the irony of that story was incredible.
Then they played another game and they won
9-3,
and then they fired Bud Black.
It's like, hey, good job today, Bud, but it
didn't make any sense. I mean,
over.
The funniest thing to me is 3 months ago he was your guy. You let him pick the team. You know what I mean? I'm always like, in baseball, when you fire somebody before like a quarter of the way through the season, you're like, what are we doing? What?
I know.
Why'd you even let him do anything? Have anything to do with the team if you were this? Thought he was this incompetent. I mean, the same can be said about the Pirates and the managers. They're in a tough gig. A lot of times they have to take the fall for.
Yeah.
In baseball, different than. It's not like you can scheme up any better like you can in football.
No.
It's not like you're play calling per se. You have to make decisions, of course, but it's more. I mean, I feel like in the NBA even and in baseball, it's more roll the ball out and the guy's got to go make plays.
Definitely.
Than it is in football, where the coach has a much different impact on what's happening on the field because he's designing what the game plan is.
Funny you should say that because I want to bring something up later on the show about that when it comes to quarterbacks and head coaches being good combos together. But yeah, no, I'm with you. So it's 3-11. So I guess you could say the Giants are all mixed up when it comes to left-handed pitchers. You see what I did there?
What do you mean?
Because 3-11 reference.
Yeah, okay.
Come on, Tim, you're with me on that one.
Oh, see, I was like,
amber is the color of Derek's energy.
See, there you go. Some people forget about 3-11. Not as good as Sublime, but pretty good on Scott.
Nobody forgets about 3-11.
All right.
I mean, it's the color of your energy.
Kind of look like Peanut a little bit.
I just caught me off guard. You know what I mean?
Sorry, go on.
Not as much as Greg and Greg talking ODB caught me off guard. Really. Old dirty bastard. Like, I was like, what are we talking? What are we doing?
Hey,
I knew about ODB before anybody.
I'm the original.
Hey, did you know he likes it raw? Ooh, baby, he likes it raw.
Come on, Pete. We're talking Wu-Tang now, John. Giants 3-11 against lefties now. Second worst mark after the Rockies are 1-11. Again, the homer allowed by Tyler Rogers yesterday ended a 14-inning scoreless streak by the bullpen. They entered play with the best ERA and whip in baseball. Now, Jordan Hicks made his bullpen debut. I saw immediately people were like, why are you putting unproven Jordan Hicks into the game?
Oh, come on. He's proven.
They're saying unproven Jordan Hicks into a game of this caliber when you're this close. And I'm like, you're trailing though. You put him in. You have to pitch somebody there. Can't throw Randy Rodriguez every day.
Yeah, but like, what does that even mean? Unproven?
I thought he's pumping 100.
Yeah.
100 3 times yesterday in the game.
I'd rather have him out there in the 8th as opposed to the first inning.
Yeah. Also, the 2 hits and the walk and the run allowed wasn't fantastic.
Yeah.
When you're down 1 and you're trying to battle your way back. But Giants had an opportunity and then a couple of pop-outs, and that was it for the ball. Well, pop-out and then a strikeout.
Yeah. I mean, right now, would you say it's kind of alarming, though, that it's the team in general, but you're having guys that you gave massive contracts to in Matt Chapman and William Adames. Right now, Matt Chapman's hitting 286.
286? No.
Yes.
Matt Chapman's hitting 216.
Oh, 216, my bad. I was looking at the wrong thing then. 143.
I guess you say we're all mixed up. 211. No, I'm kidding. I was 216. Go ahead.
Close enough.
Yeah, we're
basically,
rolling.
those guys are not performing well when you're facing left-handed hitters. And it's the whole team in general, but I don't know. You would know better than me. Is there any way to fix this? I just don't know how this can improve when, I mean, like Elio Ramos is doing, better when he's having these leadoff home runs. But besides that, I would say this team in general is just Not very good when it comes to left-handed pitchers.
Well, yeah, and the beauty of that is you're going to see fewer lefties than you see anything else. They're just a team that isn't hitting lefties well.
So really, is this that big of a deal?
I always wonder, too, like, what's the how it's a bad sample size. At 14 games, it's a pretty good sample size.
Yeah.
It's not good.
We're just not that good, man.
We're just not that good, man. When you see righties come into the game, they start to put together a little bit more, too, which is interesting. I don't know how many games you need to see of them facing lefties. They're just not great at hitting lefties.
Yes.
I guess right now. Who knows if some of that changes or if they can fix the lineup a little bit. I mean, in general, Matt Chapman's not hitting anyway. The point is he's got a 735 OPS because when he does hit, it's like doubles and homers in bunches, kind of come in handfuls. But in between, he's not really putting anything together or setting guys up. And the fact that he's in the 4-hole right now is making it tough, right? Jung-Hoo Lee has cooled off a bit. His OPS is down below 800 now. He's hitting 276. So not anybody is putting any sort of consistency together. Again, I said this a couple of weeks ago. Not all phases of the lineup have clicked at any one time this season. They've been buoyed and carried by the pitching, right? Both the starting pitching and the bullpen. Even that's why when you asked me yesterday, anything you feel about Verlander, what they need to do with him, and I said, anytime I start to be critical of the roster, critical of the team, I go, okay, but they're a game out of first place. Dodgers lost last night. Giants had pulled it out and came back and won yesterday. If they had done that, they'd be in first place today and a tie for first when they woke up. So I guess the issue that I have is more that there's no consistency right now in terms of guys putting together stretches of greatness or stretches of success at the same time. However, they still are able to manufacture runs. They still just swept the A's, and the offense looked pretty good in that series. It's Chapman and Adames right in the middle of the lineup. Now, we got an 8:05 rage call.
How many last night?
We got a 5-burger last night. We also got one. I listened to it this morning. It said, according to baseball, Willie Adames is better in his career when he hits leadoff than at any other point in the lineup. So I don't know why we're batting him second, we're batting him fifth and sixth.
Because he's not hitting well right now.
And, he goes, I don't know why we're batting him second and fifth and sixth when in his career he's been better in the leadoff spot.
Well, sorry, he's going by baseball.
He said according to baseball.
According to baseball,
the
sport of baseball.
So real quick, I looked it up. Willie Adames has only had 2 games in his career where he's even hit leadoff. And the most success in his career, OPS-wise, have come in like the 2, the 5, and the 6 holes.
I think 805 Rays just used like Google AI to look that up.
Hey, baseball, what do you think about this one?
This guy's the dumbest there is in the world.
Sometimes he gets really mad. He was more subdued when I heard the call from yesterday.
And in his defense, he did call it 5:30 this morning as well. So 5-burger.
Anyway, the hitting against lefties is problematic. The lineup just isn't very deep.
Yeah.
As we said before, when you got guys like, it's great to have Patrick Bailey's defense back there. He drove in a run the other day and helped that rally to come back against the A's and win. But it was not before the I think it was on the Saturday game when the lead. Oh no, it was the Sunday game.
Yeah.
Anyway, he has a big knock there, but basically you get to a handful of these guys in the bottom of the lineup and there's just no depth there. Casey Schmidt hitting 579 is his OPS, right? Right. He just doesn't hit for average. I know he just came back, but he wasn't hitting when he left, when he got injured. Luis Matos, 526 OPS. They've got one guy hitting with an 850 OPS, 847 is Ramos. The average, you can tell me, is not as important now, but the OPS is important in terms of where they're getting hits. I would say they're a average to a bit below average offensive team, and they're a far above average pitching team because the bullpen makes them elite when it comes to pitching. The starting pitching has been pretty damn good to that end as well.
So do you think that's enough to carry them, though, to be a playoff team?
Yeah, I do.
Yeah.
I absolutely do.
So then, in the grand scheme of things,
I think if he can pitch, it carry. That's why I always said, rather be a pitching team than a hitting team.
Yeah.
8 days a week, I'd take.
Oh, yeah.
I'd take.
That's what you want in the postseason.
I would take being frustrated with the offense, not to the level that like the Mariners were dealing with it last year, where they were best pitching in baseball and one of the bottom 3 offenses in baseball. Like that. That's too big of a discrepancy. But you can be an average offensive team and an elite pitching team and win a lot of games.
I also think that they have the assets that they could go acquire a bat.
Yeah.
Could be in this lefty lineup coming up near the trade deadline. Now, we got plenty of time before that, but you could figure out maybe somebody to DH, maybe somebody to play first base when they're facing lefties, because they've got the assets for it right now.
That's going to be the most fascinating thing to me is how Buster Posey is going to approach the trade deadline, because if they stay at this pace, but yet we still kind of see these same struggles and the same kind of flaws.
They'll need more. You go back to, sorry to cut you off, you go back to like 2010 and 12 and competing. When the Giants were winning world championships, do we all forget how frustrating the offense was? Like you had Buster Posey in the middle of the lineup. You got Jung-Hoo Lee there. You got Ramos there. You got Flores there. There's some guys that we trust right now that I think Giants fans believe in. And obviously they're 28-20, right? They're competing right now. But still the the worry that the Dodgers are going to get healthy, that they're going to have pieces come back, make you a little bit concerned about, okay, we haven't played that. As a team, the Giants haven't played that many games against the West, haven't fared well against any of them really to this point. Right. You're going to get the Dodgers at some point soon, but haven't been great against the Padres, 3 of 4 against the Rockies. 2 of 3 they lost to the.
I mean, take the Rockies out of it. And let's talk about the teams that are important in the West.
2 of 3 they lost to Arizona, right?
Yeah.
And they lost, so they're 1-4.
Yes.
Against the NL West right now.
Yes.
Not where you want to be. That said, you're competing with other teams too for a wild card spot. For a team like the Giants with the pitching they have, get into the playoffs and see what you can do. Because when you get to the playoffs, your record doesn't matter, and what you can do to win the tournament or compete in the tournament is a much different thing. They're going to probably need more offense. I can't imagine. This is something about baseball that's great. When your team's competitive, you don't end the season with the same roster you started with.
No.
And the Giants are an organization. Buster Posey knows this. You feel better about it with Buster there at the helm. He was rooted and raised in this way. When the Giants were competitive, Brian Sabean did whatever he could at the trade deadline, year in and year out. Whether you hated the move or not, whether you hated Sidney Ponson, they needed a second starter, and they went and they got one, the best one that was on the market. They needed, I don't know why they needed Ricky Leday. I'll never understand that one. They needed Hunter Pence when they got Hunter Pence. They tried to get him the year before. You know what I mean? They've added, whether it's a bullpen arm, Javi Lopez, and they brought in Ramon Ramirez in 2010. You can bolster what your strength is, and if you can't get something to help your offense, that's where you go. They bolster more pitching. So it's a team that's deep. I still think we're going to see Carson Wisenhut at some point.
Yes, we will.
I think we're going to see a couple other guys out of the minors in terms of pitching that are going to maybe change the fortunes of the season. Don't forget.
Eldridge?
I don't know. He's in Double A right now. Let's pump the brakes on that. I would imagine more that they're on the market for somebody. And we'll see what happens with Encarnacion. Maybe he's found money. Gerard Encarnacion is getting ready to come back. 209 says, don't sleep on Mike Leake. I always forget about by the way, that was a buy. They needed another starter in 2013. Good call, though, on Mike Leake. I mean, Jeff Keppinger, can I offer you one of those, Tim? Like when they went out and got guys like that? Anyway, we'll talk more about this. As long as the pitching stays consistent, the Giants have a chance to win.
I think so.
And also, the Dodger problems are the opposite of that of the Giants.
Yes, they are.
Great hitting team. I think they're a bad pitching team right now.
Oh, they are, but how long will it stay that way?
We'll talk about that next. Dirty Work, greatest show in America. It's a Tuesday, 808 KNBR, 415-808-5627. Do the Giants lefties facing lefties, their lack of success against them, does it concern you? Or are you with me where you go, look, it's a hole right now in what they're able to do, but they are finding success in other elements of the game in terms of clutch hitting, situational hitting. I mean, they're like one of the I think they have the highest OPS with runners in scoring position in the National League, or one of the top couple of teams. We'll get you some of those numbers, but 808 KNBR, does facing lefties genuinely concern you about the long-term success of this team? We'll find out next. Dirty Work, greatest show in America on the Sports Leader.
dirty work. Adam Copeland and Derek Papa in the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Dirty work on a Tuesday. Adam Copeland, Derek Papa, Tim Webb. We'll get to Tim's Tuesday takes and trivia at 4:15. A little NBA grab bag at 3:15. Carlos Ramirez joins us at 4:50. We're taking your calls right now. 415-808-5627. That's 415-808-KNBR to discuss. Are you guys concerned right now with the Giants against left-handed pitching? You're like, it's all good. They got starting pitching right now. They're 28-20. What are we talking about right here? And speaking of the pitching, Hayden Birdsong's going to make his 2025 starter debut.
How about that?
Last year he had, I believe, 16 starts. And this season he's pitching pretty well in relief with a 4.70. Oh, that was last year. In 23 innings pitched this season, he has got a 2.31 ERA. Last year in 16 games, 4.75. So what are your expectations, Copes, with Birdsong now being the fourth starter?
I want a little Hayden Birdsong.
I want more of what we've seen out of the bullpen and more of what we saw last year. I want to get to his, trying to find the outing last year. It could have been his last start, maybe second to last start. But don't forget, I mean, this guy in the minor leagues had not played like multiple seasons. I don't even know that he played a full season. He had not played a full season at any one level. He had like shot through the minor leagues, made it to the big leagues very fast. And so last year pitched more innings in the season from beginning of the minor league season through the end of the major league season than he'd ever thrown in his career. Last year, 72 innings at the major league level. And the deepest he went into a game was he completed 6 innings last July against Colorado. At Colorado, he got a win. That moved him to 2-0. He had 12 strikeouts in that game.
Oh, I remember that.
At Colorado in July.
Yep.
He had another outing. It was his final start of the season. And I remember I talked to Hayden Birdsong about this at the San Jose Fan Fest event that we did before the season started, before they broke for camp. And he said, my whole thing is I know I've got the stuff to be a starter. If I do not fill up the strike zone early, then I'm not giving myself an opportunity to pitch for strikeouts and to stay into the game deep. Landon Roop said the exact same thing. Too many walks for both of those guys last year. Give the numbers on those. 43 walks for Hayden Birdsong in 72 innings, had 88 strikeouts. He's like, but I'm falling behind too often in the counts where I'm getting strikeouts. And so strikeout pitchers, you got to do it. If you want to stay in the game long, you got to do it efficiently, right? You got to get first pitch strikes, got to get swinging strikes, and he has that stuff. Yeah. We've seen a lot of that this year. His last start of last season, he took a loss. He went 4 1/3. He gave up 3 earned. He walked 3, struck out 11. So we had 2 double-digit strikeout games last year. I think that we're going to see more of what we saw from the end of last season because we've already seen it this year, swing and miss stuff. It's more going to be about his pitch mix as he gets later into games. I talked about this yesterday with Jordan Hicks going back to the bullpen. When you have multiple pitchers as a starter, a lot of bullpen guys get by on 2 pitches, sometimes 3, right? Because they're not in. Have multiple pitchers as a starter, a lot of bullpen guys get by on 2 pitches, sometimes 3, right? Because they're not in there for all that long. They can come. I'm excited about it. I think everybody should be excited. He's been one of the stellar parts of the bullpen to this point. And if he can bring some of that or most of that to the rotation, I think he projects to be a pretty damn good starter. And Greg and Greg were saying it earlier. He might have, this is no knock on Logan Webb, he's just not a blow-you-away guy. He might have the best stuff of any guy now in the Giants rotation. Landon Roop is on that list, too.
And we know that Larry Krueger is going to be watching tonight because he loves himself some Hayden Birdsong.
Got to get me some Birdsong.
I want a little Hayden Birdsong.
But yeah, to your point about with the Giants right now, and yes, they are struggling with the left-handed pitchers right now. But yeah, they're carried by their pitching, and right now they're pretty deep. So let's see where they go. But as far as comparing their pitching problems to the Dodgers' pitching problems, they got 15 pitchers right now that are injured. And yeah, it's not looking good right now. And I think that this division is going to be competitive for most of the season. I hope it goes down to the last game of the year because that would be amazing. Kind of like a few years ago in 2021. Although you probably have like 4 teams trying to get that first place spot,
and there'll be wild card spots in play too.
Exactly. So my thing though with the Dodgers is their guys will heal and come back. I don't know if the Giants can rectify their problems with the left-handed pitching. So I don't know how you fix that. I know that the Dodgers right now are having their issues. They've given up so many runs. I think it's 32 runs in the last 4 games. They're 0-4. And, the Diamondbacks killed them last night, 9-5. But, yeah, I think that the Giants' issues are more long-term while the Dodgers are just temporary, and those pitchers could come back and help them out. But I'm not saying that right now the Giants definitely have the best pitching in the NL West. It's not even close right now compared to that of the Padres, Diamondbacks, and Dodgers. But I would say that to fix the offensive woes may take a little more time than what the Dodgers are dealing with right now.
The Dodgers, I mean, and a lot of the guys they signed, Michael Kopech, right shoulder impingement. He's not expected to be back until later this month. He's still going through some rehab assignments. He was on the 60-day IL. Emmett Sheehan, we always called him Ed Sheeran. Tommy John surgery, he's back possibly around the All-Star break is what they're thinking. Kyle Hurt, who's hurt, he had Tommy John surgery. He's expected back at the earliest at the end of this season. Edgardo Henriquez, he's another lefty. He's got a fracture in his arm to be determined when he comes back. Glasnow to be determined, right shoulder inflammation. Who knows for him? I mean, he's a guy they were leaning on for big-time innings. Blake Snell, another TBD. 2 big-time free agent signings you made in the last 2 off seasons and expected to lean on them for about 400 innings you'd hope for the Dodgers over this season. You don't even know when they're coming back. So 2 of those are big question marks. Kirby Yates, another TBD. He's got a hamstring strain. He just went on the IL, though, a couple of days ago. Bullpen guy. They're saying likely all-star break, maybe after for Shohei Ohtani. So who knows? I mean, the only one that we know, June at the earliest for Blake Trinan, who's dealing with a right forearm sprain. Roki Sasaki has a shoulder impingement. He's a TBD. He's on the 15-day IL, but they're going to wait and see. So that's now 3 of your free agent starters. Yamamoto's been maybe the best right-hander in baseball so far.
He's going tonight.
And he's been fantastic. He's going tonight. I'd expect him to continue what he was doing. But you're asking which problems would I rather have? I'd rather always be the pitching team. Always. Yeah. The Dodgers' top of their lineup is so fantastic that they can overcome some of those pitching woes, which is why they're still in first place at 29-20 or 29-19, whatever their record is now, having lost 4 in a row. But over the course of a season, you have to have starting pitching. You have to have bullpen help. The Giants, if what they have right now in the rotation doesn't work, I don't have confidence in the minor leaguers, but I'm tantalized by what they have at the potential to be able to go to Kyle Harrison, to go to Hayden Birdsong, to go to Carson Wisenhunt, Carson Ragsdale, among others who are, like, right now maybe coming close to kicking the door down in AAA. That's where I feel pretty good, where I'm like, they've got some depth. The Dodgers right now don't have that.
Not to mention, we haven't brought up Tristan Beck or Sean Jelly, who are both depth pieces in terms of bullpen stuff. The thing about what you're saying to the Dodgers' injuries is that, who knows if those guys come back and are healthy? I'm sure the Dodgers hope that they come back and are healthy. But to our point, hope is not a strategy. And so you might, of that list, if you got half of those guys came back and they performed at the level they are, maybe you're that team. But what are the odds of that?
Yeah.
It's pretty astronomical.
Yeah, 808 KNBR 415-808-5627. How you feeling? Does the Giants' record against the lefties give you pause about them as a team? Or there's the other question, too, is do you like the Giants' problems offensively right now more than you like the Dodgers' problems? I'm not saying do you like the lineup better and whatnot, but for all the money they spent, for all the hope they had on a lot of these big-name, big-money players, the pitching is a major question mark for them as we get through the season because there's a lot of TBDs. Let's go to Joseph. Joseph's in Kansas City. Power of the flamethrower. What's up, Joseph? You're on the Sports Leader.
Hey, guys. Thanks for having me.
Thanks for the call, bro.
Hey, I just wanted to caveat. I'm in Kansas City, so first I just wanted to say last night I was watching the game, and it was knotted up 0-0, and I saw Witt take one to left field that didn't look good, but ended up being a fly out, and then the game went out. There was technical difficulties, and it came back on, and it was 2-0, so it was pretty brutal.
Yeah.
I'm not able to watch the regular. But, yeah, overall, I think I'm very excited about the starting pitching. I'm very excited about Birdsong coming to the lineup. I think Hicks going to the bullpen is I know that's not what he wants to do right now, but I think that's could be a weapon moving forward and maybe propel him back to the rotation at some point. But my question is more about the hitting and the left-handed pitchers. I didn't realize how glaring it was until, listening all day today. And as far as Patrick Bailey, I know he is a defensive stalwart, and we all love him for that. But is anybody paying attention to what Joey Bart's doing over in Pittsburgh? Has anybody talked about that?
I mean, it's funny. Anytime I'm doing like the Diamond Notes for Giants pregame, award-winning Diamond Notes, of course, Joseph. When we're doing the Diamond Notes, and I notice that Joey Bart is up, or his stats are up when I'm giving the numbers, or I've seen what he's done. I'm just kind of paying attention to him because he was the number 2 pick, right? He's a guy that we'd kind of hope was going to be part of the lineup. I wonder with him if it was going to take a new place anyway for him to find success because the previous regime had drafted him. The organization had kind of soured on him. They drafted another catcher afterwards in Patrick Bailey, and they shot him to the big leagues because of the defense. I just think Joey Bart really needed a change of scenery, and while it's a bummer that he's succeeding elsewhere in terms of the Giants not having gotten that out of him, I really don't. I can't imagine he would have found the same success or playing time here based on what was happening. And I'm really glad he's figured it out.
That's fair. I'm just, I was just kind of genuinely interested about that because it seems like, hitters are getting there's a little more patience without as much, pulling and mixing and matching.
Yeah, it's a great point.
Like, a whole lot of that.
Yeah, it's a great point. Like, had Joey Bart come up now under this regime, would he have developed differently? And it's a great question about what happened under Farhan. I think he acquired talented Farhan, but I've said this a bunch this year. I think Kyle Harrison's development has been hindered based on how they tried to use him in the minors for 3 innings at a time. And I know that he was struggling with location and stuff, but I think some of this coddling and some of the movement and transactionary stuff made it really tough for these guys to develop. Hey, Joseph, before you go, I got to ask you a question about KC Barbecue. Joe's, Arthur Bryant's, or Gates? Where are you going?
Ooh.
I'm a Joe's guy. I love Gates as well, but Joe's is definitely my go-to for sure.
Joe's is money. I went for the All-Star game in 2012, and I hit all 3 of those, and Joe's is my favorite.
You can't go wrong, but they're all good. Yeah, Joe's is a jam.
Much love, Joseph. Appreciate the call, bro. Call anytime, man. 808 KNBR 415-808-5627. How you feeling about the Giants' woes in terms of hitting against lefties? Maybe you're frustrated in general. Are you with me that the Giants are an average to below average offensive team? Because I think
I would agree.
I think the numbers would indicate that. And I also wonder, how long can they stay consistent with the situational hitting? Or is that a skill set that they just have? That maybe they're not as great as getting into those situations, but when they do, they make you pay. I will take the Giants' problems right now offensively and try to figure that out over because I do think they've got some. I think they're underachieving offensively, and they're achieving where I believe they could be on the pitching side of things. So I'll take those problems over the Dodgers' injury woes when it comes to pitching 8 days a week. Are you with me on that? 808 KNBR, 415-808-5627, the number to call and to text. When we come on back, more of your calls. Rob, I see you waiting on the line in San Mateo. We'll get to you. Mert, and Milt, we'll get to you guys as well.
We never do.
And your Giants and Dodger takes. Plus an NBA grab bag coming up at 3:15. Dirty Work, greatest show in America. It's only here on the Sports Leader.
Yeah, we mentioned it yesterday, but screw it. The 49ers announced 3-time Super Bowl winner and 4-time Pro Bowler Brent Jones would be inducted into the 49ers Hall of Fame. Brent will be the 33rd member inducted, but will always be number 1 in our hearts. Congratulations, Brent. For everything 49ers, keep it locked to KNBR, the Brent Jones leader.
back to Dirty Work. Adam Copeland and Derek Papa on KNBR 104.5 and 680 AM, the sports leader.
Dirty Work on a Tuesday afternoon. Adam Copeland, D-Pop, Tim Webb with you.
You know, these oranges are still in the studio. I bet they're bad by now.
They're never good. I mean, Greg Papa gets inducted into the, the
Syracuse Radio Hall of Fame.
Yeah. And somebody brought in...
Mike Kohler brought in some oranges.
He brought in a big bowl of oranges.
A plethora of oranges.
And Greg was like, oh, this is wonderful.
Man.
I'll never touch these again. And then he left, and the whole bowl of oranges is here. Just been sitting in the studio. First couple of days, the studio smelled nice. It smelled like citrus in here.
Yeah, we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 oranges.
There was more, but now we just keep taking them out there and throwing them, playing catch with them.
A little orange ball in the empty studio here.
You ever have any fruit trees when you were a kid?
Oh, yeah.
What trees? Like in your yards?
My grandma had a plum tree.
Ooh.
Yes.
You ever pick any plums?
Oh, yeah, all the time. Plums are delicious.
Plums are fantastic.
Yes.
I'm a plum guy.
Don't mind me a good plum.
I love a plum. Love a plum.
Yep.
It's funny. I don't feel like plum shows up on people, on like the top of people's like fruit rankings.
No, why do you think that is?
You get your strawberries, your bananas, your pineapples, your watermelons. Like people will come with
kumquats.
But I'm just saying, the second you say plum, I'm like, ooh, in the summertime, like bite into a good plum.
Oh, yeah.
It's
juicy,
yeah, ooh,
tasty.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Where you come down on a plum, Tim?
I can feel it all the way down in my plum.
Tim was waiting.
I knew he was going to go there, dude.
Predictable.
He was sitting there laughing to himself, dude.
I can feel it all the way down in my plum.
Tim he loves to sit on a good drop. Oh, I hope they come to me. Oh, man. Oh, man.
Tim, you like a plum?
I'm indifferent on plums. I'm a cherry guy. Jordan came in with a bag full of cherries yesterday. I'm a cherry guy.
Cherry. It's always, to me, I like a cherry, but it's always better in in thought than it is in execution.
Okay.
I don't love biting into, I love a pit, we've developed seedless watermelon, right?
Yeah.
Can't develop myself a pitless cherry. You can't get one of those?
In time.
Yeah, Jack Loader's rubbing his fingers together
in time.
Johnny Manziel going, it's going to cost you some money.
We have the technology, but just
some time.
Yeah.
I mean, sometime we got AI. I can't get a pitless cherry.
But a plum takes a lot too. I mean,
yeah, but a plum's a little bit different because I'm eating around the pit. Like a cherry, you're popping one into your mouth. I want to eat a handful of cherries, but that ain't happening.
No, that's dangerous.
I'm a cherries guy, man.
That's dangerous.
You can't do that. No, you'd be choking on it.
No, you can't do that.
No.
That's like a perfect summertime food. Cherry pie and a big slice, scoop of ice cream.
I like a peach too.
I love a peach.
I'll get into a peach.
Peaches and cream.
808 KNBR.
Peaches and cream.
Yeah.
That's going to be on Silver Linings playlist tomorrow. A little peaches and cream for you, Pop.
Well, the hilarity of him bringing the oranges in is both Holler and Greg aren't here.
These out. Come on.
Yeah, neither of them are here.
I'm going to start throwing these around.
Drop some oranges off. I juggle them day one.
I know.
Every time I see them, I want to juggle them.
Start the show, I started just throwing them at you for whatever reason.
Yeah, I want to juggle them. I like that. Anyway.
That was kind of the highlight of the oranges, to be honest.
Yeah, really.
Well, that, and then we talked about the pith.
Oh, yes, the pith.
The pith.
Oh, yes. Oh, the pith.
The pith. There's the filth and the pith.
The pith.
The Phil have been commenting on Jack Loader out there not doing much, but he was swinging the golf club at one of the oranges, and he goes, do you want it? I'm like, I don't want your bruised orange.
Yeah, that doesn't count as working.
415 chicks in the Golden State Lumber Showroom text on it. 808 KNBR says, stone fruits kick ass. Big fan. You like a nectarine then, I imagine?
Oh, love a good nectarine.
You see, I like a nectarine too. That can be but dude, you bite into a nectarine that's not ripe yet? Oh. To try to scrape pavement.
Yeah, you're right.
You know what I mean? Those things are
these are things I don't eat on my own. I usually have these things. Like I'll visit my mom in Florida. She's like, "Hey, Derek, want a nectarine?" I'm like, "Oh, sure."
You're a man who doesn't buy his own fruits.
No.
When's the last time? You don't buy fruit ever?
I buy bananas and I buy like watermelon or like a Safeway like
a cut up pack.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, I got you.
But like on its own, like I never ooh, a tangerine. I'm gonna get that. No,
tangerine.
I never get those.
I never buy a tangerine usually myself. Had a mango a couple weeks ago. Oh my god.
Ooh. Some say that's an aphrodisiac.
Is it?
It's that one episode of Seinfeld where they eat the mango. It's like, ooh, I got a bee shot here.
It's like I got
a taste explosion.
Yeah, it's when he bites into it. It's when Kramer's trying to convince George to buy the fruit from the guy downstairs. He goes,
wait, hold on.
I got a bee shot.
Yeah, hold on a second. This isn't your fruit. Like the guy calls him out. I was like, this. What, the plums with the red on the inside? That's Kramer.
Yeah, because he's like, you're buying these for Kramer.
Yeah, exactly.
He gets banned from the place.
Not to be confused with the Mackinac peaches.
Oh, the Mackinac peaches, Jerry.
Here we go, 408 checks. Since it's plums with the red on the inside,
yes.
Seinfeld joke. 510 checks.
All the way down in my plum.
510 says apricot's another fruit that gets no love.
Yeah, true.
So good for summer. It's a good call. The apricot's not getting the love it deserves. 209 says, since you're going into food detail, why do you hate cheesesteak sandwiches? It's not what we're talking about. We're talking fruit.
But do you?
I don't hate cheesesteaks. I have said in the past I'm not a cheesesteak guy.
Okay.
Because my thought is if I'm going to get meat and bread and cheese, I'm getting a burger.
All right, what about a steak sandwich?
I like it. You saw me house a steak sandwich at
Jack's.
At the 49ers.
Beautiful, tasty steak
Great
sandwich.
steak sandwich at Jack's.
No cheese on it.
Stole my order.
What do you mean stole your
You
order?
didn't steal the order. You can order the same thing.
No, I called it out on Tim's Tuesday Takes and Trivia that I was going to get the steak sandwich the day before, and then we went down there and you both got it, and I didn't get one.
Well, dude, I told you at the same time.
Whose fault is that?
Hold on. You and I were both looking at the menu, and I said I might get that as well. That stops you from getting the steak sandwich?
It was the bell of the ball, and you took it from me.
Oh, come on, Tim. That's ridiculous.
Also, 415 chimed in. They said, Copes keeps mentioning pie whenever he wants so that his landlord occasionally brings one over.
That's a great call.
Everybody get a Ron. Everybody needs a Ron.
You guys need yourselves a Ron. My landlord Ron dropping off pie, dropping off slices of red velvet cake. Gave me that. Remember that loaf of banana?
Great human.
He brought me that whole loaf of banana bread. Remember that? I brought it in for you guys. I think it was good.
Dude, banana bread. That's the way to go.
Jack ate half the loaf.
Dude, that banana bread was fantastic.
Piece of advice to you, fellas: bring a girl over to your place, make some banana bread. It'll go a long way.
Okay, hold on. It sounds oddly specific.
Wait.
Have you done this?
Yes, I have.
Hold on. Okay, Derek invited a woman over
with the sticker still on the bed frame.
Yeah. For those who don't know, when Derek started on the show, we did a promo video of him starting on the show.
It has been peeled.
There's a scene in his apartment that they filmed where you can see, like, when you buy a bed frame and it's got, like, the pricing sticker on the bed frame, like, in the store. Well, Derek got, like, the floor model one, it looked like, because it still had the sticker on it.
Are you crazy?
Not even technically attached to my bed, honestly.
And Derek and I, we were like, whoa, you still got that sticker? And it's funny.
You know how hard it is to take that sticker off?
The funniest part was, Tim, remember it was like partially ripped off, like he had tried to get it off, and he couldn't.
And then all
he made the whole college try.
Yeah, and then all the sticky rumbly stuff still on there.
And then I said, have you had like any maybe guests over who have mentioned anything about this?
Yes, they have, yes.
They said, yes, she did. Somebody did.
We said at the time that it was like getting a photo frame at Target and leaving the default photo in.
So, Derek, you invited some young woman over.
This is years ago. This is in college where a girl wanted to come over to my house.
Years, it could have been recent, huh?
No, it wasn't recently. But yeah, we made banana bread. It's easy to make. You get a lot of moldy bananas, grind it up, and yeah.
They're not moldy bananas. They're just old bananas.
Yeah,
mushy bananas.
Old mushy bananas, and it makes banana bread.
Mushy and moldy.
I got some moldy bananas. You want to check out my place?
Well, when they get old, don't they become moldy? Not necessarily moldy, but just like disgusting bananas.
They oxidize.
Exactly. They make good banana bread. Doesn't matter what I was talking about. Let's get back to the calls, damn it.
808 KNBR. Have you ever made banana bread for a lady?
You brought this. Nobody brought
I know I did.
Inviting a woman over to make banana bread.
Hey, come on now. Rob's waiting a long time on the line.
It's got a Rob in San Mateo. Hey, Rob, you ever invite a woman over to make banana bread at your place? You're on the Sports Leader.
No, but I've had one bake me banana bread later.
Well, there you go. How'd it go, Rob?
Oh! I mean, I feel like it went pretty well because, like I said, she made me banana bread the next day.
Hell yeah. Got a point.
Next day.
Hey, Rob, also, one more thing. What are your takes on Joey Bart?
Go on.
Oh, God. Don't get me started with Joey Bart. Every time I hear a Giants fan bring up Joey Bart, I'm like, I'm so tired and I'm over Joey Bart. I'm sure he's going to be a good MLB catcher one day, but it was never going to be with the Giants. It was never going to be with us. As much as I liked him, and he was a really likable player, I was rooting for him. I wanted him to do well, but there was just so many things stacked against him from the beginning. I mean, Copes, you mentioned it, the way the Farhan regime just totally botched his and probably Kyle Harrison's development through our minor league system. Like, yeah, everyone's like, oh, did you see what Bart did? No, and I don't care what Bart did.
And here's the thing, too.
He's never going to do it here.
Exactly. That's what Derek said to me, because I think we went to commercial right after I'd said that, and Derek said, the revisionist history of stuff like that is always so tough. Like, oh, we would have had that guy. Like, it doesn't go the same way with every organization. And by the way, I don't think Farhan loved Joey Bart anyway. He showed up and he drafted Patrick Bailey almost immediately, right? It was one of his first couple of drafts that he decided who the catcher of the future was going to be. Joey Bart's only hitting .270 with a homer and 11 ribs on the season. But Rob, I'm with you. I blame the last regime for how they developed him. The other part was, do you remember 2020? Buster decides he's going to sit out. Joey Bart wasn't ready for the bigs, and they had to bring him up because they just didn't have enough catching depth. That's on the organization.
And I think a lot of people keep bringing up Bart just because of Bailey's struggles at the plate since last year. I think if he would have started off this year the way he started off last year, no one would be mentioning Joey Bart right now.
No.
But the problem is Bailey is a black hole at the plate right now. Behind the plate, he's still good. His defense is elite, best in the league, great. But at the plate, he is a automatic out. No matter what.
There was nobody when the Joey Bart trade happened going, dude, can't believe they got rid of Joey Bart. I mean, nobody was mad because nobody was up in arms. Rob, we appreciate the call, man. Congrats on the banana bread. I'm glad it went well for you.
No, but I mean, like, that's the same thing with, like, Kuminga right now, where it's like, oh, if Kuminga goes to a new place, it's like, oh, can you believe we didn't keep him? That's just, it didn't fit here. James Wiseman, Trey Lance, it didn't fit here. It's time to move on at a certain point.
It's time for you to stop wedging Kuminga into conversations.
No, it was an apt comparison.
It was a good comparison, but I still want to hear about Jonathan Kuminga.
Oh, you will.
I was pissed when they traded Joey Bart because we loaded all that Bart sound and we never got to play it. It
affected Tim's drops.
I got 1 homer and 167 batting.
Let's hear it for old time's sake, Tim.
I don't have it. I got rid of it.
I figured you would have it ready to go since you referenced it.
Out of spite.
510 checks in. We got more. Back to the fruit conversation.
Okay.
510 checks in, says a Gladys Knight and the Piths.
Yep.
That works. I like that one. That's good. Our guy John Nadali in the 707 says, dude, pears suck.
That's a strong feeling to have.
That's a strong take on pears. I don't like biting into a pear, but if somebody cut me up a pear, I get into it.
Yeah, why not?
Isn't that weird? Like, same as I don't like biting into an apple, but if you get some slices there, I'll eat some apple.
Yeah. Well, I mean,
I just don't like biting into an apple.
Apple slices are easier to digest than an apple on its own. You know what I mean? Like, it's just kind of a weird thing to eat where you get apple slices. Maybe it's just like a school thing, like where your mom put in like a little plastic baggie. It's like, oh, this is easier to eat. Apple on its own. I do love a good apple, though. But I guess the skin's bad for you.
Is it?
That's what they said in It's Sunny in Philadelphia.
I don't know. So you're trusting it's always sunny in Philadelphia?
I usually do for all my information.
650 says, first text they've ever sent. What about a pluot?
Excuse me?
Tim, it seems like you'd like a pluot.
I don't even know what that is.
I'm more of a cherry guy.
Yeah, Tim's more of a cherry man.
What the hell's a pluot?
It's like a smaller. Tim, you got a pluot description for us?
Yeah, they're supposed to be sweeter, smaller, and everything. It's a hybrid.
I'm going to look it up here, see what it looks like.
It's like a plum and an apricot, right?
Yeah, the thing is, and Derek knows, if you had fruit trees, the funny thing about having a fruit tree is you get a ton. It's not like you get just a manageable amount.
A pluot. Oh, I'm seeing it right now. Yeah, okay. Yeah, plum-like.
I mean, overnight Dave's known to just bring in, 3 dozen lemons and just drop them off?
Sometimes cuties.
Sometimes cute. I mean, Dave's got a bunch. I had an orange tree when I was a kid. There was, just massive oranges would grow.
9-car tree for San Francisco Airport in 4 minutes.
That's not even a line anymore.
I hear that every day.
You're deeper than that now.
Well, no, San Francisco. No, what was it? San Francisco?
9-car tree for San Francisco Airport in 4 minutes.
Oh, yeah.
209 says, if you throw a peach at a shirtless friend, the fuzz will stick to their skin like little quills. Yeah, that's not good.
What about an orange to a shirtless friend? Should we try this on the stream?
Yeah, you want me to take my shirt off?
Sure.
If you love a plum, try a pluot, says the 707.
Okay, all right, I'll try it out.
Yeah.
Plum and an apricot.
415 says, let's not forget about the banana bread rage during COVID. I don't remember the banana bread
It was
rage.
more sourdough bread.
Actually, just bread.
Yeah.
It was just bread people like got into baking.
I mean, sourdough bread, what was it, Tiger King? There was a lot of weird stuff we did back then.
650 says, apples keep the doctor away. But it's true, the fruit is seasonal and best to only eat them in the fall. Go organic and all that.
Okay.
So maybe the skin can be bad for you.
Yeah, that's what I've heard. According to Mac on Sunny Philadelphia.
Since Derek has been to Indonesia, has anyone tried the durian or a durian? Your thoughts?
I've heard of those, but I have not tried those.
What's a durian?
Oh, you don't mess with it. First of all, it's a massive thing.
Don't mess with it.
Don't mess with the Zohan or the durian.
It's the smelliest fruit of all time.
Is it really?
It's actually banned in places because it's so stinky.
Really?
Also, it looks weird. Take a look at the photo.
Well, you know me. I love a good food challenge. I mean, does it make you stinky when you eat it?
I'm looking at it. Well, I don't know. Like, you mean like what's the oil?
Oh, fish oil.
Fish oil.
And krill oil, which will be sponsored by yours truly soon.
Krill oil coming to a body and read near you.
Like, you cannot have durian fruit in like airports and stuff like that because evidently it's so smelly. It's not like sour. It stinks. Yeah.
I'm kind of intrigued.
Durian, it's a spiky tropical fruit known as the king of fruits for its unique flavor and strong aroma. It's popular in Southeast Asia. It's both sweet and savory. Fleshy and custard-like is what they call it.
Fleshy.
I don't know if I want to eat something classic.
I'm down to try this durian Thompson Robinson.
Durian Thompson Robinson.
It was stupid. It was there, though.
Yeah, hop into the Durian. Got it to 85.
Got it to 88.
Got it to 88.
Where we're going, we don't need plums.
808 KNBR 415-808-5627. Fruits. What you got for us on fruits? We'll take a quick break, and when we come on back...
You know what time it is.
You know what it is. Every week it gets delivered. Sometimes here, sometimes elsewhere. Sometimes I got to go great distances to pick it up.
So what was the backstory?
Sometimes overnight.
So Copes is going to the fruit stand, and then...
yeah, I'll tell you when we come on back.
Okay.
How he
He's got to think about it.
I got to figure something out. All right, well, when we come on back, it's delivered each and every week. Speaking of fruits, this one's not. It's a root vegetable. It's a potato sack looking thing.
That's right.
Used to be filled with potatoes, the dirts, the roots, and all that. They emptied it out. They hosed it out. Now each week they fill it up. They stenciled 2 words on it. It's more of a couple of words in an acronym. And what it says is NBA grab bag.
NBA grab bag.
We do it next on the Durian Leader.
I can feel it all the way down in my plums.
Matt Barrows joined the Waterman and Brian this morning to discuss the 49ers locking up their core players for the immediate future. For that podcast and all of our podcasts, go to KNBR.com and the KNBR app, the core leader.
Hey, what's going on, everybody? Adam Copeland here. My good friend Steve Moskowitz is hanging out on the line, and Steve knows we'll talk anything on this show. We'll talk Giants, we'll talk Niners, we'll talk fruits, we'll talk Valkyries, and we'll also talk ERC. Steve, tell us what we need to know.
ERC can get you a tremendous amount of money, and if you're waiting for your ERC check and you haven't received it, you're entitled to a lot more than you think you're going to get because they also pay you interest. Clients are getting big chunks of interest. But President Trump has promised to cut $2 trillion with a T off the federal spending. Will he do away with the ERC with a stroke of his pen? Who knows? There's no reason to take that chance. There's 3 different ways we can hurry him up. Let us do that for you while this is still good law. The bottom line is, there's so much we want to do for you. And that also includes if your claim was denied, because the IRS is being sued right now, alleging they've denied a lot of claims, you even know if you qualify or not, or if you're being audited. But the bottom line is that's the big 3. 1, you haven't received your check, let us hurry them up. 2, you were denied, let us appeal it. Or 3, represent you in an audit. Bottom line is the only thing you have to do is just call up and say, hey, Steve, I want my ERC money.
Steve can help. Give him a call, 1-888-TAX-STEAL, or you can find him online at MoskowitzLLP.com.
back to dirty work. Adam Copeland and Derek Papa on KNBR 104.5 and 680 AM, the sports leader.
Dirty work on a Tuesday afternoon. Adam Copeland, Depop, Tim Webb. By the way, Tim's Tuesday takes tariffs and trivia coming your way at 4:15.
We're going to eat the tariffs here.
Almost an hour away.
Almost an hour away. Somebody checked in and said, did I miss Tim's Tuesday takes?
Oh, not yet.
No, you did not. The topic of the day all of a sudden has become Giants against left-handed pitching.
And fruit.
And fruit.
Nothing controversial, just fruit.
Who does love a good fruit?
Yeah, we've just been discussing fruits, which good by me. I'm happy to discuss some fruit. I ate some watermelon last night.
Nice.
Fantastic. Good watermelon season right now, don't you know?
Our guy Rockin' New Era, bacon's a fruit, right? Yes, it is.
Thank you, Rockin'.
Not quite.
Hey, if you can make jam out of it, it's fruit.
Found out Derek, his move is to invite women back to his apartment and make some banana bread with with moldy bananas. Somebody on the text line,
maybe not moldy, but old bananas.
Somebody on the text line said, I almost spit out my orange juice when I heard you say moldy bananas. Note to self, don't eat Derek's banana bread.
It tastes fine, from what I remember.
408, we're talking about the durian, the fruit, the durian, a spiky tropical fruit known for its stinky aroma. 408 checks in at 808 KNBR and says, I first smelled a durian in Singapore years ago. Thought I was smelling rancid meat.
Good Lord.
Ugh, sounds awful. Somebody else checked.
I'm still intrigued.
Somebody else checked, and I want to find that. Text.
Fleshy.
510 says, dude, I'm sure Liberty from yesterday is loving that you guys are talking fruits instead of the Valkyrie.
Hey, you got to be careful these days when you talk WNBA.
Hey, well, why? What's the problem?
Hey.
I had takes. I was all good.
Well, when you talk Valkyries, it's all good. Caitlin Clark and Angel Reese, it turns into something. Yeah.
Yeah. You want to go ahead?
No, I don't.
I'm going to side with Angel Reese. Who do you want?
I'm good. I'm staying out of this conversation altogether.
You're going to stay out of this?
I'm staying all together.
I bet I know who Tim's picking. I bet I know whose side Tim's on.
Oh, I got a strong stance on this. Banana bread.
Yeah. We do it every week. It gets delivered. Dude, we were supposed to be starting the new show. We're supposed to be starting the new station, flipping the switch, starting at the new station on Thursday.
We will.
So what do you think I did? I made sure that the grab bag's getting delivered to the proper location each and every week.
Oh, no.
Here's the thing. The Department of Grab Bag, the DGB, they frequently
Yeah,
block.
you know me.
They frequently, you down with DGB, yeah, you know me. They frequently, I love the people that work there, but they'll mess up.
How many people work there?
It's a whole production.
Can you name any of them?
No, I don't know them by
Mort,
name.
Mitt.
Mitt.
Yeah,
That's clearly a made-up name.
Good old Mitt.
Don't insult Mort that way.
Sorry.
Mitt, you just made up.
No, okay. Mort's a real person. Mitt, I'll admit that's fake.
Two T's like Romney. Anyway, they deliver the grab bag down to the Daly City station.
Well, that had to be quite the pain in the ass for you to go all the way there and come back and bring the grab bag.
Yeah, it was even more of a pain in the ass to carry it on BART, but I did it, and it's here.
Okay, well, I see it right now. There it is.
It's a big old potato sack looking thing, and on the side it says NBA grab bag.
NBA grab bag.
NBA grab bag.
Oh, it's always a Tuesday when we bring out the NBA grab bag, and to start things off, a little scheduling notification, I guess. Brock Purdy's contract is official, and Brock Purdy will be speaking at a press conference tomorrow at 1:30. A Giants game will be going on, so we will but we'll get you that sound, those cuts once we're live when the Giants game is over.
So Brock, introductory press conference following the signing of the new contract tomorrow.
Tomorrow, 1:30.
And so we'll be on after the Giants take on the Royals in Game 3 of that series, and we'll get you anything and everything you need from that press conference.
There you go.
I got to tell you, nothing makes me happier than to give the people what they need and what they want, other than starting the NBA grab bag with some football information. If I could give you a round of applause, if I had a button to press, I would.
Oh, hold on, sir. Let's go to the hardwood for our first NBA grab bag story. NBA grab bag.
NBA grab bag.
Usually you don't say it yourself.
Yeah, I know, but just to get things kicked off, I like to go wrong.
He was covering for me. That's fine.
Now that the Warriors season is over, Draymond Green will join Charles Barkley, Shaquille O'Neal, Kenny Smith, and Ernie Johnson on Inside the NBA broadcast live from New York. Games 1 and 2 starting tomorrow with the Pacers and Knicks.
Western Conference Final starts tonight.
It does.
Nickel Alexander what's his name?
Alexander Walker.
Alexander Walker, and then Shea Gilgeous-Alexander. They're cousins. Did you know that?
I did not.
She said, I love him.
Just because their names are hyphenated, they're cousins?
No, they're actually cousins, but I didn't know that. They're hyphenated the opposite ways, right? It's Alexander Walker and Gilgeous-Alexander.
Yeah.
But they're both hyphenated. They're cousins, first cousins. They grew up together. I saw Shea Gilgeous-Alexander said, dude, he said, he's my brother. He's been with me every stage of my life. And I'm still looking to take his head off this series. I was like, hell yeah.
Take his head off.
Take his head off.
All right.
But Draymond joining inside the NBA. All right.
We've seen it before.
Yeah, we've seen it before.
I mean, Draymond's good on TV. It's just he's going to say some outlandish stuff sometimes, and then Charles Barkley will say, man, you stupid.
You mean, I don't know if Tim has like a laugh track or anything that he can help me out with here. I don't know if Draymond Green's going to make any proclamations. This time he's on national TV, like when he said the Warriors were going to win a championship guaranteed this year. No, I'm going to say they will win one. We will. Guaranteed.
You know, he didn't say for this season, though.
Yeah, he meant it this year.
I know.
We all know what he meant.
I know what he meant. All right, moving on to the NBA grab bag.
NBA grab bag.
Speaking of those Western Conference Finals, after being fired 3 games remaining into the regular season, former Nuggets head coach Michael Malone is joining ESPN as part of their Western Conference Finals coverage. I think it'll be good. I prefer him coaching on the sidelines for a team, but something tells me Michael Malone will actually be very, very good on television.
He was funny when he got real hammered at their championship parade.
Oh, come on now. Get loud. Get loud. Hey, we bringing Brucey B back. They did not, actually.
They did not. Yeah, we're bringing back Brucey B.
Narrator. They did not bring him back.
He did not return to Denver.
No.
Yeah, okay. I mean, none of this stuff changes anything about how I watch television.
I know. I mean, most of the time, I don't catch these pregame shows, to be honest. I love...
Because we're here. Yeah.
I know. And then, like, even on Sundays, like before NFL kickoff, I'm not really watching the pregame shows. Monday Night Countdown, I'm working here. I don't watch them. Pregame shows, I'm kind of over.
Yeah, it doesn't, we'll get you set. We'll get you ready. The one pregame show that matters to me, I mean, I guess
49ers pre and post.
49ers pre and post game with myself, Todd Husak, and Tracy Sandler, and John Dickinson coming to your airwaves this fall. And, of course...
Oh, Diamond House.
Award-winning Diamond House.
Oh, yes.
I mean, that's the number one.
Well, yeah, we're a part of those.
It's the number one pregame show in America.
I would agree.
Award-winning.
Moving on the NBA grab bag.
NBA grab bag.
A lot of buttons, okay?
Yeah, you're pushing buttons back
Game
there.
one of the series between the Thunder and Timberwolves tips off tonight, and it will be the first Western Conference Finals to not take place in Texas or California since 1996.
See, now I'm pissed. This is the third straight NBA
I know, I'm sorry, but I saw this stat.
What's going on?
I saw this stat. I had to look it up myself. It's not surprising,
it's
but...
the first Western Conference Final to not be played any of the games in Texas since 1996.
Or California. Yes. So since 1997, it's always been either the Lakers, Kings, Warriors, Clippers, or the Mavericks.
Not Clippers, but Lakers, Kings, Warriors.
Well, Clippers too.
They go into a conference final with Chris Paul. That's right.
Yes.
And then
not with Chris Paul. When Kawhi got hurt, they played the Suns a couple years ago.
And then
it's either the Mavericks, Rockets, or Spurs.
That's 7 teams.
Yeah,
it's not that cool of a note.
I mean, when you think about it, since 1996,
it's half the conference.
I'm just saying, it's before Greg Silver, Young Tony, and Jack Loader were born.
Is that right?
Yeah,
96, and they weren't alive yet. That is wild.
None of them.
That is wild. Yeah. That's 8. It's 7 teams. 8 teams make the playoffs.
I know, but yeah, to have those those 2 states and those 7 teams,
it'd be weirder if it wasn't ever played in those cities. You know what I mean? Based on
true. All right.
It just tells you the parity.
Not a great stat, I guess.
The parity of the Eastern Conference and the dominant of certain teams in the Western Conference.
Well, I mean, the Lakers have been there like 24 times in their history. So, and the Warriors went to 5 straight. So, yeah, it's bound to happen.
And the Lakers went to a bunch. 7 of 7. I mean, you figure how many the Lakers go to in that span? 3 with Kobe and Shaq in a row, or did they go 4 or 3 in a row with Kobe and Shaq?
They went to 3 in a row. No, 3 in a row.
Did they go to 4 in a row and lose to the Pistons?
Oh, wait, yeah, you're right. They
went to 4 in a row.
Yes, correct.
So then they had like Karl Malone and Gary Payton.
Yes.
Kevin George. And they lost to the Pistons. And then they won back-to-back again with Kobe. So like since 96, 7 of those appearances.
Well, they lost one with the Celtics, or against the Celtics, and then they beat the Celtics and they beat the Magic.
So they went to 3 straight again.
Yes.
So you're talking 8 of them now are Lakers alone.
Yeah.
Do that. 5 more of them are Warriors. Shows you the dominance of runs, and then 5 more at least are Spurs.
Well, 6 are Warriors because they beat the Mavericks in 2022.
And then another one with the...
So it's not as...
And then the Spurs are like 5 of them.
Yeah, so it's not as crazy as we all think. But, when we see a stat that hasn't happened since 1996, pretty incredible. All right, moving on the NBA grab bag.
NBA grab bag.
A vote to allow NFL players to participate in flag football for the first time during the 2028 Summer Olympics has been passed. And at today's league meetings in Minneapolis, in Minnesota. So now the NFL players, there's going to be flag football in the 2028 Olympics.
I thought this was already happening. I thought it was a foregone conclusion.
No. At first, they were only going to allow like professional flag footballers. Now they're allowing NFL players to participate in the sport.
I mean, if so now NFL players will be able to be Olympians as part of the flag football team. It used to just be pro flag footballers. Now it will be NFL players. How many flag footballers that are only flag football players, quote, professionally? I guess there's a pro league.
Yeah.
How many of them will be on the Olympic team?
That's the question.
You know what I mean?
I'm assuming a lot of NFL players will overtake.
Will there be one Christian Laettner that gets like plucked from the pro league? They're like, this guy, he pulls more flags than anybody in the league. I mean, I imagine that's a note or a stat.
Well, I mean, probably the defenders. I mean, like you're not going to have like Talanoa Hufunga's not going to be out there for the Olympic team just because he pulls off flags. I mean, I think that, you're going to have a lot of stars, but I'm sure they'll probably not exclude a ton of professional flag footballers. But they want the star power in this, I'm assuming.
Yeah, I want to know who the greatest flag football players are of all time.
Well, I saw some guy who prides himself on being the best flag football player.
In what position?
I don't know, but he did an interview where he's like, I don't want NFL players coming in on my territory. It's like, bro, come on.
I don't know if it's up to you, brother.
It's not up to you.
Anyway, I'm intrigued by this. It'd be fun to watch Justin Jefferson just, I don't know,
smoke
the hell out of some dude from Finland. You know what I mean?
Finland?
Some DB from Finland is trying to stop Justin Jefferson.
Yeah, it's going to be very interesting. But yeah, they're going to have Patrick Mahomes. You're going to have the big names participate in this. Why wouldn't you?
Some Swiss D end is trying to get to Mahomes. You know?
Finland, bro.
But the question is, this goes simultaneously. I believe the Olympics go simultaneously with training camp. So how many guys will actually be able to go? That's the thing.
Also, there's NFL players make a ton of money. And it's like, okay, well, blow out a knee because you were dodging that dude from Iceland.
Yeah. I do wonder how many guys will actually participate.
Who would have the best skill set? Like, the first guy who comes to mind in like my memory of football players who would have the best skill sets, like Michael Vick. If Michael Vick were like a flag football quarterback.
Well, he was running the flag football league a couple of years ago.
Oh, was he?
Yes, he was.
I was going to say, he would be an ultimate flag football. Like, can you get Lamar out there playing flag football?
Yes, that's the thing, though.
That'd be the kind of guy. You know
I mean, maybe you want former football players playing in this. Like current guys, like you don't want Lamar Jackson tearing a hamstring in
We
this.
need the big three of the NFL.
Exactly.
And then they can produce the talent.
Come on, Ice Cube.
He's got a big three flag football
There you
league.
go.
That's pretty good. I like that.
All right, moving on to the NBA grab bag.
Ooh.
NBA grab
650 says Kyler Murray would be good. That's a good call. Kyler would be a perfect flag football guy. Tiny.
Yeah. Many believed before the draft that the 49ers would draft Texas A&M pass rusher Shamar Stewart with the 11th overall pick. Actually, Matt Mayoko was he drafted him in his last mock draft. The 49ers passed and took Mykel Williams, who they signed to his rookie deal. Stewart was taken 17th and is holding out of minicamp due to a disagreement over contract language in his rookie deal, even though it's pretty routine for rookies to sign their contracts.
Once again, 49er fans, whether you're happy with how the offseason has gone or not, take solace in the fact that there is no nonsense, at least to this point.
Dodged a huge bullet there.
Just could you imagine you get all the way to this point, everybody's signed, and then you're like, wait, the DN that they needed is not signed yet?
Yeah.
The rookie hasn't signed his deal, and he ain't done nothing.
You might be doing a Tim's Tuesday Takes and Trivia preview right here. Because,
I like it.
Who drafted him at 17?
It was the Bengals.
The Bengals.
And the Bengals need him because
they're dealing with a holdout from
Trey Hendrickson.
Yeah.
So not only do like the guy that's proven it, Trey Hendrickson, who wants a deal that's appropriate for his pass rush skills, you have a guy that hasn't done anything in the NFL, and he's like, nah, I don't like this contract. I don't like the language of this contract. So that's a mess on their hands. Moving on the NBA grab bag. Tim?
NBA grab bag.
According to The Athletic, Bill Belichick and his creative muse, Jordan Hudson, are set to be wed. How about that?
Hold on.
Good for those kids.
Hold on, Bill. Hold on. Who's Bill and his girlfriend are getting married?
According to The Athletic, Bill and 24-year-old Jordan Hudson.
The Athletic? It's like a real reputable source.
They are set to be wed, and reportedly, Bill Belichick popped the question to 24-year-old Hudson, and she responded, "We're moving on to marriage."
We're on to marriage number 2.
She didn't actually say that.
Yeah, we're moving on. We're on to marriage 2.
It's all been going so smoothly.
Yes,
so,
we're on to the prenup. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. I don't really have takes on what Bill's
Aren't you
doing.
happy for him?
I don't know. It all makes me feel weird. I told you.
Yeah.
It's just,
It's a weird deal.
He's old. He's
We're not
too
yucking.
old.
We're not yucking anybody's yum. It's a little yuck.
Somebody's yucking some yum somewhere.
A little yuck.
Quite a bit of yuck.
It feels so much like the scene from Big Daddy.
Yes.
When his girlfriend leaves him and he goes they talk about their future, which, by the way, Sonny thinking bringing a kid into their relationship is just going to solve it. He's like, you said you wanted a family, right? And she's like, that's not what I meant. You can't just bring a kid in. And so she's dating the guy, Sid.
Yes.
She's got a 5-year plan. And then at the end, he's working at Hooters. Maybe it's a 10-year plan. That's the guy with the old balls. That's how I feel when I see Bill with his girlfriend. I'm like, maybe it's a 10-year plan.
It's a tough one. Okay.
It's a tough deal.
Last one in the NBA grab bag. It's a somber one. R.I.P. to George Wendt, a.k.a. Norm from Cheers.
Norm!
He is also known for being the host of Superfans on SNL, where he created the popular catchphrase, "Da Bears." Wendt was 76. As an ode to George Wendt, everybody out there, go to your favorite bar tonight. Go to a place where everybody knows your name and grab yourself a brew. A brew? A brie?
Jesus, dude.
A brew.
Just get it out for
I
Wendt.
know, I'm sorry.
Grab yourself a pop.
Rest in peace to George Wendt, who actually is the uncle of Jason Sudeikis.
Is he really?
Yes, he is.
Oh, and that's what then Sudeikis does I think he revived the Bears.
Yes.
The Cubs, the Bulls.
There's a YouTube supercut of all of Norm's one-liners that you're bored. Give yourself a shot.
Oh, man.
I remember watching this on Nick and Night. It wasn't one of my favorite shows, but Cheers back in the day.
Kelsey Grammer still playing Frasier.
Yeah, dude. 209 says, I thought he died like 20 years ago. No, he's been with us, 209, yeah.
Yeah. No. Passed away today.
Anyway, our rest in peace to George Wendt. That is an NBA grab bag. And as Derek said tonight, in honor of Norm, get out to your favorite bar where everybody knows your name.
The Bitter End. A lot of people know your name there.
Bitter End. They all know Tim. Yep. Tim will know you. Doing your trivia, Tim. Tim will be at one tonight. I'll have to stop by the showdown.
Troubles all are the same.
Have one in honor of Wendt. Dirty work on a Tuesday. That's an NBA grab bag. R.I.P. to Norm from Cheers. Da Pope is what we're saying now. We'll take a quick break. By the way, we are going to catch up a little bit later at 4:50. Carlos Ramirez joins us, NBC Sports Bay Area.
That's Papa.
That's before he gets going with his Giants pregame, because we got Giants pregame ourselves at 5:45 tonight for the Giants and the Royals at 6:45. How about this? There are some potential rule changes coming to the NFL. We'll tell you which ones you should be worried about next when Dirty Work rolls on the Sports Leader.
to dirty work. Adam Copeland and Derek Papa in the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Yeah, I got it, Tim. Dirty Work is sponsored by Redwood Credit Union. Whether you're dreaming of a new home, planning your children's future, or growing your business, Redwood Credit Union is a financial partner that feels like home. Learn more at redwoodcu.org, federally insured by the NCUA. Thank you, Tim. Adam Copeland, Depop, Tim Webb with you. By the way, JT Snow just texted me, and he said, give some love to the Oakland Ballers who open tonight.
Absolutely.
Out of Ramondi Park, Ramondi Field in Oakland, the Oakland Ballers. JT said, I'm hoping I get to meet Billy Joe Armstrong. He's going to be out there.
Oh, nice. Okay.
Oh, yeah, dude. Shout out Green Day. My favorite band ever.
Hell yeah.
The Bone loves Green Day. Baby Huey, I think, worships Billy Joe Armstrong.
Great front man, one of the best ones going.
No, absolutely.
Love those guys. Mike Dirnt.
Mike Dirnt.
Cool.
Little Trey Cool. I've met Dirnt and I've met Trey Cool. Never met Billy Joe.
I think Billy Joe makes a cameo in, I tell you, I saw the movie Freaky Tales.
Ooh, the one that's
based in Oakland.
It's about me and Sleepy Floyd.
It's not really.
I mentioned many times.
You did see this?
I did see it over the weekend. Very, very good movie.
Nice.
Probably the most Oakland movie I've seen, compared to Blind Spotting. But yeah.
It's Moneyball?
Yeah, not that Oakland. Freaky Tales, very good movie. But yeah, I think Billy Joe shows up in a small cameo appearance in the flick.
I'm pretty sure. First of all, shout out Freaky Tales.
Yep.
Second of all, good night tonight. You got Giants and the Royals.
Yes, you do.
Here in the city. You got the Ballers playing over at Ramondi Park.
The sports calendar's not till Thursday.
I know. I'm just telling you what's going on a Tuesday. If I don't tell them, I don't know if they know what's going on. I believe it's sold out.
Surfside.
I believe it's sold out.
Ballers?
Season tickets still available, I saw, for all 47 home games.
Hell yeah.
How about that? Shout out the Ballers.
Well, you and me got to go. I think last year we went to when they played those crazy, I forget their rival, but yeah.
I don't remember who the team was we saw.
Tucson Sugar Skulls?
No, screw the Sugar Skulls.
Not
we hate them.
No, but
we got rolled by our Bay Area Panthers last weekend.
Yeah, you and I went out before we went to go see Bill Burr last year and had ourselves a good time.
Should we make that a tradition? You and I go to one Ballers game a year?
Sure, why not?
Saturday afternoon?
I mean, I live right over there, so I could go to multiple, but...
Yeah, but you and I. Me and you.
Sure.
No Tim, just me and you on a Saturday.
That's fine.
It was a sunny day, too.
You know what? It was more gloomy, but I still got sunburned on my arms for whatever reason.
Got sunburned pretty bad, I thought.
I did, yeah. And then Bill Burr picked me out of the crowd and be like, what's up with this guy with his sunburn?
He didn't say anything.
Nah, that didn't happen.
That was a good day. We saw the Ballers and we saw Burr.
Yeah, Ballers and Burr.
Ballers, Bill Burr. It was a good day. And beers.
Yes.
And Tim's tariffs.
It's always a good day with alliteration.
707 says, shout out to Green Day. I'm seeing them at Bottle Rock in Napa this Friday. Have a great time.
Oh, nice.
Envious. Truly jealous. All right, let's get into what's going on in the NFL. Some potential NFL rule changes. The tush-push has been at the top of everybody's mind, the bottom of everybody's pile. People want it out, but specifically it's just the Green Bay Packers.
Yeah, well... So the Packers have some wording in their terminology of what they want to do. So basically the way that they have it here is they don't want any more pushing and pulling of a runner in any direction using interlocking interference by using hands or arms to block an opponent or prohibiting pulling, pushing, pulling, lifting, or assisting a runner except for individual blocking.
This is the actual verbiage in the petition.
Yes. And
pushing, pulling, yanking, tugging, nobody wants any of that. What the hell's going on?
And Diana Rossini made a good point today where she had a report from a anonymous GM saying, with the Packers being the only team without a principal owner, this may not get a lot of leeway where everyone else is like, nah, we're not as outraged. It's just one team. If you had a owner that it was pretty tight with other owners,
Jerry Jones has a problem. It's like a majority whip trying to swing votes.
Exactly.
You know what I mean? Or something like that. Like you're trying to get owners on your side to vote a certain way.
Yeah. The report of late is that this may be outlawed tomorrow. And my thing is that's pretty weak. Kind of like banning the shift in baseball. It's like, all right, we'll find a way to beat it. And I know that Frankie Lulu from the Commanders is all upset that is so upset that, this play is run and he wants it outlawed because he can't stop it. The Commanders at one point were just jumping off sides because they were so annoyed with the play being run. But you know what? That's the benefit of the Eagles, for them having a dominant offensive line and their quarterback squatting over 300 pounds. So I think it's just a lot of, just people crying over this. Now, on the other side of this, if this gets banned to the 49ers' benefit, maybe the Eagles don't have as dominant of a team. I think they're going to probably have a hard time with their schedule or whatnot. But with them not having the tush push, maybe they won't be as aggressive on fourth down conversion. So I think it's stupid if this is outlawed, but I think a lot of NFC teams will benefit from it not being a play anymore.
530 says, what is this complaint? Bop it, push it, pull it, lift it, tug it. Yeah,
exactly.
No, great call there by the 530. Do you believe, because this is a question, and I heard we heard Andrew Perlish talking about this on his CBS Sports Minute. Do you believe the tush push is a football play?
Yeah, I do. Some people say it's a rugby play. You know, I will say that...
Isn't a lateral a rugby play too? But it's allowed because, I don't know. Go ahead.
Well, back in the day, I remember you couldn't push a player into the end zone. If
the Reggie Bush play is what everybody thinks about.
So there's many times now where I'm like, that guy's pushing that player. I mean, yeah, that play probably should have had a flag on it, but they've kind of softened the rules on that. I don't know. Like, it's been part of the Philadelphia Eagles brand for so long now. I think it's kind of lame to take it away just because teams complain about it. But in my opinion, you don't have the facts to say that it causes so much injuries. Yeah, I think...
Show me the stats that say it's an injury. Yeah, if they're hiding behind the injury thing, I don't like that. If they don't like the play because they believe it's not in the spirit of football, then say that. I think that was Andrew Perlish's point. Like, if you're going to ban it or get rid of it, then tell us why you're getting rid of it and give us the facts behind it. Because that would be my one criticism is the pushing of another player and shoving of another player through the pile.
Yeah.
If that's not allowed, then we should be banning that and throwing a flag on that if somebody does it. If there's no actual pushing of another player, if it's the running back takes the ball or the quarterback takes the ball, QB sneaks it through, as long as nobody's shoving him from behind and there's no push of said tush,
right,
then we should be okay. But if it's about stylistically the push from behind when you've got two guys lined up in the backfield alongside him or another running back, if that's not allowed, then we should be throwing a flag on it, in which case, if you just ban that element of it, you don't have to ban the play itself. You can ban, because the quarterback sneak is effectively the same thing without the push, right?
Right.
You should just be the dive through the middle. Brock Purdy's pretty good at that.
Yeah.
Tom Brady's pretty good at that. Picking up a yard or two. It's when it's picking up 3 and 4 yards because he's still on his feet by them shoving him forward.
Right.
It's a little bit different. So to say it's a rugby play, it shouldn't be allowed. I don't know about that. I just don't know that it's in the spirit. Like, I didn't have a big take on this for a while, but I am in agreement that I don't think you should be allowed to push the runner from behind.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? The ball carrier
I get
from
that.
behind.
I mean, regardless, I just said, like, this may impact the Eagles. At the end of the day, if they outlaw the tush push, they'll still just run a QB sneak with Jalen Hurts, and then he can follow Cam Jurgens into the end zone. So really, you could try all you want to get rid of this, but they're still going to do something else.
Well, yeah, but then the science will always be ahead of the testing, right, or whatever. Or like the drug will always be ahead of the science and the testing for it. That's kind of what this is if you want to find the elixir for it, fine. If you're going to ban this, then they'll try something else, but it won't be the same thing, and then you've got to determine whether or not that's problematic.
Right.
209 checks in, says the offense is allowed to push the ball carriers, but the defense isn't allowed to push the D line forward. It's almost impossible to stop. That's kind of where I'm at. If the linebackers can run up behind the D tackles and shove them forward, then we're talking about the same thing. But if you're not allowed to do that, then you're allowing one side of the line to do one thing that the other is not. And that, to me, is not in the spirit where defense is already impossible to play. So I'm not calling for the outright ban, but I do think it should be looked at in terms of what both sides are allowed to do within the context of that play.
Okay, I think that they'll modify it tomorrow where you cannot have, like, Saquon Barkley push Jalen Hurts into the end zone. I think that at the end of the day, it will stay a QB sneak. But, you know, that's where, like, Fred Warner, he was great at, timing the snap of it and just jumped over the line. So defenses have got a plan for it. It's tough. I know it's extremely tough. I think Nick Sirianni right now is asking all of his friends in the NFL, please don't vote against this. But we'll see what happens tomorrow. I do think it would be lame if they outlawed it, but at the end of the day, the Eagles will just run a QB sneak.
650 checks in on the Golden State Lumber Showroom text line, says, hey, guys, I'm a football official in San Francisco and on the peninsula for high school.
Yeah.
The simple thing to do, and this is kind of what I was just mentioning, the simple thing to do to make it illegal, is to make pushing the player with the ball illegal. You can push the pile, but you cannot push the player. That's the high school rule, and it's very easy to officiate.
I mean, yeah,
that's kind of what I'm saying.
You can always push the pile in football.
That's what I'm saying, is there's a pile in the game, because obviously that means inside the momentum of the ball carrier is still going one direction, and guys keep coming up, and you can keep pushing that momentum forward. It's different, though, when I'm standing right behind you, you take the ball, and I just push you.
Yeah.
It's a different situation.
I get that.
808 KNBR is the number to call into text. Let's go to Rosenbag.
Ooh, Rosenbag, our guy.
He was at the draft party with us.
Jax.
What's up, Rosen? How you doing, bro?
Hey, how's it going? Yeah, I'm doing well. I'm talking about this this issue.
Yeah, what you got?
Well, I would say that why don't I just go and hire the entire New Zealand rugby team and then have them on my line, and then we could just do tush pushes all day. You know what I mean? Like that's where I'm getting with it. Like, how far does a rule go? Like, how far are you allowed to go and take a guy that you could put up in the air and then push him if you would like to? You know what I mean? Like,
No, I hear you, Rosenbag, but I know you're playing around here, but like, there's no way you would hire that rugby team to block for your offensive line.
I think what he's saying is like, how far are you going to go?
Yeah, but I mean, like, I understand. It's just like they found a play that's effective. This probably will be modified tomorrow. I still don't think that a lot of teams can stop it because of how dominant the Eagles' offensive line is and how big Jalen Hurts is. So regardless if they don't have the element of Saquon or Dallas Goedert pushing Jalen Hurts, they're still going to run this play.
Okay, well, I mean, we get PJ Siragusa in there, and then he could just run down everybody else, and that's what I'm saying. Like, it is a little bit of a different rule, and I get it from otherwhere, but I don't. It's not a football play. I mean, I used to run QB sneaks when I was like in Pop Warner, right?
Yeah.
That's one thing to catch them off guard, but when you are completely getting the entire NFL on the line and crashing against each other, I can see where the safety issue isn't concerned as well. So, it's not a football play. It's using the rules, and I do appreciate that. Those rules are there for a reason, but no, that's too far.
Appreciate the call, Rosenberg. My other question, I guess, in support of it is, well, if it's such a bad thing, like not such a bad thing, how come nobody else can do it as effectively as the Eagles?
Because of their line and how big Jalen Hurts is.
They lost the Hall of Fame center, and they still did it effectively all year. So it's part
of
the
Bills tried doing it in the AFC Championship game, but they did this weird thing where Josh Allen pulled to the left.
They also got hosed on some ball placements.
Of course they did.
On some plays where they crossed the line.
Definitely, but they also did a weird...
That's my point, though, is why are the Eagles so effective at it and nobody else is really capable? Somebody on the text line goes, well, yeah, Jalen Hurts can squat like 1,600 pounds.
Exactly.
Sure. Absolutely, that's part of it. They figured something out that they can do more effectively than anybody else. They've done it with different personnel.
Right.
So, I'm not a huge fan of banning it. Just because nobody likes it. And it's not a football play, that ain't good enough for me.
Right.
That's like throwing a pitch in baseball and being like, that's not a bit, I don't know if that should be, like, what's the difference?
Yeah.
I know I'm apples and oranges here, but if you don't like it, you should figure out a way to stop it.
That's what I'm saying.
That's kind of where I'm at. Like, if you don't like it, figure out a way to stop it. I'm just wondering if the pushing of the player is really, that to me is less of a football play. Because then the guy's not really doing anything himself.
I get that argument. My thing,
would be stop them from being allowed to push from behind. But other than that, I'm just like, stop. Learn to stop it.
But still the element of Jalen Hurts taking the snap and having momentum go his way, just doing a QB sneak, they're still going to run this. And I bet you it's still effective.
It's kind of like that movie Hardball with Keanu Reeves.
Still haven't seen it.
Oh, come on, man. You got to see Hardball. Tim, you seen Hardball, yeah?
It's been a while.
It's been a while.
I think I've told you there's a scene because he's coaching these kids like in the inner city.
Yeah.
Michael B. Jordan's in it, by the way.
Yes, he is.
As a kid. There's a kid on the team who can only pitch when he's wearing his Walkman and his headphones, when he's listening to Big Papa by Biggie. And so when he's on the mound, he sings.
I've heard this reference.
He sings it, and at one point, he's pitching in rhythm so well against the other team, like the rich white team. The coach comes out and says, hey, I don't think it's safe. It's exactly like the NFL goes, I don't think it's like no other team is concerned about the Eagles' offensive linemen and centers. And they're this is not safe. They just don't like that it's happening.
Yeah.
The coach comes out and he says to the umpire, hey, I don't think it's safe that he's pitching with those headphones on out there. Could be dangerous. It could be dangerous. We don't know what's going to happen if he's pitching with those headphones. Keanu Reeves comes out and he goes, and now you want to tell him he can't wear his headphones because he's pitching too good.
Pitching too good.
It's such a stupid line. He's pitching too good. I think we need that. I think
Does
we
he
need to dig
dance
that
to
up.
it? Does he dance?
Well, then the team starts singing it for him.
Gotcha.
Then the team behind him, because then he can pitch in rhythm when he hears the music. But that's kind of how I feel.
Yeah.
Now you're telling the Eagles they can't do the tush push because they're first down and too good. I'm not down with it.
You know what the bigger problem is nobody can stop the Eagles getting into 3rd and 1 situations.
Exactly.
If you can stop them from getting
How
to thord
about you
and
stop
1,
them on
then
first
it's
and
not a big
second?
deal.
Yeah,
Exactly.
if they get to 4th and 2, they're going.
They'll still find a way.
Always at 3rd and 2. Always.
They will still find a way to run this effectively.
209 said nobody tried to outlaw the Wildcat. Everybody just adjusted.
Yep.
Yeah. 209 and another.
That went away fast, though.
209 says, do it for G, baby. 916 says, R.I.P. G, baby. Adam Copeland, Depop.
G, baby.
Tim Webb with you because he's pitching too good. We'll take a quick break. When we come on back, by the way, we do have Giants pregame coming up at 5:45 tonight for a 6:45 first pitch. How about this? Ranking the best quarterback QB combinations in football. This is something we talked about yesterday. If you look at quarterbacks around where Brock Purdy's dollar amount is, Justin Herbert, Trevor Lawrence, Jared Goff, a lot of these guys, after they signed the deal, struggled. Goff, a bit of an exception, because he wasn't a super young quarterback when he signed that contract. Tua Tagovailoa, and didn't necessarily respond with great seasons following their contract seasons. The question you have to ask is, how many of these guys have had one coach and one play caller in the entirety of their career? The answer is not many of them.
Yeah.
Trevor Lawrence is up to three or four now. Brock Purdy is
Only
at
one.
Right? We'll talk about that next. Best remaining QB coach combinations in football. We'll rank them. That's next. Dirty Work, greatest show in America. Tim's Tuesday Takes and Trivia, 4:15 on the Sports Leader.
Are you sad about the Warriors not being in the playoffs? We here at The Leader feel your pain. But if you still have that hoop itch, you should probably get it looked at. Or listen to Mark Spears with the Greggies today, who previewed the Eastern and Western Conference Finals. For that podcast and all of our podcasts, go to knbr.com and the KNBR app.
back to dirty work. Adam Copeland and Derek Papa in the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix, Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Dirty work on a Tuesday afternoon. Adam Copeland, D-Pop, Tim Webb. I got it, Tim. Relax. Dirty work is sponsored by Redwood Credit Union. Whether you're dreaming of a new home, planning your children's future, or growing your business, Redwood Credit Union is a financial partner that feels like home. Learn more at redwoodcu.org. Federally insured by the NCUA.
Great job, brother.
We got it, Dad. Thanks.
You just worry about that stream, Tim.
Yeah, dude, Tim, you SOB. Tim, you SOB.
I was just waiting to figure out how you insult me before putting the stream back on.
Tim's on my ass to make sure I do the read. And the good people on the KNBR YouTube stream.
The filth
couldn't even watch us. Couldn't even watch me do it.
Hey, let's be good partners real quick. So
you?
Yeah, well, no, just for the sake of our KBR brethren. So
the sports leader, don't you?
Yes, the sports leader. You know, we are we're the Brock Purdy's going to speak tomorrow for his press conference at 1:30. We will give you all of the pertinent details of that once we are on the air. But then we'll give a little promotion for Murph and Marcus come Thursday at 7 a.m. Brock Purdy, the man himself, is going to join the show.
How about that? On what day?
On Thursday at 7 a.m. So if you're up at that ungodly hour, listen to Brock Purdy.
Are you up at 7?
I'm up at 7:30.
Okay. Tim, what time you get up? Tim ain't up
Not
at 7. What time you wake up? Is Wednesdays your latest wake-up day, Tim, because of the trivia?
You know, I wake up at a pretty reasonable time because I assist a family member in the morning. But before I did that, I would really rarely see anything before 10 o'clock.
Oh, Tim's a 10 a.m. man.
Ooh.
How about that?
I used to be.
Tim was a sleeper.
I could sleep on the weekends, but usually during the weekday, I'll start opening my eyes at 7, read what's going on in the news, and then get up and work out a little bit, and then get ready for the day.
Maybe have some fruit.
Yeah.
Maybe a pluout, not a durian, though.
No,
no durian.
Make myself some banana bread with some moldy bananas.
You're not making yourself banana. When's the last time you baked banana bread?
For a girl a long time ago.
That one time.
One and done.
I made it twice.
You need a Ron, is what you're saying. You need a Ron.
Here's the full story.
Second time, she's like, last one was better.
First date, we made a banana bread to get her back. Tried to make a banana bread on my own.
Hold on, dude.
There's a lot to unpack here.
Let's move on.
You brought it up
these
again.
These
No,
QB head coach combinations, let me tell you.
You made on a very first date with this woman, you made banana bread.
Yes.
Went well.
Yes.
Then you lost her.
It was a whole thing. It was a whole complicated
thing. The whole how to do.
You tried to get her back and you baked another banana bread?
I did.
And you gave it to her?
Yes.
And how'd it go?
It was a whole complicated thing.
Dude, the sadness of Derek.
I know.
Sadness of Derek walking up with a loaf, dude.
Leaving it on the doorstep. Leaving a note.
She's like, did you?
You remember the good times, don't you?
Yeah. Remember the bread.
Sad thing is that banana bread stayed out all night.
No. She didn't know it was there?
No, she didn't know it was there.
You didn't tell her?
No. It was a whole surprise.
And you just assume maybe she'll leave the house at some point tonight and she'll see it?
Yeah, unfortunately she did not.
Tough deal.
Dude.
So
better than her being on a date or something.
Yeah, that's true.
Imagine she opens it and like say the morning dews melted all the letters off of whatever he wrote. Hopefully you typed it because she wouldn't be able to read that ass anyway.
I don't remember if I typed it or wrote it out.
No way she could read
No,
your
yeah.
handwriting.
My writing would be as moldy as the bananas.
Oh man, that's so funny. Let's get into the go ahead and do your combination thing because I'll just keep going banana bread.
Yeah. Well, no, I mean now that Brock Purdy's been signed to a lucrative contract. I mean, we could say now that finally Kyle Shanahan's found his guy. Like, I think this rectifies. Like, if anybody thought like they made a huge mistake with Trey Lance, and they did, but it didn't bite him in the ass. They didn't have to feel the effect of that because they drafted this guy a year later. So, from going, from all the quarterbacks I said prior, like Brian Hoyer and C.J. Beathard, and then they got Jimmy Garoppolo, to thinking they got their franchise quarterback in Trey Lance, to then, getting Brock Purdy. Now Kyle Shanahan's found his quarterback. They're not going to change anything. People that say like, oh, maybe Mac Jones is going to be in the mix. That's not happening. So this is their guy. And it's going to be Kyle Shanahan and Brock Purdy tied at the hip. So now when it comes to the best QB and head coach combinations, I think you'd have to go Patrick Mahomes, Andy Reid, number one. I think I would go Sean McVay and Matthew Stafford, too. I mean, like when you think about this, do you want to go strictly just go like offensive play callers and head coach or now quarterbacks, or do you want to go like just head coaches in general with their QBs?
Let's go head coaches in general with the QBs.
Okay. Well, Sean McDermott and Josh Allen are a good combo. You got John Harbaugh and Lamar Jackson. But I think, as far as a offensive play caller and a quarterback, I would say Kyle Shanahan and Brock Purdy are right up there. Like I said, Patrick Mahomes, Andy Reid, Matthew Stafford, Sean McVay. I probably would go, Jordan Love, Matt LaFleur, probably top 3, top 4. I'd probably go top 5 with Brock Purdy and Kyle Shanahan just because of the way that Shanahan's able to run this scheme, or the way that Shanahan's able to scheme it up, and Brock Purdy's able to run the offense. So I think this is a perfect...
Really quick, how much of your coach-quarterback combinations do you put into... Are you only mostly talking offensive coaches then? Because Brady and Belichick...
Yeah, that's what I'm asking you.
It's funny because Brady and Belichick, you'd say the best combination of all time. It was a defensive coach, and he wasn't play calling, but there are thousands of minutes of video of them standing together on the sideline discussing situational football, because Bill Belichick, probably the best situational coach in the history of the game.
Yes.
In terms of knowing what they want to do and where they want to do it. And I'd imagine even though he's not involved in the play calling for the offense, he's got his fingers involved in everything that's happening in terms of game planning.
No doubt.
Knowing what their attack is in terms of what the defense is going to give them, how you read certain schemes and what decisions are going to be made. He also trusted his quarterback enough to know Tom Brady was not going to make the wrong decisions. And that's really what Kyle is hoping for, is having a quarterback who's going to do the job that they need him to do in order to give them a chance to win, which doesn't necessarily mean, look at Josh Allen, one of the most dominant quarterbacks in the NFL. Lamar Jackson have never gone as far in an NFL season as Brock Purdy has with any of their coaches, and neither of their coaches are offensive-minded guys.
And I think you made the argument that the better teams have...
McDermott's a defensive guy, right?
Yes, he is.
Yeah.
So, you could say it's more impressive of what Josh Allen and Lamar Jackson are doing without offensive coaches. I think, though, my personal opinion, I like the combination of having an offensive play caller with your quarterback.
So that's mostly what you're talking about here.
Yeah, basically, the Patrick Mahomes, Andy Reids, the Matthew Staffords, the Sean McVays, the basically a marriage of offensive,
Okay, so where do you go? Where do you go with guys like Jalen Hurts and Nick Sirianni? Because we now have the third wave of coach now, right? So we've got the offensive-minded coach, we've got the defensive-minded head coach, and then we've got the CEO head coach.
Yes.
And the CEO head coach is not a new concept, but it's a much more prevalent concept, I feel like, now than it used to be. What I mean by that is, was Bill Belichick a CEO head coach? Of course. He also ran the defense. So it's not quite the same thing.
No.
What we're talking about is Nick Sirianni. John Harbaugh.
Yeah, John Harbaugh's definitely CEO coach.
CEO head coach. He was a special teams guy, and he's got an affinity for one side of the ball. That said, it's about delegation to his coordinators and then decision making at the top.
Yeah, same thing with Mike Tomlin, or the same thing with
Tomlin used to run the defense though, didn't he?
No, he was always just a CEO coach. He always had somebody calling the plays for him defensively. But like Dan Campbell, at one point he was calling plays, but he's strictly a CEO coach now. So as far as
Campbell's a CEO coach, so it's would you put him? But he also is an offensive-minded guy. So would you put him with Jared Goff?
Just not in the same category.
Because everybody knows Ben Johnson was the guy.
Exactly. Yeah. So that's my thing with, the reason I bring this up is because Nick Sirianni got a contract extension the other day.
Yeah.
And I do wonder if more people would say, is Nick Sirianni, when you do a top 10 list of best coaches in the NFL, would you put him above Kyle Shanahan now because he won a Super Bowl? I think that would be crazy, because even though Nick Sirianni is a good, say what you want about the guy, he's won a ton of games. And he's right up there with George Seifert on the amount of wins he's had in a short amount of time being a head coach. So you have to give him some credit. That being said, I think Kyle Shanahan does a hell of a lot more with being a head coach than what Nick Sirianni does. I'm all for the rah-rah guys and the leaders of men. But at the end of the day, I like coaches that scheme it up. So that's why I do value a little bit more of Kyle Shanahan and Brock Purdy being the brain trust offensively, because Kyle Shanahan and him are just, there's a marriage. They're tied at the hip. He's in his headset all the time telling him what to do. That's why I think Ben Johnson and Caleb Williams will be an effective duo. But with Nick Sirianni and Jalen Hurts, Nick Sirianni doesn't call the plays. He's the one that came up with the tush push. And he has to have this good, relationship with Jalen Hurts, even though I guess it's gotten rocky in the past. But I wouldn't, even though Jalen Hurts and Nick Sirianni just won the Super Bowl, I wouldn't put them up there as far as the best QB head coach combinations. So if I had to put a top 5 on it, I would go number 1, Patrick Mahomes, Andy Reid.
Yep.
Number 2, Sean McVay, Matthew Stafford, just based on them winning a Super Bowl together.
I'm with you.
I would put, just based on what Kyle Shanahan's accomplished in the past and Brock Purdy's success, I would go them number 3. Number 4, I would go probably Jordan Love and Matt LaFleur. And then number 5, let me think here.
See, I've got one above LaFleur and Love.
Okay.
I would go Burrow and Zach Taylor.
Oh, I forgot about them, yes.
I would go Zach Taylor. I might go Burrow and Taylor above Kyle and Brock.
Okay, that's fair.
And we've seen Burrow go to a Super Bowl.
Yeah.
We've seen him compete in the postseason. The AFC is just a gauntlet. It's tough to write them off. Burrow, of those, if you're talking of those quarterbacks talent-wise, it's probably Mahomes than Burrow, right? As if so far of the list you've said.
Yes.
If of the quarterbacks you've mentioned, you mentioned Mahomes, Stafford, Brock, Burrow, and Love.
Mm-hmm.
If I were going to rank those, I'd probably go Mahomes, Burrow, Stafford, Brock, Love, wherever you're going with that.
But it's also the head coach.
The combo
and
of that.
Sean McVay kind of created Zach Taylor, so I kind of give him the benefit of the doubt there.
Fair enough, and they've got a Super Bowl win over Zach Taylor and Joe Burrow,
exactly.
Right? So there you go.
But that, you know what? I lean towards more your list. Yes, that I would agree with that. I would go the Chiefs combination,
Joe Burrow,
the Rams combination.
Joe Burrow's elite. Like
exactly.
He's a top 3 guy in my mind.
But I think we're all comfortable. Like, let's say Kyle Shanahan went away. We all feel less confident in Brock Purdy.
Oh yeah.
The fact that they're together and joined at the hip, like it's not. I'm not saying that Brock Purdy is at the same talent level of Tua. I think Brock Purdy's more talented than Tua Tagovailoa. But I think that it's kind of the same vein where Mike McDaniel kind of makes the best out of Tua, where Brock Purdy is made because of Kyle Shanahan. I think he would be an effective quarterback going to another team, but he's not having the same success without Kyle.
Sort of the Joey Bart thing we talked about.
Yes.
Like, would Brock have developed the same way somewhere else? There's no way to know, and I would wager no. That he wouldn't be signing a contract in the way he just did if he were in another organization.
Yeah.
It was opportunity based on injury and availability, and it was also an understanding of the development of the offense, and he had a better team around him. Talk so much about how hard it is for young quarterbacks to go into a horrible situation like Trevor Lawrence, first-year head coach in Urban Meyer, fired. Then he gets another head coach, out, and now he's got a third head coach already. He's been around for 5 years, 6 years or something.
These quarterbacks need stability. They need time to learn in their offense. But also, Trevor Lawrence also has to perform to the expectation taken first overall.
But
yeah,
I agree with you. And there's a chicken and an egg thing where if he performed better, would he still have those coaches? Sure. Was he set up for success? Tough to say. Probably not with Urban Meyer.
Not with Urban Meyer, definitely. Doug Peterson for a little bit of time.
And then injuries got him a bit.
And then Doug Peterson kind of threw him under the bus, which I'm like...
That was weird.
He might have been right, but also when you have a franchise quarterback, you kind of have to let that be.
And the difference in... Andy Reid and Mahomes are at the top without question.
Of course.
Wins in Andy Reid's history.
Of course.
But what I would say about Shanahan relative to some of these other ones, and it's why McVay gets to stay up at the top with Stafford, above Kyle and Brock in my mind, and I think very highly of Sean McVay. It's that he won with a Jared Goff. He went to a Super Bowl with Jared Goff. And didn't win, but he went. Kyle Shanahan went to an NFC Championship and a Super Bowl with Jimmy Garoppolo.
Yes.
And threw it 8 times. Like, you're finding these guys have found ways to win with quarterbacks who are, Jared Goff's obviously a much better quarterback than Jimmy Garoppolo, career-wise, of course, too, and is still finding success. But at the time, he wasn't viewed as all that much different. He was a number 1 pick, and you're like, yeah, he's a product of the system around him. And now we're realizing, okay, this guy's actually a pretty damn good QB. Everybody is a product of their system, right?
Yes.
And you can only find success if you understand and the system operates the way you need to. But show me, those 3 guys, Zach Taylor's hasn't been anywhere else to find success greatly with another quarterback or a quarterback who's not a top 10 guy in the league. Was Jimmy ever top 10? No. Probably not. He's probably closer to 15, 16, somewhere like that. Top half maybe quarterback in the league, and Kyle went to an NFC title game and a Super Bowl. Jim Harbaugh, is he calling plays, though?
He's not.
He didn't call plays when he was here.
No.
Quarterback whisperer, and I think he'll make it the most out of Justin Herbert.
He just guides quarterbacks because he played the position, but really he's more of a defensive-minded ground and pound type of guy, which is funny.
He wants to run the ball.
Yeah.
Well, came from an era where that was a thing. Run the ball, and then the Colts go lose the game.
Yeah.
Adam Copeland, D-Pop, Tim Webb with you. Dirty Work on a Tuesday afternoon. You know what it's time for? Every Tuesday night.
He begged for it.
He begged for it, and so we threw him a bone. Tim Webb asked for months, years really, before I even worked here, for his very own segment. And we obliged. We said, you know what? Tim hosts trivia at the bitter end every Tuesday night. Best trivia in America, don't you know? Get out there. Make sure you get there before 8. Get yourself a seat. Get yourself a beer, some pens, some paper.
Yeah.
Celebrate George Wendt.
Rest in peace.
Lift one up for George.
Lift one up for George and get ready for Tim's trivia. Well, on Tuesdays, we let Tim have his own segment. He gives us a sports take, a slice of life take, and then he asks and answers a trivia question for us, and you'll hear it tonight at Trivia. We'll do it next as part of Tim's Tuesday Takes and Trivia on the Sports Leader.
The Giants continue to struggle against lefties, falling to Chris Bubich and the Royals 3-1 despite 7 scoreless innings from Rob Ray. Tonight, Krug, Man Crush, Hayden Birdsong takes the hill against Michael Lorenzen, who's a righty, thank God. Pre-game 5:45 right here on KNBR, the Bubich leader.
Check the mic and make sure it sound right, boys. It sound right, boys.
sound right, boy. Sound
sound right, boy.
Now back to Dirty Work. Adam Copeland and Derek Papa in the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Dirty Work on a Tuesday afternoon. Adam Copeland, T-Pop, Tim Webb. We're streaming video always. KNBR YouTube channel.
Always.
Twitch.tv/thesportsleader. You can just open up the KNBR app, hit play, and there you go.
Always, see somebody sleeping here overnight.
You're watching the show. Somebody checked in earlier on the text line and said, hey, I got off of work late. Did I miss the only segment worth living for, the NBA grab bag? You did, but if you're watching on like YouTube or on the you
can always go back.
Video stream,
NBA grab bag.
You can just rewind it and find it. We did it at 3:15 every Tuesday, and at 4:15 every Tuesday we do one of these, Tim's Tuesday Takes in Trivia. And I gotta throw this out there because Tim, somebody earlier checked in and said, dude, hearing Derek's story about the banana bread and that woman, and Tim's story about his turtle, man, women make you do crazy stuff. Stories, of course, Derek on a first date with a young woman made banana bread.
Yep.
And then
sweet banana bread.
To quote Derek, I believe this is a quote, tried to get her back, so I made the banana bread again.
Yeah.
And dropped it off on her porch, and she
it was a whole complicated story
it didn't take.
We don't have time for.
It didn't take.
No, I didn't.
Still talk to her?
Nope.
Didn't think so.
Nope.
Tim.
Long time ago.
Tim, of course, his story is that his old roommate had two little turtles. One of them died, and then the roommate was moving out, and Tim's girlfriend or the woman he was courting at the time said, "You can't just let him kill another turtle." Tim said, "I'll take the turtle." This was how long ago, Tim?
That was only a 20-year mistake.
2005 is when this happened?
2006, yeah.
Tim sent us a text on Sunday saying, just finished doing the least favorite thing in my life, cleaning my turtle tank.
You did send us this.
So it's the gift that keeps giving.
And what was the text right after? Follow-up. Do either of you want a turtle?
Yeah. Hey, Tim, do you still talk to that woman?
Didn't work out. Didn't take.
It didn't take.
The turtle took. Tim, every Tuesday, gives us a slice of life take, a sports take, a tariff that's ruining his life, and then, of course, a trivia question that can be heard at the bitter end tonight. It's all part of Tim's Tuesday Takes, Tariffs, and Trivia on the Sports Leader. Open it up, Tim.
It's time for Tim's Tuesday Takes and Trivia on KNBR, the Takes Leader.
All right, Tim. How you feeling? Do you still get nervous before these, Tim? I know you wanted this for so long. Does it still make you nervous?
Nervous?
I don't know.
Not really.
You seemed stressed when I was in there during the break. You were trying to get all your takes together.
No, it's more of a, organizing the thoughts. I was talking with Jordo here. The idea of being angry about something so much that you get fired up for it. That's the only part that I ever really have to think about. It's like, what do I really have a stance on? Because I'm really more of a sit on a bar stool guy and just let it all go.
All right.
But
you're our norm in a way.
Yeah, Tim is our norm.
More of a Cliff Claiborne, I would assume.
Jordo, of course, the favorite little sister of Dirty Work.
Yes.
What do you got, Tim? What's your sports take for today?
All right, well, it's that time of week. Tuesday is our favorite day for the NBA grab bag, of course. The takes, they're kind of mid at best. But, hey, at least I didn't have to sleep here like last week, so we're already off to a hot start.
You had a good night of sleep.
A fun thing about working in sports is that the stories change every day. Every day is different. It's exciting, you would call it. I would say it's exciting to come to work every day and talk about the day that was or the day is to be, unless the Giants are facing a lefty, because good gravy, it's a tough watch. But hey, yes, sports is exciting. But I'd like to talk about how sometimes boring is okay. Today, I'd like to celebrate boring with regards to the 49ers. I've never been as stoked for the remainder of a 49ers offseason because, by all account, it's going to be boring. With the inking of contracts of Brock Purdy, George Kittle, and Fred Warner, the 49ers have done something they could not do for the best part of half a decade. And with those dominoes falling in order, the forecast is for zero drama on the horizon. No holdouts, no hold-ins, no wasted breath on if someone's going to report to camp, no trade demands, no removal of Instagram handles or hashtags. Put succinctly, no noise. You know what we get to look forward and focus on instead? Football. And that alone is a glorious thought. Today, it was reported by Adam Schefter that Brock Purdy's initial asking price was $65 million a year. Wait, is that drama I hear? Nope, Mama's wrong again. Let's just get this out of the way right here on Dirty Work. So Purdy's management team asked for top dollar in a negotiation with his employer. Not only is that smart on his part, it's a negotiation tactic that's old as time itself. Who cares? The 49ers and Purdy agreed to a contract. Does it change your mind about Purdy, the 49ers, or anything or all whatsoever that he asked for $65 million? And what about that no trade clause? Talk about a waste of air. Adam Schefter will not ruin my enjoyment of boring. I refuse to allow it. You know what's not boring? Watching the veteran leaders of the 49ers get ahead of the inevitable talking head noise machine by getting all of their offseason business handled quietly and efficiently. So on behalf of me and Tim's Tuesday Takes Tariffs and Trivia, kudos to all involved. The players, the 49ers, Jed York, Tim Ryan, Sourdough Sam, and that guy that bought me a beer once at halftime at Levi's. Not exciting? Thinking about the dollars that go to your quarterback, per year APV. You know what's exciting? Football. Let's frickin' go.
There you go, Tim.
I'm good with that. So Tim's take is just that he's as stoked as everybody that there was no drama this offseason, correct,
Yeah.
Tim? And also, I'm with him that he's like, I don't need your in hindsight, the 2020 look back at this from Schefter being like, Brock asked for 65. What am I going to get up in arms for that? Am I going to get up in arms? And he was like, hey, make me the richest. They were like, no. And he's like, okay, then make me an offer.
It's good business. By the way, you might hear that's audio later in Sound Soiree.
Oh, interesting.
Here's our starting point. That's all that is, and that's fine.
Because you know what Brock would have got if he asked for 53? Less than 53.
Exactly.
You know what I mean? So I had no problem with how
I heard that story. I saw it come out last night, and I was just like, Jesus, who cares? They just got the deal done.
You got to shoot for the moon. I mean, and it makes sense for his agent to do that. But, I mean, I'm glad the Niners were like, no. You're not worth that. You're worth this. And at the end of the day, they made a compromise. That's what good business is, making compromises. He makes $53 million a year. He gets a huge bump in pay. Everybody's happy in the end.
What if the story came out tomorrow and it said the 49ers' initial offer was $42 million? I would look at it the exact same way.
Exactly.
I don't care because they agreed on a number and it's over. We don't have to think about it anymore. It's done. They signed. Let's move on.
Exactly.
Who cares?
No, I mean, like, that was like a phony report, though. Remember, like, Jason LaCanfora said they offered $45 million, and then that was refuted. So it doesn't matter in the end. He is worth $53 million a year, and he deserves to get paid. And the Niners got their guy. Yeah, I think we're all happy about this.
408 checks in on the KNBR text line. Says the Golden State Lumber showroom text line says, dude, Copes, best trivia in America? Tim? What, does he have photos on you or something? No, I support Tim, and I support trivia at the bitter end.
You obviously haven't been there.
Get out there and celebrate. But I endorse the riff.
Yeah, I mean,
I endorse the riff on Tim.
We love a good riff.
We love a good riff, but also, come on, don't sell Tim and his trivia
Otherwise,
short.
we could just go to your trivia night. Oh, wait.
Don't yuck Tim's yum when it comes to trivia.
Don't yuck the greatest trivia in America. All right, Tim, that was your sports take. This is where we really get down to the nuts and bolts of it.
Oh, yeah.
Where we get a chance to really get into Tim's psyche and see. I mean, Tim may tell you, hey, if you touch a baseball during live play, you can never go to a game again.
Or he'll tell you that the best part of a sandwich is the sauce. I still don't understand about that one.
Me neither. Or he may say Jimmy Butler was a terrible acquisition by the Dubs.
But then later on, tell Jack Loader, can you take that down, please?
Yeah.
It takes.
What you got, Tim? What's your slice of life?
All right, well, I planned this slice of life take to be an adios revoir, a goodbye in retrospect to the time we had spent at this building here as we are moving to Daly City. A walk down memory lane as someone who'd spent their entire tenure of us being in the building. A few memorable moments of the last decade at the leader, but hilariously, we're here for another week. So that idea was torpedoed. vetoed. And honestly, to quote Uncle Gary, nobody cares.
Nobody cares, dude.
So instead, today we are talking weddings. Let's talk weddings.
Okay.
All right. Next Friday, I will be missing the show, boys. I will be heading to a wedding for my lovely friends, Brendan and Aaron. Very much looking forward to. Congratulations to Brendan and Aaron.
20-minute show, Tim.
You're bailing on an early show?
I'm going to be gone the entire weekend. There will be
All right, have fun.
Real quick, what, are you going to catch a flight to Reno?
You notice I didn't tell you where the wedding is. It's actually very close.
All right. Yeah, go ahead, Tim. Yeah.
There are beers to be drank. Okay. Well, as you guys both know, I'm a wedding guy. I've been a 6-time best man, never the bride, 6-time best man. In addition to that 6 burger, I played music for 3 brides up the stage, MC'd 2 more, and I am an ordained minister under the United Church of the Internet, so you know it's a big deal. To marry another pair of my friends.
Nice.
And despite this laundry list of accomplishment, I'm somewhat surprisingly not been just a guest at a lot of weddings. I haven't really done it that many times at all. Unfortunately, my gorgeous date is unable to attend, so your guy is going to be flying solo.
Okay.
Without the security blanket that is the gorgeous date, and as someone whose first inclination is to head directly to the bar, whether it's open or not, and against my better judgment, I'm opening this up to suggestion to you guys. So Derek, Adam, and the Filth, give me your best, maybe not your filthiest, but give me your best advice for being just a good wedding guest. Now, let's get a few things out of the way. Number 1, I am not a dancer. With the skill set yours truly possesses, all things with the microphone, dancing has sadly missed me. I look like I'm having a seizure when I'm just sitting in this chair, so dancing, that's out. A wedding gift has already been purchased, so anyone suggesting buying a shake weight, a fat head of Murph, or any other dumb-related crap, save it for Rockin' New Era's registry. Number 3, it has been suggested to have, quote, colorful guest wedding outfits. And as all of you know, I'm a black hoodie guy at best. I even missed the memo for the white T-shirt that you guys coordinated yesterday. And when I hear colorful attire, Dumb and Dumber immediately comes to mind.
Yep.
Okay, the last thing that you guys should know before your suggestion, and the Phil should know, Derek and Adam are fantastic wedding guests. I personally seen Adam command the floor at a wedding. It was incredible. And if the Oakland Greek Festival is any indication, Derek is the guy you want at your wedding. So lay it on me. Give me your best wedding advice right here at Dirty Work.
This is going as a solo,
which I've done many a time.
Can we just okay, go ahead. You've gone many a time as a solo.
Oh, yeah.
Wait, is it because you weren't given a +1 or because you just didn't have anyone to bring?
Just didn't have anyone to bring. But
the banana bread girl,
it didn't pay on.
No invites there.
No, I mean, honestly, it's just have a good time, like make small talk with a bunch of people. And honestly, my go-to, sorry, Tim, is to dance. And I've been told I am an amazing dancer.
I was going to say, Tim, that's the tough thing is the dance floor is where the single man at the wedding goes. You know what I mean? That's hanging out with the bridesmaids.
Yep.
Hanging out with the bride's sisters or cousins. I mean, the aunts even, Tim, if you're looking for somebody more your age.
Thank you. Jesus.
I mean, honestly, all the tricks I learned from Wedding Crashers, make small talk with the family, be the guy on the dance floor, make jokes. Just kind of everything I learned from Vince Vaughn and Owen Wilson, really.
If you bring oatmeal, your pet turtle, you'd have a lot to talk about. Opening
you know what?
Leave him there, too.
Got you guys a gift. It's a turtle.
Leave the turtle behind.
It's a turtle. Yeah, Tim, I would say do not commit to any one group. Work the room. Even if you're not going to dance in the middle of the dance floor, I'd say be one of the guys who's like on the outside of the dance floor, just rocking back and forth, bro. Rocking back and forth, ready to make some conversation.
Yeah.
Don't pigeonhole yourself out of a good time by nixing the dance floor outright. You don't have to be cutting a rug in order to have a good time to get down with a little cha-cha slide.
Yeah.
You know what I mean, Tim?
Yeah, even if you're the guy that takes the jacket off and just has a beer in your hand and you're just like kind of like swaying a little bit on the dance floor, just be that guy.
You don't got to do anything extravagant.
I'm guessing after a few shots of tequila, I'm not going to care anymore.
Well,
anyway.
I'm assuming a lot of your good friends are going to the wedding,
There's
right?
a bunch of good friends
You'll
going
be
as well.
fine. You'll be fine.
Tim was at my sister's wedding. What'd you do there? I felt like you hovered the dance floor there. I felt like there was some dance floor hovering.
I was pushed into that. But your sister had a photo booth, and that was a lot of fun. The bar was nice. It was a great wedding.
Yeah, dude. See, me, I'm good because I'll roll one up and be like, who's smoking? You know what I mean? Where are we going? Who wants to break with me out back? Then you got friends immediately.
Yeah.
Then you go in and you crush the dessert bar.
Crush it.
Crush the dessert bar.
Yeah, make balloon animals for all the little kids. Make me a bicycle clown. I don't know whatever that is for Wedding Crashers.
Give me a bicycle clown. Can I just a quick little?
Yeah.
Tim asking for advice isn't really a slice of life take, is it?
It's kinda.
Yeah.
It's not really a take. It's more advice, I guess.
No, the take is that you can be at different parts at all different parts at a wedding. I'm just not used to being a guest. Just a guest, I guess, is a good way to describe it.
808 KNBR. Did Tim sell us short on these takes?
Well, I also wanted to shout out our guy Rock in New Era.
Yeah, for his wedding.
For Rockin',
Let's call it. They infiltrated his wedding and hung out in the chat on Monday the next day. So shout out Rockin'.
That's a hell of a way to spend your honeymoon.
The absolute best, dude. Anyway, yeah, Tim, I think you can have a great time, especially since it's a good friend's wedding. You know what I mean? So you're not the officiant here.
I'm nothing.
You're
I'm
just a
guest.
guest.
Just have a good time, man.
Straight guest.
Weather's going to be great. It's going to be good.
Make no plans. Just, go with the flow.
So you're not in the wedding. You're not officiating the wedding.
Just drink your ass off.
But you got to leave early enough to not be on the show on Friday.
Whole day early.
Yeah, interesting. Hey,
man, it's all good.
What rank of friend is this, Tim? This better be like a top 5.
We've shared time in a band together.
Okay. That didn't answer the question. Let's get to what tariff is affecting you the most in your life, Tim?
Well, I started writing down multiple trivia questions because you guys have swatted them back at me. They're either too easy or give me another.
All right, Tim.
Weird.
Tim is at the bitter end every Tuesday night for Tim's Tuesday. Well, he's there for trivia. This is Tim's Tuesday Takes in Trivia. You'll hear this trivia question at the bitter end tonight. You'll have one in the bag. Tim, what's the question?
All right, we'll start easy, okay? An old-fashioned is a cocktail made of bourbon or rye. It's got bitters, a dash or two of water, and this. What's the missing ingredient?
Old-fashioned. What were the ingredients you gave us?
An old-fashioned is a cocktail of bourbon or rye whiskey with bitters, a dash or two of water, and this.
We're going with the orange peel?
Yeah, orange slice.
I'm not. That's more of a
That's
garnish.
a garnish?
But,
Damn it.
I don't know, man.
You need one more thing.
Okay, well, one more time. Give me the ingredients.
Old-fashioned, splash of water, not vermouth.
You got bitters, you got your dash of water, you got your bourbon or your rye whiskey.
Because a Manhattan would have like the muddled cherry or something in it. Sometimes I don't know. I got nothing on this.
I'm never good with drinks, and my bartender friends would know this. Right off the
What you got, Tim? This is bad. People sugar cube. People are gonna be mad at us for this.
Of course. Well, do you need the sugar cube though? It's kind of like the same thing with the orange slice.
So you put the bitters on the sugar cube, and then it kind of dissolves, and that makes the old-fashioned. It's kind of what
I
makes it. Otherwise, you're just kind of having a shot.
All right, fair enough. Yeah, I mean, the cube is the key. Everyone puts that gigantic cube in there.
Yeah, they do. All right, Tim, come on, give us another one, man. That wasn't any good.
Yeah, okay. This poisonous metal.
Come on, go again.
Give me another one. This poisonous metal was used by hat manufacturers in the 19th century, brought on hallucinations and other psychotic symptoms, giving society the phrase "mad as a hatter." What is it?
Mercury.
That is correct.
Wow. How about, dude, give it up for Depop.
Nice,
and
buddy.
knowing it's mercury
You want to know
poisoning.
how I know that?
It didn't happen.
An old Derek comedy sketch with Donald Glover is all about this, where he would wear the hats, and it was back in the day where like he would try the hats on, and they would go crazy. Thank God for Donald Glover and Derek comedy.
You learned it from Derek comedy.
Yes, I did.
Pretty good, man.
Yes.
Where we learn stuff.
Yep.
Anything else, Tim, or is that all you got?
I can give you one more if you want it.
Sure.
No, come on, we're going on a high note here. Come on, I never get one right.
Yeah, we're going to go one more.
Well, this
Jeez, you ruined the moment for me.
This one might be appropriate for you guys.
Okay.
Almost synonymous with prescription for impotence, Viagra was actually developed to assist those suffering from much different condition. Increased blood flow and all.
Oh, boy.
Heart disease?
Yeah, I was wondering that, too, if it was like some heart,
I would be inclined to maybe give you credit. It's high blood pressure.
High blood pressure,
hypertension was kind of what I was thinking. Anyway, we'll let Derek go out on his high note.
Damn right.
As
Mercury.
As 831 said, Tim really mailed that one in.
Thanks, 831.
That is Tim's Tuesday Takes and Trivia. He'll be at the bitter end tonight for his trivia. That's going to do it for this week. Maybe next week we'll get Tim's memories of this building. That is until they tell us it's another week before we move. We'll take a quick break. When we come on back, do you always want the team that beat you in the playoffs to win the championship? We're talking Dubs and the NBA playoffs now. We'll do it next. Dirty Work on the Sports Leader.
Dirty Work. Adam Copeland and Derek Papa on KNBR 104.5 and 680 AM. The Sports Leader.
Dirty Work, greatest show in America. Adam Copeland, Depop, Tim Webb, and Derek's Oranges.
Hey now.
I love you just brought that bowl over next to you.
Yeah, why not?
They look good. I mean, they look like TV oranges.
A little moldy.
Perfect for your orange bread.
Yeah.
So you never, the bread that you made for that woman, did you ever taste it?
No.
So you have no idea how it came out.
I'm assuming it was good. It looked fine to me. But she'll never know, will she?
Or neither will you. Yeah, she'll never know.
Joke's on her.
Joke's on her. All right, we're going to catch up with Carlos Ramirez momentarily here, but just sort of briefly, this used to be a thing that I used to be staunch about with the Giants when I was a kid. If the Giants got knocked out of the playoffs, I wanted the team that beat them for the most part to win the World Series because I was like, I just want to make it like at least my team lost to the champs. When the Giants lost to the Marlins,
happened twice.
They lost to the Marlins in '97. Yeah, they lost in '03. I wasn't rooting Cubs really. I didn't want the Marlins to then lose to the Cubs and have that team because then it just looks like, man, Giants got bounced out of the division series first round of the playoffs. And then that's it. Then that team just gets rolled over. You're like, you don't want that. You want it to be like, well, at least they lost to the ultimate team.
Right.
It's true. Dontrell went and got a ring. Miggy went and got a ring. Josh Beckett was the World Series MVP in that year. I was big on that in 03. 02, I didn't feel quite the same. Not quite the same thing.
Oh, that's justified.
2000, I was big on the Mets because I was bummed about the Giants. I also hated the Yankees and just was like anybody but the Yankees. So Mets go do it, and they got swept.
Yeah.
No good. So, like in other sports, like football, I don't really feel that way because I'm generally so frustrated that the team that beat, like I'm not rooting for the Rams to go win a bowl.
Right.
I was rooting for the Pats. I was like, go ahead, Brady, take another one down.
Yep.
I don't want the Rams to get it. It felt like the Niners should have been there. The Eagles against the Chiefs was tough because it felt like the rug got pulled out from underneath them with Brock getting hurt and they just didn't have a quarterback. Josh Johnson gets hurt then and you just don't have anybody. But it was tough to like root for Mahomes. I'm more neutral in that manner. I'm okay to just watch the Super Bowl. And like this year, I didn't root for Mahomes or the Eagles. You root for whatever action you got.
Exactly.
You decide there's a line that one way you're betting, then you go that way. But when it comes to basketball, Warriors haven't been eliminated from the playoffs that many times in the Steph Curry era.
This is kind of new where a couple of years ago they lost to the Lakers. There's no way in hell I'm rooting for the Lakers to win a championship.
And prior to that, I was never rooting like Clippers or whoever else eliminated them from the playoffs. You know what I mean? Denver. Like a lot of times when it happened when they were young before the championship runs, those teams that beat them weren't totally contenders.
Right. Like
if they were, you definitely didn't like them.
Yeah, in 2013 when they lost to the Spurs, I mean, the Spurs were a great team. So I think they went on to win the championship that year. So that's justified. Never was going to root for the Clippers. I mean, back in the day when I was a Raiders fan, you know, when they lost to the Ravens in the AFC Championship game and the Patriots, you felt justified losing to that team.
In baseball, I oftentimes, if it wasn't the Yankees, would just root for the AL team.
Yeah.
Because there are no NL teams I'm really like, I'm not getting behind the Braves. Like, I'm not getting behind the Mets. Like, I don't really like those teams. So I don't totally feel the same way.
Well, you know what? I was kind of the same way when, like, the Tigers beat the A's in 2012, 2013. I was like, I mean, I don't want them to win, though, because screw them. They just beat my team.
I mean, the Maglio walk-off off of Houston Street? Yeah.
Yeah.
That was a slam. That was a tough one. That was a sweep, I think, too, wasn't it?
Yeah, I think so.
It's either 4 games or 5.
I'm kind of on Derek's side with this. I don't want the Timberwolves to win. I feel like they're gettable. I feel like, you know, had the Warriors been healthy, they should have beat them.
Well, that's the thing. I believe that this Minnesota Timberwolves team is not as good as OKC. I think that even though I said on here that I think that they will beat the Warriors, they definitely sleptwalked through that series when Steph went down. But yeah, the Thunder kind of remind me of the 2015 Warriors a little bit, where they had an unbelievable regular season, and now they're just dominating in the postseason right now. But yeah, I think that I'm not taking Minnesota in this series. I don't feel justified if Minnesota wins the series because I think you have to look at Steph Curry being hurt and also the Minnesota Timberwolves playing well. But yeah, I don't feel the same way. I don't feel like we all need to root for Minnesota just because they knocked out the Warriors now.
No, I mean, I'm not rooting for really anybody. I guess I wouldn't mind seeing OKC go. If you're like,
you know what I want? Anarchy. I want OKC and Indiana in the finals, and then Adam Silver's like, oh my God, the ratings.
Yeah,
I would like that too. Yeah, I kind of would because it just goes against that whole idea that it's better if it's a big city's in it, if LA's in it, or New York.
Silver's killing for the Knicks, especially after the reaction.
You can't fix that, huh, Silver?
Especially the reaction after they went to you see what they did in New York? It's like a parade. Dude, it was like a championship parade for winning this conference so much. I was like, holy crap.
I tried rolling in the audio for Sound Soiree. Soiree.
Can't be done.
It's just too difficult because every other word is an F-bomb.
Did you see them like sort of mugging that Pacers fan? There was a dude.
They threw trash
They were
on
like
him.
walking around with full bags of garbage, just throwing. He was trying to walk away.
Did you see the update to this?
Yeah,
he's going to the game per the
power
invite.
the power of Pat McAfee.
Tyrese Halliburton got him in with Halliburton. He's going to the game.
Yeah,
right?
And the guy's a New York firefighter.
Yeah, that's lame. That's lame.
That's not good.
So much look out of your own, right?
Yeah.
Don't you regret not coming to the Knicks? Like, no, not really. I'm not.
That was a little suffocating.
Guy grows up in Indiana, becomes a Pacers fan, and then decides to go take his talents to New York's finest, dude. Maybe that's the police
Throwing
department.
trash on him.
FDNY. Come on, I wasn't a fan of that.
Yeah, I don't like that either.
I'm not really rooting for anybody. If OKC were to lose to Minnesota, would you feel any differently about the Warriors' chances against Minnesota with Steph?
Unfortunately, yes. I feel like then maybe
if Minnesota goes to the finals, would you think differently about the Warriors' chances against them?
Yeah, then maybe that OKC was gettable. But then again, like maybe it's just Anthony Edwards going off the whole series, and then like you have no idea if Steph's gonna do the same thing.
I mean, it's what Randall did. Randall just went off for the series.
Yeah, exactly.
And he did it again. He did it against the Lakers too.
Yeah, but no, I'm anticipating the OKC to win this series, and even though the Knicks fans sometimes could be a little annoying, they're funny at the same time. I do.
Don't you regret not coming to the Knicks?
You know what? I kind of want to see the Knicks in the finals just to see how crazy it'll get. But yeah, OKC versus the Knicks would be interesting. But yeah. No, I'm not really rooting for anybody at this point.
Adam Copeland, T-Pop, Tim Webb with you. We'll take a quick break. Carlos Ramirez is going to join us talking some Giants baseball.
Yes.
Giants play the Royals again tonight, game 2 of this 3-game series. Last night lost 3-1 after maybe the best pitching performance of the year from Robbie Ray, but an even better one from Bubic, the local kid out of Archbishop Mitty. No hit the Giants through the first 19 batters of the game. We'll talk to Carlos Ramirez about where the Giants stand. We asked earlier, would you rather have the problems the Giants have offensively right now or the issues the Dodgers have with their pitching? I said, I'll take the offensive problems every day. Pitching can keep you in the season. Giants still just a game out of first. We'll talk more about it next with Carlos Ramirez of NBC Sports Bay Area. Then a sound soiree before we get you ready for Giants pregame in about 55 minutes right here on the Sports Leader.
Tell me a little something, KD.
Yeah, we mentioned it yesterday, but screw it. The 49ers announced 3-time Super Bowl winner and 4-time Pro Bowler Brent Jones would be inducted into the 49ers Hall of Fame. Brent will be the 33rd member inducted, but will always be number 1 in our hearts. Congratulations, Brent. For everything 49ers, keep it locked to KNBR, the Brent Jones leader.
back to Dirty Work. Adam Copeland and Derek Papa on KNBR 104.5 and 680 AM. The Sports Leader.
Dirty Work, greatest show in America on a Tuesday afternoon. Adam Copeland, D-Pop, Tim Webb. Giants baseball coming your way in under an hour. 6:45 first pitch, but a 5:45 pregame. Here to talk some Giants ball, it's our good friend Carlos Ramirez, NBC Sports Bay Area. You see him as part of Giants coverage. Joins us on the UMA guest line. Carlos, been a while, man. How you doing?
What's up, Carlos?
What's happening, folks? The hardest working duo in the history of Bay Area sports. Did I read that right?
No,
no. Only one of us work hard.
No, it's you who works hard. We just say we're the greatest show in America. It's just that simple.
Got it.
That's how we do it, man.
My bad.
All good,
My
dude.
bad.
No worries. No fault by you. So the Giants, we were talking a lot about last night's game, and I got a text last night from one of our guys here, Jack Loader, who was really frustrated with the loss and said, man, you got to win a game when your starter goes 7 shutout. And I said, well, yeah, but so did the Royals, and they did. I mean, the Giants ran into one of the best lefties in baseball. I guess what I would ask is, at 3-11 or whatever their record is against lefties, how concerning is that for you at this point in the season where they've been pretty good in a lot of other elements of the game?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's an issue that should hopefully get resolved at some point this season with Encarnacion. And I don't want to put the entire, like the whole omen or the whole solution of the problem on Encarnacion's back. I don't think that would be fair. But I think to your point, like, just go back and look Bubic's numbers and what everyone, not just the Giants, what everyone has done or hasn't done against this guy, and you could say, yeah, I mean, it's not a Giant problem right now. It's a Bubic conundrum. Like they can't figure this guy out. This is one of the most fascinating starting pitchers in the game because I think, guys, I think the league is slowly but surely shifting into the Chris Bubiches of the world. He is very much Greg Maddux-like in the sense of his approach to the game, how he understands that pitching is the art of deception and time disruption of the hitter. And he doesn't have a blow-away fastball. I mean, his fastball, his whiff rate is one of the highest in baseball, the 7th highest for qualified starters, but his fastball averages between 92 and 93, maybe tops at 94. The changeup is devastating. So he's just maybe one example of a guy who is really, really good. I spoke with Encarnacion yesterday in the clubhouse before the game. He said that his due date or his target date to come back would be May 26th, which is next Monday. So it's right around the corner. So we'll see. I want to see that lineup with Encarnacion in there, with Adames with a bit more time, with Flores doing what he does. And we'll see. Maybe that's something they need to address in midseason if they're in the thick of it and they're in the playoff push. And you can't just be inoperative offensively against lefties in the playoffs, or in the postseason. We'll see. I don't think it's a handcuffing issue for the Giants going forward. Let's put it that way.
How about this one, Carlos? We were asking the callers today, which situation you think is worse right now? The Giants and their inability to hit left-handed pitching, or the Dodgers and their plethora of injuries to their pitching rotation right now?
Well, injuries are never good. I'm never going to feel sorry for problems that attack the Dodgers. I'm sorry. I'm never going to feel sorry for the richest kid on the block because boo-hoo, he has 2 Rolls Royce in the shop and he only has now 7.
Yeah.
You know, I feel sorry for the player. Don't get me wrong. I never root for anyone who gets hurt. I'm never going to say, yay, so-and-so got hurt. I'm just not going to feel sorry for them just because of, the team they are.
Yeah.
So I'm more concerned about the Giants' problems, but I would flip the narrative and say if the Giants have been this incompetent against left-handed pitching, then, how can they be in their winning games, and they're right in it, once the medium goes back to normal and they figure it out and you plug in Encarnacion in the lineup, what's that going to look like? Because the game we saw last night is a game they win 9 out of 10 times. And that was the one they lost. And they didn't just lose it because, everything went wrong. It was a great baseball game.
Yeah.
But everything went right for the Royals. Everything went wrong for the Giants. You rarely see this season Taylor Rogers give it up like he did. You rarely see them not be able to, go no-hit it or no-hit until the 6th inning. That doesn't happen. So if they're this good and they're at the same time unable to hit left-handed pitching like they are so far, when they improve, and I expect them to do so because the players that have their career numbers are so much better against lefties that at some point the numbers should regularize themselves and go back to the median.
I think my point, Carlos, we're talking to Carlos Ramirez, NBC Sports Bay Area. My point I was making to Derek is whether it's left-handed pitching the Giants are struggling against or simply the offense itself not being an elite offense. And I think if I classified who the Giants were, and you look, they're an average to a bit below average offense. They're not hitting a ton, but they hit situationally, and they can put up some runs in bunches like we saw this weekend against the A's. But they're a fantastic pitching team. The starting pitching's been very good. The bullpen been the best in baseball. I would always rather have offensive problems than pitching problems because pitching can keep you alive.
Yes, I agree, 100%. Plus, the good thing is, how do you fix? There's 2 ways you can go about fixing offensive problems, or any problem for that matter in baseball. You can either create the solution from within with your farm system. You can either go buy it in the free agent market, or you can trade for it. So you have 3 avenues where you can solve a problem. Yeah, you can solve a problem, right? The Giants, so far, and this is, I think we have enough evidence now to suggest that this is either an organizational issue or it's a ballpark issue, which is also an organizational issue. The Giants cannot develop hitting. Period. End of story. Before you can count the players over the past since let's name it the post-Buster Posey era.
Sure.
What elite hitters, and I mean elite, have the Giants developed within their farm system? Well, Buster Posey is one. I think peak Pablo would qualify. I think the best Pablo was a peak MLB hitter, plus a switch hitter. Ask Justin Verlander.
He came up before Buster. Carlos, he was up before Buster was here. Isn't that crazy? Yeah.
Right. Then you can put in Brandon Belt.
Yeah.
Right? He was a really efficient, high-level, productive left-handed hitter. Who's the other one?
For a short period of time, I would say Joe Panik.
But was Joe Panik seen as a
elite? No.
Second? No. Was he? Was he Robinson Cano as a hitter?
No, of course not. No.
That's what I'm. No. So and maybe Elliot Ramos.
Maybe Ramos would be the next one. Yeah.
Right, but you have a year and a half worth of evidence of Ramos. So I don't think that's if Ramos burns out and goes off into the sunset and just vanishes, goes up in smoke. No one's going to say, well, the Giants developed Elliot Ramos.
No, of course not.
They weren't able to keep it up. So we're talking about 20 years worth of data and experience where the Giants, for crying out loud, haven't been able to produce in an era of launch angle and golf swings and torpedo bats. The Giants haven't been able to produce a single 30 home run plus hitting player from their farm system. It's not an opinion, it's a fact. Yeah. So, okay, how do we fix the problem? Well, you either pitch your ass off, which they did during the Lincecum, Kane era and so on and so forth, and the core 4, and you have one of the better, if not the best defense in the game, which is how they did it, or you overdevelop pitching and then trade those chips for hitters and go to other teams that cannot, for saving their life, develop pitching, like, I don't know, the Rockies, for instance, and say, hey, here's so-and-so, give me so-and-so. The Rockies have nothing to offer. The Rockies are the laughingstock of baseball. If you look at the roster and what they're paying their players, it's baseball Chernobyl. It's horrible. You can go to teams that don't develop pitching and offer them whatever, I'm not going to name names, whatever combination of AAA, AA prospects in the pitching sphere, offer them to that team and get hitting back. You can do that. Now, is that hitter going to be able to produce at Oracle? We'll see. But that's the other part of the equation. But I think the Giant way is really set in stone, and Buster is bringing it up to the light. We got to pitch better than everyone. We got to defend and field better than everyone. We got to win within the margins of the offense, and hope we have an efficient way of approaching hitting, whether it's hack flies, bunting, walking, moving the runner, being aggressive on the base path, turning a single into a double, turning a guy going from first to third on a single, and being productive. That's it.
It's incredible. The Rockies have been around for as long as they have, 93 or something like that, and have never produced a pitcher. Like, nobody of sustainability.
No.
It's just why Ubaldo had like 1.5 a year. And other than that, it's like, I mean, almost nobody of any level of success out of their system as a pitcher. You were talking about Gerard Encarnacion. What do you expect the lineup to look like when he comes back? Is it still Lamont Wade off the bench and Gerard at first and then Wilmer at the DH?
Well, I think you got to ride the hot hand. I mean, yeah. I still expect them to use Lamont against righties and the combination of Wilmer / Encarnacion against lefties. I mean, they need as many productive hitters against lefties as they can. I mean, we saw it last night. Again, they were carved up by Bubic, but he's been doing that. He's been doing that turkey carving against everyone in baseball. It's not, again, if you're a Giant fan today and you feel upset, well, welcome to the club. This guy is, if he is not in your top 3, top 2 for Cy Young contention in the American League, I don't know what you're watching. He is absolutely filthy, disgusting. So yeah, I mean, if it's a righty, you put Lamont Wade in there. I mean, you put the lefties, you put Yastrzemski, you put Jung-Hoo Lee, who should start and play every single game. You put the lefties in, and then we'll see. I mean, I think I wonder what the status will be like for Casey Schmidt once Encarnacion is back. What do they do with him? They got a decision to make. I think Fitzgerald has been tremendous. He brings the element of speed and contact, and he's a great bunter. So if you're not hitting home runs, you better have someone who can do something else, and Fitzgerald can do that something else. I mean, there's a moment there where you saw it. I was watching the game. I was at Oracle last night, and when the Giants have man on third and second with 1 out, and here comes Fitzgerald, and you immediately saw what Quatraro and the Royals were thinking. I mean, this guy, do we – I mean, he's so – diverse with what he can do with the bat that even with the Royals playing infield in, they were fearful of his bunting skills / speed, and he tried to lay one down, and he's capable of laying one down between the first baseman and the pitcher, and it's a lefty, so if it was a lefty, so you know he's going to fall to the third base side. If he can put that ball between the first baseman and the pitcher and drag that ball, it's going to be an infield hit. He's going to bring in a run. How many players in baseball you feel comfortable saying they can do that? There's not many. So if you're not hitting bombs left and right, which the Giants aren't, then you better have the Tyler Fitzgeralds of the world doing what they do.
Talking to Carlos Ramirez on the UMA guest line, we got Hayden Birdsong making his first start of the season tonight. What do you want to see Hayden Birdsong improve from a season ago? And we saw a little bit of Jordan Hicks coming out of the bullpen last night. What do you think of him, and what do you want to see his role be going forward?
Well, starting with Birdsong, I mean, one of the things, and the rave this year, every year we seem to find it's either a new pitch or a new combination of something that, you know, takes the baseball world by storm. And this year it's the kick change. A couple of years ago it was, well, let's see what happens with the sweeper and how the sweeper has taken the baseball world by the hairs. And well, now it's the kick change, and he is so dramatically good with that pitch. I want to see how the other stuff plays off of that kick change and what it does. And for those of you who are not familiar with the pitch, it tends to be it's the grip is similar. It's a combination of the changeup and the split finger in terms of the action. And for pitchers who can't pronate, it's a pitch that is more aggressive and has more depth to it. And he's been able to master it, man.
It's got more vertical break, like a split, like it falls off a little harder, right? Than a typical change. Yeah,
so it's like
horizontal break too.
Absolutely. So the arm movement is different. The approach of the pitch is different. So I think the composure, Derek, he's shown this year with that pitch. I want to see how he can be able to navigate through every start with it. Stay away from the walks. Be able to control that pitch and how he can mix and match with that. In terms of Jordan Hicks, it's how do you rewire yourself? How do you reframe? Maybe your career sounds drastic, right? But I think now the message that the Giants are sending is pretty evident, right? It's we gave you a shot. We know you want to start. We gave you a full season's worth of starts last year. You started really hot off the bat. Then attrition came in, and you weren't able to keep it up. Your body wasn't able to keep it up, which is to be expected, right? But now with Birdsong doing what he's done, and with the guys, just go down and look at some of the stats of the starting pitching in AAA and the PCL, and you well know how that's a hitting-friendly environment, and you have guys putting up tremendous numbers with the River Cats. It was just a numbers game. This is a team that's built, and it's aspiring to win now, so you can't have someone who's not productive. I hope that he understands it. I hope that whatever – and he does – honestly, guys, I think he has a shot to do a Camilo Doval in the sense that maybe not having to go to AAA to reinvent or refine himself like Camilo did, but no one is talking about Camilo having issues with the pitch clock anymore or walks anymore, or how is he going to find himself outside of the closer role anymore. He just figured it out. Well, figure it out. I mean, you're an MLB pitcher. You're a pro. You're making $11 million a year. Figure it out. And he's a pro, and he'll figure it out. He's going back to his comfort zone. I know it's devastating when you say you want to do something and that's your dream and you have a crack at it and you can't figure it out. It's no one's fault. But now the team has to do what's best for the team, and that is to give Hayden a chance to start and reinforce your bullpen with Jordan Hicks.
A few more minutes with Carlos Ramirez. Just quickly, Carlos, your thoughts on Brock Purdy signing a long-term deal with the 49ers?
Well, I'm happy. I'm happy for him. I'm happy for the team. I'm happy for the structure of the 49ers. We had an hour-long stream on NBC Sports Bay Area on the day it happened. And I get why people get fixated with the number and what it means, and are we questioning how the 49ers are going to be able to put a talented roster around him. I think before anything, and I don't want to be overly romantic or, Shakespearean about this, but I think we should just, before diving into the hard numbers and how is this going to look like and did they make a mistake, is he going to be able to live up to it? I think we should just take a beat, take a second, and inhale this awesome Hollywood-esque story of this three-star recruit quarterback, undersized guy who, just based off of work ethic, brains, self-belief, a love for the game, and an unrelenting desire to get better on every single aspect of his professional career, and an insane, maybe unrealistic self-belief, has been able to turn himself into the highest paid San Francisco 49er in history, one of the highest paid quarterbacks in the history of the game, after being a three-star recruit, after being the last pick of the draft. He did that. And if you're not happy for him, that's a you problem. If you're not rooting for this kid I don't care if you're a Rams fan. I get it when the game starts and you want to boo him and you want to even cuss him out. I get it. I'm not naive. But man, I think we're in a place in time, guys, in society and in the world, where we're just, the first thing we think is it a mistake? Is it wrong? Why? 10 reasons why the 49ers screwed this up. Why are this? No. Hey, can we be happy for someone who just earned, he didn't win the lottery. He didn't rob a bank. He earned generational wealth. His family has nothing to worry about ever again because of what he did. And I think we need to just highlight those things even more. Whoever it is, like Juan Soto, what he did, he's loaded. He doesn't have to think about anything ever in life. Good for him. Yeah. Let's celebrate that stuff. Now, on the less romantic side of things, I think it's great. And I invite everyone to read the Mike Silver book, The Why is Everything.
Yep. For
you fans to understand how important this decision is for Kyle Shanahan. Kyle Shanahan is, if not the brightest mind in football right now, he is top 2. I would put him up against anyone. Andy Reid, Sean McVay, Mike Tomlin, whoever. I don't care. This man understands the intricacies of the game, both offense and defense. He could coach any position in football, and that is not common. So for him to sign off on this man getting the salary he's getting, the contract he's getting, they might be wrong. I understand it. They were wrong with Trey Lance in the past. But I'm going to trust this body of work that he has built with Kyle Shanahan, and that he feels strongly enough about him and Parag Marathe being able to massage the salary cap for them to build around this kid. If they are comfortable with it, why wouldn't you?
Carlos
That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, I'm with you. If this is what Kyle Shanahan thinks is right, I don't know why you wouldn't be down with this, considering what he's been able to do. I mean, I was pointing out earlier, he went to a Super Bowl and 2 NFC title games with Jimmy Garoppolo, and nobody had Jimmy classified as quality of a quarterback as we do Brock Purdy. That's kind of where I'm coming from.
And listen, and I'm sick and tired of this whole, well, look who's playing with him. Well, would you mind telling me who the hell played with Troy Aikman with the Cowboys?
Yeah,
was it him and Derek Papa and Adam Copeland and Carlos Ramirez catching footballs out there? Was I playing halfback for the Cowboys, or was it Hall of Famer Emmitt Smith? I don't remember. Was Joe Montana out there throwing balls to, me?
No.
Or who was John Elway? Did John Elway not play with a Hall of Fame running back?
He didn't win until he had Terrell Davis. You know what I mean? No, but nobody's questioning that. He was 0-3 or whatever in the bowl. You know?
What are we doing here? What are we doing? Is Joe Burrow not playing out there with T. Higgins and Jamar Chase?
Exactly.
Right? So what are we doing? Why are we judging this kid? Why do people keep moving the goalposts? Did Matt Stafford win anything with the Lions before? Or did he have to move to Los Angeles, get coached by McVay, and have a generational defense with Aaron Donald and Puka Nacua and all those guys to win a freaking Super? So what are we doing? What is this? Because the other side, what people don't say is the opposite. Well, why if Josh Allen is that dude, why hasn't he won one yet?
It's a great question.
Because
he needs more.
He needs help.
He needs more.
Everyone does.
He needs more.
Everyone does.
Yep.
So why did Jalen? Are people judging Jalen Hurts because he plays with A.J. Brown and Devontae Smith? And they just got him Saquon Barkley.
Yeah, right.
No.
Yeah.
So why are they saying this about Brock? How is he different?
He was the last pick of the draft, Carlos, and nobody will shake it. Seriously, that's got to be it. I mean, it's the only reason. It's the only reason.
Let me ask you this: what was Steve Young in Tampa Bay?
Not a whole lot.
Not a Hall of Fame quarterback.
Right. What was Jared Goff in Detroit before they drafted and rebuilt the way they did?
We thought maybe he's
1-9.
We thought they sent him there to die. You know what I mean? We thought they sent him there to end it. Yeah.
I would like someone to say, hey, you know what? Jared Goff's pretty good. But I'm sure if they take away Amon-Ra St. Brown, Montgomery, Laporta, and Jahmyr Gibbs, he's going to be – no one says that. No one said, because he was number 1 overall.
Yeah,
no.
Exactly.
So if Aaron Rodgers, for all the greatness he had, won 1. He won 1.
Yeah.
Yep.
So we got to stop with this.
I'm with you. You're preaching to the choir, Carlos. Carlos Ramirez, NBC Sports Bay Area. You see him as a part of Giants coverage and 49er coverage on NBC Sports. Great to talk to you, Carlos. We'll do it again soon, man. Thanks, Carlos.
Thank you, brothers. Appreciate the show. Keep working hard. Keep being the best show in America. Wait, let me just scroll down. and keep being so handsome and smelling so good and ironing your shirts the way you do.
Oh, that's a lie.
And,
Scroll down, he said, yeah.
I'm scrolling down, yeah. Sorry, my prompter just broke. Sorry.
You went to ChatGPT for compliments or something, yeah.
Yeah.
Appreciate you, Carlos. Much love, dude.
Thanks, Carlos.
See you later, man. Good deal, though. The great Carlos Ramirez. He's right. Everything he said. Preach to the choir about. I mean, some guy on the text line while this happened said, please highlight for me what Purdy has actually done. I said, well, he set the single-season 49ers passing record for one in 16 games. You want a fourth in MVP voting? I can give you two Super Bowl appearances, 2 NFC Championship game appearances, led the league in yards per attempt. I'm just saying. I don't know what you think people should have to do.
The man's accomplished a lot.
The guy's accomplished a lot in a short period of time. Adam Copeland, Depop, Tim Webb with you. Giants pregame coming up at 5:45. We're 25 minutes away. When we come on back, we got a sound soiree for you featuring Draymond Green, Adam Schefter on some hindsight stuff with Brock Purdy, and Marcus Thompson, who was on with Murph and Marcus this morning. We'll get you some of that, and then we'll put the show to bed before Giants pregame, only here on the Sports Leader.
Hindsight is 20/20, my friend.
Matt Barrows. Oh, Matt Barrows joined the Waterman and Brian this morning to discuss the 49ers locking up their core players for the immediate future. For that podcast and all of our podcasts, go to KNBR.com and the KNBR app, the core leader.
Back to Dirty Work. Adam Copeland and Derek Papa on KNBR 104.5 and 680 AM. The sports leader.
He is absolutely filthy. Filthy, disgusting.
Dirty Work on a Tuesday. Adam Copeland, Depop, Tim Webb. Giants pregame coming up at 5:45.
That fits our show.
It does fit our show. Absolutely filthy. We love the filth. Yep. Our loyal listeners on the
We're dirty.
Disgusting.
Loyal listeners of Dirty Work here on the Sports Leader. Let's get into some of the best sounds from across the sports world you might have missed. It's the Dirty Work Sound Soiree.
This is
Dirty Works.
Sound Soiree.
No, I've whipped up this nasty little soiree.
The best sounds you might have missed.
What?
Soiree, honey. I think that means party.
On the Sports Leader.
All right. The Dirty Work Sound Soiree. Some of the best sounds you might have missed. Draymond Green's podcast, #NewMedia.
Mm-hmm.
He's going to be part of the Eastern Conference coverage on TNT.
He's going to the Big Apple.
Big Apple. I wonder what their takes on Draymond are there.
They'll probably...
We heard Sam Morrill. We heard what the takes are.
Oh, yeah, true.
By the way, I saw that somebody was trying to take away Spike Lee's status as the number one Knicks fan.
Who's trying to be the number one Knicks fan now?
Well, they were debating whether or not he's still the number one Knicks fan because he missed Game 5 to go to a screening of his new movie at Cannes or something.
Well, that's a big
Or maybe
deal.
he went to the Met. He might have gone to the Met Gala.
By the way, you see Denzel at the premiere of this movie?
So I'm getting into it with the paparazzi.
You get your hands off me.
The paparazzi kept touching him.
Yeah.
I'm with Denzel.
I always ride with
You're going to
Denzel.
get me to turn on Denzel, not for something like that.
No.
Number one Nick fan, Timothy Chalamet?
Dude, that's what they were arguing. They were like,
No.
They were saying Chalamet's up there. They were also saying
He's a baby to the game.
he's been a diehard since he was a kid.
I know, but Spike Lee's always been there.
So has Chalamet, though. Spike Lee's
Not as long.
Spike Lee's had the means since before Chalamet was born. You can't fault the guy for getting famous when he got famous and having the ability to attend Knicks games at the rate that he did. There's video and photos of him with Amari Stoudemire when he's 12 years old getting autographs, and he tweeted a photo of him and Stoudemire recently where he's full circle moment, got his autograph when I was a kid. Dude, Chalamet is a diehard Knicks fan. I think he's a pretty big sports fan in general. There was video of him during that game, couldn't make it out to Game 6 or whatever. He wasn't at the Met Gala. Was sitting in a room with his buddies watching the game.
Okay.
That's what you do. But the debate about who's the number one Knicks fan now, people are saying it's Ben Stiller. He may have taken the throne.
I think so. Ben Stiller only tweets about the Knicks.
Dude, and you saw him, he was at some award show, and he was watching, there was somebody video him, a photo of him, he was watching the game on his phone at the award show. It's a diehard, man. That's a diehard.
He loves his Knicks.
Not Spike. Spike's at the Met. Spike's at the Met. All right, here's Draymond Green. I guess he's talking about the series.
He's talking about the Wolves and Warriors series.
And he's saying, here's part of why we lost. I lost my matchup in the series. Here's Draymond.
Julius is incredible. Another reason why I said this series is like Toronto to me. I think that was my 34th playoff series. I could be off by 1 or 2, give or take each way. The only other playoff series where I felt like I lost my matchup like that is Toronto. I felt like I lost my matchup to Pascal Siakam. Game 1, he crushed me. Game 2, I stifled him. Game 3, he was on. Game 4, I had a better game. But I felt like I lost my matchup in that series. And this series also reminds me of that series because I don't feel like I lost my matchup. I lost my matchup. Julius was incredible. And honestly, some of the shots he was taking was shots that you want him to take, and he made them. At the end of the day, the game oftentimes come down to shot making, and he made the shots. We've been kind of having these little battles since Drew came into the league. Obviously, this is the first one on a playoff level, but I got to give it to him, man. He got the better of me. With all respect, I'm never a guy who's going to hide from the truth. He was a tough cover. One of the tougher covers I've had in the playoff series.
I agree, and I think that's admirable of him to admit that. I would say Pascal Siakam got the best of him in that 2019 NBA Finals. And yeah, there's no debating it. Julius Randle got the better of him. So it's good on Draymond Green. I know he talks a lot of crap, but he will be honest and say, I did not play my best game. So good on him to admit that.
Yeah. We all saw it. We all saw what Julius Randle did, and he took over that series. It's a good way to look at it, too, about losing your matchup. And Draymond, frequently the best power forward in the series. It's a good point. There's a lot of reasons they lost, Steph being out part of it, but him saying, but I didn't do enough to stop my matchup is, he's right, too. There were so many shots where you're like, damn, Julius Randle's knocking this one down and this one down. We just talked about the amount of points, the percentage of points he was responsible for in a bunch of these victories for Minnesota in the postseason.
That's
He's
why
getting assists and scoring.
That's why I 100% can't say they would have won that series had Steph been healthy.
Well, I think we both were on record saying, I was on record with Tim saying if they did, we thought it was in 7.
Yeah.
And that was before Steph got hurt. So
exactly.
I'm with Draymond there. Here's Adam Schefter. Adam Schefter on ESPN Radio has some stuff to tell you about Brock Purdy's contract.
No.
Here's Adam Schefter on Brock's deal.
Cover your ears, Tim.
Listen, I think there's a lot of ways to come to this number, and a lot of ways that they did come to this number. There were multiple meetings between the two sides, and I think Brock Purdy's initial asking price was north of $60 million, and he was not going to get $60 million. He was not going to become the highest-paid quarterback in football. It didn't fit into the 49ers salary structure. And I think also there was the idea that, at one point in time, like, oh, well, maybe the 49ers would have listened for Brock Purdy trade offers. There were no trade offers that came in. There were no teams that really expressed interest. And Brock Purdy's perfect for them, and he's perfect for them. Like, they're perfect for him. He's perfect for them. It just works. It's the way it should be.
Yeah, I mean, I guess the biggest thing is I'm surprised that nobody inquired about Brock Purdy in a trade, but maybe they didn't realize that,
Nobody, I mean, how many teams asked about Tom Brady with the exception of John Lynch when they were trying for Jimmy? Like, I don't know that teams were thinking that was a possibility. So
yeah, the fact that they offered, the initial asking price of the agent was $65 million, no surprise.
Good for them for asking, for having the stones and some leverage to be able to ask.
Yeah, and the fact they didn't get it, good on the Niners to be like, no. We love you, Brock, but we think you're appropriate for $53 million a year. And as we've been saying, just because the AAV is 7th overall, it doesn't mean anything. It's the guaranteed money. It's the overall value. Just be happy the guy is signed at this point.
Where do you think the money's going if they don't give it to him? Like, it's not like they were going to go out and land some other big-time player, right? As Derek said to me during the break, and I was debating with this texter who said, what has he done? I said, set the Niner passing record, 4th in MVP voting, 2 years ago, Super Bowl, 3 years ago, conference championship appearance, led the league in yards per attempt. I mean, the guy's had one of the most electric starts to a career for any quarterback that we can remember. But because he was the last pick of the draft, people go, well, he may not be that valuable. I go, they still gave him too much, is what this texter says. He goes, had he won the Super Bowl, would they be paying him more? Probably. Because you'd have a Super Bowl win on your ledger, and you'd be able to say how many other guys right here are deserving of this money. You can say, I don't like that. He got that much money. But what you don't like is that the quarterback market is where it's at.
Yes.
Do you think he should make more than Tua? Probably. Yeah, he does. Should he make more than Jared Goff? Jared Goff doesn't have a Super Bowl victory. Should he make more than Justin Herbert? Justin Herbert has never even been to a conference championship or finished 4th in MVP.
I would say a better quarterback, but yeah, I hear you.
Okay, that's all fine and good. The Jordan Love stuff, but the achievements and the accomplishments relative to his peers put him in the class of that price point. That's all the point I'm making.
You know what's crazy to me is that people are up in arms, or some people are. I would say a good majority of the fan base are happy that Brock Purdy got paid. But I think, I don't know. I think that Brock Purdy has accomplished a hell of a lot more than Jimmy Garoppolo when he got his contract after playing 6 games. So what are we talking about? It was
the richest in NFL history for a quarterback at the time.
And at the time, I thought that was ridiculous. That was when Derek Carr was the highest paid quarterback at one point. Then it was Jimmy Garoppolo. Then it was Jared Goff.
But
it just happens.
They're famished. At 1-10, they're like, I don't care, just get me a QB.
Exactly.
So this is just the price point. What you got, Tim?
Just going to say, we don't have to talk about it anymore, which is incredible. Like, just hearing that.
We just did.
We no, Adam Schefter has to talk about it. We can hear it and laugh at Adam Schefter for basically a minute and a half of hot air and move on.
I can't believe people are like up in arms about it. You know what I mean? It's not going to cost you anything.
It's a small percentage of the fans that are up in arms about it.
Yeah, I can't imagine it's going to be that big of a deal, and it's football time. Well, not yet, but all we can do then is talk football.
It's always
about
football time,
which is great. Adam Copeland, T-Pop, Tim Webb, Giants baseball. Pregame starts in about 9 minutes at 5:45. When we come on back, we'll put the show to bed, and we'll get you your New Orleans jailbreak update. There are some. We'll tell you about it next. Dirty Work, greatest show in America on the Sports Leader.
Time for dirty work to put the show to bed.
Are you crazy? I don't need a bed.
On the sports leader.
Now you will go to sleep, or I will put you to sleep.
What's up, faithful? It's Brock Purdy. We just got the deal done. I'm excited for the next 6 years with you guys. Thanks for always having my back and being there for me from day one. So here's to the next 6 years, and let's go win now together. Go Niners.
How could you hate that guy?
There you go, Brock Purdy. Little selfie video on the 49ers social media page. Put that out. What up, filth? Thanks for sticking by me. Anyway, there's Brock Purdy. Yeah. He's going to be, by the way, on the morning show on Thursday morning, 7 a.m. He'll be on with Murph and Marcus. So make sure you set your clocks and your calendars so you catch Brock Purdy. And tomorrow he'll have a press conference with the 49er media after signing the contract. That'll be at 1:30 tomorrow. Is that right?
Yeah, 1:30 tomorrow.
And we'll get you all the highlights of that press conference after the Giants game when Dirty Work picks up. So we've been talking for the last couple of days before we put the show to bed here about the jailbreak in New Orleans that I've just been obsessed with. They caught another guy.
So they're down. They're up to like 4 guys now?
They're up to 4 guys of the 10 that they've caught. We're almost halfway there.
Okay.
Well, we're going to have to get a little halfway there when it happens, when we get to 5. They've also arrested a maintenance worker within the prison.
That's the newest development.
Who apparently helped the guys escape. That's our update. And they're using facial recognition. They caught one of the dudes just like walking down the street in his jeans and like a sweatshirt.
Yeah.
In New Orleans.
So he's got to do time with these guys now, but he was the maintenance guy.
I feel like he'd be like, he'd quickly in the kangaroo court within the prison walls be a friend to the community.
Probably a friend of the community. Like he'll he's kind of like Red. Like he'll help them find stuff. But like
I've been known to locate things from time. They're like, can you help us break out? I've been known to break things out from time to time. Yeah.
But like now he's going to be doing time with them, are they going to ask him like, hey, by the way, that light bulb's not working. Can you mind fixing that?
I can imagine this guy maybe getting transferred to a different prison, one that he doesn't know the inner workings of.
Yeah, I don't know if they're going to tell him wherever. Like, yeah, let's lock him up exactly where he knew how to help these guys escape. I don't know if that's going.
He's telling the maintenance guys, hey, that toilet's a little ajar. You might want to tighten that up.
Check out that toilet wall over there.
They use him like Frank William Abagnale Jr. and Catch Me If You Can.
Abagnale.
He starts working with him to be able to get all the toilets in place
exactly.
so they can escape. Yeah. The 510 says that guarantee that maintenance guy's not going to be locked up in the same jail.
Yeah, probably
with
not.
Those guys, probably not. Probably not. That's your New Orleans jailbreak update for Tuesday, May 20th,
jailbreak update
2025.
We need Raph to do these.
If it's still going on Friday, I asked you how many are caught by Friday when it's a weekend. We said we don't think everybody will be caught by then.
Okay, so we said 4.
Well, they're at 4. They need 6. It happened last Friday.
Yeah, I say they get up to 7 caught.
You think they catch?
7 of the 10.
You think they catch 3 more by Friday?
Yes.
Oof. Yeah, we'll set the line at 2.5. You'll take the over?
I'll take the over.
Okay. If Raph's here on Friday, we need a Raph.
Raph here.
Raph here for your jailbreak.
In the pokey.
Your New Orleans Parish prison up.
Raph from the Gray Bar Motel.
We send Raph out. We send him to the Vatican to cover the Pope. We should send him out to New Orleans to cover the jailbreak.
Sir, what are you doing here? Oh, sorry.
Raph here with a beignet. All right. Let's put the show to bed. Tim, you got a note to self?
Note to self.
Yeah, evidently, note to self, asking a question for advice does not count as a slice of life take, evidently.
No, it does not. That's a good call.
Screw you.
Not. Tim at the bitter end tonight with his the greatest trivia in America. What you got?
In the world, really.
Derek, note to self?
Note to self. Just because you make a banana bread for your girlfriend doesn't mean she'll come back to you.
Yeah.
I'm still waiting.
I'm going to piggyback that one.
The banana bread sadness.
And waiting.
I'm going to piggyback that one. Note to self.
Note to self.
Derek's banana bread, not an aphrodisiac.
No, it's not.
Yeah, and
not as good the second time.
And made with moldy bananas. That's going to do it for Dirty Work on a Tuesday. Thanks to our guest today, Carlos Ramirez. Really good convo with Carlos Ramirez about what's going on with the Giants. Check it out. I implore everybody to have a listen to that.
Papa.
Good stuff on Brock Purdy as well.
Yep.
Make sure you check that out, KNBR.com and the KNBR app. Tim, great work today. We had Giants baseball right around the corner. A 5:45 pregame, a 6:45 first pitch as the Giants look to take Game 2 against the Kansas City Royals. And for anybody who needs to hear it, it gets easier every day. It gets a little easier. You just got to do it every day. That's the dirty work, but it does get easier. You're listening to KNBR and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus Media station. That's a Pointless Legal. Giants baseball starts right now.
I'm a fool to do your dirty work. Go, yeah. I don't want to do your dirty work no more.
KNBR the sports leader.